Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the start of day 2 of NRG St. Louis, part of our, of course, NRG series. Today, we're going to be covering a 5K Pioneer Trial, and it is the last event of Season 1. So yesterday, we had a showdown that qualified Nikachu for the end-of-year championship, and so he got to punch his ticket, but there are still 2 at-large bids to be given out. So before we get started with all the Pioneer action we have for you today, we're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard and see what's going on with that. We have a current updated leaderboard from the points from the showdown yesterday. So you can see there right now the top unqualified player, because all the qualified players are written in orange, as you see, is Tim Hatch at 68 points. So if things were to end right now, today, Tim Hatch and Harrison Kanfer would both be qualified for our NRG Championship at the end of the year. But there is still one event left to play. And remember, the winner gets 30 points. So anybody that is within that 30-point striking range, if they win the event, things change on its head. And of course, there are gradients in between. So many of our players to watch are playing in this event, trying to kind of pass Tim, pass Kanfer, and Kanfer himself is here to defend. Tim, notably, is not. Now, I'm joined here by Devin, aka Doomwake, to cover some Pioneer today. So before we dive right in, talk to me a little bit about Pioneer, the state of the Pioneer. It's been mostly unchanged. Phoenix just best deck. Talk to me. What's going on?
Well, Phoenix confirmed best deck as a fellow Phoenix enjoyer. We had a little bit of chat in the interim. But yeah, I mean, honestly, ever since the Pro Tour Murders of Collarf Manor that happened, where vampires kind of took the tournament by storm, we haven't seen a ton of churn in the format. Although I will say that, Outlaws of Thunder Junction did bring a couple of bangers, notably Outcaster, Trailblazer, and Slickshot Show Off. Those are kind of the ones that have been seeing the most resurgence over the past couple of weeks. And apparently, Slickshot Show Off is good enough for George DeBoer to stop playing Blue White Control. And I didn't know that. So, yeah. And then we also have the resurgence of Mono Green Devotion. That's kind of been the story, at least over the past maybe like 3-4 weeks. That Outcast or Trailblazer really giving the deck that staying power that it really missed after Karn the Great Creator got banned, and maybe potentially we maybe seeing that on camera at some point today.
Yeah, so our metagame, I mean, obviously we don't have specific details, but it seems to be pretty diverse. You and I were both going through the deck list before the event, and as much as we're kind of portraying, the Phoenix, the Vampires, the decks that we know and love in Pioneer as some of the top dogs, it is a very diverse metagame, even among our players to watch, these players that are in striking distance of those end-of-year championships. Those are people that we're going to be watching in our initial round one, and we have Peo not playing either Phoenix or Vampires. So they chose to bring Quintorius combo, and they're playing against a spicy meatball. We'll be getting to that in just a moment. And then, of course, we also have Gerrick Alford, someone that was also in striking distance, choosing to bring control, playing against some waste not action. So that, despite the fact that it seems like the format in both of our eyes is maybe a little bit stale, it seems to me like there's still a lot of churn, and like people are still in disagreement on how good the waste not deck is. Slickshot Show Off is still showing up in various different shells. Does it go in heroic, prowess, and what's the shell? There's still some churn, some things being figured out, even in this point of, okay, Outlaws of Thunder Junction doesn't seem like it had that big of an impact. It seems like it's had enough that many players that are playing for quite a lot this weekend are switching off their normal choices.
Yeah, and like you said, the mono black, the Waste Not deck too had a bunch of different upgrades. Some are playing like Hostile Investigator, Karvik the Punisher. I've seen some Tiny Bones. There's like a lot of different stuff in that kind of that black shell, and it looks like our players are potentially ready. So maybe if we can get on over down to the feature match area, and here you go. So like you said, Pio on Quintorius combo, and another deck that got one new card in the form of Spinewood's Armadillo. Maybe not the most impactful when it comes to actually like producing the combo, but it is nice because it's very similar to Herd Migration, which is a card that the standard domain decks play, which is just, discard, get a basic land, gain a little bit of life. But what's nice about Armadillo is the front half, as far as the casting is concerned, it's a 6-mana creature versus a 7-mana spell. So that's the big difference there.
Yeah, I mean, small upgrades are upgrades nonetheless. And Peo, you can see number 12 on our leaderboard. Playing Quintorius combo, starting things off with a pair of Triomes against, yeah, you read that right, Kevin's names on Simic Merfolk. So Merfolk won our modern showdown yesterday in the hands of Nikachu. Maybe it's time for its resurgence here in Pioneer, as Smuggler's Copter going to be the first play from Kevin.
Yeah, we actually have a Simic Merfolk player not named Nikachu, which I had to make sure that that was the correct deck list because I know that a lot of people like to troll and put some outlandish deck names as far as like they're playing Mono Black Burn and it's just Phoenix. But no, this is
Yeah.
actually Simic Merfolk, and we have Smuggler's Copter there. The big combo here with the Merfolk deck is the combination of Smuggler's Copter and Deep Root Pilgrimage. So if you have a bunch of little Merfolk in play, the reason that's so good is because Smuggler's Copter has a crew ability, which allows you to tap a creature to crew it. But you can crew it even after it's already a vehicle. So you can say use one creature to crew the copter, that triggers the pilgrimage, crew it, then second creature, and it basically just allows you to turn every single one of your merfolk into an additional 1/1 creature. Backed up by some lords like Fidelian Hexcatcher, can really get the party started as we see PO casting a what's the I can't remember. Fertile Footsteps, I think, is the adventure half of that.
That is
Um,
correct. Fertile Footsteps from Beanstalk Giant. Now remember, the Quintorius combo you can see there on the right is a Karuga the Macro Sage deck. So all of the cards have to have a converted mana cost of 3 or greater. So typically on turn 3 is really when Peo's going to start playing the game. And we saw that manifest here as he shocked us on the ground and did his Fertile Footsteps. And now here is Kumena, Tyrant of Orzaka. So this is the other combination with Deep Root Pilgrimage. We have all the cards for that. No Deep Root Pilgrimage quite yet, as here comes some beatdowns with the Copters. That's a nice backup combo with Copters, just turning it sideways and attacking. Once banned in Pioneer.
oh yeah, yeah. That was actually pretty funny when Smuggler's Copter got unbanned. I think a lot of people, and potentially rightfully so, were a little bit worried about like, does this bring Mono Black back? Is this going to make the aggressive decks too good? Turns out, I think it was a very good tool for the aggressive decks. But I mean, you saw some of the Vampires decks at the Pro Tour. They only played 2 copies, so they didn't even get to play the full play set. But we enter Pio's 5th turn here, has a Triumph. I was going to say this is where you maybe see fireworks go. For people who haven't seen the Quintorius deck, it is really just a 1-card combo. So Pio is trying to simply get the 5 mana and cast the card Quintorius Canned. And the Discover ability on Quintorius, so you mentioned that because Pio is a Karuga deck, you can't play anything that costs less than 3 mana. Well, Pio actually doesn't have anything that costs less than 4 mana. The only cards less than 4 mana are Spark Double and Clever Impersonator, which means that when you discover off of the Quintorius, you are guaranteed to hit one of those cards, which clones the Quintorius, lets you go again. Ideally, you want to hit Spark Double early because Spark Double lets you keep both Planeswalkers in play. And then every time you discover, it's 4 damage. The next one, you copy the Spark Double, which is not a legendary creature. Then the next one is 6 damage, so on and so forth.
Yeah, so that actually will end up with the Quintorius triggers killing your opponent. Now, of course, there was this Discover combo that was a little bit more intense when it was released. Ate some bans, and now this is, I guess, the latest manifestation of these kinds of Discover combinations that we have. Is we're slamming Greater Tanuki is Peo. Just, I love the posturing. Love how Peo plays the game. Yeah, I guess here's a 6 mana 6/5 trample in the form of Greater Tanuki, normally used for its channel ability, has a backup mode here of a 6/5 trample set to block some attacking Kumenas. As the life total for Bea is declining, these Shocklands come at a cost, and the Merfolk deck has the ability to be aggressive as an in-step collected company. I believe this is on in-step, not with the Tanuki on the stack, but I don't know that it actually matters. I don't think we have any way to like find something that counters it or anything like that. Tidebinder, Tishana's Tidebinder, really the only interactive hit that I can really see off. I guess Hexcatcher as well can also be used as a form of interaction off of Collected Company, but no spell callers or anything like that, like you've seen in various Collected Company decks of old.
Yeah, and Hexcatcher really important in this matchup because if Pio is going for that turn 5 Quintorius, like Pio's very likely going to have to tap out on that turn. And what's nice about that for Kevin is, if you just sacrifice some random creature, you can just counter that Quintorius. It doesn't quite, maybe it doesn't come up with the dinosaur half, as we find two with those Hexcatchers.
How about 2 of them? If
Yeah.
it's important, here's 2 of them.
Well, it's interesting now because now you have to get to the point where you have to worry about sizing on the battlefield because that 6/5 is actually a pretty good blocker. So the Kumena's base stats, I believe, are a 2/4. So the Kumena will the Kumena will be a 4/6, and then you have the 2/3/3 hex catchers. So you're getting to the point, 2/4 base stats, and then you can, if you have enough stuff in play, you can eventually maybe use the third ability on Kumena to pump all of your Merfolk creatures, and that's where it gets out of control with Pilgrimage, because you make a bunch of tokens with Pilgrimage, tap those tokens to put a counter on everything, and you just make these just completely unassailable board states. As we see, Kitesail Larcenist. Okay.
Yeah, 2 copies of those in the deck. Kitesail, this one not a Merfolk. This one's actually a human pirate. Long text there. This is flying ward 1, 3-mana card, 2/3. And when it enters the battlefield, for each player, you can choose up to one other target artifact or creature that player controls. For as long as it remains on the battlefield, the chosen permanent becomes a treasure artifact with, of course, the tap, sack, make a mana of any color, and loses all abilities. Turns it into a treasure. But this card's in the vintage cube. As here comes a massive smackdown. Look, that's where I've seen that one before. It doesn't see much play in other areas, but I can shut up the vintage cube. And yeah, massive smackdown here for, I believe, what is this, 10? Is that the math we did? No, they're 2/2s. So 2, 4, plus 4. That's 8. Down to 5 goes Peo. Follow up, Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, I mean, that Kitesail Larcenist, that, illegal because we're playing a Merfolk deck and that's not a Merfolk. So we have to make sure we give Kevin the proper penalty for that. But yeah, I mean, it answers the Tanuki very well, and Pio really needs to find a Quintorius, which they did. But I guess the issue is those hex catchers, right? So you have 7 mana available for Pio, so you can cast the Quintorius with 2 untapped mana and force Kevin to sacrifice 3 creatures, which I guess would make it very unlikely that you die next turn.
Well, we have the treasure that we were just given in the form
the treasure
of a
too,
Tanuki,
right?
So we got one extra. I don't know if that moves the needle any direction, but you can see Peo's moving some mana around, doing some mathematics here. And at the very least, maybe you're not facing down lethal if a bunch of these creatures have to be sacked. But of course, the Agatha Soul Cauldron can actually puff your team in its own way. So that's something you have to think about should some creatures start to get sacked here. So things get complicated. And it looks like we're starting with...
We're going to leave with the binding.
Card. Yeah, Leyline Binding is that card on main phase here.
It's actually not Leyline Binding, it's Prosperity. So
sure, yeah, Prosperity Post, yeah. Sweet. Well, Prosperity Post over here, also known as Leyline Binding, is going after the Larcenist.
Okay, that one's got wards, so we got to pay the 1 for that.
Okay.
And now
paid for the ward using Beseiju. 5, 6 mana left over.
Because now we don't have the treasure anymore. So now if we use 5 mana to pay for the Quintorius, okay, we're not going for Quintorius. We're gonna Spark Double.
Clever Impersonator. Okay. Clever Impersonator. This one can actually copy any permanent, unlike Spark Double, which I think only gets creatures and walkers. This one can get any permanent. So we're going to be going after Kumena. Yeah, right. So we made a Leyline Binding, and that Leyline Binding is going to go after the Kumena. So now all that's left, you can get a look there at Clever Impersonator. Now all that's left are the 2 Hex Catchers, which are still 2/2s, but with Peo at 5, that is not a lethal attack. Needs a little bit more help. Now, Agatha's Soul Cauldron has no food in the yard right now, so that does not represent any additional damage at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this board state was looking pretty bad for Peo last turn, but was able to find the 2 removal spells to clear, the 2 important creatures and get that Tanuki back to be able to play a little bit of defense. And Kevin's really going to need something to help push through that Tanuki. There is a second copy of Kitesail Larcenist, and taking a look at the mana base, I see 1 copy of Beseiju. That would be pretty huge here, because you could Beseiju the Leyline Binding, get back the Larcenist, target the Tanuki, get in for some damage that way. But yeah, really needs to try to find something here, even anything to get that Cauldron online. So would not really have. We need to find something here for Kevin, and we'll see what Pio can find. Looks like another Clever Impersonator.
Well, that's maybe not actually that awkward. So Kevin, I mean, clearly flooded. I mean, he had his early collected company, was able to loot away some stuff with the Smuggler's Copter, but seems to be mostly out of gas unless there is another collected company hiding out that he's being a little patient with, trying to really make the most use of these Hex Catchers. We are going to lead on another Clever Impersonator. Okay, so we're really sandbagging. Last card in hand for Peo, I believe, is the Quintorius Con. Yep. Yeah, really patient here from Peo.
Now the question is here: do we go double 6/5 mode, or do we just kill one of the Hex Catchers? I kind of want to go double 6/5 mode. I think.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, maybe we can start attacking. Is that monstrous? Probably can't attack yet, but I mean, Leyline Buddy's like the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I think Peo
All
motion to the
right.
ley line binding. So, I mean, it is a little bit safer. See some mana being tapped here. Oh,
Oh,
Tishana's
tie
Tidebinder.
binder.
And so
Wow.
it's not going to present a lethal attack. But what's interesting about this is now Peo's in a spot where they have to trade for the Tishana's Tidebinder and take 4 go to 1. Because if you eat one of the lords, the Tishana's Tidebinder is a lethal threat. So
Right.
yeah, now you're kind of in a position where you have to trade for the Tidebinder
And he has
and
the
the Boseiju from
Boseiju.
Kevin. Wow.
Ooh.
Brutal.
And now I don't know if Tanuki saves you, but I mean certainly would have been better against the Tidebinder. Like if we copied Greater Tanuki instead with that clever impersonator, maybe things go better. Maybe not, because you just still Boseiju the one that makes it a treasure, and then it's just a treasure, and that's not good.
Yeah, I think it's the
But
same outcome because you still end up with only one blocker either way.
yeah, I think both Boseiju and the Tidebinder is just too much to cover for Peo. So this looks like a lethal attack. Yeah, and then Peo just kind of shrugs, says, "Yep, that's lethal," and picks up the card. So game one going to Kevin Sames here. Peo looks like he really was able to navigate that to a spot where he was going to have a window for Quintorius content. No, the hits keep coming, even though Kevin Sames clearly was flooding out. I mean, you don't really want to make your sixth, seventh land drop, anything like that. But the power of Collected Company, hex catchers like you called out, all appear to be good enough to earn a game number one. Now, Peo knows what he's up against. Merfolk, not a common threat. What would he have in his sideboard for that? I mean, there's got to be something for creatures, right? Let's take a look here at Peo's Quintorius combo deck. In the sideboard, we have some spicy ones. We got 4 copies of Shark Typhoon, 3 copies of Dragon Lord Dromoka, 3 Mirror Shell Crab, 2 Consigned to Oblivion, 2 Virtue of Persistence, and 1, of course, Companion Karuga the Macro Sage. What is good against Simic Merfolk from this mix?
It's kind of an interesting one where the Shark Typhoons, I think they're normally here for the control matchup, but because Kevin is playing so much to the board, I actually don't hate the Shark Typhoons as a way to kind of sort of sidestep the counter magic from Kevin, where you saw the Vidalian Hex Catchers being a problem against the large, like really expensive non-creature spells, and Shark Typhoon is a good way around that. It's not the best against Tishana's Tidebinder, but to be fair, a lot of Peo's cards are not great against Tidebinder. So I think
True.
you want to go towards those. Probably the Virtue of Persistence is maybe you could consider Dragon Lord Dramoka just as a giant life linker, but I don't know, it is kind of expensive. But I guess it also does shut off the interact, like it stops counter spells and the Collected Company on your own turn, I guess.
Yeah, good, it's good against the counter spells, I guess, because it itself can't be countered. And flying lifelink, maybe getting life back matters. I think you are correct that you to combat the counter spells, you want some number of Dragon Lord Dramokas and Shark Typhoons. I think kind of both are accomplishing similar things. How much of each you want, I don't know. That's going to be up to Peo, but I do agree with you. I like the removal spells, and I like some amount of stuff to hedge for the counter magic that not only is presented in the main deck in the Simic Merfolk deck, but also you can imagine there's going to be some coming in. So with that, let's actually take a look at the Simic Merfolk deck and see if that theory is true. So this is a deck you don't see as much, but you can see kind of the core of the Merfolk deck. They're very much built around the Deep-Root Pilgrimage. You can imagine that package is staying in. In the sideboard, we have 4 copies of Leyline of Sanctity, 2 Pick Your Poison, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 2 Merfolk Trickster, 1 Heroic Intervention, 1 Lost in the Maze, 1 Copla Warden of Waves, another copy of Kitesail Larcenist, and a Mystical Dispute. So if you're Merfolk facing down this Quintorius combo deck, what can we bring in against this?
Well, I had to read a couple of these cards because I wasn't entirely sure. I'm reading Lost in the Maze right now. I don't think that one's going to be for this matchup, but what is for this matchup, I believe, is the Pick Your Poisons. Those are very good against the Leyline bindings. Can help, if Peo has an early binding to pick off one of Kevin's early threats. Pick Your Poison, good answer against that. You have past that. I mean, I guess you could like Heroic Intervention if you expected sweepers, but not sure if you want to do that. Kitesail Larcenist, we saw that come up in game 1. Potentially you want to go towards another copy of that. I believe Copala is the one that gives your spells your opponents cast that target a Merfolk cost 2 more. Same with abilities. So kind of a little bit of taxing against targeted removal, although Peo doesn't have a ton of targeted removal, so I'm not sure if you want to go towards that. So really, really, Drake, I think just the Pick Your Poisons, and maybe there's not a ton else here.
Yeah, I mean, like I agree with you. I think pick your poison, notably among the best. Like, really, if you're desperate for counter magic, maybe mystical dispute. I don't think that's good either.
Mm.
And notably, leyline binding doesn't actually work against the Quintorius combo. Quintorius himself, when you cast a spell from exile, deals damage to each opponent. So that's not even really something that does any amount to try to punk your opponent in any way either. So not a lot here in Kevin's same sideboard. I would have expected to see more counter magic of some kind. You know, typically these aggressive blue decks have a lot of various negates to try to hedge for sweepers and things of that nature. Not really a lot of that going on here. So I would expect very light sideboarding from Kevin Sames and maybe a little bit more going on from Peo as we go into game number 2 here between Simic Merfolk Quintorius combo. We talked a little bit before the show about how the format's very much all about Phoenix and all about vampires. Peo, one of our players, like I said, number 12 on our leaderboard, trying to punch his ticket to the end of the year NRG championship here at the end of season 1, chose to register a Quintorius combo over any of the other options. Clearly believes there's something there, despite the things that have been banned out of the deck. And we've seen other Karuga shells present in Pioneer as well. The incantation decks notably also come to mind of that ilk. So a lot of intentionality behind choosing this deck and facing, I guess, a pretty unexpected opponent here in round 1. We'll see if he can rally back on a mulligan.
Yeah, I saw Pale looking at a one-lander. I think it was the classic one-lander, but the nuts, and decided, yeah, I'm on the play. Probably don't want to keep that one. I believe it might have had, I think it was Bedeck, Bedazzle, and a ramp spell, and a Quintorius, and that's kind of exactly what you're looking for, especially against the Merfolk deck.
Right.
But yeah, no, as far as as far as the Simic Merfolk deck is concerned, I mean, I looked at Nikachu's deck list, and this is very similar to what Nikachu is playing. It's a deck that we have not seen a ton of, but I have to say I have seen Nikachu post on Twitter that he did well in a challenge and some league results on Moto. So Nikachu has been working on this Simic Merfolk deck, and it's definitely one. Like, I think this matchup seems pretty good for Kevin because there's just so much of the interaction is good against the combo where you have Tishana's Tidebinder and Vidalian Hexcatcher, 4 copies of each, and both of those essentially just time walk the combo for an entire turn while you're putting pressure on Pio the whole time. And Pio's going to keep 6 and start us off with an Overgrown Tomb. And as far as 1-drops are concerned from Kevin, we got Cenote Scout. So we'll see if we have one of those. Does not look like it.
No Eighth of Isle in this format.
No, I
Quite a
wish.
power down from Merfolk decks of Modern. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned how all the interaction from Kevin Sames is really good against the combo. Is there ever a universe where we were talking a little bit about the mixture of like Shark Typhoon, Strangler, Jamoka? Are you ever supposed to just like board out all of the combo and just bring all this other stuff in as like ways to win that's not as susceptible to the interaction that is going to be presented in game 2 because it was there game 1?
I don't know if Pio has a robust enough sideboard to really consider that. Like, there's just like, if you look at the sideboard from Pio versus the amount of things that you would have to cut if you wanted to do that, I don't know if that's possible, but certainly could trim heavy on. Maybe you shave on Quintorius because at least with the Trumpeting Carnosaur, that one sort of gets around. Well, I guess if you cut all the Quintoriuses and your only hit for Trumpeting Carnosaur is the creature clones, then you never get got by Hexcatcher. So maybe there's like some world where you consider doing something like that and just make your combo less vulnerable to that specific card.
I'll tell you what card he did leave in: Spinewood's Armadillo, which he is not channeling, even though that is really kind of what's going on here. 1 and a green, discard the Spinewood's Armadillo. You had that on your screen. Searching for a basic land or desert, reveal it, put it in hand, but you gain 3 life. So that's kind of a big deal as far as getting aggressive is concerned. Kevin Sames, we mentioned Deeper Pilgrimage quite a bit. That is his turn 2 play. So again, not as aggressive as you would maybe picture a Merfolk deck being. We've not really played a creature in either of the first 2 turns, but we have established this very powerful enchantment in the form of Deeper Pilgrimage. Really, I'd say the card that really has breathed new life into the Merfolk deck. And here's a sideboard card. It's the Culp, Warden of Waves. And we're going to get a read on that one real quick, says Peo. And you read this one in sideboarding. Basically it's not ward because it doesn't counter unless. It just says that spells that target Merfolk you control cost 2 more. And that's true of abilities as well.
Yeah, so not any removal spell that Pio would normally play, like a Bedeck Bedazzle, that would cost 2. We're going to double that mana now, so that's going to cost 4. And Leyline Binding, I believe it works against Binding too, right? Because it's a triggered ability. Yeah, okay. So
it's
it
an
would work
ability.
against Binding as
Wait,
well.
No, it's activate. It says abilities your opponents activate.
So it doesn't work against Binding. Okay.
Correct. Leyline
Got it.
Binding does get around Kappa, which makes it kind of a weird include here.
Yeah, that one's interesting. I mean, it is good against the Bedeck Bedazzles that Kevin
True.
saw in game one, making those cost 4 mana. But other than that, not a ton. Now, I wonder if Kevin is going to respect the combo here. Like, if we even can respect the combo, if there's maybe like a Hex Catcher or something like that. No, we're just our
No, I
Mutavaults
think it's Beach
getting in
Street
there.
here. Yeah, we got Mutavaults and we got a Kapla and we got Deeper Pilgrimage. So these are all non-token Merfolk. So we're gonna end up making 3 Merfolk tokens, I believe. This is not one or more, correct?
No,
Let me
it's
do
one or
that real
more.
quick. Oh, it is one or more. So we're making
Yep.
1 for all 3 attackers here. So that's tough.
Yeah, that's why it's nice when you have the Smuggler's Copter, because you can tap one each individual
Right.
time and then it makes more tokens that way. But yeah, it's one or more. So we're going to get 1 token here for Kevin. But I mean, if PO just has untapped land Quintorius, we might be just going right to game 3. And that's why this Quintorius deck is so powerful and why we see maybe PO decided to choose it. There's the land. Do we have the
Land, that's
Planeswalker?
5 mana. It's Karuga.
Not
All
quite.
right, so we're putting a blocker in. Doesn't draw any cards. It looks for other permanents that cost 3 or more. So no card draw off that one, like you've seen in other instances here. Get a look at Karuga, the Macro Sage. Yeah, enters the battlefield. Draw a card for each other permanent you control. Converted may cost 3 or greater. This is the first permanent Theos put into play, so no card draw. Just a 5/4. But hey, a 5/4 blocks really well on this board, and so far, like the Mutavaults, they do attack. I wonder if you're supposed to ever, like, if you have Lords in hand, if you're ever supposed to just like animate Mutavault and then not attack with it, just tap it for mana, and then you get a 1/1, but it's animated, so then you can cast other stuff. Probably not good. The damage likely matters, but if you're looking to go wide against things like Karuga, which is just a large blocker, could be a viable plan here, assuming that Karuga is a valuable stop sign against the opposing force here.
I don't know if one of those. So the Kopala was played on turn 3, which would require 2 Breeding Pools and a Mutavault. Then turn 4, we played it. Then turn 4, there was an attack with 2 Mutavaults. But if we played one of the Mutavaults, the last turn would have had Summoning Sickness. Now I don't know if we maybe missed that or something.
You didn't get a great
because you wouldn't be
look.
able to play the Kopala with 2 Mutavaults and a Breeding Pool in play. And it looked like Kevin did shock the second Breeding Pool into play on turn 3. So not sure exactly what's going on there. Maybe we can have him take a look. And probably too late at this point, but
I think we're way past that. Here comes Dragon Lord Dromoka, so that did come in out of the sideboard, the large 5/7 lifelinker. Much better blocker than just Karuga, and Karuga was an effective blocker against the board state, so now Kevin has a real problem on his hands. Can't be countered even if you wanted to, flying lifelink, and your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, so the rest of that kind of interaction, excuse me, is turned off for Kevin Sames. Now, we know he has some of those Kitesail Larcenists, had a third one in his sideboard if he chose to bring it in. Those are really clean answers against a Dromoka. Turning it into a treasure, great way to answer it. If you don't have that, things start to get very problematic very quickly.
Yeah, Dragon Lord Dromoka, extremely good at blocking. We see 3 mana tap from Kevin here. That's the Kumena. So Kumena, I believe Kumena can only make itself unblockable. Let me just pull it up real quick. Tap another. Yeah, so it can't make anything unblockable, but it can make itself unblockable. But it is still going to go pretty deep with that Deep-Root Pilgrimage, where you can say, tap the Kopala to make itself unblockable. That makes a 1/1, and then you have 3 untapped Merfolk to use the second ability. But I honestly, Drake, I think all of this is kind of a moot point because I saw a glimpse at Pio's hand that he's got a Trumpeting Carnosaur, and unless Kevin can put up some sort of resistance here, I believe that is going to be enough. Well, the Hex Catcher actually could maybe be something.
Yeah, Hexcatcher, you can still activate abilities on your opponent's turn, so that is still going to work, even though Dromoka is in play. Now, the question is, I mean, I guess actually Hexcatcher plus this like Deep-Root Pilgrimage, and we have Pilgrimage plus the Smuggler's Copter. We have Kumena as well as an option. We can tap our Merfolk left and right and make all of these tokens, which represent with the Hexcatcher a ton of interactions. So notably, this is where some wording really is going to start to get you. If Dromoka just made all your stuff uncounterable, at this point, that would almost be better than just saying, hey, you can't cast spells, because Hexcatcher specifically really works well underneath this Dromoka.
Yeah, and while Carnosaur is not a non-creature spell for Vidalian Hexcatcher, the cards that you're discovering into are non-creatures. So even though you can't Vidalian Hexcatcher the Carnosaur itself, if that hits a Quintorius, you can just sacrifice 1 creature token to counter that Quintorius because PO will be tapped out at that point. So it's really going to be near impossible for PO to ever sort of get into a spot where he can combo through that Hex Catcher. So this is kind of what we talked about during sideboarding. We see a lot of the just a lot of this different interaction coming from Kevin, specifically that Hex Catcher being so good. As we see, everything's going to get a lot bigger here, Drake.
Yeah, this is a ton of power and toughness, and of course, we're doing some tapping in this process as well. So we're going to end up making another token, assuming that Kevin does remember it, that will get a counter. So the trigger's going to go on the stack when the ability is activated. It'll make another counter, make another token, excuse me, and then that one will get a counter. But it looks like, yeah, we may have missed that, maybe not. I don't know. We're communicating in some capacity here. So what we're actually looking to do, I think, is activate the ability of Trumpeting Carnosaur, discard it to deal 3 damage to the Hex Catcher to really get that off the battlefield. Now, Coppola does make that cost 2 more.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get a judge to intervene there. We gotta pay 2 more for that Carnosaur.
Yeah, I believe
that one is an activated ability.
Abilities your opponents activate the target of Merfolk. Cost 2 more to activate. So yeah, I think we do have to pay 5 for that. And there we go. Peo's going to fix that one real quick. And yeah, I mean, like I said, I think...
So that's the Hex Catcher. That's the Hex Catcher down. Now the question is, can Kevin still present a lethal attack through the Dromoka? That's gonna be interesting. Yeah.
I mean, it blocks and gains 5 life in the process. If this Dromoka is allowed to block, I just don't think from 15 we have lethal right now. Now, if the Dromoka gets removed from the equation with something like a Larcenist, well, things start to look a little bit different in that regard.
Yeah, then you could go like Larcenist, the Dromoka, use the Larcenist to crew the Copter and fire up a Mutavault. That would almost certainly be enough. But we'll have to see if Kevin has that.
He's had a lot. I mean, a lot of really good answers. Dromoka looks like it was going to be a big problem. Had the Hex Catcher dialed up, which made Peo take another turn off just to activate the Trumpeting Carnosaur. Now, I do believe he has a backup Carnosaur in hand. So we're still queued up next turn, if we get to untap without any problems entering the battlefield, to go for the combo once again. So even though this looks very, very bad for Peo, he is actually very close to turning the corner and being able to start to execute his combo, but needs to get through a turn of Kevin Same's interaction. I see a Tidebinder among the mix. Can't get a great look at some of the other fishies that may be hanging out.
Yeah, the card that Kevin picked up this turn is another Hex Catcher.
So all that
work that Peo just did last turn to remove that Lord, it's back, baby.
Now the question is there any good attacks yet? So yeah, we're gonna get going here, and that's gonna make Kumena unblockable and make a 1/1. So that's what's communicated right now. Of course, these back of the magics are just more Merfolk. We ran out of Merfolk tokens, as you are wont to do, executing this Deep Root Pilgrimage combo here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can attack with the Kumena. You can go tap the Hex Catcher, give it unblockable, attack with the Kumena, make another token, maybe use 5 of those to put a counter on the Kumena, hit in for a little bit of damage. I don't really think you have any good attacks outside of the Kumena. Worth noting, the Deeper Pilgrimage only triggers off of non-tokens. So right now, Kevin can say, use the Kumena. That'll make a token, then tap the Kopala to the Kumena. That'll make a token, and then you could tap 5 tokens to the Kumena's ability. So get a little bit of extra creature tokens that way. I believe Kevin also, yeah, like you said, has the Tishana's Tidebinder. That's not doing a ton here because that's going to cost, that's not going to be able to be cast on Peo's turn.
Yeah, the Tidebinder pretty turned off. The Hex Catcher, though, a card that, once again, you highlighted in Game 1 is pretty important in this matchup, continues to look very, very impressive as working underneath Dromoka. So just an attack for 3 here is what it looks like. Now, that attack will trigger another token, provided we have announced and remembered that.
Yeah, what a crazy printing the Hex Catcher is. Like this, the fact that you get the Lord plus interaction, it's just a lot on one card.
Oh yeah, I mean they tried to like hedge that a little bit by making it just a 1/1 or whatever, but the Deep Root Pilgrimage, I mean, really sets that off. Now it's just you get as much stuff as you want and makes the Simic Merfolk deck actually look, I mean, quite impressive here. Is Deep Root Elite added to the mix? So this one works really nicely with the Pilgrimage because every time Merfolk enters, you can put a counter on something. And I'll tell you what I want to put a counter on is the creature that you can make unblockable.
Oh yeah. Especially with that Dromoka. And honestly, at this point, Drake, and I kind of jokingly said last turn, do we have lethal through the Dromoka? This turn, after we make 2 more creatures and put a counter on all of our Merfolk, we may actually have lethal through the Dromoka block.
Yeah, we're definitely getting close, right? Like there is Oh, we have a copy of Besiju in hand. That one's discounted and would actually pick off the pilgrimage if that's something you want to try to do. So yeah, like you mentioned, I think that now we are approaching the conversation where attacking into two massive blockers, one of which is a 5-power lifelinker, might still assemble lethal, especially with Peo now down to 11 thanks to the unblockable Kumena from last turn. So we're playing our Besiju.
It
We
looks like
have
Peo's hand is.
Trumpeting Carnosaur.
So we're gonna cast that.
So I think our current plan, as good or bad as you may want it to be, is just you get another blocker in play, and then you have mana to start paying for each Merfolk sacrificed. So you're actually removing blockers from or attackers rather from the equation if we go to try to counter the Quintorius that would be coming off of this.
I was gonna say
Spark
maybe
Devils. That's a creature. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Maybe Pio is hoping to just kind of find more creatures first before, like, if you find a bunch of clones before you find the Quintorius, you actually have a reasonable board, and I think that's what Pio is looking for, because maybe Pio is in a position where he's like, okay, my hand, I can say discard Carnosaur, pay 5 mana to kill the Hex Catcher, but I don't really have a lot past that. So he's just kind of going for the gusto. Honestly, Drake, you could have even done is made a copy of the Dragonlord Traboka.
That's what I was going to say. I think I almost just want another 5/7 lifelinker and really gum up the equation as far as that goes. At that point, you almost can start attacking and just be like, you gonna block with your copter? Because I mean, I can get you dead in like 2 or 3. Oh, Quintorius happened, and now we hit another spark double.
Okay.
And now we start to gain life from the passive.
Yeah, see, now this is weird because now you're in a spot, once you let the first Quintorius resolve, the clones can no longer, you can't actually Hex Catcher the clones now, even though they enter as Quintoriuses, because those aren't creatures for the Hex Catcher. I think that might have been a small misstep here for Kevin, and maybe not recognizing what was going on here, because I believe this is going to be pretty darn close to lethal, Drake.
Yeah, I mean, this looks close to lethal to me. I know we have 4 Spark Doubles, 2 Clever Impersonators, so we still have 2 Spark Doubles left to go through. And yeah, all these Quintoriuses that you can see at the top of your screen there on Peo's side of the board are creatures. And so, they enter as the Planeswalker, obviously, but they're clones in the stack, and they're not legendary, so you're going to get the triggers from all of them whenever you cast another one. And we have 2 more. Kevin Sames at 12. You're gaining life in this process. So even if this isn't lethal, off of just the triggers, I mean, the attacks almost are just lethal afterwards. So I think you might be right. Kevin Sames can't cast spells. Hex Catcher's not going to have any targets. He may just be hands tied behind his back right now.
Yeah, it's possible that maybe Kevin thinks that, like I said, maybe just not sure how the combo works. Potentially, maybe thought that the Dramoka turned off the Hex Catcher. It looks like we're going to be activating something here. Potentially drawing a card with the Kumena, see if we can find anything. But I'm not sure that there's really any outs for Kevin because of that Dramoka. I mean, like I said, we had the Hex Catcher, but that was chosen not to be used. And Kevin's looks like we're putting counters on a bunch of creatures.
Okay, so we're pumping our team. I think
we just want to show how much power we have.
Problems.
This is just a show of strength,
Sure. Let him know.
Kevin's like, I know I'm dead, but I'm just gonna show you how much power I had.
Well, okay, so we do make another Merfolk, and now we were gonna try to do some sector. So we may have this might have been just to get everything out the way and try to start countering Spark Double. Thinking that maybe it would become the spell on the stack. Not sure. I don't know. I saw pointing to Hex Catcher. I don't want to speculate too much as to what happened there. But obviously, there's no real play here. As here comes another Clever Impersonator. That's going to deal 8 thanks to all the Quintorius, and I believe that is lethal. And Kevin Sames says, yeah, I'm dead. Into game 3 we go. Weird.
Wow. That was something else. Yeah, it's possible that maybe this is the first time that Kevin has ever seen this Quintorius deck and was just not familiar of what Peo was actually capable of and has never seen the combo executed. But, now Kevin's got some information for game 3, right? Now that you know how the combo works, you're maybe more apt in figuring out how to fight against it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Quintorius combo, not that common these days. This is a deck that was very short-lived before it was banned out. And we talked a little bit about how really both of the decks we're watching right now are both rogue decks, even though Peo is someone that is trying to earn their spot into the NRG Championship at the end of the year, number 12 on our leaderboard, someone we've seen quite a bit on the NRG series through season 1. it's still an off the wall choice. And, there's a lot of small interaction, especially when you have all that stuff going on for Kevin Sames. Pretty easy to miss how your cards are going to work against your opponent's cards. But obviously they work pretty well because that game was also very, very close as we shuffle up here for game 3. Now players are making some changes. So let's take a look at sideboards one more time. We'll start this time with Kevin Sames and his Simic Merfolk deck. So now Kevin Sames, we saw the Kopla come in. We saw that be, pretty effective actually against the trumpeting Carnosaurs and things like that. Made it take an entire turn, made things like very, very costly in order to answer that way. Now that we've seen Dramokas from the other side of the board, we didn't really see any of the Kitesail Larcenist action happening. Are we more interested in things like either Merfolk Trickster or Larcenist, as far as Trickster being able to let you attack, Larcenist just to get the Dramoka out of the way?
Yeah, it is possible that now that you've seen the Dramokas from Paya, that the Trickster is being able to, like you said, remove that as a blocker. But perhaps if the Trickster was like if you had a Trickster the previous turn for Kevin, you might have been able to present a lethal attack. So I could see that a little bit. Could be interesting. Maybe the Larcenist as well. Still like to pick your poisons even more against like once you see the Dramokas, now you know he has Dramoka and Binding. So,
not taking those out.
Yeah, definitely want those. But yeah, I think that's not a ton else is going to change for Kevin.
Cool. Let's have one more look at Peo's deck and his take on Quintorius combo. You got to see the combo there, thanks to kind of maybe a snuck in Quintorius con, we'll say. And not a lot of changes there, I think. The Drylarge Jamoka came in, but with kind of learning information about the Hex Catchers and how like those really are kind of the primary interaction points that Kevin Sames presents, having 4 copies of those. Are you still interested in the Jamokas going into game 3, especially now that Kevin knows about them?
Yeah, I think you still want them. Just the combination of not being able, like stopping Collected Company and Tishana's Tidebinder on your opponent's turn, or on your turn rather, and the ability to just have this giant lifelink blocker. Because one of Kevin's best interaction is that Tishana's Tidebinder stopping Quintorius or stopping the Trumpeting Carnosaur and being able to shut off that entire aspect. I know that Kevin can still play the Hexcatcher main phase, which is what he did in game 1, but being able to shut off, essentially Collect the Company and Tishana's Tidebinder, or company finding Tishana's Tidebinder, I think is worth it enough to bring in those Dramokas.
Well, we'll see if Peo agrees, and I agree with you. We'll see if Peo does as well. As here comes a much more aggressive start than I think we've seen in either of the previous 2 games from Kevin Sames. Send-out Scouts abound off of the Avimaya coast. Second one, when it explores, going to find a Cavern of Souls. Have to imagine that one's going to name Merfolk. Any other follow-up one-drops? I think the only one-drop is Send-out Scout. Have to have a third one in order to have another follow-up after all that. But quite a bit of pressure here if we have any Lords to add to the mix, especially on the play.
Yeah, one drop, you saw the Deep-Root Pilgrimage get banned. I think Kevin may have kept the one-lander, which, to be fair, with double Cenote Scout, it does make sense to keep a hand like that, and did find that second land here. We'll have to see. And like you said, this is the first time we've seen these one-drops. Kevin does have a more aggressive element to his deck, and also an aggressive element that's very, very important in this matchup, because you really want to be able to play to the board and not give Peo enough time to kind of draw out of it. And if Kevin has something like a Vidalian Hexcatcher here, this one might be very, very close to over.
Yeah, I mean, Hexcatchers looked great. It would look really, really good right now. It's going to be Kiora's Follower instead added to the mix. Still an attack for 3 coming across, but the Kiora's Follower might help solve the mana issues as Breeding Pool is put in tapped, which to me signals we got some expensive cards in hand. You look at Kiora's Follower, lets you untap target permanent. So this card untap another target permanent. So this card with another copy and Deep-Root Pilgrimage lets you make infinite 1/1s, correct?
Yep. Yeah, I believe
That's part of why this is included.
Yeah, that's why Kevin's playing. And you even notice the Agatha Soul Cauldron as well to kind of go along with the Kiora's Follower. So if your follower dies, you can actually Cauldron onto something that combined with another follower or 2 creatures that both have +1/+1 counters on it that can generate the infinite tokens. On top of the fact that Cauldron, notably, if you Cauldron a Hex Catcher, that can also still be pretty good, give you access to more Hex Catchers, which, in this matchup, if your Hex Catchers are getting bedecked, bedazzled, and dying to Trumpeting Carnosaur channels, having that Cauldron be able to have another copy of Hex Catcher, very, very important.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously ton of play involved here, and this is part of the actually Simic Merfolk a lot more complicated than maybe it's even its modern compatriot, right? Where it's just like get them dead, attack, make your lands into islands, all that stuff. This has some like real like combo elements to it as a Simic Merfolk deck, less aggressive, more combo focused, and a lot of micro interactions with this deeper pilgrimage and your artifacts, your Agatha's Soul Cauldron, your Smuggler's Copter. Kumena has just a host of abilities on it. There's a lot going on with this Merfolk deck that's more than just lay the beat downs. And I mean, it's a really intriguing deck to watch because there's so many different options you can do. And obviously very powerful. We've seen it be quite good. And the Hex Catcher line up very well against Quintorius combo. Now here comes the Leyline Binding taking care of the followers. So if we had dreams of comboing off with the Deep Root Pilgrimage and your Curious followers, those are at least stymied for the moment. Can unlock that, of course, with something like Pick Your Poison, but then it's Summoning Sick again, as here is the Deep Root Pilgrimage added to the mix. 2-mana follow-up.
What do we got?
It's Hex Catcher. Here we go.
That's exactly what I was looking for. This combination is going to be very, very difficult for PO to get out of because this is going to be an attack for 5, putting PO to 10. That's going to generate another 2/2 creature, assuming Kevin does remember the trigger. And then next turn, you have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then any additional Lord would get the job done.
Well, I don't see. I mean,
I don't see a token.
I don't see a token. Maybe we missed that.
It is possible. I mean, Kevin did cast the Deep Root Pilgrimage before combat, presumably, wanted to get that token in there, but perhaps that token was missed.
Here comes a 2-mana play. Consigned to Oblivion in hand, among others. Going to start with Bedeck, going after, of course, the Hex Catcher. So this is going to remove a lot of the aggression. Yeah, get a look. Oh, perfect. It's sideways. Well, if you turn your head sideways, you can read Bedeck, Bedazzle there. Now, Bedazzle is 6 mana. Don't really cast that one too often. But the 2-mana target creature gets +3, -3 until end of turn. A fine removal spell for a deck that is looking to play no cards that are cheaper than 4 mana. And specifically, it needs to be more than 5 mana, right? Because you don't want to hit it off your Quintorius and things like that. So this is a good option, probably among the best options in Pioneer for removal spells with a converted mana cost higher than 5 that you actually can cast at a reasonable time.
Yeah, just the ability to play a 2-mana removal spell in your entirely Cascade deck that has these very, very strict deck building restrictions. And sometimes, Drake, sometimes you got to blow up those lands. You 6 mana, just bedazzle,
just get them out of here.
Them. Yeah, you got to nick those over there. Get it out of here. I don't want to see that.
I think not. Well, here is the second Curious follower. So now if we do have something like Pick Your Poison, maybe Combo Dreams not that far off is another beatdowns Peo here. Going to 8, but out of double-digit range. And there's Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Okay.
That's really good Hex Catcher, like you called out.
Yeah, now if PO has something like a Quintorius next turn, you're going to be able to go Cauldron onto the Hex Catcher, counter onto probably the follower, and then sack the Cenote Scout to counter the Quintorius. So that's actually kind of an awkward spot here for Pio. Really wants to find something like a Leyline Binding, ideally end of turn, so you can Binding the Cauldron, untap, play land 5, have that access to the Quintorius. But we'll have to see if Pio has that Leyline Binding.
I think we saw a little bit of consideration by Kevin. I actually like this thought a lot of main phasing the Agatha's Soul Cauldron activation. That way, no trickery with activated abilities and stuff like that can kind of happen in response. You can have your shields up right away against various interaction points. We see that Peo has had multiple Trumpeting Carnosaurs, Leyline Bindings, even Bedeck Bedazzle, things like that of that nature. Just really try to get out from under that so that whatever you target, you still get the counter.
And Pio's in a weird spot where you have the Consign to Oblivion, and I almost think that you have to let the Cauldron eat the Hex Catcher and then bounce the Cauldron. So that's like the only way that you can sort of keep Kevin off of that Hex Catcher, right? So Kevin goes end of turn, Cauldron the Hex Catcher, you then respond, bounce the Cauldron. Presumably, okay, we're going to pick up the Karuga too. Yeah, I don't think Pio's hand is very, very good. It looks like a bunch of clones, a couple of consigned to memories, and consigned. Is it Oblivion or memory? I think it's Oblivion.
I believe it's consigned to Oblivion. Checking real quick. It is consigned to Oblivion. So here's a little bit of conversation. I think in response to the target is when you want to bounce it. So they don't have it yet. They don't have the counter. It's not exiled yet, but you bounce it, and then it's still going to end up exiled, but under the old instance of Agatha. So there's no chance to counter the Consign to Oblivion. So it's not actually exiled underneath the Agathas yet. The counter is not on Kira's follower yet. The ability is not resolved, but it is targeted, and the ability is going to resolve So it's kind of a finicky thing. The ability is going to resolve after the bounce happens. So here's a look at Consigned to Oblivion, which we're likely casting here as we've cracked Fabled Passage to find a forest. One in a blue. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. That's what's about to get cast right now. That's going to go to the graveyard. You can Aftermath later if you want. Targeting Agatha's Soul Cauldron to try to shut off the Hex Catcher ability. Now, I believe Kira's Follower will still get a counter. Is it a separate trigger?
That I don't actually know. So let me see if I can pull up.
When a creature is exiled, I think it is a separate trigger. No counter. I think we're checking that now. I see some players talking through and reading the card.
When a creature card is exiled this way, so my guess is it is 2 separate triggers. I'm pretty sure. So that means, okay, we're going to put the counter on there. That, I guess not. I was wrong.
I guess we're wrong. Well, maybe the ability still resolves. It doesn't need to be in play. It just triggers as part of the activated ability. So it will still trigger, even if it is a separate trigger, is maybe, I think, where I'm at. I don't know. The judges figured out it gets a counter. The players asked, and they got an answer. So it does get a counter. So now we have a potential attack for...
You got 5 power in play. A Lord would make it 7, which is still not quite lethal. And Kevin's now in a spot where, or I think there might have been an Whoa, we're playing the Otawara. That's interesting. Because the Otawara actually could have... Yeah, I mean, if you just go attack for 5, hold up the Otawara, that Otawara can break up the combo. But it looks like Kevin is choosing to do something else.
Using the mana, yeah. So we have Agatha's. We know that. We also have Kumena. Okay. So, Kumena plus Agatha's. Agatha's can add another point to the attack, get us to 6.
Not quite enough, though.
That's not quite enough. Now, we can generate a bunch. We can generate one more token with the Kira's Follower, right? Because instead of using Kumena to activate the Deep Root all the times, we can actually use the Kira's Follower to untap something, get a token, and then use Kumena again. So you get one more token than you would just activating Kumena. Right. It's not clear how much that's going to end up mattering. As here goes the Sinnoh Scout, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, going to be putting a counter on something. It's going to be the Kira's Follower.
Hit for 6, get a token. Still not seeing lethal, though.
I don't see lethal either. So now this is going to be, this is shields down territory for Kevin Sames. He's put, very lethal in play. Down to 2 goes Peo. And
let's see if he has the combo. If there's a Quint.
Yeah, maybe we're done. If he has just Trumpeting Carnosaur, needs an untapped land that isn't a shock land. That's not trivial.
Knock the top of the deck. I saw a split card. I don't think that was a Quintorius. And I don't know if Pio has the Trumpeting Carnosaur in hand. I'm pretty sure Pio's hand is Karuga, Consigned to Oblivion, Bedeck Bedazzle, 2 clones, and there might be one extra card that I don't know about, maybe a land. But I don't think Pio has it. Now the question is, can you survive with, say, Bounce Spell and Bedeck Bedazzle? You can Bedeck Bedazzle the Follower, Bounce Spell the Sinnoh Scout. That's still 3 power on the battlefield.
Okay, yeah. Do we have, is this, 5. Okay, so it's Karuga, which will draw a card.
Draw 1, baby.
Oh.
He was like, I'm dead. I just want to take a look.
Oh, we did find a land. Okay, so we found Beseju. And yeah, like you mentioned, a ton of clones. And yeah, just activating Kumena is lethal, assuming life totals are correct. So this looks like, even if life totals aren't correct, there's just so much power. I don't see a universe in which this is not very, very lethal here for Peo, and Kevin Sames looking good, looking to be in a good spot to win this game and match over Peo. This matchup, we talked a little bit about it over the course of the 3-game set that we have had. Peo, I think, done a good job navigating the best of his ability, but this matchup looked pretty bad for the Quintorius combo deck. Hexcatcher, Tidebinders, all of the mix and that nature looked really problematic for Peo, and that's not even talking about the Besejus and the Otawaras that come out of the mana base as well. A lot of baked-in interaction in this weird aggro combo deck that is the Simic Merfolk deck in Pioneer.
Yeah, there was, like you said, it did seem like kind of the nightmare matchup here for Pio. Everything you don't want to play against, just 4 Hexcatcher, 4 Tidebinder, Coco to find them, all of the sideboard counter spells, like you mentioned, Otawara, Beseju in the mana base, just kind of a really tough matchup. And for Kevin, we get to see that deck fire on all cylinders. We get to see Kumena plus Deeper Pilgrimage. That interaction was pretty cool. The Cauldron plus the Vidalian Hexcatcher interaction came up as well. So just a lot of stuff to like about this Merfolk deck, and maybe something we might be seeing a little bit more today.
Yeah, I'm very excited to watch more. And of course, there will be more coming, as that will do it for round number 1 here in our Pioneer 5K trial in St. Louis. Peo, of course, on our leaderboard, number 12 on our leaderboard, has to rally back if he wants to maintain his chances of nailing one of those 2 end of season slots for the NRG Championship, which we'll be, of course, talking more about as the day goes on. But for now, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with round number 2 of Pioneer very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
The energy at these events is, it's really welcoming. You walk in, people know your name, hey, how's it going, long time no see.
Vendors, artists, a big tournament, side events.
The NRG Series events are free to enter. You can just walk through the door, the round starts, it's game time. You know, you're friends, but you're competitors.
The pressure's on, basically, from round 1. You know you're gonna be running into quality players.
They're friendly, but they're fierce.
It's a great circuit, it's a lot of fun to play.
I noticed the Witch King was here this time, which was a little bit scary because I put the one ring in my deck. Really had to sort of glance behind my shoulder every time I cast the card to make sure he wasn't about to snatch it, or me.
The vendors here are great. Everyone behind the booth is always really welcoming. They always got a smile on their face.
The events are taking place all over the Midwest. You've got the prize wall now, you've got the command zone. Every single energy is both a RCQ and a qualifier for their championship series at the end of the year, which is, I have to say, hands down, my favorite experience I've ever had playing Magic.
It's really just a great experience.
The NRG Series is coming to a Midwest city near you.
All right, everyone. Hello, and welcome back to round number 2 of our 5K Pioneer Trial here in NRG St. Louis. I'm joined here in the booth by Devin, aka Doomwake, and we are going to be watching some more rounds of sweet Pioneer action. Now, of course, remember, this is the last event of Season 1. So there's many leaderboard players that are, currently looking really good, really postured to lock up those 2 at-large spots for Season 1. And there's some players that are battling it out, trying to usurp those players that are sitting pretty at the moment. And one of those is, of course, Gerrick Alford. Now, we are going to, I believe, dive straight into the match and take a look at Gerrick Alford, who, of course, is number 9 on our leaderboard. There on our right, playing Azorius Control, starting off there with what looks to be Restless Anchorage. And then on our left is Bob Culp playing Izzet Phoenix. So we mentioned this format very much about vampires and Phoenix. Now, traditionally, I've heard Control has a good Phoenix matchup. You agree, Devin?
I don't know. I've like I said, I've been playing Phoenix for probably about 2 months now. Maybe not as long as some of the other Phoenix grinders have been. I have noticed that I think I've been winning more than I've been losing against Blue White, and it's possible maybe their sideboard plan isn't quite as good, and maybe they're not as experienced in the matchup. But I think what's interesting is I think game 1 is a spot where the blue-white control deck doesn't have a ton of graveyard hate, like doesn't have any of the rest in pieces or Cutsil's flankers. And then once you get to the post-board games, you can really kind of transform and sculpt your deck around their sideboard cards. Like you can board in additional threats like Crackling Drake and Brazen Borrower and sort of sidestep their heavy graveyard plan. Now, the one difference here is if Gerrick has one of the 3 copies of Narset, that is a card that is really hard to beat in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, as you can see right now, is Bob Culp moving through their deck with all of these cantrips. Consider Sleight of Hand, of course, does get around Narset, but the Considers, Ops, all the things of that nature are drawing cards and doing so generally in the same turn. Treasure Cruise, of course, among your more powerful cards in the fair matchups as well. And all those shut down by Narset, Parter of Veils, as we are just playing lands and passing, posturing that I quite like from the Phoenix deck. I like just kind of cantripping, really making sure that you hit your land drops in this kind of a matchup. And both players doing a very good job of that. No spells yet cast by Gerrick Alford. And you mentioned, well, here's number 1. And that one's going to be No More Lies on the front half of Pick Lock Prankster, also known as Free the Fae.
Yeah, that one's pretty important because if you let the Picklock Prankster resolve and Bob does find a cruise, there's enough cards in the graveyard to say play land 4, cruise with 3 mana open, and that would be enough to pay for the normalize. One other interesting thing about Bob's hand and kind of the issue with this matchup is you'll notice that I believe Bob had a Phoenix and a Lightning Axe in hand, but because Gerrick is playing the deck he's playing, you're not really ever going to find targets for that axe. So in a creature matchup, you say axe, discard the Phoenix, kill one of your creatures, and kind of get that into the graveyard to get going. It's going to be a lot harder for Bob to remove the Phoenixes from his hand unless he can find something like a Ledger Shredder plus a cantrip to be able to discard that. So we might even just see hardcast mode, and that's exactly what we see, Drake.
Oh yeah, give me a Snare Thopter. There's that bread and butter. The Phoenix deck is, actually Snare Thopter's not that bad of a card. 4 mana, 3/2 haste, getting into the red zone. Now, part of the problem here is, of course, the various exile effects that are present in the Azorius control deck, and that's part of why I think there's this perception of the Azorius control having a pretty good matchup. Is a lot of the way you get card advantage as the Izzet Phoenix deck is by recurring these Phoenixes as they are killed, because of course they have quite a bit of pressure as a 3-power flyer. If you exile those, you don't have access to that same card advantage. You're not bringing all these birds back and dealing tons of damage and all of the things that come with the Izzet Phoenix deck as it has existed since its printing. Wandering Emperor is among the mix for that. There's instant speed ones as well, March of Otherworldly Light and things of that nature. No play main phase from Gerrick. Interested to see if we're just going to have any fights on end step or anything of that nature. Maybe try to set up some Planeswalkers. I think the board state that Gerrick generally wants to build to is having uncontested Planeswalkers, which is difficult to do against Phoenix because of the haste.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a spot where Bob now has established a threat. There's not really a lot of resistance here from Gerrick. And I think Bob had something like, Ledger Shredder plus maybe a cantrip. And he's like, you know what? I mean, I'm just going to attack you with this 3/2 and make you answer. I don't really need to do anything else until the 3/2 gets answered. So a little bit of patience here from Bob. And, I believe maybe holding up a Picklock Prankster as well, as we see Field of Ruin take care of the Hall of the Storm Giants. That's another, it feels like this matchup, there's a lot of layers where you have layer 1, early game, where maybe you go like Shredder, cantrip, discard Phoenix, layer 2, which is hardcast Snare Thopters, and then layer 3, which is, I get to 7 mana to activate Hall of the Storm Giants. So there's a lot of like different places in this matchup where you can kind of pick and choose your fights, and looks like Bob is just saying, I'm just gonna hold it, not gonna cast the Ledger Shredder, not gonna play into Verdict, and does resolve that Picklock. And we see another new card here, one that we kind of haven't talked about, Drake, this Prof's Eidetic Memory. This is a card from Murders of Karloff Manor that Phoenix players have been adapting, and I gotta say, I am a very, very big fan.
Aren't you a big fan of that card? I was about to say,
yeah.
I think you're pretty in on this one.
Oh yeah. No, I love this card. Yeah, especially
okay.
Once you get to a spot where you just go cast it, treasure cruise. Now, obviously, you can't hit it off Picklock Prankster.
Right, you can't hit it off the Fae. Yeah. Okay, but we did hit Temporal Trespass, I think. So, whatever. We have another copy. There's 2 in the main deck here for Bob Culp. And again, this is a new innovation that I was not even aware of, playing 2 copies of that in the Phoenix deck now, the Prof's Eidetic Memory. Eidetic? I don't know if I'm saying that right. As
Nobody
we
knows.
go back. So, we saw Gerrick actually pause there. We saw Dovin's Veto, No More Lies among the counter spells in Gerrick's hand. Chose to play neither. Did choose to counter the first Picklock Prankster and free the Fae, rather. And choosing not to on the second one, instead reaching for, it looks like Iganjo is going to take down the Phoenix. Yep. So this is not the way you really want to do it, because that does put it in the graveyard, which makes it, liable to be brought back by simply just casting 3 spells. So maybe getting a little nervous with his life total is Gerrick, as here comes Treasure Cruise. Have to exile 7. Bob Culp taking a look now.
Yep, and like you said, there's a Dovin's Veto and the Dovin's Veto and Normalize. So Gerrick had the choice to Normalize the Picklock Prankster when Bob had 3 mana available, but really wanted to not get punished by Cruise. Patience from Gerrick definitely paying off here. And now Bob doesn't have enough cards in the graveyard to cast that Temporal Trespass that he picked up off of the Picklock Prankster. Could just maybe deploy the Prankster. And we're going to go for a Shredder here. Ooh, okay,
Shredder is second spell, so the Picklock's not going to trigger. That's third spell, because we did lead on Treasure Cruise. So no triggers quite yet. 2 creatures in play. So I guess if we are looking for a target for any of our Wraths, could be a potentially good one. But it's Narset cards you called out being very problematic. Shields are down for Bob, and this one's going to go minusing right away. Top 4. Show me a non-creature, non-land card.
Well, here's the thing, though. Narset, very, very good on an empty board, but Bob already has 2 power in play. As you see, Gerrick finds another Narset, so maybe he doesn't even care if the first one dies now. But maybe Bob could just say, okay, I'm going to cast a couple of cantrips. I know I'm not going to get the extra cards, but just to get that Phoenix back to clear the Narset. Also, could potentially set up a Trespass, right? There's 4 cards in the graveyard, 5 mana. Maybe you have something like a Picklock Prankster that can turbocharge the Trespass. And it looks like Bob also picked up a copy of Arclight Phoenix, so that might even be able to just clean the answer the Narset too.
Yeah, Arclight Phoenix in hand, 1 in yard, multiple ways. And this is part of the problem with Planeswalkers in this matchup. They are typically how the control deck looks to snowball its advantage, but hard to get through as No More Lies going to exile the Phoenix from hand. That's a good interaction point, I'd say, for Gerrick, but there is still power in play. And just a second spell means that Narset's dead. Here comes an attack. That one's going to happen. No second spell for Bob. Does have a land. I believe only a few cards left in hand. Lightning Axe, Temporal Trespass among the next. As we go back to Gerrick, who gets to untap of the Narset.
Yeah, and that's, as we see, a Supreme Verdict here cast going to clear up the creatures. That was a spot where Bob really did not want to play a second spell because the Ledger Shredder is not a May ability. So Ledger Shredder is going to force you to, quote-unquote, draw a card, which you can't do, but then you still have to discard to the Connive. So that's definitely a spot where Bob did not want to trigger that Shredder. And yeah, Bob's hand's not looking really great. I think it might just be 2 lands, an axe, and a Trespass. So not really a lot to work with here, especially in the face of that Narset.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. I know I've played quite a bit of the matchup from the Phoenix side in the past, and the Lightning Axes in game 1 actually most of the time get used on your own creatures, specifically Phoenixes, to protect them from things like March and Wandering Emperor, things the like. That way you can bring them back later. It doesn't feel good, but you need your Phoenixes to survive. And in a spot like this, where you really need to start putting some pressure on Gerrick, that is part of the equation is here. I think we're activating a Castle Ardenvale and instead. Oh yeah, we're pointing. Let's see what this land is.
I think it's Castle.
Castle Ardenvale making a 1/1 human. All right, so not pretty, but I mean, it's a blocker on the ground if there is any kind of pressure that can come that way. Do have a Hall of the Storm Giants if we want to take that direction as well. And can start pressuring Bob's life total. I mean, it's slow, but control decks aren't known for winning quick. So this is a plan for Gerrick that, of course, if Bob continues to brick off a little bit, which that did not look like a good draw to me. Second Lightning Axe is not strong. Another land added to the mix. Here comes another 1/1 human on step.
Drake, what's interesting about this is Gerrick is actually giving targets for Bob's dead removal spells. So Bob might actually be in a position now where you can go like removal spell, third removal spell, kill 3 tokens, get back Phoenix, try to pressure the Narset. Now, I mean, maybe that's not even good because Gerrick has 2 copies of Restless Anchorage that can just jump in front of the Phoenix to keep that Narset in play. But I mean, it is something for Bob in this game where, you know, it looks like all of Bob's cards are dead. It's a light at the end of the tunnel, I guess.
Yeah, I drew a copy of Fiery Impulse as well, and that's another creature removal spell that you can find a target, but it's not the way you want to do it. Now, you could do something like set up all of that and actually start to fuel your graveyard for the Trespass too. So we really could start to cast another Impulse drawing. Jeez, these draw steps have been brutal.
All these red cards.
Poor Bob Culp here.
I think it's going to be time this turn, though.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting something started. Here comes Impulse. Here comes second Impulse. Pick off another token, and then we can axe sorry, it's a third Impulse. Take care of all the tokens. Like, that's going to bring the Phoenix back.
And like you mentioned, now we have enough cards in graveyard for that Trespass. Now, I don't remember if Gerrick still had a counterspell left over. I think there might be a Dovin's Veto. I can't quite get a good glimpse of it, though. But if there's no counterspell, you say maybe attack the Narset. Yeah, I guess this is the issue, though, because Gerrick's just going to try to trade for the Anchorage. You would assume. It looks like that is the case.
Have to. Like the Narset, he has another one in hand. He wouldn't mind deploying for the most part. And I mean, the Anchorage is also kind of low value, but it's a land. And having, keeping up with Bob Culp on mana is something to think about. As we see, Gerrick's kind of really putting some thought into this. It's not as trivial of a decision as it might look. Putting the bird back in the graveyard doesn't feel great, even though he did just do a lot of work to put it into play. If we can start to get a cantrip chain going, that could feel not very good. Also, as you mentioned, gives another target for the creature removal spells, which Bob is clearly flooded on.
Yeah, I think Gerrick is maybe thinking about blocking to prevent a cruise this turn, but with the Dovin's Veto in hand, that Bob can't fight over the cruise this turn, even if the Narset does die. And with that backup Narset, as you mentioned, you want to just kind of get full value out of the second one. So Gerrick's going to attack in here with the token, and we'll see. We would imagine that the second Narset gets deployed here because that can top that cruises and things of that nature. But we'll see what Gerrick decides to do.
Yeah, obviously it's also very good if we can deploy second Narset and find. Okay, well, never mind. We just have. I was saying, if we're looking for marches or a exile effect for the Phoenix, that's a great way to do it. Well, if we just have Wandering Emperor already, I really like this sequencing and starting there. Getting the Phoenix off the board, really covering that. Get a look at the very powerful Mythic from Kamigawa Neon Dynasty. This is a Planeswalker with Flash. Then, of course, that third ability, very strong against the Phoenix deck. Exile target tapped creature, you gain 2 life. And yeah, this is the play I make quite a bit. Kill my own creature, pitching another Lava Axe to put it just back in the graveyard. That way, not only do you stop the life gain, but you also get your bird back in the graveyard instead of in exile. Doesn't feel good. Sometimes has to happen. Gerrick respects it enough. He looks like he's going to be reaching for the veto.
Yep, so we're going to fight over this. So that's going to be the second Phoenix exiled. And conveniently, Drake, Gerrick has 3 mana left over, and there's the Narset. So now
Treasure Cruise still covered. Yeah.
Yep. And I like this play from Gerrick not minusing the Narset because he recognizes one of the ways that Bob gets out of this is top deck Phoenix and then attack the Narset for 3. But if you leave it on 5, even if Bob draws Phoenix, you go attack Narset for 3, then you can deal with the Narset at your leisure next, or deal with the Phoenix at your leisure next turn, and make sure to keep that Narset in play, because at this stage of the game, realistically, the only way Bob gets out of this is Resolve Cruise with a Narset not on the battlefield, and it doesn't look like we're anywhere close to that.
Yeah, I believe this trespass is using the explore mode of temporal trespass. Just
8 mana explore.
Well, it works. Now it does exile itself, I believe.
It
so
does.
We're gonna have to get that one in exile. Can't delve it out later to other things. Will come up potentially. Yeah, there's the land drop. But no cards in hand right now for Bob Culp. Just top decking. Treasure Cruise not even a good draw. Not a good spot for Bob to be in, as one card has to be very strong. If he's just passing with nothing, we are done here. And yeah, Bob sees the writing on the wall. This is the what we were building towards. The double Planeswalkers. Once you have those running Planeswalkers every single turn, that's when Azorius control really starts to turn the corner over a deck like Phoenix. And, I hate to say, I don't want to just blame the draws. There was a lot of play to the early game. You mentioned the stages to that match, but there in that late game where Bob really needed to get a good draw or two, all fiery impulses off the top.
Impulse, just could not stop drawing the red cards. But maybe we'll see if we can take a look at the sideboards and see, like we mentioned, the sideboarded games are really where it gets interesting. So Bob, if you take a look here, Bob's got some disputes, 3 of them, a Beacon Bolt, a Negate, an Aether Gust, a Red Cap Melee, 2 Ashiok, 2 Crackling Drake, 2 Brazen Borrower, and 2 Young Pyromancer. So if you expect your opponent to have a lot of anti-graveyard stuff, Rest in Pieces, Cutsil's Flankers, all of this stuff, you can really kind of transform your deck and go more away from the Phoenix plane and go into sticky threats like Crackling Drake, Young Pyromancer, Brazen Borrower, along with the counter spells. So, Bob could board in upwards of 10 cards here. Wants to cut all those red cards. Likely, what I've been doing a lot is cutting the Trespass Galvanic stuff against blue-white, because you don't really need to time walk against them, and that makes room for all these threats and the counter spells.
Yeah, I agree with you. When I played this matchup, I board similarly. I like bringing in all the threats, the Crackling Drakes, the Borrowers, the Young Pyromancers, cutting a bunch of the red cards, but also shaving on Delve spells as well. Usually it is the Trespass, but actually a lot of times do keep the iteration. Whatever. Small stuff doesn't really matter here or there, but a lot more threats can come in over these creature removal spells. Maybe you can leave 1 or 2, something like Beacon Bolt that definitely works if you're concerned about any kind of big creatures or anything like that coming out of the side. But for the most part, most of these red cards that are not specifically Arclight Phoenix need to get out of the deck. And that's going to involve some heavy sideboarding from the Izzet Phoenix side. And this is really where I think the matchup in game 1 doesn't feel very good. And this is kind of my opinion on the matchup, of course. But I think for Control, it's favored in game 1 for a lot of what you just saw. Once you are able to make these massive overhauls in games 2 and 3, I think the Phoenix deck gets a lot of points and maybe even starts to look a little bit favored in the matchup. So heavy changes here for Bob Culp. Let's take a quick look at Gerrick Alford and see what he's working with. Phoenix, known quantity in the deck, potentially the best deck in the format, should have some options here. So let's take a look. We got 4 copies of Cutsil's Flanker, 3 copies of Mystical Dispute, 3 Regal Caracal, 2 Shark Typhoon, 1 Temporary Lockdown, and of course the companion Kahira, the Orphan Guard. So from the control side, you mentioned some of the important cards being Rest in Pieces and Cutsil Flankers. No Rest in Peace, but 4 copies of Flankers. I think we're going to see those. Any other changes you're looking to make? Disputes? Anything you like?
So this is kind of interesting. You almost seem like both players are kind of doing this transformational sideboard, and it's like, okay, so the Phoenix deck is sideboarding in such a way to sidestep the Graveyard Hate. The blue-white control deck can actually sidestep in such a way that just completely invalidates like the removal spells getting cut, right? There's 4 Flankers and 3 Regal Caracals. That's 7 creatures that really do impact the battlefield. And if you're the blue-white control side of things and you expect your opponent to cut all of those red cards, seems like a really good spot to board in those creatures.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a spot for you to, and even things like Shark Typhoon can kind of represent the same thing. Shark Typhoon is a 4/4, requires really only Lightning Axe gets it. You can't just play with a few of the impulses to be mana efficient or anything like that. Because obviously, as we saw, there is some utility of the creatures stopping the exile from happening. So it's not unreasonable to leave some number of the red cards in, like 1 or 2, just for that reason, and to maybe get a creature out the way. But you have to have specifically Lightning Axe against something larger than 3 toughness. So making a 4/4 shark that blocks Phoenixes and doesn't get picked off by removal could be big as well. So you have a lot of creature options in game 2. And like I said, the Cutzel's flankers, no rest in peace, really only relying on the flankers as the graveyard hate means that you have creatures to try to race. And that can be a big deal as well for Gerrick Alford. So a little bit of maybe some mind gaming that can happen here with the sideboarding. Players maybe not cutting all the removal spells, players bringing all the creatures, maybe not. There's a very high likelihood there's going to be additional changes after game 2, assuming we get a game 3 and Bob Culp's able to steal one from Gerrick Alford, who of course is number 9 on our leaderboard, 1-0 here on a great start. Needs to have a good weekend in order to punch his ticket, but doesn't need that good of a weekend. I think Tim Hatch, Harrison Kanfer, they understand their positions here on the leaderboard, getting precarious as Bob Culp starts out. No turn 1 play that we see. Now, of course, typically in-step cantrip, pretty common. Gerrick likely leading on a tap land.
Gerrick's at 46 points. We get Joey at 52, Connor at 57, Harrison at 65. So there's kind of that big scrum, and all 4 of those players are here today. So hopefully we can get some more of them on camera. But as just kind of like the matchup, we talked about, there's a lot of like stages of the game in game 1 and all of this, like there's kind of this cat and mouse game of the sideboarding. And that's why I love this matchup so much, is that it feels like no 2 games are going to be the same. As we see, is that a
no second land from Bob? I believe so. Sunken Citadel into Hollowed Fountain. Gerrick was on the draw. We cantripped, graveyarded what looked to be a treasure cruise. Drew, no land, and there's a Crackling Drake. That's no land either. I think we're going to discards.
Oh no.
You can discard a Phoenix, at least. There's something.
That is a good card to discard. I don't think Bob did that on purpose. Didn't just say, okay, miss my land drop, go to discard. So it looked like what Bob kept was 1 land, dispute, maybe 2, looks like 2 cantrips, and we did find the second land, so there you go. Trying to get a good look at Bob's hand. Looks like I see dispute, profs, 2 pranksters, Crackling Drake, and a cruise. So, I mean, the hand is pretty good. So I understand the keep from Bob, but especially with 2 cantrips.
Yeah, I mean, 2 cantrips makes a lot of sense. I mean, I've kept hands like that before. It is really, really unfortunate when they don't get there. But I mean, we did find a second land, and I would say on time enough that this game is just over. Now, I do think that Bob is behind, did not have as much time to develop things like Free the Fae as you're seeing here. And the hand for Gerrick looks to be very strong. Lots of counter magic to work with. As here comes a Censor, which is going to look great against opponents missing land drops. Force Spike, notably pretty good in those kinds of situations. Yeah, that's in the graveyard. And plenty of, like I see Dovin's Veto, counter magic to work with, dispute as well.
So this is pretty funny, Drake, because Gerrick decided to go for the Censor on, Derek decided to go for the Censor on the Picklock Prankster holding up the he had normalized. I thought it was.
Oh, yes, he's normalized too. Come on, Gerrick's got it all covered. You were.
I thought it was Veto. I thought it was Veto, and Gerrick was going to get. Yeah, okay, all right.
I think he has like everything. He's all counter magic.
That would have been funny if you chose to use the Censor and then got punished by the 2-drop creature if you didn't have the normalize.
There's a main phase opt. I think once again looking to hit land drop number 3. See a host of spells in hand. Now we do know there is a dispute, so Bob actually can defend his spells at a very mana efficient rate, given the opportunity to do so. But missing land drop number 3 and a hand full of Picklock Pranksters that I saw, that's a 2-mana spell, not what you want to be looking at when you're stuck on 2 lands against a control deck full of Censors and No More Lies.
Yeah, now Gerrick's getting to the point where we have 6 mana, so you could even say Narset, pay for dispute, or 4-drop, hold up another counter spells. We see a young Pyromancer off the top here for Bob. Really rough draw steps, and once you're in this position, you can't really afford to hold up mana. So Bob just going to jam the Pyromancer, and to his credit, Gerrick, the last counter spell I believe is that Dovin's Veto, so not able to fight over the Pyromancer. We'll see if this Deluge can find an answer. Now, hypothetically,
great one to have here.
If the Deluge finds a bunch of counter spells and maybe Gerrick doesn't have a direct answer to the Pyromancer, Bob untaps, finds a cantrip, does some stuff that way. Like there's a path to victory here for Bob, but it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, especially here comes March. That is a 3-mana March. That is kind of taxing on the mana, I'd say. as Gerrick having no issues hitting land drops. Going to shock in a hollowed fountain. Represents lands number 4. Did tap Arden Veil, so we can't use Sunken Citadel or do any tricky stuff with that in order to try to start activating those lands like we saw in game 1. Sleight of hand coming down. Now, if we can chain together 3 spells, there is a bird still in the yard, so that can really get something cooking too from the early discard to hand size. But so far, we've just been struggling so much to hit land drops. I believe didn't even find one there. Here's an opt.
Send an opt. At what point does Gerrick start countering these? I think he's thinking about it.
I think that one maybe was worth countering. If we find land and there's like a 3rd spell like Treasure Cruise, that's actually kind of problematic for you. I think I really would have put some thought into countering that opt.
Be topped, presumably.
Oh, a tap land, of course. All the Storm Giants, and here's a second memory deluge for Gerrick, continuing to build up temporary lockdown and some lands among the mix. Not the best deluge, but honestly doesn't really have to be, as
That's
Bob
tough.
has really been struggling to get the mana started.
I wonder if you're in Bob's spot there, finding that 3rd. So you have the cruise in hand. Do you ever consider bottoming that haul there just to try and, just high roll the untapped land? Because maybe you're in a spot where you're so far behind that maybe you need to hit the untapped land there. It's kind of close.
It is close. I mean, hitting lands, any kind of lands, like assuming there's an untapped land on top, like if some stuff happens, Crackling Drake can start to come in. Like you need to try to set up Crackling Drake with maybe even like Mystical Dispute backup. So like it's not even clear to me if there's an untapped land on top that I still don't want the haul, but Bob clearly interested in the haul no matter what. As here is Narset added to the fray. That one's currently staying on 5. Has plenty of Memory Deluge to flashback. So actually, Memory Deluge flashback, one of the big upgrades to playing No Rest in Peace is you actually can leverage the flashback mode because all of your graveyard hate is targeted. So that's a big, noteworthy point switching over to Cutzel's Flankers over card that is a little bit more of a hammer like Rest in Peace, as Bob has drawn, and it looks like not a land. Don't worry though, we have both of Props, Side Electric Memory, and just all kinds of blue spells and a Crackling Drake.
I think it's 2 Pricklock Pranksters, Drake, Dispute, Cruise, 2 Profs. So not a lot to work on here for Bob. I mean, you can cast the Picklock Prankster, maybe find a cantrip. The cantrip doesn't even do anything in the face of the Narset. I guess unless it's Sleight of Hand. Sleight of Hand still works against Narset. So maybe that's where you go. Is you go Picklock Prankster, try to find a Sleight. Looks like we're going to go for Shredder.
Okay, Shredder's a fine place to start. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, triggering the Shredder, less good in the face of a Narset.
Yeah. Now, funny enough, if Gerrick does double spell on his own turn, that means that Bob would still be able to draw the card off Ledger Shredder because he wouldn't have drawn a card on Gerrick's turn. So Gerrick is going to fight over this. Probably recognizing that, honestly.
Yeah, the Mystical Dispute makes a lot of sense. And here comes, we get the Gaia Reach.
Oh, I forgot the Gaia Reach
going. All right. Yeah, this is going to start to get really brutal. Sunken Citadel plus Sanitarium means we can do that every turn. Narset staying on 5 for good reason, trying to keep that one around. Going to start to work away at Bob's hand as Gerrick gets to loot away some of these extra lands that he has access to. Now, even willing to downtick Narset. I see Cutzel's Flankers, Shark Typhoon, and Wandering Emperor among the next. Gonna grab Typhoon. Yeah, there's no red
think we're done here.
Yeah, to check a big shark, and even Bob's just giving a little bit of a laugh. Just really took too long to get the mana started, and outside of like an unchecked Crackling Drake, maybe from some aggressive play from Gerrick, I think that the doors really starting to close for Bob Culp here.
Yeah, this is kind of what happens with the Phoenix deck, right? You mentioned it. You keep a hand with a couple of cantrips, and Bob just said, "I've had enough. I'm done."
I have so much respect for Bob. Look,
I do
there's
too.
a certain amount of like life equity. You can do anything else with your time than sit there and have the control deck bounce the ball off your face. And not enough players, especially players that are new to the game, play out too long these kinds of control matchups. And in that spot, Bob recognizes that he's dead, I believe correctly so, and is willing to pick it up, move along with things. So Gerrick, Alford going to advance to 2-0. Remember, number 9 on our leaderboard, someone that is looking for a really good finish, has the potential to lock up an NRG championship invite this weekend, even if he does not win the event. Needs to simply make a deep run. Now, he does need quite a strong finish. I believe nothing short of a top 8 will be good enough, but we'll check the numbers on that just to be sure, so I'm not just spouting stuff. And we have a chance, I believe, to talk to Gerrick himself in just a moment about not only his position on the leaderboard at the end of season 1 here, his choice to play control, and all the things around that. Now, while he's getting set up, we'll take a quick look at the leaderboard. There you go. You can have a look. There's Gerrick Alford, player you just saw win over Phoenix. He is 2-0 at 46 points. Now, the second player in right now has 65 points. That is Harrison Kanfer, who's here today. Tim Hatch is in the lead at 68 points. So that is the person that, is going to remain stagnant and is just really hoping that nobody that is unqualified meets or passes him on points. Now, it is very possible for multiple of these players to do it. Gerrick Alford specifically looks like he needs, a little over 20 points. So, yeah, that is, I believe, needs to make top 4 because that is where we start to get 20 points or more. So does need a very deep run here today in order to lock up that season 1 invite. Remember, there's 2 invites to the top 2 unqualified players on the leaderboard, which is currently Tim Hatch and Harrison Kanfer. Now, Harrison Kanfer, Connor Mullaly, Joey DiGiacomo, and Gerrick Alford really all here today, all looking to usurp Tim Hatch. Harrison Kanfer, of course, looking to stay his spot. So with all of that point mouthful out of the way, I believe we have Gerrick Alford here in the booth, ready to have some questions. Gerrick, congratulations!
Thank you.
So talk to me a little bit about kind of what's going on this weekend. So you are number 9 on the leaderboard. You have the potential to pass some players, lock up that NRG championship invite, and you chose to bring Azorius Control for the last event of the season. Talk to me about what's going through your head and your deck selection process and what that all looked like.
I was originally gonna play actually Prowess. My friend Adam actually on Team Flex slot. He won the RC. I was gonna play that, but I was like, I've already had a top 8. I want to have some fun. I actually had to search for his Kanta originally registered in my deck, and I was like, yeah, maybe that's too too bad, But I just want to have some fun.
Yeah, we were actually commenting on George DeBoer's decision to register the Monastery of Swiss Spears. So, and I know he's on the team as well. As far as the matchup is concerned, I mean, obviously, if you're playing Blue Eye Control, you probably assume you have a good Phoenix matchup, which I'm guessing you do. But like as far as the sideboard plan, choosing to play flankers over Rest in Peace, how has that decision kind of all worked out?
That has actually made the matchup a lot better. So they have negates, disdainful strokes, spell pierces. I have yet to name anything that counters flanker, right? I haven't named a single counter spell that counters flanker. So they have Mystical Dispute, what they can do and pay 3 mana for, but then our normalized become on, our sensors come on. So the flanker has been a huge upgrade over the Rest in Peace or others versions like Ashiok. I've seen people play some Ashioks too, but it has been a huge upgrade. It's also really good against some burn players I know in the room, right? Gain 2 life, scry 2,
like George.
Yeah.
Yeah, your own teammate.
One the teammate, why not? Go ahead and get that little extra 1 up there.
So we talked a little bit about the sideboard plan. This is probably, maybe getting a little in the weeds. And if you don't want to reveal your secrets, feel free. But your sideboard's loaded up with creatures. It's very common for the Izzet Phoenix deck to throttle back on the number of creature removal spells they have in the sideboard games. Do you do heavy creature sideboarding, reaching for things even like Regal Caracal in the matchup, or do you just rely on the flankers plus the Shark Typhoons to really do any amount of like that kind of juke and not really reach for all of the creatures that you may have access to?
The Caracals are really for like vampires and the burn decks in the room. The creatures that I really just want in the Phoenix matchup is just the flankers, because you really have to cut the Teferis. They're not really good of all the counter spells they have, but the matchup's pretty weird. You kind of use Narset as an enchantment, but really the flankers what you want to do. Like all your 3 mana spells in that matchup are really, really strong for. So it's just the flankers.
That makes a lot of sense to me. All right. Well, you're 2-0. You need a strong finish this weekend in order to lock up your invite. It sounds like you have worked with your team Flex slot, who is very much here in force. And, any shout outs you want to make to them before we let you go and continue, hopefully, what will be an impressive run and a potential for an NRG championship invite today.
Appreciate that. I do want to shout out George, of course, the owner of Team Flex slot. Huge. Also got me into streaming. Very, very nice, man. Always love to just talk to him about card selections and stuff. Shout out to also Adam for actually booking the Airbnb and stuff. A bunch of the Flex slot guys. Just been great, just have a great laugh, some fun, No complaints.
I love that so much. Yeah, very, very jealous. Sounds like a great time. Sounds like you got some awesome teammates. And like I said, you are off to a great start here. And we look forward to catching up with you later in the day. And hopefully you can continue that winning streak.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right. Now, with that, I believe that wrapped up what was a shockingly quick Azorius control matchup.
I
Now, of
know,
course,
right?
some unfortunate things happened to Bob Culp there. The draw is certainly not on his side. I don't really want to make too many claims one way or the other, but things did not pan out for Bob Culp. That was a quick match, which I believe means we have time for our backup match. Something I'm shocked to find myself saying after watching Azorius Control win a match. And of course, that is going to be against a very different textured matchup. We're talking about Mono Green Devotion, a deck previously I believe to be banned out of the format, versus Abzan Greasefang. So that's, of course, going to be Cliff Boyardee versus Luis Mesa. Cliff Boyardee, of course, our Mono Green Devotion player. This is a little bit of like a flashback, I guess, to old Pioneer, but featuring some new cards. Talk to me a little bit about what's going on here.
The rumors of Nykthos' demise were greatly over-exaggerated. That's all I'll say. But yeah, as far as this deck is concerned, so it's a lot of the stuff that you're probably used to: Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner, the Mana Acceleration, Old Growth Troll, Storm the Festival. But then once we get past that, we have to replace those cards, which we are mostly replacing them with Outcaster Trailblazer. This is kind of the brand new card here. This is a 4/2 that you can plot. It makes a mana when it comes into play, and it has that same Kiora text where whenever you play a big creature, you get the draw card. You're also playing Leyline of the Guild Pact, which is a card that we've mostly seen in Modern to pair with Sign of Draco and Domain cards. But honestly, here, Drake, we're not using it with Domain. We're just using it as 4 green pips for Nykthos. So one of the really, really busted draws this deck has is just turn 0, Leyline, play my Sunken Citadel on turn 1, turn 2, Nykthos, and that's just 4 mana immediately without any elves.
Yeah, you didn't even cast a spell. You just played lands and had your Leyline enter. So yeah, it reminds me of I believe Leyline of Abundance, the banned Leyline in Pioneer. That was part of the equation with that card. Was not only did it juice up your elves, but also provided you 2 free devotion for no extra work. This one gives you 4 devotion, no extra work. And we see a great start here from Cliff with the elves, Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner. And then here is, like you just mentioned, the Outcaster Trailblazer, which as a 4/2 will draw a card off of Kiora. So that's part of the equation as well, and makes a green mana, which is going to deploy another elf. So a ton of devotion already started. Nykthos already found for Cliff Boyardee. There's a look at Outcaster Trailblazer. Makes a mana when it enters. And then, of course, another creature, power 4 or greater, enters battlefield. You draw a card, but Kiora will draw a card off this one. Now, Luis has a Thoughtseize into Vessel of Nascency, I believe, start. Has the Greasefang in hand, along with Shieldred and Eska's Chariot. No 4th lands to start playing these 4 mana cards. And so it looks like we're just going right back to Cliff Boyardee, who is quite a board state already. Kiora and Nykthos started. Things can start to get crazy from here. I see Cavalier in second Kiora.
Yeah, this is kind of a weird spot here for Luis because, you could say, cast the Greasefang and then just try to get some beatdowns on. But I mean, ideally, you just want to, for Luis, you want to go pop the Vessel of Nascency, try to hit Parhelion off of that. Next turn, play the Greasefang, get the Parhelion into play. But I mean, it's a question of, will Luis even get another turn? Which it's not clear at this point whether or not Cliff can kill, because the Kiora can untap the Nykthos, that can get some more cards that way. Looks like it is. And
yeah, that's where we're going.
As far as the kill condition, so usually, at least before the Karn ban, they would just go Karn for Cauldron to loop and do all this stuff. The kill conditions, honestly, at this point, Drake, it's a little bit smoother. You eventually storm into this card called Ulvenwald Oddity, which is a card from exact set. It is Crimson Vow, I believe. So it's 4 mana for a 4/4 trample haste. You can pay 7 to transform it. And on the backside, it's an 8/8 trample haste that says other creatures you control get +1/+1 and have trample and haste. So what ends up happening is you put a bunch of stuff on the battlefield, eventually storm into Oddity, flip that, all of your stuff gets haste, and just attack your opponent all in one go.
I love this. This is so previously it was this weird combo with Karns and all this complicated nonsense you had to try to explain. I love it so much more. Just beat down. Here's my massive thing. All my stuff has haste. I mean, it's a Crater Hoof impression at its finest. And honestly, I like this look from the green deck a lot more. It sounds like you're cheating to some new players across the table. You're just like moving stuff around. You're reaching for your sideboard and putting those cards into play. It looks like you're cheating to new players. Whereas this, I mean, there's no subtlety about it. There's no, ambiguity. It's, here's all my creatures. They all have haste and hit you for a Jillion. Die. And that's what Culp is currently building towards as Invasion of Ixalan, a card going to be deployed here. And that's going to be Luis defending that. As here comes another Outcaster Trailblazer. Draws 3 cards when that one enters, I believe.
Goodness.
No, 2 cards still.
The next
Yeah,
one's
we're
going to
just
draw 3, though.
off here. Invasion of Ixalan, a battle, not legendary. I don't know how that works, but we're apparently doing 2 battles at the Invasion of Ixalan, going digging there. That one finds the Evil World Oddity, the cards you just mentioned from Crimson Vow. 2 copies in Cliff's deck.
I don't know how much mana is floating. Cliff's writing it down on paper, but if we have enough mana floating, we could just go, presumably you just go cast this, flip it, and then might be enough. We're going to draw some cards. What's also crazy to me about this is the Trailblazers, that they just stack, right? Normally with Kiora, the issue was like you would sort of maybe get to a spot where you would run out of cards because you can't ever have more than 1 Kiora in play. But what's sick about Trailblazer is that they just stack so much better than Kiora ever did. And you just get to a spot where you just get to have, 2 or 3 of them in play, as we see here. And Cliff's just going to pick up 6 cards because these 2 creatures are entering the battlefield. My goodness.
Yeah, we attacked both Invasion of Ixalans with the not summoning sick Outcaster Trailblazer and the not summoning sick because it has haste Uvenwald Oddity, which of course transformed into 2 belligerent Regisaurs, which are 4/3 tramples that whenever you cast a spell, it gets indestructible till the turn. Those are both 4-power creatures, which means 6 cards coming off the top. Lots of discards, and Luis now very dead, with Cliff still at 20. Not even the Grease Fang with the Parhelion 2 can actually kill his opponent, and he's dead on the back crack, so he's going to have to find, I don't know if there's any sweepers, if there's anything we can do about this. Not even cracking the Vessel of Nascency, just going straight to draw step. We appear to have found a Rafine's Informant. I don't think that's going to be enough.
I'm not sure why we didn't pop the Vessel there. I mean, I don't know if it matters, because even if you hit Yahtzee and hit the Parhelion and Cliff just takes, Cliff has a reach blocker anyways, but even if Cliff just took the damage, you just take 13 on tap and very easily kill Luis. So I don't think it matters either way. As we see this, Boyardee is going to get flipped, and Cliff's like, I'm just going to attack you with all my creatures.
Beep, beep. He just flips, just straight to business is Cliff Boyardee. Just straight to flipping the Oddity and approximately a jillion damage. So that was a very quick game. So we're going to have a quick look at some deck lists from these players. I believe we should be starting with the Abzan Grease Fang deck from Luis Mesa. Take a quick look at that. So this is an old matchup, and there should be some probably established sideboarding for this matchup. We got 3 Fatal Push, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Mosswood Dread Knight, 2 Temporary Lockdown, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Bitter Triumph, 1 Duress, 1 Night of Autumn, 1 Silence. How is sideboarding against the new look of Mono Green?
Damping Sphere good against Nykthos, Lockdown good against the Elves, same thing with Fatal Push. Past that, probably not a ton else.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Get the creature removal in and maybe some things to shut down Nykthos. Outside of that, don't dilute your deck too much. Trying to execute your main game plan. Mono Green Devotion. With that, quick and simple, let's have a look at Cliff Boyardee's look at Mono Green Devotion. So this one maybe a little less established. No Karn board this time. We got 3 Pick Your Poison, 3 Tail Swipe, 2 copies of the Stone Brain, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Emrakul the Promised End, 1 Offset Bailoff, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 1 Arasta of the Endless Web, and 1 Tranquil Frillback. What kind of things we like against Grease Fang?
It's weird. I'm looking at a Mono Green deck, and I'm not used to seeing an actual sideboard. So this is news to me. But as far as what cards we want from Cliff, the Hearses are pretty good at fighting over the graveyard stuff with Grease Fang. Pick Your Poison, Tail Swipe. Tail Swipe is weird because is it an instant or a sorcery? I can't remember. Tail Swipe is an instant. Okay, so that one we definitely want. I know there's some of those versions that are sorceries. So Tail Swipes to fight Grease Fang at instant speed. The Hearses are very good. Past that, the Tranquil Frillback is good, but it's a little bit slower graveyard hate, so I'm not sure if you want to go towards that 4-drop.
Yeah, so some good options even if you don't want to reach for all those things. And the Hearse is, I think, more or less the obvious choices of the bunch. But outside of that, again, this is a deck really proactive, not really looking to dilute its game plan too much, especially when its game plan seemed to work just fine in game 1. So players very light sideboarding, if at all. However, the play draw, I believe, will also flip as well as we go back down to the match here for game number 2, where Luis presumably going to be on the play this time. Has access to Duress in the opening hand, a lot of 2-mana spells, maybe just 1 land. Yeah, I don't think we can work with that. As he goes to a mulligan, Cliff looks to be on a keep. I think I saw a Leyline in the bunch too, so we might even get to start with a Leyline again. So easy.
Yeah, he didn't have. I don't think Cliff didn't have the.
Oh, he didn't have it last time. You're right. You're right. Yeah. Oh, the smiley face. Wow, Cliff making a little making a little art for us.
Well,
It's downtime.
we decided. Oh, the one is the nose. I like that. But we decided to
Yeah.
go instead of this. So I forgot who it was yesterday that did this. Oh, it was Drew Buchanan who did the smiley face, but the cards were sideways. So Cliff's deciding to change the smiley face metagame a little bit and go the other way around. So I don't know who's better. We'll have to decide. But here we go.
Oh, I think
Leyline.
that's a thing for Twitch chat. I think they need to kind of figure that out among themselves. Is Leyline of the Guild Pact going to be put in for the first time on turn 0? This is an interaction you talked about. Able to power up the Nykthos. I see Sunken Citadel too. We might have the full draw. We might have Sunken Citadel and the Nykthos, like you called out, just to tap Godless Rain on 1 for Luis. And Forest, Llanowar Elves for Cliff as we go back to Luis.
And there's a Bitter Triumph, so we can go Bitter. This is actually kind of nice for Luis. Bitter Triumph, the Elf, discard Asika's, or do we have Parhelion? No, I think we just have Chariot. So Bitter Triumph, discard Chariot, Elf dead, untap, land through Greasefang. That's a pretty good start if you're Luis.
Yeah,
and
looks
we are
like
going to
holding on to the Triumph here a little bit. Here comes
Triumph.
Outcaster Trailblazer. So we did make like 5 green mana, I believe, using the Elf. We did have the Nykthos. That made 5 green. We used 3 of it for the Trailblazer, which is going to make 1 more. And now we are doing the play you talked about. Bitter Triumph, discarding Eska's Chariot on the Trailblazer instead.
Yeah, so it looks like maybe Luis prioritizing.
No.
Oh God, that hurts.
That's a giant beating. Yeah, that hurts is very timely for Cliff, who already has more mana dialed up in the form of. Oh yeah, here we go. As soon as that Greasefang is being cast, Cliff going after the graveyard with the hearse. Going to put 2 cards up under that.
God, that was brutal. I was like, Luis's draw looked pretty good. You had the turn 2 removal spell to kill the creature, and then the ability to play the Greasefang. But Cliff's hand was just a little bit better. Now, to Luis's credit, it does not look like Cliff has a payoff, right? All the mana in the world, the graveyard offline, but as of right now, no payoff. And Luis actually had the option to go land for Chariot, choosing to go for the Damping Sphere instead. So that's an interesting decision. Maybe just, wants to make sure that if Cliff does draw a payoff, doesn't have access to a ton of mana to keep going. So I kind of understand that. That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, assuming that Cliff has the mana all dialed up, if he ever draws anything at all, you're in trouble. Shut that down first. And then something like that normally would look pretty anemic, like just an Eska's Chariot, right? Like not actually that strong compared to what your deck normally does. That might actually be good enough to get over the finish line over time, assuming that Cliff's mana is now sufficiently disrupted by the Damping Sphere. So Invasion of Ixalan's going to find Lair of the Hydra.
It's technically a payoff.
In a way. I mean, the Nykthos now doesn't do its thing anymore, but we do still have 3 Llanowar Elvish Mystic shape things. So, yeah, this is just the anemic beatdowns from both decks. Just plan A is here all around. We're actually attacking the Invasion of Ixalan down to 1 defense counter, siege counter. What are they? I don't know what it is.
Loyalty? I don't even know what it is.
It's not loyalty. It's not planeswalkers. It's a different kind, but I don't know what kind. As here comes 4 mana. I believe this is going to be a Chariot.
Yep.
Here comes the kittens.
Chariot, and that's going to mean Luis can now kind of have a wider battlefield, especially if Luis is maybe worried about that Invasion of Ixalan flipping. You now have 3 blockers to clear the 3 elves. I guess there's the Lair of the Hydra as well. So it's a question of, does Luis actually want to attack with the Greasefang here? You probably do, but then I guess how much do you care about the belligerent? What's it? Belligerent? You know the name.
Regisaur. Belligerent Regisaur.
Regisaur, okay.
4/3, I believe, trample that can get indestructible when you cast a spell. So, I mean, it's meaningful if we're trying to beat down with Eska's Chariot. It does trade with the Chariot itself. So we are going to actually bash in for 4 more damage with the Greasefang. No food for Hearse.
And maybe if you're Luis, you actually don't mind too much if Cliff decides to flip that invasion, because it requires Cliff to basically sacrifice 2 elves, where you have to send all 3 elves into the red zone. You get to block 2 of them. So you're essentially trading 2 elves to flip that Regisaur in. And maybe Luis is just fine with that trade.
Yeah, because even if you just only animate the Hydra, right, just be like, okay, big Hydra, hard to block, you can just chump block with one of the tokens, and then you're good to go. And you can do that ad nauseum by just making a token every turn with the Chariot. So that's not really going to work. And we do still have the 3 elves. Here's a Cavalier. So this one is going to go digging for lands, but Nykthoses aren't good. We already have a lot of the lands we'd be interested in anyway in play. So the land ramp isn't great, but the 5/6 blocker is. So that ironically, Cavalier of Thorns kind of just good for its stats right now.
Yeah, 5/6 blocker, and then the potential to try and mill over Storm in the festival. I think that's what Clip was really looking for. Didn't find the Storm. It looks like the graveyard is a couple lands, Kiora, and an Elf, so no Storm there for Cliff. And Luis is now in a position where, thought we were going to be able to attack with the Chariot, and we're just doing it anyways. Chariot's
we're just
getting
jamming
there,
everything
make
in
a
the zone
token.
here. Okay. Greasefang and Chariot coming in.
So now the Cav probably blocks the Chariot, take a little bit of damage that way, because I believe the Greasefang crewed the Chariot. So if you block the Chariot, you take 4 from the Cats.
No, I think the Cats
And
crewed the Chariot. Maybe you're right.
I thought
he pointed to the Cats and the Chariot. I don't know. Whatever. We'll see when the blocks start getting lined up, because he's definitely going to get to blocking. Okay, so we're crewing the Hearse. So yeah, we can actually trade for the Greasefang. So assuming it's just Chariot Greasefang, Cavalier can get in front of Chariot, and Hearse can get in front of Greasefang, and that trades off everything. But then if there's a backup Greasefang, maybe things start to look problematic. So yeah, we're just going to eat a cat instead. So you were correct. The Greasefang, I guess, crewed. And now there goes Chariot. There goes Cat. 2 damage punched through.
Yep. So that's going to put Cliff down to 10, and Luis getting some chip shot. Getting some chip shot damage in here, but Cliff is every single turn that passes, Cliff's board state is just getting so much wider, and it's going to be very, very tough for Luis to kind of. Past this point, it's going to be tough for Luis to have profitable attacks that even can get any sort of damage in. And now you have only 1 cat back to block, so Cliff can even send 2 elves at the battle to flip that. Maybe leave the Cav back, maybe attack with the Cav. Actually, I kind of like getting in the Cav too, because you're going to get the extra blocker from the invasion.
Right. Yeah, a 4/3 blocker worth quite a bit on this battlefield, as the elves are, as you can see, going after the invasion. Cavalier going at Luis. We're starting a real racing situation with all the backups here. But, I mean, really, like you said, Cliff still, even without Nykthos, shut down, of course, by the Damping Sphere to its mana production, still developing his board, getting these 4/3s. The Cavalier was a massive draw. And the Hearse is actually growing pretty big as well, too, as 4 counters on it. Or 4 cards under it, rather.
Looks like I believe the Cat token may have chump blocked the Cav, so Luis preserving life total a little bit. We got 4 mana for a troll, because notably, Yearling is considered casting a spell off of the battle, so that Damping Sphere will tax the troll. So, but yeah, plenty of mana to pay for that. Not a huge deal. But as you can see, I mean, now look at Cliff's battlefield. It's a 4/3 indestructible, 4/4 trample, 5/6 plus the lair of the Hydra and the Hearse. And Luis just has a 4/3 and a 2/2. So not exactly sure how Luis can get out of this, especially in the face of that Hearse. If it weren't for the Hearse, one of Luis's ways out could be find a Parhelion, put it into the graveyard. But with that Hearse in play, and if I take a quick look at Luis's deck list, maybe something like a Shieldred the Apocalypse could chip shot Cliff away. I'm not seeing it here. Yeah,
it's tough. And I mean, his leftovers in hand aren't good. It's like Land, Takanuma, and I believe a Thoughtseize are the leftovers for Luis. So none of those cards really doing much to add to the mix. Takanuma especially even shut off by the Hearse. Now, you maybe could do some trickery. Like, there's a lot of trades to get the Greasefang in the yard. You can get it back at instant speed. But then still, your board is still dwindling. That's still using mana that requires you to get it, replay it. That's a 7 mana transaction in a spot where now Cliff's starting to look to assemble almost a lethal crack back. Yeah, crew, Hearse. Make it a 6/6.
And that's going to eat the Greasefang. And Luis is just going to lose that Greasefang. We might even be facing lethal in play with 1 blocker. Block the Hearse, take 5, 9, 13, 16 plus the layer. Yeah, this is way more than lethal.
Yeah, this is over lethal, even with a blocker back, I believe. And a lot of this stuff has trample. And yeah, so Cliff is actually going to explain that to Luis. And yeah, I mean, not a lot he can do, right? Really kind of hope that Cliff messes up with some of the blocks and stuff like that. You can maybe get your Takanuma involved. So really, I mean, a good performance from the Mono Green Devotion deck. Kind of timely cards, I'd say, in the forms of Hearse and things of that nature, was really able to kind of win that kind of mopey beatdown stuff. So with that actually concludes our round number 2. We're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard and how things are situated right now. Again, remember, this is the end of season 1. So there is going to be 2 players on this leaderboard that are not currently highlighted in orange, which of course, as you can see, means that they're qualified for the NRG Championship. That are going to be qualified, not without having to win. Remember, this is not a showdown event. That are going to be qualified for the NRG Championship at the end of this weekend because it is the end of season 1. So that's something that we saw Gerrick Alford fighting for. Harrison Kanfer's here as well. We saw Peo earlier. A lot of these players here fighting for all of that. And it is actually a tight race. Tim Hatch there at the top is able to be caught by the other players that are playing in this event as well. So there is quite a bit at stake for those players outside of course, the normal prizes for our Pioneer 5K trial as well. And we're going to be seeing more of them for sure as time goes on. But with that, we'll also take a quick look at, I believe, the players already qualified for the NRG Championship at the end of the year. I guess we're actually going to go to a break. So we are going to go ahead and cut to the break. That'll be the end of round number 2. We'll be back with round number 3 very soon. Don't go anywhere. All right, a really quick break, and we are back here for round number 3 of our Pioneer 5K trial in St. Louis, part of the NRG series overall. Remember, this is the end of season 1, and as a result, we have a bunch of players to watch that are all fighting for some of those end of season slots from the NRG Championship. Among those at the top, you see 2-0, Connor Mullaly, Gerrick Alford, and Harrison Kanfer. These are 3 very relevant players for that end of season slot conversation, as is Joey DiGiacomo and Travis Williams, for both at 1-1, looking to rally back. And then Jonathan Zacek, and I also known as Nikachu, who won our showdown yesterday and punched his ticket to the end of year championship right then and there. I'm going to take a Merfolk at 0-2, as is Peo and Tai Tajili, who is also at 0-2 as well. So some of these players, I believe both Nikachu and Tai already qualified. Peo, looking at the outside, looking in at 0-2, really needs to rally back if he wants to try to have a fighting chance for one of those end-of-year slots. The rest of the players, though, sitting pretty. And for our feature match this round, you're going to get to see Connor Mullaly, one of the players, of course, that is fighting for those slots in the best position to do so at number 6 on our leaderboard. He is the first out of those 2 slots right now at 2-0, and he's playing his take on Izzet Phoenix. And he's playing against kind of a spicy deck as well. Is it Ensoul? So can you start to break that down for me?
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. So Ensoul is a deck that has been sort of waiting at a popularity from here and there, but I think a lot of people, the reason that you would choose to play Ensoul is you think you have a reasonably okay Phoenix matchup, and the reason for that is specifically Ensoul Artifact plus Darksteel Citadel. Especially in a game 1 setting, it's very difficult for Phoenix to present enough blockers to eventually that thing is going to hit you a couple times, and then combined with Shrapnel Blast and things like that can really help close out the game fast. Eric is dealing damage in chunks of 5, and you only start at 20 life, Drake, and only a couple of those. It only takes a couple of those to get through across the finish line.
4 hits and you're dead with the Ensoul. As here is Voldarin Epicure, maybe kind of one of the maligned, you could argue, inclusions in this deck, but does produce an artifact for 1 mana, gets a little bit of reach damage in the form of its ETB trigger, and really a card that has shown its mettle in all kinds of various decks that just care about having game objects in play. Among those, of course, is it Ensoul, which cares about having some of those artifacts. As here we go, Connor turn 2, end of turn 1 does consider turn 2. Ledger Shredder looking to be a very good blocker and maybe one of the few cards that can really get enough toughness to start to check the things like the Ensoul artifact on Darksteel Citadel, like you mentioned. As there's a look at the Epicure, and there's a look at Ledger Shredder, powerful rare from Shisanu Capenna.
And this is a really interesting spot for Eric here. I see the land and the Ensoul artifact, but the question is, that Connor has 4 copies of Lightning Axe in his deck. Are you willing to Ensoul the blood token and just say, okay, well, I'm going to get in 5 damage guaranteed. Connor's likely not going to chump block with the Shredder. And are you going to be okay with a follow-up, a follow-up Lightning Axe? And it looks like Eric has decided not to do that. We're going to go for a Smuggler's Copter instead. Maybe just, doesn't want to run that Ensoul into a Lightning Axe. And it kind of makes sense. You want to see, I don't think there's a Citadel, but maybe if you draw Citadel off the top, you can, run it a little bit safer and not have to worry about a Lightning Axe.
Yeah, and you even have Smuggler's Copter to go looking, right? Even if Ledger Shredder gets a counter, it can block, but not profitably on the Smuggler's Copter, and you can really start to dig for that Citadel and Soul combo that you mentioned. There's also, I mean, a few other solid includes in this deck as well that can really start to get involved in the combat conversation as far as making something big. Cards like Inti and cards like Cryptic Coat that can either be unblockable or pump up some of your other cards. As here is a copy of Inti, Sensual of the Sun, kind of one of the more recent includes, a rare from Lost Caverns of Ixalan. Lots of text on this powerful 2-mana legendary creature. When you attack, you can discard a card. If you do, you put a counter on target attacking creature and it gains trample. So that's a lot of text already. But when you discard one or more cards, you get to exile the top card of your library and play it until your next turn. So you can even though you're getting card disadvantage to make this ability happen, you potentially could get your card back, assuming you can play whatever comes off the top.
And that consider Bind a Steam Vents, and fortunately enough for Connor, found an Arclight Phoenix. So this Impulse, we're going to trigger the Shredder. That's going to allow Connor to loot, discard the Phoenix, and then we're also going to be able to Impulse that Smuggler's Copter. I believe that was the target over Inti. I think I saw him point to the Copter. So yeah, Phoenix
I think
in the graveyard.
The Copter with Inti, yeah.
Yeah, and then Copter is going to get fought over. And, you know, honestly, Eric, even if you could fight over it with some kind of counter spell, we do have a Spell Pierce, and that is going to fight over, but that's also going to trigger the Shredder again.
Second spell, oh no.
And now if Connor discards a spell, you don't even have that good of an attack with the Smuggler's Copter. I mean, I guess you can discard to the Inti to make it a 4/4 and have it bounce, but you can't play the spell that you cast off of the Inti, or that you hit off the Inti, because you've already made your land drop. So Eric is, you know, wants to fight over it and keep the Smuggler's Copter in play, but now is in a position, it doesn't even attack with it.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot. Now, I mean, it's not as bad as it looks, assuming you get to untap with your board state unmeddled with, I'd argue, because there is still one blocker, and Inti can still threaten to pump the Smuggler's Copter next turn, and then maybe you can play the card that comes off the top, and you'd really start to get something going, even if your cards in hand aren't that good. But, I mean, just not attacking, giving Phoenix more time. I mean, we're leading on sleight of hand here. That's potentially more Ledger Shredder triggers, maybe even getting the Phoenix back if we have a third spell. I know there's a Lightning Axe among the mix. So, just more turns for the Phoenix deck just means more problems typically for Eric Hennig to work through as he tries to find something to pair with his Ensoul artifact that's going to make a meaningful difference in the board state and not just get picked off with the Lightning Axe.
Yeah, Connor is really looking for a cruise here. Looks like we kept a Spell Pierce. Actually, kind of a heads-up play, because now you can go Cantrip. Yeah, well, I was going to say looking for a cruise. Already had the cruise.
Had it.
So the cruise is going to get back the Phoenix. You can attack for 6 and hold up Spell Pierce to prevent something like an Ensoul artifact off the top. So this is a really, really good spot to be in here if you are Connor. The question is, do you hold back? And he's actually said, you know what? I don't want to attack with anything. I'm going to hold back with both.
I mean, the classic who's the beatdown strategy being analyzed here by Connor, realizing that, I think that attacking is getting aggressive and opening myself up to various types of double Ensoul or something like that could be really problematic for me. No sense getting aggressive when you don't need to be. Each turn with these treasure cruises and things the like, the board state is getting better for me right now. So as a result, just kind of preserve my life total, and we're going to overwhelm Eric as the game goes on because my cards are better. A solid analysis from Connor. I have to say I agree with his posturing, as there is quite a bit of problems. Here is Gleaming Gear Drake, an uncommon from the Murders at Karlov Manor. Artifact creature, costs Izzet to cast. Flying 1/1 when it enters, you get to investigate. So kind of gets to do the same thing that the Vault and Epicure is doing, making an artifact as it enters. Then whenever you sack an artifact, gets bigger. So that's meaningful with this blood token, which is actually pretty cool to activate here. So we're discarding a card, which is going to trigger Inti. And then you're going to get to look at the top card that way. You're going to get a counter on your Gleaming Gear Drake for sacrificing an artifact. And, of course, you get a new card for your trouble from the blood token. So we're just moving cards in between zones here for Eric Hennig. And, I mean, this is what he needs to be doing, right? This is his engine.
Yes. Yeah. Cards are flowing all over the place. Now, I guess ideally, if you're Eric here, you want something like a Torch the Tower, which there are 4 copies of in the deck list. I do not believe he picked one up. I think the hand right now is Epicure, second Inti, and Ensoul Artifact. But yeah, for Eric, you're in a position where you want to, like, say, Torch the Phoenix to have that one exiled. Maybe something like Shrapnel Blast on the Ledger Shredder before the Shredder gets that third counter. But it looks like maybe that's not going to be the case, because Connor maybe wants to discard a spell here. And, Connor, astute player, will have Shrapnel Blast on the mind. So we'll maybe think about discarding one of those extra spells. Maybe figures, okay, well, Eric's tapped out this turn. I can just wait till next turn to discard a spell. Doesn't have to do it right now exactly. Right. But yeah, Connor has everything, the world at his oyster.
I would say that this is among the better draws that the Phoenix deck could even present against the Ensoul deck as well. Getting that really large blocker in the form of Ledger Shredder is one of the best ways to check the card Ensoul Artifact, the namesake of the Izzet Ensoul deck. And of course, already has 2 Lightning Axes we see dialed up along with the Spell Pierce. This is a lot of very powerful interaction against the deck that normally wants to operate light on mana and tries to assemble very large creatures that Phoenix typically can't deal with. Lightning Axe, in fact, I think we're using a stray one here, discarding the Spell Pierce to pick off NT. So this is actually a good exchange for Eric because we know he has a backup NT in hand. So now I'm going to get some use out of that. And there's a Lightning Axe down.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Eric, you're pretty happy to see that Lightning Axe because you've been holding that Ensoul artifact basically the entire game, knowing that Lightning Axe is a possibility. Eric is clearly, it seems like he's saving it to try and find a copy of Darksteel Citadel before he goes for it. And now that one of those axes is down, maybe Eric is going to say, okay, well now I'm in a position where one axe down, maybe I have to hope that Connor doesn't have a second axe, and just kind of go for the Ensoul. And Connor decides to go for second Shredder into Cruise, which is going to put him shields down for a turn.
Yeah, shields down, but some large blockers discarding Cruise number 3. So we're Cruise flooded here as Connor Mullaly, as he does find a land that he's going to discard. So the other Shredder going to stay relatively small. 3 cards coming from, of course, the Treasure Cruise. Those first 2 cards, or first 2 drawn cards, were from the Ledger Shredder triggers, which are going to stay on defense. And as you mentioned, shields down might be Ensoul time. I mean, Eric's been very, very patient with this Ensoul, and maybe some heads up play with Connor, but firing off one of those Lightning Axes is, hey, now Eric thinks maybe less likely to have an axe. Maybe I'll expose the Ensoul now on something that isn't a Citadel, and Connor can just pick that off with the second copy of Lightning Axe. We'll see if that does manifest, as here's the second copy of NT Sensual of the Sun.
Yeah, I mean, ideally for Eric, you want to Ensoul and Inti in the same turn, because if you just Ensoul and don't cast the Inti, Connor can just say, okay, chump block with Phoenix, get it back next turn. But the problem, as we hit the Shrapnel Blast, I was going to say the problem with going for Inti plus Ensoul is that you trigger the Shredder. The Shredder that has 2 counters on it can get a 3rd counter and give it 6 toughness, which I guess would still, you can make the Ensoul artifact creature that's attacking a 6/6, which would get it past that 6 toughness Shredder. But then Connor could just maybe double block with Shredder and Phoenix and trade one of them for the Ensoul token.
Right, and that's still tough. But I mean, the current problem is with Shrapnel Blast revealed. We would love to cast that one, you sacrificing the clue or something like that. But we actually just don't even have another land. So between the blood and the card exiled from Inti, did not find a land, so we can't play any of our powerful 2-mana spells that Eric has access to. A really unfortunate sequence for him there. Had a lot of looks, didn't find it, and now these Shredders are going to continue to get big as we start with Sleight of Hand. And, you can try to go wide around some of the stuff. Like you mentioned, all roads kind of lead to some bad attacks for Eric, so everything is still staying on defense. Connor's life total remains high at 16, and with the Shrapnel Blast down, there's not even like a lot of aspirations for burning him out that way.
Yeah, and Connor is just kind of churning through the deck here, triggering Shredder multiple times. I mean, really just wants to try and find the Temporal Trespass, because you can get to a spot where you can play a lot of defense, and that's exactly what the Phoenix deck likes to do, is you play a little bit of defense early in this matchup, and then you kind of have that really big pivot turn where you just say, okay, iteration, time walk, you're dead. And I think that's, what Connor is really looking for. Where he doesn't really have to make any sort of attacks early, because he knows that the late game is going to favor him with the iteration plus Temporal Trespass combo, as we see free the Fae into free the Fae. I mean, it's free real estate, right?
It's free Fae estate. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense. Whatever. We're digging through. We're digging through the deck, and honestly, with multiple Treasure Cruise cast, multiple free the Fae cast, at some point does deck size start to become a thing that we're paying attention to? Probably not, but I mean, he's churned through a ton of his deck.
Yeah, maybe if the Temporal Trespass was the actual bottom card, but casting a couple of ops means I think that Connor would know that if it was the actual bottom card, whatever the last opt bottomed. So
Sure.
I don't know if that's going to matter too much, as we see Eric going to go ahead and sack a clue. And I mean, that Gear Drake is growing, but again, still doesn't really have a ton of profitable attacks into that large Shredder and the Phoenix. Mm-hmm. So I guess if you're Eric at this point, it's where do we go? What exactly needs to happen for Eric to have start to make inroads on this battlefield? And I think it might start with Shrapnel Blast on the 3/5 Shredder.
Yeah, so that's tough right now because we haven't cast a spell yet, so that's meaningful. And if we sack an artifact for Shrapnel Blast, we do actually grow the Gear Drakes, as here's a second one added to the battlefield, which will bring with it another clue. And so we can start to involve a combat, like you mentioned, where double blocks start to look very appealing for Connor. And then a Shrapnel Blast can actually really start to muddy that up quite a bit as well. I believe Shrapnel Blast an instant. So we can really get that one involved in combat, grow the Gear Drakes, and actually start to pick off some of the large toughness creatures that Connor Mullaly is currently presenting. But we really want to grow both Gear Drakes, really get the equity out of both of those. And we want to be able to sack something that isn't meaningful. So that's where this clue token is maybe starting to come into play as well for the Shrapnel Blast. But that does give, again, Connor another turn to start to grow his Ledger Shredders, casting all these spells. We see the 4th Treasure Cruise in hand and continue to look for that Temporal Trespass that will likely seal the deal on this game.
Yeah, he actually just found the Trespass off of the end step Free the Fae. So that one is in the hand and known by both players. So, with casting the Cruise first, we'll have to see whether or not we have enough cards in the graveyard to cast the Trespass. But we might be approaching pretty close to lethal here, just with, axe a flyer, bring back a Phoenix, attack with everything post-combat, cast the iteration cast the Trespass without even needing the iteration.
Yeah, don't even need the Galvanic Iteration to make that happen. And yeah, that's looking very close to lethal with a second Phoenix in the yard. Both of these Ledger Shredders growing in size. And of course, if you want to perform some kind of a ritual, you want to make additional Temporal Trespass mana, Lightning Axe is very good at that, getting you 2 cards for 1 mana. So in a way, making mana when it comes to casting your Delve spells.
Yeah, and I think Connor might even have a Profs in hand too. So you could say land or untap land, which gives you 5 mana. Trespass is 3rd spell, Profs. Trigger from Profs, counters on Phoenix, get back the other Phoenix, attack with everything. Eric with, I guess, 3 flying blockers. Maybe that wouldn't quite be, but it looks like we are going to go for Profs.
Okay, just getting that one started. Profs, Eidetric? Can you please help me with this? I don't know how to say this.
I think it's Eidetic.
Eidetic memory. Eidetic. Okay, it's your card. I don't know. This is just, you're the face of that card, in my opinion. Every time I see that, I think of you. So whatever that means, whatever that puts you in life, that's where things are at.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't know. I believe that's to you in the audience, wherever that goes. Temporal Trespass, the follow up.
Yeah, Connor does go for the Profs and the Trespass. So this is nice because you get more battlefield presence. But the issue, I guess the problem with this line is you have a turn where Eric has more blockers. So I guess maybe the worry is if Eric can chump block enough this turn, and then maybe it's not lethal next turn where you get back Phoenix, assuming you put a bunch of counters on that Phoenix. Yep. And then you get that back. So you're getting extra turn for Connor. As of right now, Eric has the potential for 3 flying blockers. As presumably, the small Gear Drake chumps the big Phoenix, and then you can bounce the 4/4 Gear Drake off of either eat the Phoenix or one of the, bounce it off one of the Shredders. That has you taking 6 going to 10. You have 2 flying blockers back for next turn, but I believe Connor may have 2 removal spells rolled up for the 2 blockers next turn. So I think this is going to be good enough.
Yeah, I believe I agree with you as well. I think we see double axe and fiery impulse for the next turn. So it looks like really no matter what the sequence of blocks are this turn, which I mean, obviously you're incentivized with all those removal spells to make some blocks this turn and preserve life total as much as you can. Maybe getting some double block action going too. Smuggler's Copter and Gear Drake.
With the Profs, I'm not sure the double block changes things because you still take 6 off of this block. You get one of the Shredders off the battlefield, and you lose 2 flyers. So that means you lose 2 blockers for next turn. Connor loses 1 attacker. You're at 10. And then the removal spell still clears the last blocker, which is, Connor has more than enough for lethal next turn. I guess Eric is maybe in a spot where you just have to say, I hope you don't have another removal spell. And then you get the chump block next turn, maybe take 6 and try to just go from there.
Yeah, I think, so we exiled, so we looted with Smuggler's Copter, discarded a land, which triggered Empty, and revealed another Shrapnel Blast. So there's 1 in hand that we know about, 2 in exile that we know about. So we can't really even assemble, if Eric in some mystical universe was able to get another turn, we could even assemble like a medium attack with multiple Shrapnel Blasts in the game as Connor immediately reaching for his Lightning Axes on the blockers in order to try to punch through. And that's Eric sees what's going on here. Yeah, you get the blockers out the way. I die immediately, even with or without triggers and all that kind of stuff. And that, a bogged down game 1, surprisingly close given how well things went for Connor through the early turns. It looks like Eric, this is part of the power of the Ensoul deck. Is it almost is never out of it. As the game goes on, cards like Shrapnel Blast and Ensoul Artifact are so powerful that you're never really out of it. And I really felt that through that entire match. It's like, okay, well, there's still sequences of draws that get Eric back in this, even though everything seems to be coming up Connor and the Phoenix deck. So, exciting game one, and we still have more Magic to play. So I guess with that, let's take a look at Eric Hennig's take on Izzet Ensoul, and specifically the sideboard here. We got 3 copies of Fiery Impulse, 3 Rending Volley, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Mage Bane Lizard, 2 copies of the Corroding War, 2 Rampaging Ferocodon, and of course the companion, Gigantha the Wellspring. So if you're the Izzet Ensoul deck looking to take down some birds, what are we reaching for?
I mean, Gigantha's got to be good, right? 5/5 good against all the Fiery Impulses.
Yeah.
The Mage Bane Lizards, I think that's kind of what they're here for. Notably, the most important part about Lizard is the fact that it has 4 toughness, which means it dodges Fiery Impulse, and it really punishes the Phoenix player for casting multiple spells and trying to get those Phoenixes back. So I think the Mage Banes are slam dunks. Rending Volley, very good at answering the Shredders in game 1, and if Connor decides to reach for the Drakes in game 2. So I like those. Mystical Dispute can help fight over crews, although it's not the best at fighting over crews because typically the Phoenix player will cast some stuff early and then cast it on turn 4 with 3 mana up. So I don't know if you want to go towards disputes, but I do like the volleys and I do like the lizards.
Yeah, the Lizards. Love them. Yeah, this is a Mage Bane Lizard, a card getting a little more stock in Modern, thanks to the Ruby Storm deck. I guess it has some leverage here in Pioneer as well against the Phoenix deck. And like you mentioned, Rending Volley being uncounterable and dealing 4 damage for 1 mana, a big deal for the Ensoul deck. Well, let's take a look over at Connor Mullaly and his take on Izzet Phoenix, how he might want to adjust against Izzet Ensoul. I can't imagine we're going to see too many shatters as we take a look at 3 Crackling Drakes, 2 Disdainful Strokes, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Young Pyromancer, 1 Ashiok Dream Render, 1 Fiery Impulse, 1 Aether Gust, 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Negate, and 1 Brazen Borrower. What do you like against the Artifact aggro strategy?
Well, I would like it more if we had some Abrades or Prismari commands, but without any copies of those. So I've played this matchup a couple of times, and Pyromancer is a weird card because Pyromancer is really good at blocking Citadel and Soul if they don't have Inti, and if you can keep Inti off the battlefield. So that's actually been, at least for me, a pretty big part of the postboard matchup. So I like the Pyromancers. Borrower can be decent at answering Ensoul on a token if you don't have an axe, so that could be something you want to go towards. The Drakes, I don't think I want them. I think they're a little too slow. The Impulse is pretty good. The Spell Pierce can help fight over Ensoul Artifact, and then similarly the Mystical Disputes as well.
Okay, so I mean, a lot of good 1 mana interaction upgrades, and like you mentioned, the Young Pyromancer just adding to the roadblock. We mentioned kind of Connor very much on the defense through the early turns that we saw in game 1. If he's looking to continue that, Young Pyromancer notably very, very good at blocking, creating all those chump blockers, as it is wont to do in various matches where you have time to cast spells. So with that, players have done their sideboarding very, very quickly. Both players ready for the matchup and are kicking things off immediately. Spirabluff Canal into the Spyglass Siren, which of course brings with it a map token, and notably also an early flying attacker. Flying men's come a long way.
I know. Can you imagine telling people in like 1996 that we're playing Flying Men that this is the card? You know what I mean? That this is we would have this card.
This absurd game object too.
Yeah,
map tokens are great.
Yeah, let's see exactly what kind of hand Eric has. If we're attacking first, presumably has something like a Copter. I think I see a Legion Extruder in Eric's hand. Kind of didn't mention that one in deck building. That's another relatively new card. It's sort of like the reverse Bone Crusher Giant, where it's ETB, you get the damage, and then you can sack an artifact to get a 3/3. So you can like ETB, you can kill something, and then Legion Extruder can sacrifice those extra game objects to make additional 3/3s. And what's also nice about it is it is sort of like anti-removal spell. Like if they go to kill your Copter, you can just sack the Copter in response and turn that into a 3/3 token.
Yeah, we've seen that with sacrifice decks where, if you have some kind of sacrifice blood artist set up and people are going to remove things, okay, well, I'll just sack it response, get whatever value I'm getting out of the sacrifice ability. I'm still getting value even though you're removing my thing. It can present some of that. So very likely a card that could be a huge player here. Smuggler's Copter was added to the board for Eric Hennig, and Connor Mullaly just hauled his Storm Giants on 2, casting a sleight of hand, really moving through some of his initial cantrips. Now, I'm somebody that when I play the Phoenix deck, I typically like to hold them for the most part as long as possible, unless I have a cruise already dialed up. Connor firing off a couple right away, leaving up red mana, potentially representing some removal spells. So looking either likely for lands or removal spells, but no threats just yet. We saw the turn 2 Ledger Shredder matter quite a bit in game 1, not present here in game 2.
Yeah, I see. Looks like a Spell Pierce, Lightning Axe, Phoenix in Connor's hands. So maybe wants to set up for. Interesting. We are not going for Lightning Axe discard Phoenix on the Smuggler's Copter. I wonder if we're doing that because we want to play around in the Stubborn Denial, or maybe per Spell Pierce or some sort of counter spell where Connor's like, okay, well, I don't really want to kind of play into Eric's 1 mana counter magic, and that's why we're not going for the Lightning Axe, or potentially just wants to cast another cantrip to sculpt the hand.
So Kenzen added to the board for Eric Hennig after an attack for 4. Siren, the Spyglass Siren, and Smuggler's Copter both got in there. We discarded the Legion Extruder card we just talked about, and Mage Bane Lizard the follow-up.
Yep. And now that I think about it, this is probably what Connor was holding up the axe for, where you want to save the axe to try to kill the lizard, knowing that that's likely a card that's in Eric's deck list. And yeah, the axe is going to go right after the Mage Bane Lizard. Connor's going to take a point of damage. It's going to put him to 11. And then, with the Phoenix in the graveyard, maybe Connor can chain a couple of cantrips next turn, get that Phoenix back. Phoenix could be a blocker for the Smuggler's Copter. So, not the worst setup here for Connor. Maybe, so I see a cantrip, a Fiery Impulse, and a Cruise. Now, the question is, could we cast 2 spells? I don't think we'd have enough to get the Cruise.
Yeah, Cruise is spell 3, I think, is a little difficult. But, I mean, even still, assuming that things, even if he can Cruise, right? We're talking about, I don't think he can. So he's actually just not going to cast any more spells trying to get the Phoenix back. We're talking about only 1 blocker. This early damage for the Ensoul deck, I really want to highlight how much not having Ledger Shredder has changed the shape of this game.
Oh, yeah.
Getting all this early damage matters so much for Eric Hennig because Shrapnel Blast is so good as a piece of reach. I mean, it just doesn't, he's almost in double Shrapnel Blast territory, and that's one of the nightmare things that can happen. And now that the Lightning Axe is out of the way, we're going for the Ensoul artifact it looked like on a blood token. Did not work, but don't worry, because here comes Spyglass Siren and Smuggler's Copter. Fiery Impulse going after the Copter. And we see 1 Shrapnel Blast available in hand already for Eric Hennig, and Spell Pierce already used for Connor as he drops down to 10. I mean, we're really, like I said, we're entering double Shrapnel Blast territory. And just being in that life total territory is such a big deal for the Ensoul deck to really be able to kind of kill you out of nowhere.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, just the combination of both Ensoul Artifact and Shrapnel Blast, just giving this deck the ability to have so much reach out of nowhere. And yeah, you really do see the difference of the it's like a night and day difference of whether, when Connor has Phoenix or Shredder rather versus when Connor does not have Shredder. We see a shock here. Well, speaking of the devil, I spoke too soon, I guess.
Shredder, late to the party, but here for the party nonetheless, as Treasure Cruise is going to be second spell.
And now we can Cruise, leaving the Phoenix in the graveyard. That's going to trigger the Shredder, get us to a 2/4. We are going to. I love this play by Eric. Spawn sack. Yep.
And we get to bargain away the blood token from the Epicure to make that happen. That gets the blocker out of the way with Connor at 8. Remember, he had to just shock just there as well. Life total is dwindling. No blockers. Lots of cards coming. Remove spells in hand, but there's a real chance he just dies next turn.
Yeah, Connor's effectively at 1 life now, right? The 2 damage from the 2 creatures plus the Shrapnel Blast. Right. And presumably Eric's probably just going to main phase that Shrapnel Blast. Says, even if Eric draws a land, he says, well, I just want to make sure I resolve this card. I know that you probably assume that I have it anyways, and I don't want to, worry about it getting counterspelled. So, Eric, like I said, even if Eric bricks, you just go untap, attack with both. You could even map just for lethal, right? If map hits a spell,
Epicure
then we're done here.
Lethal too. We have multiple, like I said, attempts at lethal here if you're Eric Hennig.
Oh, well, I guess if you map, you don't have another artifact.
Oh, you don't have an artifact.
Map's the only artifact, right.
Yeah. So we did get a great look at the draw. Here comes Beatdowns for 2. Not interested in sacrificing the map. Main phase. Looks like Inti was the draw. Okay.
That's interesting. I almost feel like you just fire off the blast now. Like you put Connor to 1.
I would want to. There's no life gain in Phoenix. So like, what are we talking about? I have 2 lethal attackers rather.
Make him have 2 removal spells. Eric did have a decision there of going Inti, discard blast, but I mean, I guess you could go like Inti plus map and discard blast, but that gets you to 4 damage, right? Yeah. So we're just gonna fire off the blast main phase and say, Connor, you need 2 removal spells or you are dead.
Yeah, 2 removal spells, removal spell blocker. I mean, you need a combination, and that's just against my leftovers, not even what I might draw later, anything like that. Now, Connor does have 2 removal spells and potential blockers and things like that, but if Connor has to play a bunch more turns, Epicure is still lethal, as well as additional, Shrapnel Blasts, if there's artifacts generated, anything of that nature. There's a lot of problems still for Connor and a lot of must counters that it's not clear he's going to be able to counter as the game goes on.
Mage Bane Lizard also effectively lethal because you can only answer it with actual removal spells.
So a ton of draws at lethal for Eric Hennig, even though it looks like Connor might be about to turn the corner. He is at 1 life. Things are starting to get very precarious. And Eric, just an Inti left in hand, but I mean, still at 20 life points. No creatures in play yet for Connor. Looks like he's going to have time, and Connor can't start attacking anytime soon.
What's funny about the Inti too is even if Connor gets back the Phoenix, right? So Connor gets back Phoenix this turn. The Epicure, I guess if you attack this turn, it's a 2/2. But if you attack with the Inti and make it a 3/3 trample,
It's Epicure at the top. 1 damage. Ping.
Never mind.
Gotcha.
I'll stop talking.
I mean, there was a lot to think about there, but that was a really cool spot. And like I said, the Ledger Shredder looked late to the party. The Torch the Tower was right on time to take care of that at instant speed, but such a different texture to the game when you're able to just get a few early hits in. Shrapnel Blast is so much reach, and even Epicure, Magebane Lizard, all of these cards contributed damage to the total mixture. It ended up killing Connor, even though it looked like he was about ready to stabilize, was not able to do so, which means we are going to game number 3. Players are going back to the sideboards now that they've seen some sideboard stuff in action, so we will as well. Let's take a quick look at Connor's deck and take one more look. Now that he's seen all of the Magebane Lizards, I'm sure that's something that he was probably at least a little bit surprised by. Is there any changes you want to make seeing some of this, I guess, non-creature hate? Like, are you more interested in the Crackling Drakes now that you see Magebane Lizards just to get the game over with, have better blockers?
That's interesting because if Magebane Lizard comes out early, it's still like indirectly good against Drake because you need to cast a lot of spells to be able to fuel the Drake. So I still think it's kind of awkward, and you're likely going to need an axe on the spot to kill that thing anyways. And I mean, maybe you could justify on the play the Drakes are a little bit faster, but I think they're still a little bit too slow. Maybe the Torch the Towers kind of change that equation where if your Shredders and Phoenixes are getting torched a lot, maybe you want to go towards the Drakes for that reason, just to make sure kind of play this longer game where it's an interact, and get the Drake. But I don't know. Let's see what Connor does.
All right, let's take a quick look one more time at Eric Hennig's list, I guess, right before, as these players are still shuffling up and resolving mulligans. So the one card I want to highlight, not much I want to talk about here, but do you have any interest in Rampaging Ferocidon or the Akroan War as extra ways to break open a stalled board state like we saw in game 1? Because obviously, based on game 2, you can win if there's no creatures in play. So the thing you're looking to handle is either breaking up creatures that are there to block or punishing Connor for putting creatures in play. Do you have any interest in either of those cards?
I think a Crone War is too slow / bad against Spell Pierce, but now that you mention it, Ferocidon could be kind of interesting if you get into the spot where Connor has to block with Phoenix, get it back next turn, block with Phoenix, get it back next turn, and that kind of in that sort of scenario, I could see Ferocidon being a little bit better, but still 3-drop that trades for Fiery Impulse, not a huge fan of it.
Okay. Reasonable enough. So now we're getting things started. Connor, turn 1 island into the sleight of hand, and Eric is going to have Case of the Filched Falcon. So we'll get this one up on the screen. I believe an uncommon from the Murders at Karlov Manor. When it enters the battlefield, you get to investigate. So another 1-mana card that produces an artifact. And if you're going to solve this, you have to control 3 or more artifacts. And then once solved, you have 2 and a blue. Sacrifice it to put 4 counters on a non-creature artifact. It becomes a 0/0 bird with flying in addition to other types. So this is kind of another Ensoul effect that you can get once you have Metalcraft, and does give flying to the card as well.
And honestly, Drake, this is the first time we've seen the card Darksteel Citadel in play for Eric, and this is kind of exactly where you want. You want to ideally just load up on the Citadel. And what's very important about this interaction with Case is if you case the Darksteel Citadel, you can then Ensoul it, and it will be a 9/9 because the Case puts counters, the Ensoul makes it base power and toughness. So it'd be a 5/5 with 4 +1 +1 counters on it, and that can be an extremely fast clock.
Yeah, and here Eric playing a little bit of a slower game. We see Shrapnel Blast among the next. I believe I also see Mystical Dispute. So we're holding some mana up here as we go back and forth with the turns. Both players having multiple ways and axes to interact. So quite an interactive game we're set up for. Eric, plenty of cards left in hand. Chooses not to crack the clue on Instep. Notable because he is trying to assemble that 3 artifact threshold in order to get that case solved, as here comes Free the Fae.
Yeah, it's a little bit strange to see, Eric just do nothing in these early turns besides cast that Case. Don't know if mulligans happened or maybe just Eric has a fistful of burn spells. I saw a Shrapnel Blast, and not exactly sure. It's possible that he has it in Soul and is maybe just not willing to run it into Spell Pierce, so wants to try and resolve that in Soul on a later turn. But yeah, not exactly clear what Eric is working with. I think it might be Dispute. torch the tower. So a pretty reactive hand here for Eric.
Yeah, a lot of reaction. We got Torch, we got Shrapnel Blast, we got Dispute. I think there's a Cryptic Coat and a couple lands to round out the hand. And Cryptic Coat, a card that, you as you mentioned, you can run directly into Spell Pierce or Mystical Dispute, and that's pretty punishing for you because it's very powerful if it resolves. Is here comes Proft's Eidectic Memory.
And the question for Eric is, do you want to fight over this with Dispute? Because Connor has 7 cards in the graveyard, it's unlikely that you're going to be able to fight over a Treasure Cruise unless, Connor decides to just kind of fire it off right now, which it looks like that is not the case, and Eric picks up a card for his turn. And the Proft's Eidetic Memory has just been, a card that we saw in prior rounds, just looked very, very good. It was very good for Connor last game. Didn't, quite get, or very good in game 1 rather. But yeah, I've been a very, very big fan of this card. Just allows you to turn all of your cantrips into extra damage and helps you a lot in those sideboard games where your opponent has the graveyard hate. And, you can kind of sidestep it with Profs and just make, even like with Picklock Prankster, just making a giant vigilance threat just comes up so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that Connor actually has access to here if he wants it. Now, Eric, like I said, been very patient with this Mystical Dispute. Now has assembled with this Smuggler's Copter added to the board a solved Case of the Filched Falcon. So that's now solved and can be activated for 3 mana at any time and make the Darkshield Citadel into something very powerful. So here comes the Treasure Cruise, very powerful alongside this memory here. Here comes a bunch of cards. And, with no maximum hand size, don't even need to worry about anything like that. So a ton going on here for Connor. And, he's able to be very patient as well. Under no pressure, has correctly identified he's under real no pressure to get the game over with. He wants to just continue to draw his cards and hope that his cards will amount to more than what Eric is presenting. But these Spell Pierces, these disputes, as players make land drops, are beginning to expire.
Yeah, and we see a Picklock Prankster. I actually wonder if Eric is supposed to fight over this. I guess no,
at least with Torch the Tower or something. Tower. Yeah, I think he's like, wait a minute, you're triggering with that. I want to.
I can't give you a 4/7 or whatever 4/6.
So here comes Torch, and now Spell Pierce will work. Yeah. So we're going 3 damage after this with the trigger on the stack. So Spell Pierce to fight. And that's going to go after the Torch the Tower. So we're building a little bit of a stack here.
Yeah. Now Eric can dispute back.
Eric will dispute back.
Now Connor does have another Spell Pierce is the question. The answer is no.
Yeah, Spell Pierce dispute. The answer is no. So the Prankster's gone away. Connor mostly tapped out at this point, and now we start to look at, okay, is it time to get... Yeah, we're separating our mana very quickly. I think it's time to start getting this Darksteel Citadel involved in combat.
Now, here's the question. Do you Ensoul first or do you Case first? Now, I think you want to Case first because if you Ensoul first, you can only Case a non-creature artifact. So if you Case first, then you can Ensoul to make it a 9/9. So I like the sequencing here from Eric. We're going to deal 4 damage down to put Connor down to 14. And then with the Shrapnel Blast or it doesn't have the Ensoul, but right, we have the Cryptic Coat Inti is the leftovers.
Some good leftovers, I'd say. I mean, a lot of mana to work with, even after turning one of your lands into a creature. You have Smuggler's Copter to kind of give the Inti haste in its own way. And Connor's just now deploying this Ledger Shredder. And really, if you're desperate, you can still even Shrapnel Blast one of these Shredders as the second one is added to the mix.
Yep. So second Shredder, Phoenix is going to go to the graveyard, and this Profs is going to make even though we can't trigger the other Shredder this turn, the second Shredder is going to get some counters from the Profs. Or it looks like we're going to target the first one. I guess that makes sense to play around Torch the Tower because if you target the new one, maybe Eric can go torch the Shredder and get that off the battlefield. So we'll see what Eric wants to do here. And now Connor has a 5 toughness Shredder, but with that Inti, you could say, play Inti, attack with the Citadel, counter on it, and that gets you over the hump and gets you past that big Shredder.
I mean, we have a lot of great options, right? We can Inti, like you mentioned, and get that going. We also still have the Cryptic Code as the ace in the hole. So that's something that we can just play, equip right away, I believe.
Yeah, so presumably Connor wants to impulse the Inti because he recognizes you have a good block in the 4/4 Citadel right now. Don't want to make that Citadel into a 5/5 because then your blocks become a lot worse. I guess the other option is maybe if Connor has 2 cantrips, you could let the Inti attack, double cantrip, discard a spell, counter on the Shredder, and then kind of brick wall it that way. But it looks like we are going to fight over the Inti, and we'll see how Eric wants to proceed from here. I mean, even if you cure the Copter, you don't have a ton of good attacks.
Yeah, you don't have really good attacks. I mean, you probably still do it, right? I mean, if he's willing to take 4, that's double Shrapnel Blast territory, and we already have 1 dialed up. Is that worth making that attack for?
Oh, you go attack with both, and then, well, the issue with attack with both is maybe Connor sniffs out the double shrapnel blast line, and maybe Connor just chump blocks the 4/4 with the 1/3 and eats the smuggler's copter.
Sure. I mean, it's not great. As here comes the cryptic coat.
And that is the second spell.
Yeah, it triggers both Ledger Shredders.
There's the Inti and the code.
Oh my goodness, did we miss it?
Looks like we might have missed the triggers. Okay. So that's a bit of a plus here for Eric.
Okay, I mean that could be potentially a very big deal, as these Ledger Shredder toughnesses are very, very relevant to the board state as it stands right now. And Connor going to start with Free the Fae on another copy of Pricklock Prankster out of hand. Get a look at 2 lands, Opt, and another Pricklock Prankster. Has a couple options there. And of course, now second spell is guaranteed, so the Ledger Shredder is very likely to work on this turn. And now the Prof's Memory going to start going to work as well, with any amount of cards drawn off these cantrips, as Free the Fae number 2 being cast. Looking for Treasure Cruise, I would guess. Does not find it. Finds a Fiery Impulse. Not great on this board.
Didn't do the Shredders again, right? Yeah, you see the shake of the head for Connor. Yeah, so that was the second spell, and we just immediately went to resolve the Free the Fae. We did not go for the Shredders.
Oh, we missed the Shredders again? Oh no, okay. Connor!
It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, look, you can see that's actually so bad. You can read his lips there. He's like, uh-oh. So he sees it. I don't think we're going to be missing any more of that action, but is it too late? Have we given Eric an opening with these Shredders being relatively small? I mean, the Prof's now a lot more mitigated.
Oh, that's true, because now we don't even get counters of the Profs. Wow, that is tough.
But we can still get some chump blockers and stuff involved. If we just want to do things like play some of these Picklock Pranksters, maybe you can actually kind of make up for it with some of these extra pieces you have lying around. You can get another chump block in and then try again next turn. You still have plenty of spells to work with, plenty of removal spells to work with. So Connor just needs to kind of decide, does he want to continue to cast spells? And we have, Lightning Axe, get another bird back, potentially have 2 birds as well. We have blockers forever. So the question now is, what blocking force do you want to present to Eric on his next turn?
And I think Connor might even have another Phoenix in hand. So you could even say, axe the Cryptic Code, pay the, is it word 1 or word 2? I always forget. Let me pull up the Cryptic Code.
Yeah, that's a great
word
question.
2. Okay, so you actually can't do that. I mean, you could just go, axe. Yeah, I guess you could just axe the Citadel to get back 2 Phoenixes, but maybe that's not the best idea. So it looks like what Connor is choosing to do is hold up 2 removal spells. So you can maybe say, cast 2 removal spells on your turn, trigger the Shredders, discard the Phoenix, go from there. But yeah, so that's going to be Cryptic Code coming in. That's going to put Connor to 11. And remember, Eric still does have that copy of Shrapnel Blast. So, we know that Connor is at a virtual 6 life. And with that Cryptic Code presenting 3 damage a turn unblockable, Connor's going to want to make sure that he answers that and doesn't try to take a little bit less damage off that.
So 2 Picklock Pranksters. So that will trigger the Ledger Shredders if we are, going to remember those. I believe we are, as here comes the Ledger Shredder triggers. Not going to forget those this time. Phoenix hits the bin. That's going to grow whichever one just triggered. So we're started with that one. Here comes the second one. So these are now getting very, very big as we are looting through the deck, thanks to the Connive ability. But like you mentioned, the real threat, and this is something that has to be on your mind, and this is the real pressure to get the game over with, and some of the power of this deck is Shrapnel Blasts. We know about one. Connor doesn't know how many are there. So even though he has a blocking force, it looks like, okay, yeah, I've shut down the creatures for the most part. We can now pay the ward 2 to kill the Cryptic Coat, which of course, I mean, you can just pick that up, replay it if that's all Connor's got going on. If your whole plan is just kill that comment, okay, pick it up, replay it, your turn, and you continue to buy time to find those Shrapnel Blasts. Connor really needs to, start assembling some attacks. But there's an indestructible blocker. So, yeah, that one's, it gets really hard. Yeah, he's reading it. Okay, yeah, it's still that's still a creature. It still flies. It's still unblockable. And so he's able to block Ledger Shredder. And one attacker's not going to do it. You got to start sending more than one. And that's really what's making this puzzle very difficult for Connor Mullaly here.
Yeah, if you're in Connor's spot, it's like, how much time do you actually think you have? How many Shrapnel Blasts do I think my opponent has? Maybe you can safely assume there's probably at least one. Eric's gone through a decent chunk of his deck at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's at this point where that Cryptic Code's just going to keep coming in. Connor is, I think you got to kill it at some point. Yeah, you got.
Yeah, here we go. No blocks for 4 damage. So we're going to go ahead and impulse that, and land was underneath.
And honestly,
the disguise there.
Honestly, with Connor tapped out, I think I would just pick up the code and replay it.
Yeah,
It looks like
love
that's
this.
what Eric's going to do. Because
Pick
he
it up, replay it.
recognizes with Connor at 11, he only needs to get 2 attacks in with that code because, we know about the Shrapnel Blast. So Connor has to basically answer that cryptic code every single turn. Maybe can afford to take 1 more hit, but if Connor, again, presumes that there's 2 Shrapnel Blasts, maybe Connor thinks that he just can't take a single other hit from that code for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's even more interesting too because, like I said, without something like Trespass iteration going, where you are safe. Oh, the wall.
That's
Oh
pretty good.
no! Yeah, that one is quite strong against the Darksteel Citadel. It's in the way. You see a shake of the head from Eric. Now nowhere near as much time as he thought he had in order to work down Connor's life total with this cryptic code. I wonder, if he's interested in crewing the copter. I mean, he's very likely to get picked off, but if you can get a loot off, he has a bunch of extra cards like lands and stuff he's not interested in using in his hand, and he really needs to find that second Shrapnel Blast to really start to cook here. And we also prevent some of the damage coming across so that maybe something like a Trespass follow-up doesn't just kill you.
Yeah.
There goes the Prankster.
And honestly, I'm not even sure the second Shrapnel Blast is good enough at this point because Connor has 2 Lightning Axes in hand. Connor is definitely just, at the point where we're holding up removal spells for the Cryptic Code every turn. And because I think he maybe recognizes that's the only way he can lose this game is just 1 attack and then double Shrapnel Blast. So presumably, as long as Connor can play around that, and you still have a blocker for the Smuggler's Copter. So worst case scenario, Eric plays an attacker, crews the copter, attacks with both. You blast the Cryptic Code token, chump block the copter. Inti could change things because you could put a counter on the copter.
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing right now.
Damage, right? Because it gives it trample. So you have a 4/4 trample versus a 1/3. So if Connor axes the Cryptic Code token, then blocks the copter, you do end up falling to 10. So maybe you end up doing it in the reverse order. But no,
and 2 discards gives you 2 more looks, right? We have 4 mana up. So if we discard a card to the copter and discard a card to empty, that's 3 more looks actually at second Shrapnel Blast, and we have all the Citadels to use it. So this is actually a really tough spot for Connor because this represents a lot of looks, even if he, Connor doesn't know how many Shrapnel Blasts are there now, but it also represents a ton more looks if Eric doesn't have any yet, and you can just die out of nowhere. So there's a lot more going on than even just what does your attacks look like. Even if we're doing some chump attacking, we're going to Lightning Axe the Smuggler's Copter, and now we get to sacrifice it to the Shrapnel Blast in response.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was questioning what was the Lightning Axe going over, but it looks like we answered our questions with the Smuggler's Copter, because then the Shrapnel Blast is going to go after that. Still have 2 mana to pay for a Spell Pierce if Connor was to find that. And notably also the Inti is still in place, so we can even get another look with that Cryptic Code. So the blast puts Connor down to 6. The Coat attack off of Inti, discard, that puts Connor to 2, which means an Epicure would not be enough.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And so, it looks like we've discarded 2 things, and down to 6 goes Connor Mullaly. And now Cryptic Coat is free to attack, and Inti can still grow that. So we can actually get 4 points in here, putting Connor to 2 if we want. We'll see if Eric is interested in doing that. And the answer is no. Okay, no, we are. All right, I'm sorry. I thought he was shaking his head. No, and there's second Shrapnel Blast!
Oh my goodness.
And Connor immediately had hand in hair and says, yep, I'm code of 4. And wasting no time, Shrapnel Blast to the dome. We have an opt-in hand we have to cast. If we can find a Spell Pierce, we can stop it. We get a lot of looks. We have Ledger Shredders too. This is Connor's second spell.
Right, because we had 3 mana up, we let on Axe. This is the second spell, so we do get 2 more looks off the Shredder. So let's see, does Connor find the Spell Pierce?
That didn't look like a Spell
Pierce.
Nope,
that was not a Spell Pierce. One more.
Look number 2. That's not it.
That's it.
That's 2 more looks. Upped. Bottom very quickly. Second card's Impulse. That's not it. Shaking the hand. Eric Hennig wins this match. Oh my goodness. What a finish. And this is the power of the Ensoul deck, is just so many ways to find those Shrapnel Blasts, and 2 Shrapnel Blasts. I mean, Connor started that turn with 11 and really no good attacks for the most part from Eric. Ended up dying that turn just from 2 Shrapnel Blasts and an attack from Cryptic Code. I mean, the power of Shrapnel Blast on full display. And Connor, maybe the game looks a little different if we remember some of the Legend Shredder triggers we missed, but I mean, even that's not clear. I mean, 2 Shrapnel Blasts is a tough spot to try to work through. And yeah, Connor now falling to 2-1. Again, he is number 6 on our leaderboard. He is trying to earn one of those 2 at-large spots for the season 1, as this is the end of season 1. It punched his ticket to the NRG Championship. So a tough spot, but can rally back. Playing the best deck in the format, according to us. But we'll see if that's true for the rest. But that is going to do it here for round number 3. We're going to be back with more Sweet Pioneer action and maybe more Shrapnel Blast, who knows, for round number 4 very shortly. Please, if you want to support us and support the stream, please follow. And of course, if you want to remove some ads, subscribe. We will be back. Do not go anywhere.
Tabi no hajimari wa tsune ni michi e no ippo de aru. Sore wa yami e to tsuzuku. Hajime no ippo o fumidasu ni wa yuuki ga iru. Soshite tabi no owari ni wa tabi o hajimeta toki no jibun to wa betsujin ni natte iru kamoshirenai. Tabi ni deyo. Monogatari no tsugi no shou ga onushi o matte iru. Shogun no michi o ayume. Samurai no hako to tomo ni. Ultimate Guardが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道近日発売。
All right, everyone, welcome back. We are about to begin round number 4 of our Pioneer 5K trial here in St. Louis, part of our NRG series overall. And of course, the last event in season 1 that's very much been among the more relevant things going on for our leaderboard players today, many of which who are in contention are on our players to watch. So before we begin the next round, let's get a little update on our players to watch and keep you all updated on how they are doing. So there you see a lot of middling results for the players looking to do well and really secure their end of season invites for the NRG Championship at the end of the year. Connor Mullaly, Gerrick Alford, Harrison Kanfer, Joey DiGiacomo, and Travis Williams all at 2-1 after we saw Connor lose a close one there on camera last round. And of course, we have Tajili, at 1-2, and Nikachu and Peo both at 0-3. So tough starts for both of those players. Of course, Nikachu just punched his ticket to the championship by winning the showdown yesterday, so less on the line for him. But still a tough result so far. But a lot of the players that are vying for those end of season invites still very much at 2-1. And of course, with the end of season 1 comes the beginning of season 2. So if you are looking to qualify for the NRG Championship through points on season 2, you can get started in Chicagoland in July, starting with another 10K Modern Showdown on Saturday, and then some Legacy support on Sunday. Love to see Legacy back on our docket, playing Legacy, watching Legacy, commentating Legacy, among my favorite things to do. And there is going to be a trial on Sunday in Chicagoland as the beginning of season 2. So with that, let's head on down to our feature match and get a little blast from the past from season 1. From round 1. We have Kevin Sames on the right playing Simic Merfolk, and on the left, we have someone on our leaderboard, number 7, already qualified for the NRG Championship by winning a showdown earlier this year. It's May French piloting her take on Mono Green Devotion. Devin joins me here in the booth, and he is going to tell us a little bit about the Merfolk Mono Green matchup as a Merfolk master in Doom Wake.
I wouldn't necessarily use the word master. I mean, I've played a little bit of both of these decks. This is going to be an interesting matchup. It's going to be a lot of 2 ships passing in the night. As you would maybe expect from creature deck versus deck that is trying to put a bunch of stuff onto the battlefield like Mono Green Devotion. There are some key points of interaction here, though. We noted when we saw Kevin earlier today, Kevin has a couple of copies of Kitesail Larcenist, and honestly, the 4 copies of Tishana's Tidebinder I think are going to go a long way here, because you can stifle Cavalier ETB triggers, you can stifle either maybe a Kiora draw or maybe even an Outcast or Trailblazer enter the battlefield, make some mana. And then on top of all of that, Soul Cauldron You see double Leyline Nykthos. I was going to say Soul Cauldron may be good against Storm the Festival, but might not care about any of that stuff because this is 9 mana on turn 2 potentially.
Yeah, and notably, actually, the Leyline used for its kind of domain mode there, able to use your Nykthos to make green mana, otherwise not an available play, produces an Elvish Mystic, as here comes Sinnoh Scout, which is going to Graveyard of an Hex Mage for Kevin Sames. And yeah, May, with any mana source here, has a ton of mana to work with, but she doesn't have a second land. She does actually have the Storm the Festival in hand, has 2 mana creatures right now, but could not activate Nykthos that turn as we go back to Kevin Sames on turn 2. So May kept maybe a little bit of a risky one. Not a lot of removal for Kevin.
Yeah, and Vidalian Hexcatcher is a card that we noted when we saw Kevin play against Pio in the last time we saw Kevin was able to kind of stop the combo where you just made Pio pay an extra mana. Unfortunately here for Kevin, I mean, if you look at May's battlefield, she has access to 10 mana. I don't really think she's going to care too much about having to pay an extra 1 here or there for a Hexcatcher.
Yeah, I believe I agree with you as well. Mana not really the issue for May right now that she was able to untap both those mana creatures. So there is the Nykthos activation that makes 10 mana. Storm the Festival, Kiora, I believe Kiora the pickup for turn. Actually a big draw here, able to activate Nykthos again and kind of get all that started. So really big draw. Leyline was the other leftover. So I was about to say, kind of all in on the Storm of the Festivals. This Kiora draw maybe makes that not true, as we're going to see exactly how she navigates this turn. Remember, this is turn 3 for May. 1 land in play, 10 mana in pool right now. As here comes Kiora Behemoth Beckoner.
I think that's the Dom Harvey token, right? The floating mana token.
I believe that is correct.
Love to see it. Classic. Even when Dom is not on coverage with us, as we see a third copy of Leyline. Thank goodness. So now our devotion count is 12-15. Oh my goodness. I can't even count this hydrate.
That's the most green mana I've ever seen in my entire life. I can tell you that right now. There's so much green going on here with all 3, or sorry, just 3. I believe she does play the full 4 of the Leyline of the Guild Pack. We have 3 of them in play alongside Kiora, which is able to untap Nykthos, and now buku of mana using a ton of it, which she is explaining, to cast Storm the Festivals. We have 10 mana left over. Now, I'm not great at math. What I can tell you is that 10 mana is enough to flash back Storm the Festivals. We get a look at that one on the screen. Top 5! Get to grab 2 permanent cards, mana value 5 or less among them. Put them on the battlefield. First one is Old Growth Troll. Second is also Old Growth Troll, which is going to add 6 more pips to the devotion count. 2 4/4s into play. Draw 2 cards thanks to Kiora Behemoth Beckoner. And we have 2 mana left over to spend as Kevin is staring this down with his Deep Root Pilgrimage Sinnoh Scout board state.
Yeah,
here comes. Oh, we have another one out of hand. We drew
sure,
one,
why
obviously. Here comes another Storm the Festival.
And worth noting, we kind of discussed this the last time we saw Mono Green Devotion and in the hands of Cliff Boyardee. And May is doing something very similar with the Ulvenwald Oddities. That's kind of the new kill condition here, where before he would go to Karn and set up this loop with Pestilent Cauldron and all that stuff. And, now it's pretty simple. Now you just eventually find an oddity after you're drawing a bunch of cards with Kiora triggers. And once you find the oddity, you presumably have enough mana to flip the oddity. And then just kind of just be able to attack your opponent. Now, there is a chance that I think for May, she might be at an impasse here where she may have to just stop. But to be honest with you, I don't think it matters too much during it because she's got 50,000 power in play and 20,000 mana next turn. So I don't think
all those numbers are correct. Yeah, here we go. So we might be finally assembling a second land for May French via this Cavalier Thorns. We have 5 mana left over exactly in pool. Yeah, we're going to use all of that to cast a Cavalier of Thorns, which is, of course, the card she found just now off the Invasion of Ixalan. She actually has another one in hand from the draws. Now we get draw from Outcaster, Trailblazer, and Kiora, and we get to go digging for more lands. Nykthos among the mix, but we have no mana to activate it, so it might be the Hostile, as the card put into play instead.
Hostile is kind of a funny one where, I don't know, a lot of people probably don't know what this card does, as we see May is going to go ahead and play another Land of Elves, but we can talk about this one real quick if we can get it up on the screen. So the idea here is it's a sacrifice outlet. And why is that important? So when you're going through the combo, right, you can go through a couple of Cavalier of Thorns triggers. And we mentioned there's 2 copies of Ulvenwald Oddity, right? But the issue is if you end up milling over both oddities with Cavaliers, then you theoretically can't kill your opponent in one shot. What Hostile does is you can Hostile to sacrifice the Cavalier, put the oddity back on top, and then flashback Storm to guarantee that you can hit the oddity off the Storm.
Okay, so a little bit of graveyard recursion baked into your land, and of course it does flip to become creeping in if that's something that ever becomes relevant, which I highly doubt it does. But here, again, these Leyline of the Guild packs actually allowing her to tap for green, deploy another Land of Realms that was drawn, and develop her board state even further. She has this massive board state facing down Kevin Sames, who deploys the Kumena. So we actually do have a little bit of something going here. Kumena, Tyrant of Orzaka, alongside the Deep Root Pilgrimage, does start to assemble a good series of chump blockers in the form of these 1/1 tokens that you can generate. Now, the problem is the Umwald Oddity, like you mentioned, does give everything trample. As you get a look at Kumena here, all these tap abilities allow you, alongside Deep Root Pilgrimage, to one at a time generate tokens and then use those tokens to continue to activate Kumena's abilities. So a lot of power in that in most matchups, but looking a little bit underpowered facing down what May is doing as she's counting the amount of mana she has. And yeah, I mean, new record of Mono Green Devotion mana, I'm sure, as she is now. We've resorted to pen and paper. We can't see it on screen. I'm not doing the math.
Too many dice.
It's north of 20. Oh, never mind. She's helping us out. Here we go.
Okay.
Thank you, May.
We got the dice. Yeah, we see, May just kind of, we're gonna go through the motions here. I cannot imagine Kevin's gonna get out of this turn because I think she still has 2 storms in the graveyard to flash back, and presumably
she got one
of
in
those.
hand.
Yeah, one of those.
Untap Nick those. I mean,
she'll eventually find the oddity. Even in that scenario that I was talking about, I guess hypothetically, if she goes through too many calves, maybe mills over both oddities because now that hostile is tapped. So maybe that's the one way that Kevin doesn't die this turn, but. Even if that were the case, is there even any chance of Kevin trying to kill May on the following turn? Probably not.
From 19 feels ambitious, as we do not find off of the Cavalier any of the oddities. Yeah, those basics are horrific. And
horrific is not the word that I would use to describe them, but
we're cut from different cloths, Devin. We're built different, as they say. As here comes another copy of Storm the Festivals, which will find an oddity, and I think we might be able to just shore it up here. Yeah, here's the Umwald Oddity. A rare from Innistrad Crimson Vow, trample haste 4/4 that when you pay 7 mana to flip it, so of course it costs traditionally 11 mana to make all that happen in one turn, you get an 8/8 with trample and haste. So it maintains its haste even after it flips, and it gives your other creatures +1/+1 trample and haste. Uvenwald Behemoth, kind of a callback to Craterhoof Behemoth, maintaining that kind of behemoth nomenclature, and serving a similar function here, as May immediately flips that one, pushes it to the front and says, see this thing? Yeah. Okay, great. Let's do some math.
I think the math would probably work out in May's favor. But we're gonna go through cast some other spells here. Kevin's like, you know what? I'm good. Yeah, I think Kevin's seen enough.
Pass. I'm good.
Yeah,
I see.
I'm all set.
I understand. All right. So the one land being Nykthos, proving to be more than enough. And this is very much, kind of a return to form of the Pioneer that we know and love. Mono Green found a Nykthos, basically won the game in the spot. There's obviously some stuff that happened in between, but we haven't really seen that since Karn's banning. As we take a look at what Kevin Sames can even do about all this that he just saw in game number 1 with his Simic Merfolk deck. So we've seen Kevin's list before, as he did win round number 1 against Peo on camera. And now here we are again facing down another leaderboard hitter in the form of May French. We have the 4 copies of Leyline of Sanctity, 2 Pick Your Poison, 2 Unlicensed First, 2 Merfolk Trickster, 1 Heroic Intervention, 1 Lost in the Maze, 1 Kopla, Warden of Waves, 1 Kitesale Larcenist, and a Mystical Dispute. How are we adjusting for Mono Green?
There's probably not a ton here. We talked about the interaction with the Kitesale Larcenist being pretty good because you can maybe shut down an early creature, but is that even necessarily good enough? Maybe you could go to. I gotta read. I would be honest with you, Drake. I gotta read Lost in the Maze again. So let me pull this one up real quick. When it enters the battlefield, tap X target creatures, put a stun counter on each of them, and tap creatures you control of hexproof. So I guess maybe you could do it as like 4 mana stun 2 of your elves for a turn. I don't know if that's where you want to go towards, but Pick Your Poison, I guess you could go towards to kill the Leyline of the Guild Pact if that's something that, if May has another one of those draws. But I'm going to be honest with you, Drake, there's not really a ton here.
Yeah, obviously, Mono Green Devotion, not really too much of a presence coming into this event. A lot of eyes on the Vampires decks and the Izzet Phoenix decks, so not that much preparation. I do agree with you. I think Lost in the Maze just getting some blockers down, as it is, kind of hard to get your Merfolk through some of these 5/6s and 4/4s that Mono Green can present. A good option, and Pick Your Poison maybe for ley lines and things of that ilk. May French on her mono green devotion deck. I was probably similarly unprepared for the Simic Merfolk matchup, but let's take a look anyway and see what she has to work with. So May French has 4 copies of Tail Swipe, 3 copies of Pick Your Poison, 2 copies of Obstinate Baloth, 2 Stone Rain, 1 Arasta of the Endless Web, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 1 Emrakul the Promised End, and 1 Unlicensed Hearse. How are we adjusting for the little fishes?
So the tail swipes seem pretty good. Their early interaction against the specific like surgical pieces, like you really want to be able to kill the Hex Catcher or potentially the Kumena. So very good at killing those specific cards. Maybe May did see a copy of Deep Root Pilgrimage, so she might want to go towards something like Pick Your Poison to help fight over that. Maybe she, has information that we know Kevin also has copies of Smuggler's Copter and Agatha's Soul Cauldron, so she might want to go towards that. Past those, probably not a ton else. I mean, I guess Baloth to gain some life and block, but it's kind of slow. And yeah, I think probably just the Pick Your Poisons and the Tail Swipes.
Well, that looks good to me. I mean, the Tail Swipe's actually a pretty good option. Good against the creature decks for May French. These players are shuffling up for game number 2. Of course, Kevin Sames going to be on the play this time, and hoping maybe for not a repeat performance as Kevin Sames, as that was a lot of mana on turn 3 from May French. Even having only one land, no access to spreading seas and things of that nature like you have in Modern, means that the Merfolk matchup against some of these very powerful non-basic lands looks quite a bit different as these players are looking at opening hands, reaching for mulligans. I want to shout out as we are shuffling up and taking a look at the sleeves these players are working with. Shout out to Ultimate Guard, which is the official sponsor of the NRG series. You're looking to pick up some awesome katana sleeves. Very hard to find on shelves. I buy them wherever I can find them. Very hard to find them on shelves. Big fan of the katana sleeves. And of course, our top 16 is actually going to get katana sleeves. Everybody that makes top 16 gets some katana sleeves as part of their prizes for their performance. And of course, in collaboration with Ultimate Guard. And our entire top 8 going to get some Boulder deck boxes as well. So Ultimate Guard, in addition to sponsoring this, of course, helping the players out too, giving them some extra sweet swag to work with, some nice sleeves to work with as well. Tournaments can take a toll on the sleeves that you're working with, and katanas hold up the best.
Let's take a look and see. I don't see the double leyline start again, Drake. So we might not have nearly as much mana as we had game 1, but May's hand still looks fairly reasonable. I see an Elf. I saw, a Nykthos, a Sunken Citadel, an Old Growth Troll. So pretty fine hand for May, but not, the stone cold nuts as we saw last game.
Yeah, the stone cold nuts. It's funny saying that as she kept a one-lander, but I mean, it's certainly what it looked like as we saw how that progressed. And yeah, just no play on turn 1 for Kevin Sames. Again, not a lot of those, as May does play Forest into Elvish Mystic. We're passing on back, and we'll see what Kevin has dialed up for 2. So we've seen a few different looks from this Merfolk deck. We've seen some aggressive draws, and then we've seen draws kind of like this with Kira's Follower that looks to be kind of signaling to try to assemble more of the Kira's Follower, Deep Root Pilgrimage combo stuff instead of just getting aggressive out the gate.
Yeah, maybe turn 3, Kevin does have access to 4 mana. What's cool about the Cura's Follower in this deck, and one thing that I didn't mention earlier, is it is a combo piece. Like if you have 2 Cura's Followers plus Deep Root Pilgrimage, that's, infinite 1/1 tokens. But what's also cool about the followers in this deck is you are a deck with 4 collected companies. So it as a 2-drop just allows you to ramp into that turn 3 Coco. So, and that maybe is one of Kevin's best path to victories, where, you want to hold up the Coco on 3 the turn that May is going for a potential Cavalier of Thorns.
Right. And even doing something like Tidebind, like finding a Tidebinder to kind of stifle the Cavalier, remove any kind of reach or anything like that might matter. And of course, the death trigger as well. There's some play to it as well. If Coco is what you have, we've seen some of these creatures that kind of double as spells matter for that. As here is a Llanowar Elves and a Sunken Citadel, almost certainly naming green. Cavern Soul's the draw for Kevin, so that does guarantee 4 mana. I see a lot of spells in Kevin's hand. We'll see where he wants to start as he plays Cavern, naming Merfolk.
Could also potentially go for second follower plus Pilgrimage. That would give you the infinite tokens next turn. Now, there is like a legitimate question of, well, I guess May would care about infinite tokens because the way that her deck is set up is she's trying to assemble, a finite amount of damage. Even if she literally goes through her entire deck and puts, both copies of Ulvenwald Oddity and every single creature in her deck into play, it doesn't really beat infinite toughness. So, if Kevin was able to assemble that would be a reasonable path to victory.
Yeah, I mean, just the combo. I don't think May has any path forward from what we saw through infinite creature tokens. I don't know that there's a single way to win, no matter what series of cards you draw. As here is Collected Company. Unclear if Old Growth Troll is on the stack or not, if we're just doing this on Instep. Didn't really get a great look at that, but May did develop an Old Growth Troll, which is going to start to make Nick those considerations, as we see one of those in her hand start to look very, very powerful. And options for Kevin as he's looking at this Collected Company.
Yeah, it was 2 Deep Root Elites and a flip card. The flip card, what flip cards does Kevin have?
Glasspool Mimic, I believe, is the one that you'll be looking at there as an option. So that one's kind of a clone effect, which will give you the second Kiora's follower. So we can go ahead and take a look at Deep Root Elite, which is going to see the other Merfolk enter under your control. So whenever Merfolk enters the battlefield under your control, you get to put a counter on target Merfolk that you control. So works with Merfolk and targets Merfolk, and is going to see this Glasspool Mimic enter. And that was likely going to enter as a copy of Kiora's follower, which is going to give you, let you be primed and ready for a Deep Root Elite to come off the top and combo with infinite creatures, as it is a clone, which you are looking at right now on screen. Also doubles as a tap land.
One thing that I'm now realizing with, if Kevin does set up the infinite creature tokens next turn, not only do you get infinite power with the Deep Root Elite, because a Merfolk entering the battlefield pumps the elite, so you have an infinitely large Deep Root Elite. Also, if you have a Kumena, you can actually draw your whole deck, because infinite tokens means that you can activate Kumena in whatever number of times. Now, I don't know if there's a kill if Kevin draws his entire deck next turn, because May can just chump block the Deep Root Elite, but something to keep in mind.
I think we do have a kill, right? Because we can actually make all 3 of our Kiora's followers and stuff infinites, right? We can make all of those unboundedly large, and there's only 2 blockers. So what we do is we execute the combo, make all of those creatures insanely big, and then make sure that the Kiora's followers end up untapped. And then we have enough, right? Because we have Deep Root Elite and 2 Kiora's followers. Wait, no, because one of them still has to start tapped. So your end state of the combo is 1 tapped Kiora's follower to kick things off. So actually, you're right. You still can double block.
You would need 5 mana, right? 5 mana, 3 for the Kumena, 2 for the pilgrimage. Yeah.
But if you do find a Kumena or whatever, that does change everything. But we're all talking about hypotheticals. Right now, the focus for Kevin Sames is find Deep Root Pilgrimage. As I believe we are, it looks like we're asking, unclear what we're doing here. Both players kind of in a wait state. I assume there's either a judge call or we're fetching something at the moment. Kevin's camera is acting up. Okay, so the camera is zooming in and out. We're having some issues with the Kevin's camera, so we're actually having a little bit of a technical break here as the players both tapped out. Not really any actions to even think about. Kevin and May's hand both face down on the table, not even posturing to be thinking about anything. So, I mean, pretty straightforward. Like we said, if Deep Root Pilgrimage is involved, Kevin starts to look to be a heavy favorite. Otherwise, let's talk about May and her development. I saw Nykthos in her hand. I saw a layer of the Hydra in her hand as well. So it looks like we might be a little bit of flooding going on. There's also a judge call going on about the triggers is actually what's being handled here, as well as we're doing a technical break. So I heard this. We're trying to fix the camera. We're also asking about the triggers. And I believe they will see each other after. Yeah, we're fixing everything. And everything is now fixed. Glasspool Mimic in hand. I see Tidebinder in hand. Is there a Deep Root Pilgrimage?
Well, yeah, we'll have to see. Does Kevin have that blue enchantment? Because if so, we are going to be able to make infinite Merfolk creature tokens. And as we talked about with May's deck list, I'm going to look at her deck list again, and I don't really know if there's really a way to. I mean, even does Emrakul the Promised End? If that's a card that she boarded in, does that even beat infinite tokens? Because you can only send so many of those tokens in, and if Kevin makes 5 billion of them, I assume that there's probably still going to be lethal next turn. As we see a Kitesail Larcenist cast here, that is going to likely turn the troll into a treasure. Now, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Drake, but I believe that troll still has devotion, right?
It loses all of their abilities. I don't know that. Its command cost is kind of a feature of the card, a card attribute. It is not an ability. So I believe you're correct.
May's probably going to ask.
Yeah, it still presents 3 devotion. However, it won't get the dice trigger. So if you sacrifice it for mana, it's not going to do the old girl troll thing where it sees itself die and becomes this enchant forest. As we get a look at Kitesail Larcenist, as these judges very likely asking the same question you are. So there you go. The non-Merfolk creature in Kevin Sames' list. We have 2 copies of Kitesail Larcenist in the main deck, actually a third in the sideboard as well. 2/3 flying, ward 1 human pirate. When it enters the battlefield, for each player, choose up to one up to one other target artifact or creature that player controls. And then for as long as it remains in the battlefield, the chosen permanents become treasure artifacts. With tap, sacrifice this artifact, make a mana of any color, and loses all other abilities. So now Old Girl Troll's a treasure. We do not get a counter from Deeper Delete, but we can start to crash in and attack, which I think is what we're doing here.
Yep, looks like no pilgrimage here for Kevin, but maybe no pilgrimage necessary. We're just going beatdown mode. This is a very relatively large attack here for 6 damage. Going to put May down to 14 life, and Kevin still has the Mutavault in play with a bunch of power, and just going to really try and see if we can close the finish line before May. Like you said, May does have a Nykthos in hand, so she's got her mana lined up, but do we have a payoff is the question.
Right, and that's exactly the equation right now. And Kevin kind of presenting this multifaceted attack too. This is what we talked about, and one of the more impressive things going on with this Merfolk deck is not only are we kind of presenting a reasonable attack force here. I think this is currently looking to be about 3 attacks to lethal for Kevin as it stands. Now that can change with lords and things of that nature, but also we still have the 2 Kiora's followers dialed up, which means if we ever draw the Deeper Pilgrimage from this point forward, things basically end on the spot, like we talked about. We did a lot of conversation around, can May get out of this? Well, not really. If so, it's going to be really hard to do. And so that means that Kevin is not only presenting like this aggressive attack strategy of, okay, what are you going to do about me just attacking you? But also, all right, now that you have the blockers, well, I can just take draw steps and maybe find Deeper Pilgrimage and then win that way. So multi kind of axes for Kevin Sames just by playing his deck as it stands. And for May, like we said, she has her mana figured out, but it doesn't really look like she has a whole lot else going on. The Old Gold Troll turned into a treasure, not really even good blocks at the moment. So she has a few problems she needs to solve. Now we'll see if she can do that. Here is Nykthos immediately getting activated. That's 5 green mana. Here's a 6. Do we have Storm the Festival? We do.
All right, start the party. It's likely not going to come up this game, but I shut up the Twitch chat because they did come up with a line where so if Kevin makes infinite tokens, if May did board in the Emrakul, she can Emrakul Kevin, and then if Kevin also has access to Kumena, she can force Kevin to draw his whole deck.
Okay, so she could deck it, but that would require, because it does an infinite draw face up. Like if we just draw Deeper Pilgrimage right now, then that's infinite tokens, no Kumena. Yeah. So he would need the Kumena too. She would need to fight Emrakul, and he would need to have Kumena in order to
likely really not going to happen.
So that's a tough spot.
But if it did, we'd have a really good moment,
Sure, yeah, that'd be sweet. Well, what we do have is Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner, and a Cavalier of Thorns, both coming in off of this Storm the Festivals. Land has been played for turn, and so Forest is found off of the Cavalier trigger. We did draw a card from Kiora. This allows us to untap Nykthos, thanks to Kiora, and back into the lab we go, making a pile of green mana that to me looks sufficient to flashback Storm the Festival if that's the direction we want to go. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah.
And there's that one mana, so that's going to be Storm the Festival. But you see, okay, so if she does that, we have 2 mana left over. Looks like we're going to cast something first.
Yeah, we might be able to get a little bit of free equity with the Nykthos.
Right, yeah, because she's going to get to a point where maybe she runs out of mana. Even if she hits a copy of a Cavalier of Thorns off of the Storm, I guess it would have to be like Cavalier and Kiora. Kiora untap the Citadel, Cav hit Nykthos, or vice versa, because you're going to be in a spot where you can Storm, but I think she might be tapped out after the Storm.
Yeah, that looks to be the case right now. I mean, you need to find something like Nykthos and, some more mana additionally. So yeah, I mean, it looks basically like we're more or less out of gas, and this did not look like a good hit to me off Storm the Festival. Like ley lines and stuff, and all lands in hand for May right now. Do we even have a creature with power 4 or greater to start drawing cards?
I don't think so. I think it's Elf, Leyline, Castle, Storm. Not a very good one.
I mean, this is, I think, a verified brick as double Leyline added, mana situation figured out, but really the only blocking force we have assembled here is this Outcaster Trailblazer and the Cavalier. Now, the Cavalier is very strong. It's going to do a good job blocking against what Kevin is presenting right now, but not really able to put pressure on Kevin's life total yet is May French, and more or less out of gas. She needs to now find something off the top to really keep things going, which when you're talking about somebody that just played and flashback Storm the Festivals, that's a surprising state to be in.
Yeah, and big question for Kevin here. We've been talking about this the whole game. Will Kevin find that Deeper Pilgrimage? Because we presume if we do find the Pilgrimage, that's infinite tokens, and fairly confident that May does not have may or may not have a way out of that. So does Kevin find the pilgrimage? Even something like a Kumena could help the board grow a little bit bigger. You could also draw cards and try to draw into the deep root pilgrimage.
Right.
Really wants to find one of those. But yeah, with that Cavalier on defense, doesn't really have a lot of good attacks. And there's the Kumena. So that can dig a little deeper and try to find that pilgrimage if he doesn't already have it.
And we also get a trigger from the Deep Root Elite. Okay, so we can start growing some Merfolk. Yeah, we're going to get a read on Kumena, Tyrant of Orzaka, and that is a powerful one on this board state, especially, if things start to look like we're not going to be able to attack anymore, we can start get some card draw going. We can just grow our board state to maybe start to power through. We have a lot of options, does Kevin seems, as we're going to put a counter on the Kumena from the trigger from himself entering, which does work. When you play this Merfolk, you can put it on another target Merfolk, which includes the one you just played. Now, Cavalier of Thorns does have reach, but and so this Kitesail Larcenist also just not really going to be able to attack. So Kevin, I mean, this board looks gummed up, but I'd say Kevin's still a little bit ahead here, as he does have the ability to start drawing some cards off of Kumena and try to find that Deep Root Pilgrimage, and that really sets things off. And here comes a Boseiju. That can go after Nykthos. Okay.
They drew after Nykthos. Now, we know, obviously Kevin doesn't know this, but we know that May does have a second copy of Nykthos, so she's probably pretty happy to see that. I guess it does cut off the amount of mana she has access to next turn, because normally you would be able to go like activate Nykthos, untap with Kiora, then ritual, kind of like do this dark ritual type effect where you play the new Nykthos, keep the new one, and make a bunch of mana that way. Now, to be honest, I don't think it matters, because mana is not really a concern given her devotion count and the Kiora, so probably not a huge deal. But will she find a big payoff? That's what we're looking for.
That looks to be a spell. Trailblazer would be great. That's worth 2 cards here off of the Kiora and the existing Trailblazer. So if that's what she drew, I mean, that's a big deal. She's reaching for mana. It's a Cavalier.
Cav, even better.
Okay, yeah. I think she reached for the wrong gold land. Okay, so we're going to start with Nykthos. Cavalier, a perfect draw for May. So she needed another piece of action. She found it. Now, can she find the oddity before Sames can find a Deep Root Pilgrimage? So that's the recipe for May. And I think at this point, May kind of understands what's up. I mean, there was a lot of talk about Deep Root Pilgrimage. I think she understands the pressure to find a kill before Sames can find Deep Root Pilgrimage. And if nothing else, I mean, it's time to just get started. Yeah, you can see it. Okay, I mean, not really a lot else we can even think about here. It's time to just get started. 2 cards and a trigger.
A lot of mana. So 2 cards. We get a lot of looks.
Storms.
Oh boy, 2 storms, the oddity. Now, I guess the one question, remember, now there is this thing where if she mills over both oddities and doesn't have access to the hostile, maybe there's a chance for Kevin where he does get that extra turn of reprieve, because, even if she can put her entire deck into play, as long as there's no oddity for Kevin, he does have an extra turn to try and find that Deep Root Pilgrimage.
Right. And, obviously that's kind of what he's hoping for now, is I believe with double Storm the Festival milled over from the Cavalier of Thorns trigger and plenty of mana left to work with for May, as these Storm the Festivals are going off, all these cards being drawn. And here comes the Cavalier trigger. I think that, there's hostiles. Okay, now that's not even an out. And there's an oddity already in yard. Can we go for this right now? Is it now?
Yeah, I think she can just go hostile, sack the Cav, put the oddity on top, flashback storm, and you got to presume that's enough already. Even she could even go through a couple more storms after she puts the oddity into play. So yeah, this should basically be all she wrote at this point.
Well, this might be all May wrote indeed, as here comes another Nykthos activation. As we mentioned, we have another copy of Storm the Festivals that we can go through in order to draw some cards. Also, she just drew a ton of cards off of both of these creatures, entering the Outcaster Trailblazer, Kiora, Behemoth, Becketer, drawing her a ton of cards. So she has a lot of material to work with. And the question now is, just do you have enough mana? I'd say, we have to use the Kiora on tap, and it is 7 mana total to get the oddity back into hand, and then flip it, all that kind of stuff. As here goes. All right, yeah. So we're gonna do the trick. Now that does exile the Cavalier. There we go. That one's in exile. Oddity on top, and now we can flash back the other Storm the Festival, like you mentioned.
She's got so much mana. She got so much mana that we have to do it on paper and not dice anymore. We don't have enough dice.
She was doing a good job helping us out. We can at least track them out a little bit. No longer is that an option, as we actually elected to use Old Growth Troll to draw cards and draw into the oddity, which will now enter the battlefield, draw more cards, and then theoretically we can get to flipping that. And as you said, that would be all she wrote. as May looking very good to advance to 4-0 with her take on Mono Green Devotion. The second time we've seen this Devotion deck on camera, even though it is kind of rogue for the current state of Pioneer, not as common as it once was, it's looking very, very impressive in all of its camera performances so far.
Yeah, we can just do a quick toughness check. So 2, 4, 6, 9 plus 5 is 14 toughness, and I count 2, 4, 13, 18, 24, 29, 30, 34, 39, 44. I count 48 power, I think. So I think we just have enough right now.
Well, I mean, even if we're talking about this isn't lethal, it notably wraths Kevin's board, and there's nothing you can do about that either. So, like, you know, even if we're a little short or whatever, like just having to block with everything isn't an acceptable solution here for Kevin, as May is still going. I believe she found the 4th copy of Storm of the Festivals, which finds a Elvish Mystic and
might as well keep going, right?
Notably choosing not to put Baloth into play. I wonder if there's some decking considerations at this point.
Possibly, because those draws are not May's. Well, right. I mean, they're May Frenches, but
yeah,
you know,
they're May. Okay,
yeah,
all right, yeah.
It's
tough, real tough out here. As more elves are added to the mix, which means more power and toughness. We're going to play a new Kiora, and that's going to give us another Nykthos. And yeah, I mean, we're just in magical Christmas land over here. I mean, no red, but all green for our Christmas. His second oddity has now been flipped, and I mean, at some point. Yeah, okay. Oh, we're gonna tail swipe too. We still have
sure.
We still have this thing too. Get that out of here. Yeah, no, thank you.
Do you think she pays the ward?
I think she paid the ward. I think she's got that covered. Here comes the mush of the.
This is appropriate.
Is this board state management? Crystal clear what's going on here. I love Kevin's posturing so much. It's like, yeah, all right. So let me see. Can you give me? I mean, I'm gonna block. I don't know. You know, I got some blockers here. So.
Do you think Kevin's doing the math at this point?
I think Kevin is not interested in doing the math. You know, they say math is for blockers. In this particular case, I think Kevin is just like, yeah, whatever. Math is for attackers. You tell me. You tell me how much damage this is. I'm gonna move to blocks after that. Oh boy, yeah.
The best would be like actually lining up the blocks. Oh, we're gonna draw a card.
He did. Now we're drawing a card, and yeah, that's not gonna do it. So okay, May French gonna win this game, 2-0. Sorry, win this match 2-0, advancing to 4-0, doing a great job executing with Mono Green Devotion there, and some great draws. I mean, you mentioned these decks are gonna be 2 ships passing in the night. That more or less manifested. Not too much interaction between the 2 decks, but each draw step had the potential to really break open the game. And May, of course, found Cavalier of Thorns off the top right on time there in game 2 before Kevin could find his Deep Root Pilgrimage, and that is all she wrote, as you said. So with that, we're going to get May French into the booth for an interview very quickly and talk to her a little bit about, I mean, honestly, her run throughout the course of Season 1. You know, this is someone that we talked about getting the job done in Modern. I believe her take on Living End in a showdown earlier this year to punch her ticket to the end of the year championship. Now still fighting here in the NRG series. Is she number 7 on our leaderboard? And with her performance so far, likely to climb even beyond that. So we're going to talk to her, not just about her season so far, about her deck choice, choosing to play mono green and stuff like that, and her journey on the NRG series. So while she is getting set up, I'm talk to you a little bit about what you're going to be looking at for the rest of the day. So this is the end of round 4. There'll be 7 rounds today, and then a cut to top 8, at which point we will have finished the last event of Season 1. And at that point, the top 2 players unqualified for the end of the year championship will punch their ticket to the end of the year championship with these at-large bids. So it's the top 2. Tim Hatch, the current leader at 68 points. Of those players that are not yet qualified, not here today. So there is a host of players hungry for that spot that Tim is currently occupying, and we will see who, if any, can take those down. A lot of players at 2-1, a lot of Magic left to be played, and you know, for basically all the players with a loss, they can't do any more losing. May not in that situation. So as she's getting set up, let's cut on down to that mouthful all out of the way. May French, congratulations!
Yeah, great game. Everyone played well.
This is so savage. Yeah, no, so I love the opener there, the one lander in game 1 that resulted in, I believe, a turn 3 kill with you basically never finding a second land until it no longer mattered.
Yeah.
I mean, mono green, what a showing.
Yeah, I mean that's like it's not the nuts because you kind of just want like the land that the Citadel that makes 2 mana, but thankfully I did read the card Leyland for the first time and realized that it actually makes my lands tap for all colors of mana. So I didn't need need to care about that. But that was great. No, like I mean that's just like the best case scenario and like super cool to do that.
Yeah, the talk that Kiora really set that off. That was crazy.
Yeah, it was insane.
There was we were going through game 2, and as soon as Kevin put the Glasspool Mimic on the Cura's Follower into play, I don't know if you had the idea of him having Deeper Pilgrimage in his deck to make the infinite 1/1 tokens, and we were wondering, like, did you bring in the Emrakul thinking about the infinite tokens, because we didn't think that there was a way for you to beat like the infinite toughness, but turns out that didn't ever manifest.
No, I brought in all my tail swipes because like I could kill the creatures, but at that point it was just like I didn't have any, I had like nothing in hand. So at that point it was more of just like pray they don't have it, and they don't have it, so good enough for me pretty much. But I'm not sure. Is there a way to get rid of all the tokens? I guess you could like, I guess you could play. You can make them draw their deck with the Merfolk lore. Okay, so that's how you get rid of that. Okay, no, I did not think of that.
I mean, we were trying to figure it out for a long time. Is there even a way to beat this? But fortunately for you, that did not actually come up. It did not find the deeper.
They just need to have it, and they didn't have it, so easy.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about your run, not just this season, because of course you did punch your ticket to the NRG Championship already, sitting at number 7 on our leaderboard right now, coming into this weekend.
Actually, they forgot to update the leaderboard. I'm 4th, tied for 4th. Just want to say that for the record. I got 10 extra points.
It's updated with the points from yesterday.
It's not.
Okay, all right. May did the math.
I have the receipts, okay? I should have 10 more points on that leaderboard.
Well, we'll talk to the production team here in the booth, and we'll have a stern talking to that. You are tied for 4th. There is no.
It's kind of my fault. I'm using a different Melee account for reasons.
Oh, okay.
But, so it complicates things.
So
but
you
I'm
confused
tied
us.
for 4th. I'm tied for 4th.
Just aggregate all of the May French identities,
exactly.
and we eventually end up tied for 4th. So talk to me a little about your run this season, and not just that, but the run at large. So I assume you here today, excellent start here at 4-0. Are you a little hungry for Player of the Year? Are we climbing up this leaderboard, coming for? I believe currently Ty is at the top with his 69 points. You coming for that? Is that part on your radar for that Player of the Year on the NRG series here?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm like the favorite for it, but I don't think there's a reason I should stop playing if I keep winning, right? So, I mean, at this point, like, it's just fun to go out to the NRG events, hang out with some friends, and like play Magic and Paper. And I was really excited to play Modern for the first time this weekend. Unfortunately, lost my winning in yesterday for top 8 to some player on Merfolk named Nikachu. You may have heard of him.
Never. I mean, who?
But no, it's very fun to come to these events still, and I'll making an attempt at Player of the Year, but at the end of the day, I'm just seeing how well I can do and enjoy playing Magic. So nothing really crazy besides that.
Well, you're quite good at it, as you've shown, not just here today and your 4-0 start, but through the entire season, a monster of a season that you've had. And as you said, if you're winning so much, why stop? And great advice for players at home. Why stop while you're ahead? No reason to, as May French continues to crush. Well, all right. I mean, incredible performance. One last thing. Talk to me a little bit about Green Devotion and you choosing to bring that over, let's say, Phoenix or Vampires. Next, we've talked about kind of the faces of the format. Chose to play Green Devotion instead. Can you tell me a little bit about your deck selection there?
Yeah, so I'm going to run through a couple decks I decided on and ended up not bringing. Phoenix, I'm very bad at. I'm very good at punting with Phoenix. Everyone says use Cantrip to Treasure Cruise, and sometimes I Cantrip, but I don't find Treasure Cruise, and then I lose. It's crazy. Vampires, I'm really bad at having Vein Ripper and Sorn in the same hand, so I can't bring that deck. And I decided that I wasn't going to play Blue Air Control again, because there's too many Blue Air Control players at the NRG series, and I think we need less of them in the world. Not less people. I'm saying we should maybe choose some different decks.
Choose some different decks.
We should be a little more creative, maybe. But Green has like a good Blue Air Control matchup because I respect control. You always have to respect control at these events. That's why I have the Emrakul in my sideboard. So
there you go. It's for those pesky control players we do
yeah,
less
exactly.
of.
But also like, I don't know, the vibes were good. People ask me like about like stuff like, oh, did you like what do you think about like the mana base of this? Like, why do you run like this many cards in certain decks? And I'm like, I've never touched a hypergeometric calculator in my entire life. Everything I do is based completely off vibes. People say I should map my sideboard, but my sideboard's built mostly off vibes. I kind of just cut cards if I feel like they aren't doing anything. So, yeah.
A lot of mysticism around your process. Vibes for the Green Devotion, no vibes for Treasure Cruise.
Yeah.
That's not the vibe.
Yeah, the
no
vibes were
for
immaculate for
Sorens.
Mono Green this weekend, and I brought Mono Green. Simple as that.
Well, the vibes are immaculate for your performance so far. Excellent job. Any final shout outs before we let you go and get back to the vibes?
I like to shout out Robin, who may or may not be watching from home. You know who you are, Robin. I like to shout out the Mason Esports Clark, Mr. Esports. And I'd like to shout out my cat Grief, who's on the token, and definitely is named after the Magic card.
I love that. Grief after the Magic card, but cats want to cause you grief as well. A fitting name. Thank you, Meg. Congratulations on your run, and we hope to see more of you as we start to things start to shake out. We start to look towards the top cut.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Well, with that is going to conclude. Yeah, I mean, a lot of vibes there. You know, a good vibes interview, good vibes deck, just vibes all around for May French and all of her Green Devotion cards. Now, like I said, with that, that's going to wrap up, I believe, round number 4 here at the Pioneer 5K Trial, the last event of Season 1. So with that, we only have 3 rounds left to go. So the stakes are starting to get very, very high. And we're going to check in on all of our players to watch at the beginning of the next round, see how them and all of their records are starting to fare as things really starting to shake out and the cream's starting to rise to the top. The cream of the crop to the top for our Pioneer 5K here in St. Louis. So with that, that will conclude round number 4, and we'll see you after the break.
Hooves dig into fields of black, chase valiantly towards the dread. Shield and armor aglow and bright, countless hearts and lances keen. They ride into the night. The beasts above, they shriek and soar, spew flames of ghostlight from their jaws that eat the skies and burn the flesh, and albeit crowned with firelight, they ride on into the night. The new 2024 exclusive line, crowned with the first printed boulder and zip folio ever. An astonishing artwork, made by one of Magic the Gathering's most beloved artists.
All right, everyone, welcome back. So a little bit of a longer break there, but we are back for round number 5 of our Pioneer 5K trial here in St. Louis. So, we're down to the final 3 rounds. We're going to start looking at some win-ins and stuff like that. But before we do any of that, let's check in on our players to watch. Remember, this is the end of Season 1, and we have a lot of leaderboard players hungry for those end-of-the-year NRG Championship invites, including many of our 3-1s here. Connor Mullaly, saw him with his 1 loss on camera, has rallied back here. We got to 3-1. Gerrick Alford, saw him earlier today, and he's 3-1 as well, along with Harrison Kanfer defending his spot, and Travis Williams kind of very far behind, looking to catch up. And then from there, falls off a little bit. Joey DiGiacomo at 2-2, and then Ty Tajili at 2-2 as well. And then Nikachu, our winner from yesterday's showdown, already punched his ticket to the championship. Rough start today at 1-3. Kevin Sames kind of representing Merfolk with a loss last round, but still a great record. So, Merfolk still carrying the torch, even if Nikachu's falling a little bit further behind. Magic left to play, and then Peo has dropped from the event. So he's going to have to do some work in Season 2 to make that happen. Now, again, we are in round 5, which means the winners of this round are very likely to make the top cut. So let's see exactly what these players are playing for if they are to win their matches here. So we see right there, first place, $1,200, an invite to the RC, 30 points. And of course, this entire series is sponsored by Ultimate Guard. So all of the top 16 is going to get Katana sleeves, and the top 8 is going to get Ultimate Guard Boulder deck boxes, because Ultimate Guard is the official sponsor of the NRG series. So tons of awesome money, points, invites, and awesome swag to go with it. lot to play for here for all these players. And you can see second place, $600, 25 points. Third and fourth, $400, 20 points. And then fifth through eighth, points fall off a little bit, 15 points, $200, and then $100, 10 points falls off from there. But these points matter a ton to these players that are playing for the invites. And of course, all of this stuff matters to the players who are playing their win and ins now. We're going to start with one such match. As we go down, we can see someone we recognize on the left. That's Eric Hennig playing his take on Izzet Ensoul, an electrifying match against Connor Mullaly earlier, involving multiple shrapnel blasts to steal the game away, versus someone we haven't seen too much of today, Anthony Horberg playing Azorius Spirits. So this is a little bit of a non-conventional Pioneer match. I am joined in the booth, of course, as always, by Devin, aka Doomwake. Talk to me a little bit about the looks from these decks and what does this matchup even look like?
So this is it's definitely an interesting matchup. You have on one side of the equation, Izzet Ensoul, very, very, wants to get on the board, play to the board early, a lot of aggression, has some decent removal spells in the form of Torch the Tower and Shrapnel Blast, because Shrapnel Blast, as we know it, likes to go upstairs, but it kills lords just as well. And then on the other side, you have this kind of Azorius Spirits deck, and Azorius Spirits has really kind of sort of transformed the way that it's built its like the core of its deck over the past, I would say maybe 5 or 6 months or so. And we actually see 4 copies of main deck wedding announcement in Horberg's deck, which is something that you wouldn't necessarily associate with a Spirits, a creature deck that's trying to just flood the board with a bunch of creatures. Maybe you associate Spirits with like Collected Company, but we're more of just like a mid-range deck that happens to have some flash creatures, and they happen to share a creature type, and that's kind of more what we're looking at here with Anthony.
Yeah, that's an interesting look and a great call out there, as these players have really started off both with one drops. You mentioned kind of Horberg looking a little bit more mid-rangey than, and that's kind of supported by the No More Lies coming down here on the Smuggler's Copter, that to stymie some of the aggression. These are reactive cards we're seeing. We're not really seeing a come out the gates hard with a bunch of spirits, Empyrean Eagles, all that kind of thing, just get your opponent dead. None of that's really present here. Like you said, we're leveraging the flash creatures like this Spectral Sailor we see going to work, doing some attacking, wedding announcements, Wandering Emperors. Here's Catilda, Dawnheart Martyr, or this reminds me almost of like those mono white kind of control decks we used to see in Standard, but just with the Spirits package baked in as well. As here's a look at the flip card from Innistrad Crimson Vow, legendary creature Spirit Warlocks. This is a spirit, has flying and a lifelink, something that's going to matter a lot here. Protection from vampires, power toughness equal to the number of permanents you control that are spirits and or enchantments, as that one's going to bite the dust to a Torch the Tower. Only a 2/2 right now is Catilda.
Yeah, that's a tough one, because the Catilda is usually good against removal in the sense of when they kill it, then you can just flash it back with the Disturb half. But unfortunately, Torch the Tower does exile the creature, so that is not going to be an option here. What's nice about Catilda, and I think part of the reason why Anthony has it in the main deck, 2 copies in the main, and sometimes they even play more on the sideboard, but 2 copies in the main, because the protection from Vampire's Claws, as we've talked about over the course of this broadcast, Vampire is one of the best decks in the Pioneer format. And when you have a card that is just able to block a Vein Ripper and not die, that's a really good spot to be in for the Spirits player.
Yeah, definitely. And a lot of equity here in this matchup as well. The lifelink matters a ton. Obviously a priority for Eric to take care of with Torch the Tower. So he did a good job of that. And the exile matters too, because it does have Disturb. And the follow-up was strong as well. Case of the Filched Falcon. We've seen that card do some work alongside Darksteel Citadel, which is in play for him as well. You can get a look at that one. The uncommon from Murders at Karlov Manor creates a clue as its first clause there. And then if you solve it, you get Metalcraft, 3 more artifacts. And once it's solved, you can pay 2 in a blue, sacrifice it to put 4 counters on target non-creature artifact, and it becomes a 0/0 bird with flying as well. And so, yeah, we're firing that off right away here to turn our Darksteel Citadel into that 4/4 now non-creature artifact that has become a creature. It's a flying bird, so it has indestructible and flying.
Yeah, and if you look at the removal spells in Horberg's deck list, there's 2 copies of Skyclave Apparition, can't touch that. 2 Get Lost, Indestructible doesn't matter. Aganjo doesn't matter. There is 2 copies of the Wandering Emperor in Horberg's deck, so that is a card that we're really looking for here to be able to exile that Citadel, especially while Eric is tapped out, shields down on Spell Pierce. But yeah, that is that if there's no Wandering Emperor, it's basically going to be impossible for Horberg to get that off the battlefield, because there's no additional. I guess there's an Otawara too, so 2 Emperor, 1 Otawara as sort of like quote unquote clean answers to that Citadel.
Yeah, some clean answers, not a lot. Needs to find them. Doesn't have a lot of selection available, but does have quite the flying force assembled. So we might be entering a little bit of a racing situation for these players. Now, obviously, it's harder for Anthony Horberg to do. We mentioned his deck is a little bit more mid-range shaped, as here comes an Alpha Strike with everything. Instant Speed, Supreme Phantom after the blocks are declared, thanks to Rattle Chains giving the Spirits Flash. And that's going to give some hexproof as well. It's going to buff up the whole team. And here comes a massive attack for, I believe, 2 + 3 is 5, + 3 more is 8. That'll put Eric down to 9. There is your look at the Supreme Phantom. 1/3 flyer, able to block if things get hairy on the crackback. But not really something that Anthony Horberg wants to do, as he's more or less flipped the race in his favor off of just having that Lord right away. I imagine if he had a second one, he would have cast it. So the 2 mana does not represent another Supreme Phantom. It could be something else tricky.
Yeah, and you mentioned, that Anthony having a difficult time racing, but that Lord really does change the math here. So now Eric's in a position where do we have to leave this Citadel back on defense? Anthony's on 11, which means that if you get a Kraken for that, you can put Anthony to 7, Shrapnel Blast. We're just going to go for Ensoul Artifact on the Blood token. Interestingly, could have had the potential to put the Ensoul Artifact onto the Citadel. So it looks like we are going to play defense. We're going to crack in for 5. That is, presumably going to put Anthony down to 6. Likely does not want to chump block with that Phantom. And now you have that 4/4 on defense. And what's great about the 4/4 being on defense, we mentioned one of Anthony's main outs to it being Wandering Emperor. Well, you can't Emperor something that's untapped.
True. And so, yeah, that's something that's more or less off the radar. Now a great blocker in the form of Darksteel Citadel. And, of course, Mausoleum Wanderer can only counter instants and sorceries. Can't go after the Ensoul Artifact. Something I want to highlight really quickly is the way Eric Hennig tapped. So you can gain a little bit of information about how your opponent, what your opponent's hand looks like based on how you tap your mana. Choosing to kind of tap the painless red source signals to me that there is no Shrapnel Blast present for Eric Hennig, because, obviously you prefer to cast that not paying life versus paying life. Chose to cast Ensoul Artifact, which does not require red mana with the Spirebluff Canal. Now, of course, we're cracking a clue, so that could change right now. You get to use that mana to crack a clue. Shrapnel Blast could be coming off the top and be used right now as no attacks for Horberg. All 4 mana left untapped, had no in-step play from last turn. Now, if all Horberg has worked is the activate Spectral Sailor, he's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and a card that Eric is really looking for here is Inti, because I think one of Anthony's plans here is maybe just start chump blocking either the 5/5 or the 4/4, and Inti really messes the equation up on that, and Eric's even going to get it with both here. So, with Anthony on 6, Anthony has to kind of think about, okay, well, can I maybe go to 2? Because if you go to 2, you don't die to Voldaren Epic here. You still die to Shrapnel Blast either way. That's not going to change no matter what. But yeah, wondering if, maybe you just decide to take the hit from the Citadel because you need more stuff in play to be able to have a big crackback on the following turn. And potentially that Wanderer could also, mess with Shrapnel Blast math, although currently it is a 2/2, and Eric has 4 mana, so we can go blast and then pay for that Wanderer.
Yeah, so that is, more or less where we're at. Does not have it. Going for Smuggler's Copter instead. Bunch of cards left over for Hennig, who does leave Spirebluff Canal untapped this go round as we go back to Horberg, who did just activate Spectral Sailor, but in quite a bit of trouble. Not really have, Double Lord maybe could start, like Double Supreme Phantom could really start to look like a potential for a lethal attack. But we do have a Smuggler's Copter blocker, thanks to the post-combat deploy of the Copter. Outside of that, though, Horberg's in a lot of trouble. He's under the abyss, as they say right now, and 2 of them, because there's a lot of lethal attackers. Yeah, triple abyss if you count the Copter. We're in trouble.
A lot of abysses here. See, I thought Abyss was a world enchantment, which means you can only have 1 copy of it in play, but, apparently Eric has decided that's not the case.
It's that power creep, man.
I know, right? Smuggler's Copter also notably extremely good here because it plays like it's going to be able to play offense next turn, but it can play some pretty good defense here. Nothing of Anthony's can profitably attack into it, I guess, except the Rattle Chains. So it's providing this sort of brick wall while also making a lethal attacker. And this is going to be a tough spot. I guess Anthony can trade the Rattle Chains for the Copter, chump block the other 2, but I'm struggling to find a way that Anthony can sort of get out of this because the creature sizing on the battlefield is just so, like, you know what I mean? Like Eric's heroes are just so much larger than Anthony's.
I mean, like I said, I think it still has to start with the Wandering Emperor. It's just one of the best
Yeah.
cards. Being able to gain you some life. Maybe you can actually take a hit against something like the Smuggler's Copter, take care of some of your bigger problems, start getting some double blocks involved, and then untap with something that starts to really snowball the game in your favor. It has to involve those kinds of cards, removal spells that actually work. I mean, Get Lost can also kind of do that, but giving your opponent artifacts when you're playing against Ensoul doesn't feel good, as here does come a Get Lost coming down on the blood token. Spell Pierce going after it instead. We're going to pay for that. Do we have a second Spell Pierce? Looks like the answer is yes. Now, Mausoleum Wanderer could potentially get involved if he wants, but does not feel good and will not feel good, as that is going to happen. We did find Inti off of the draw discard, but combat's already happened. Now, what can Horberg do? Lots of it. I think you have to block with everything, right? Yeah.
Trade double chump block. So you get the Copter off the battlefield, but Eric still has a 5/5 and a 4/4. You're going to take 1 from the Epic here. That's going to put you down to 1. And I mean, looking at Anthony's deck list, I don't really think there's an out. There's no kind of sweepers, like no Supreme Verdict. And honestly, even if there was a Verdict off the top, even if that card existed, you still have the Indestructible Citadel.
Yeah, there's an Indestructible. You need like Sunfall, and you're just not going to put that in your Spirits deck, even if it is a little bit mid-rangey. And so, yeah, it does not find the mystical Sunfall that's not in his deck. So Horberg going to pick him up, and a convincing victory in game number 1 for Eric Hennig. The Izzet Ensoul deck looking quite impressive through the day. In Spirits, we haven't got to see too much, but gonna need to make some adjustments. Let's see what Horberg is working with as we go into game number 2. So here's a look at the Spirits deck. And as you mentioned, kind of a mid-rangey look, as you can see in the main deck. That actually continues into the sideboard. So with our sideboard, we have 4 copies of Portable Hull, 2 copies of Disdainful Stroke, 2 copies of 3 Steps Ahead, 1 Takasia's Welcome, 1 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Knockout Blow, 1 Skyclave Apparition, 1 Containment Priest, 1 Rest in Peace, and 1 Lauren of the Third Path. So a 4 of, couple 2 ofs, and a bunch of 1 ofs. What kind of adjustments are we making for the Izzet Ensoul deck?
Yeah, I think Anthony's a decent amount behind in game 1 situation, which is why you see 4 copies of Portable Hull in the sideboard. So I think the texture of this matchup is going to change quite drastically as we move into these post-board games. The 4 copies of Portable Hull and the 1 Lorraine of the Third Path, those are kind of slam dunks for me. The Skyclave Apparition is interesting because it kills Ensoul Artifact, but it does not kill non-lands, which means it can't kill Citadel, and it also can't kill tokens, which is, Ensoul on a token is one of the better ways, but I guess you could just kill the Ensoul in that case. So, Skyclave maybe, Portable Hull, Loran definitely, and then past that, I think that's probably it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. Just getting some of those cheap removal spells involved that can help swing the game in your favor, and maybe even, moving off of some of the Spirit stuff and more towards just an actual blue-white mid-range deck might be part of the texture here as well. And well, let's take a look real quick at Eric Hennig's list, a list we've seen before, and he's winning a lot. If he wins one more game in this match, he's very, very favored to find his way into the top 8. So with that, let's take a look at his sideboard. It has 3 copies of Fiery Impulse, 3 Rending Volley, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Mage Bane Lizard, 2 the Acroan War, 2 Rampaging Ferocidon, and of course the companion, Gigantha the Wellspring. How are we adjusting for this Spirits mid-range hybrid deck that we're looking at?
Yeah, so, Eric, I think a favorite in game 1 and potentially even gains more in the sideboard than Horberg does because we have 3 Fiery Impulse and 3 Rending Volley. Those are slam dunks. Presumably, you're going to want to probably trim on the Spell Pierces because those, I guess they can fight over Normalize and the announcements, but the announcements might actually come out. So we're probably going to swap out some of this more, interactive stuff, maybe even the Cryptic Coats, and just get in some more cheap removal. Maybe could also go towards the Mystical Dispute because those can take out stuff like Rattle Chains and Supreme Phantom. But yeah, a lot of stuff to like here for Eric.
Yeah, a lot of options. And importantly, I think part of the decision Eric is going to have to make is a lot of his main deck cards are quite good. And he does have a lot of good options in the sideboard as well. And with Anthony Horberg, unclear how much Eric knows about how much there is a pivot into a more controlling deck with all of these removal spells and can maybe throttle back on some of the Spirits, maybe try to invalidate some of the removal that might come in. We see a lot of options here. If you bring in all the Rending Volleys, all the Impulse, and Anthony cuts on some of the creatures, that could maybe get a little awkward. So there is some play to the sideboard because he has so many potentially good options. He's going to have to actually make some decisions on, okay, what can we only bring in a few copies of? What can we leave behind for this Spirits mid-range hybrid kind of deck that we're looking at?
Yeah, sort of like a cat and mouse thing, like we were talking about when we had Gerrick on camera against Phoenix, where it was like Gerrick had a bunch of I don't, cat and mouse, I don't mean to use that as a literal term, but Gerrick had a bunch of Cutsills, Flankers, and Regal Caracals in the sideboard, and we were like, oh, well, the Phoenix player may have to keep in some removal to kind of kill that stuff. It's sort of the opposite of that. So we'll have to see how these players choose to sideboard, as we see Anthony lead on in a Darkheart Wastes, and no one drop, but potentially could have a Sailor, and that is not the case. But trying to get a good look at the hand, I see a Portable Hole, a No More Lies, potentially a Supreme Phantom, and trying to figure out if you want to tap out on turn 2 or potentially hold up that counterspell.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the counterspell, the Izzet Ensoul deck's not known for making its, 6th, 7th land drops, so the Lunar Lies is very likely to have targets as the game goes on, and just developing the Supreme Phantom is already a great blocker against some of the 1-mana 1/1s the deck can present. NT, it can also kind of just block the NT unless we discard a card, and then maybe we can reach for Portable Holes and stuff like that if you really are scared of the NT, which very well may be the case. No second white means we can't hold up No More Lies, but here comes Portable Hole.
That's a little awkward. Anthony really wanted to try and find a white source so we could go Portable Hole plus hold up No More Lies. Looks like we are going to hold up 2 mana. I couldn't quite get a good glimpse to see if there was a Rattle Chains in hand, but I think there is. Okay, Wanderer is not a terrible follow-up either. But yeah, really wanted to be able to hold up that No More Lies to be able to, fight over Eric's. Like, say if Eric goes, Darksteel Citadel into Ensoul Artifact, now Anthony doesn't have a good any good recourse against that.
Right, and yeah, not really having access. Only 1 white means the Skyclave Apparition actually in Anthony's hand right now, even though he has 3 mana, is uncastable, as his leftovers are very interactive. No More Lies, Portable Hole, Skyclave Apparition. Skyclave, of course, not castable, but Anthony has had time to develop some creatures here, so he's actually able to start getting a clock going. Supreme Phantom by itself, not a great clock. Mausoleum Wanderer, however, turns things up very, very quickly, and with Eric having literally no non-land permanents in play right now, I mean, Anthony looks very ahead from this posture. But of course, Eric has a lot of cards to work with, so we'll see what he can develop this turn to really start to swing things back in his favor a little bit, starting with Smuggler's Copter.
Yeah, as we saw last game, Smuggler's Copter being able to provide offense and defense, the flying body, very, very good at kind of brickwalling some of these smaller flyers. But, if there's a second Lord that gets into the equation, maybe that can sort of change the math. And on top of that, Eric does not currently have an extra creature to be able to crew that. So getting a look at the hand for Eric, I think I see Ensoul, Shrapnel Blast, Cryptic Coat. So a lot of payoffs, but none of that cheap, like, Spyglass Siren, Voldarin Epic here, none of the cheap enablers. So hand's a little bit clunked up here. And, while under this, a little bit of pressure, could end up being a little bit more. But yeah, we'll have to see how Eric's hand develops.
Yeah, and I think that like you mentioned, it really just needs to find a creature and really start to get the Smuggler Copter going. Because getting the Smuggler's Copter online is actually a big deal here. As Anthony did find land number 4, still not white. So Skyclave Apparition not going to work. As here does come the 1 Legion.
Now that one's nice.
A card you called out that I think looks really good here. When enters the battlefield, does 2 damage to any targets. That one can go right after the Mausoleum Wanderer, provided it resolves, which there's a little bit of fight here. So here comes No More Lies. But look at Legion Extruder on the screen there. 1 in a red for an artifact. Enters the battlefield, 2 damage to any target. You compared it to Bone Crusher Giant. You can then pay 2 and tap to sacrifice another artifact. Can't do itself. And you get a 3/3 Golem for your trouble.
And this is going to be a huge draw step here for Anthony. Anthony has a Skyclave Apparition, but does not have the second white source. Eric is going for Ensoul on the Smuggler's Copter. If there's a white source off the top here for Anthony, good to, everything's clear and everything's good to go. If not, and Eric gets to untap with that 5/5, this is going to be Anthony's going to be in a rough spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he still has a second Portable Hole dialed up, so maybe that could work as well. But if he finds a land, we can fight over it. I thought I saw one. I could be wrong. But I thought I saw one, and if that's the case, I mean, this play does get 5 damage across the line, let you loot, so Eric Hennig did get to develop his land a little bit, as he did find the second white anyway. It's the white pathway. Hennig pathway, so it gets to be Skyclave Apparition. Doesn't matter. That's going to trigger Mausoleum Wanderer, and it's going to go after the Smuggler's Copter. A great interaction here for Anthony Horberg, and can potentially swing the game into his favor very commandingly.
It's going to pump the Wanderer, attack for 4. That's going to put Eric down to 10, I believe. And with Eric going to 10, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Any spirit off the top is going to make that 7. So yeah, Eric's and Eric's hand now is Shrapnel Blast and Soul Artifact. But I don't know, you take a look at Eric's battlefield, there are no artifacts in place. So drew all the payoffs, but not enough of the enablers.
We have towards the tower to start getting things going. So we're going to go after the Mausoleum Wanderer. So that's going to get picked off. And that does represent quite a bit of the pressure going on. Now, only 4 power and toughness in play. Is Cryptic Coat a solid follow-up? Getting to be very mana efficient is Eric Hennig this turn. which gets to do a little bit of disguising. Have that creature has ward, as we get a look at Cryptic Coat here, a rare from Murders at Karlov Manor. Equipment, artifact, 2 and a blue. Enters the battlefield, you get to cloak the top card of your library and attach Cryptic Coat to it. And then the creature gets +1/+0 and cannot be blocked. So a 3/2 unblockable here for Eric with Ward 2. And then, of course, if you remove the creature, you cannot move this Cryptic Coat around. You have to pay 1 and a blue to pick it up, akin to like Batter Skull of old. Pick it up and replay it for that kind of creature immediate equip thing going on with the card. As here comes Wedding Announcement, a follow-up for Anthony.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because, funny enough, the only artifact that Eric has left, or that Eric has, is that Cryptic Coat, and you kind of want the Cryptic Coat to be able to give the creature unblockable. And if you ensoul the Cryptic Coat, it falls off of the creature. So you could either have a 3/2 unblockable, or you could have a 5/5 non-unblockable and a 2/2 non-unblockable. The issue with the 5/5 unblockable is that Wedding Announcement coming off the top for Anthony is a very, very good roadblock against that 5/5. So Eric's in this weird position where, do you just keep the coat? Do you hit for 3 and then hope that you can get in maybe 2 attacks and a shrapnel blast plus something else? We need 1 other damage along the way to get to 12. This is a very, very interesting spot here for Eric, and I didn't quite see what he drew, but I know for a fact we have Ensoul and Shrapnel Blast, and we have a judge question.
Yeah, whatever it is, apparently is triggering a judge question here, which is fine. I mean, I think there's quite a bit going on here. And like you mentioned, the low artifact count here for Eric means that even things like Shrapnel Blast need to be actual kills before you can go for them, which can be awkward because a lot of times, like we saw Eric do earlier, you actually want to fire those off when your opponent is like tapped out, low on resources. So that way you're not opening yourself up to any kind of counter magic. That might be something even available here as we are within double Shrapnel Blast striking zone here. Is Anthony Horberg at only 9 life. Might be something you would reach for. Can't really do it because you just don't have the artifact count. So we are in an awkward spot for sure.
I think there's a reasonable chance that Eric is asking the judge if my equipment is equipped to a creature and I make it a no longer, or I turn it into a creature, what happens? But yeah, in that instance, the Cryptic Coat would fall off at the 2/2. But the 2/2 would still be able to be there. I'm curious if there's anything relevant under that. I'm trying to think. I'm going to look at Eric's deck list and see what the best hit. It's not really a lot of good hits. I mean, it could just be a random flyer, like a Spyglass Siren or a Gear. I guess Gear Drake could be pretty good if you can find some things to sacrifice, where you can flip over the Gear Drake and then maybe get to trigger that a couple of times. As we see mana lined up, I think we might be going for the Ensoul on defense here, and that is the
I mean, I love this. I mean, being able to, obviously attacking on the ground, not great, but you can kind of split the difference. You talked about having to kind of pick one path or the other. This is the path that splits the difference. Get your hit for 3. Now you're in double Shrapnel Blast territory, and now I get to make my 5/5, and your best attacker right now is the Skyclave Apparition. If you attack with that, I get a creature. So that really stymies a lot of the aggression, and with Eric all the way down to 9, not opening yourself up to getting punked out by things like another Supreme Phantom or something of that nature, it can be an important factor in this game as Eric does just look to build for a little bit of reach. Valder and Epicures, your Shrapnel Blast and things of that nature. Here comes a second copy of Portable Hole. I believe this one's been around for a while.
And I do see a second red card in Eric's hand. I cannot quite tell if it's another Shrapnel Blast, but he's holding it a little close. I think it might be an NT. I know there's at least one Shrapnel Blast in hand. So I almost wonder if Eric now wants to go. So what's this? This is an attack for 4 damage. That would put Eric down to 5. Maybe Anthony wants to hold back the spirit or the token. Notably, if Anthony attacks with 2 creatures this turn, not going to have another token on defense because the announcement's going to draw a card rather than make a token. So maybe there's some like situations where Anthony's trying to play around the top deck another Ensoul artifact. What exactly can I play around from Eric in terms of the top of the deck? And definitely has to have Shrapnel Blast on the radar at some point.
Right, and that's part of the equation as well. Now, obviously, Eric does have the option to return Cryptic Coat to hand on instep, but now with Eric all the way down to 5, not even looking like a good option. Yeah, he doesn't even reach for that. Needs to get a little bit of help from the top of the deck, but like you mentioned, Wedding Announcement draws a card thanks to the attack from both Supreme Phantom and Skyclave. Not as many blockers here for Anthony Horberg as we did find a Spyglass Siren. Not only a flying blocker, generates a map token, which is another artifact to sacrifice to things like Shrapnel Blast. And like you mentioned, we see one Shrapnel Blast in hand, another card that we can't get a great look at, but no attack.
It might be a red card.
That Eric's planning on getting another turn. You think it's what?
I think it might be a red card, but it's tough to tell if it's a second Shrapnel Blast or not. So do we have lethal through this blocker? Well, we're firing off mana now for Eric.
Okay, so we tapped down for Rattle Chains, and I assume this has to be lethal because I believe we're currently shrapnel blasting a creature in response to the Rattle Chains target.
Not sure.
Well, no, we went face. Okay, so yeah, we're at 4. As there's a Mausoleum Wanderer, and this looks lethal to me.
3,
Is this
4,
not lethal?
5
We have 2 real
attackers.
blockers.
Yeah, 2 blockers. You block the Skyclave, you block the Rattle Chains, and you take 1, 2, 3.
Is it 4?
4? It might be 4. It might be 4 without a spirit because the Wanderer is 2, the Phantom is 1, the Token is 1. You block the other 2.
Yeah. So yeah, I think we're actually a point short without another follow-up spirit. Now that does take care of Eric's board, but again, leaves you open to dying to things like a top deck Shrapnel Blast, or if Eric just has another Shrapnel Blast already. I mean, we mentioned we see some kind of red card. Don't have a great look. A little awkward if no follow-up spirit. Now, I think if Anthony had the spirit, we would have already slammed it in attack. Yeah. I don't think there's that much to think about.
We would have cast it by now.
Right. So what is Anthony's leftovers? Is it any good? And, I have to wonder now, looking at the Otawara in play, was there any way we could have maybe kept that back?
Wandering Emperor would also be lethal because that's an extra point of damage that just from an unblocked attacker.
Sure.
You see Eric lining up some blocks here. There's the blocks that we expected. And assuming we did our math correctly, I believe that is only 4 damage.
All right. Do you have any tricks? Any Wandering Emperors?
All right. We're going to damage.
No. Yeah, that looks like down to 1.
Knock the top of the deck here for Eric. Do we find a Shrapnel Blast? If there's not one already in hand, I think it might be a red card, but I can't confirm what it is. 3 mana.
Second wedding announcement here for Horberg. So 2 cards coming. One of
this could find a counter spell.
Right. Although No More Lies, one of the premier counter spells that Horberg is working with, cannot currently play Shrapnel Blast around that. But if we have one or the other, if the card in hand's a land and we have Shrapnel Blast, or the other way around, we could pair it up to where we can play around it. Didn't get a great look. Looks like a land. And it is a Shrapnel Blast. So we have land Shrapnel Blast, so No More Lies isn't good enough.
But we have Lofty Denial.
Oh my gosh. So
They're on one, but not the other.
No More Lies. We played around it, did not play around Lofty Denial, and another electric game here for Eric Hennig. And that is going to mean that Anthony Horberg, is going to pick up a win in this match. So to game 3 we go in what has been some tight back and forth between the Spirits player and the Izzet Ensoul player. Let's take a quick look at the deck list one more time. Now that we've seen a little bit of the sideboarding, all the wedding announcements and things of that nature stayed in, as did the Spirits stuff, are we more interested in changing our sideboarding around? So I actually didn't see too many of the sideboard cards that Eric made, and that makes me think maybe he didn't actually make that many changes. Maybe we didn't bring in as many of the removal spells, Rending Volleys, Fiery Impulses. Seeing all the spirits, do we actually want to change some of that, get some more removal spells in our deck?
I mean, I guess it could be a play draw thing where maybe you want the volleys, maybe all 6 of them on the draw, but when you're on the play, you want to be a little bit more aggressive and don't need the impulses. I think the volleys are just too good because they're very efficient. They kill every creature in the Spirits deck list, and they're uncounterable. So I think you can't really, you have to bring in the volleys, but maybe impulse is more of a play draw thing.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, definitely it feels that way, especially with how that game played out, where Horberg was on the play, was able to establish a clock and then start to back that up with all the permission. That pressure is really what got him over the finish line and pressured Hennig into having to use his Shrapnel Blast before he could really pay for all those counter spells. So definitely something that mattered. And we can take one more look at the Spirits deck list before we move on. I didn't see Horberg actually reach for his sideboard once again. So whatever changes we made, which appeared to be keeping a lot of the Spirits in and boarding all the portable holes in, I believe we're staying the course. Whereas we did see Hennig from our little corner cam here pick up his deck, do some more sideboarding, make some changes. So that's part of why I was talking about that kind of angle. But for Anthony Horberg with the portable holes, the Skyclave apparition, we saw those cards and they definitely looked good.
Oh yeah, Portable Hole is a slam dunk in this matchup, especially because, in Soul Artifact, being able to hit tokens is kind of awkward against the Skyclave apparition, because then you want to Skyclave the token, but you can't do that because Skyclave has no token. So you have to Skyclave the Ensoul in that case, but Portable Hole is more mana efficient and kind of gets around that and sidesteps that restriction. So we'll see Eric in the play, no 1-drop here. And
no 1-drop. That's good.
No 1-drop either.
Yeah, no 1-drop from either player. A little bit more weird from the Ensoul deck than from the Spirits deck. We know it's kind of low on 1s. Here's a Smuggler's Copter on 2. And a Spectral Sailor. So we did have a 1-drop. Yeah, we lied. Spectral Sailor here and available to start going to work. See Wandering Emperor.
You would never lie in the booth.
Yeah. Attack for 2 from Spectral Sailor. So getting aggressive right away is Anthony Horberg on the draw. Back to Eric we go. Here comes, I assume, a third land. Smuggler's Copter potentially able to start getting into the red zone.
And
Get to a
what's
racing situation.
interesting about this is normally Eric would want to say utilize Spell Pierce to back up the Ensoul artifact, but because Anthony's removal spells, like in this exact situation, because Anthony's main removal spell is Portable Hole, like I'm not sure that Eric would even want the Spell Pierces in the deck, because in this situation Anthony could just go land 3, cast my Portable Hole, pay for the Spell Pierce, and it's very easy for that to be a thing. So not entirely sure if the Spell Pierces were left in. We do see the Ensoul artifact hit off of Inti. Eric would love to cast that one, but unfortunately does not have the mana to do so. Think about maybe lining up a Torch the Tower here. Maybe you could consider, you don't want to sack the Smuggler's Copter. I guess you could just fire it off on the Sailor right now, but
yeah, I mean, very unlikely to see any blocks. And of course, so that was actually the first draw discard. So we drew discard from Smuggler's Copter, and then we discarded a card from Inti to go ahead and make our Smuggler's Copter into a 4/4 and give it a little bit of trample action as well. So now this is really starting to flip the race the other direction, something Inti is very well known for being good at, as we shock in a Steam Vents as part of our follow-up. Towards the tower, remember what that represents.
Inti also very, very known for hitting 2-drops when you only have 1 mana available, apparently.
Yeah, and of course, Eric waited to play his land, did everything right, looking to get some kind of card advantage off of Inti. Inti, of course, not cooperating. 2 of the namesake 2-drops coming off the top on a turn where he's looking for either a land or a 1-mana spell. And over to Anthony we go. Not the worst for Eric, even if he didn't get full Inti value. Still has Anthony already down to 14 life, ahead in the life total race, and only Supreme Phantom left up to block. Does mean that things are starting to get awkward, and still a turn away from the Wandering Emperor is Anthony Horberg. So what can he make happen instead?
Yeah, Anthony's deciding between, it looks like Wedding Announcement and Skyclave Apparition. I think because you're this far behind in the battlefield, especially facing down the 4/4 Copter, if you just play Wedding Announcement here, you're taking 7 damage next turn because the Inti's going to get trampled. You can't even really chump block the Inti with the 1/1 token. I think if that's the decision, I almost think that you just have to play the Skyclave here. But I know that there's a Wedding Announcement. Maybe I was mistaken, and perhaps there was not a Skyclave. Looks like we're choosing to hold up Spell Queller.
Yeah, we got a little Queller action. Okay, well, that can grab stuff, but a 3/4 doesn't block a 4/4 Copter that well, and especially if it continues to grow, thanks to the Inti, which, yeah, we're getting that started right away, wasting no time, is Eric on getting the Smuggler's Copter Inti stuff going.
It's a really heads-up play for Eric. I think a lot of people would be tempted to just pre-combat play the Spyglass Siren to crew the Inti, but Eric is very, very aware of the presence of Spell Queller. So, if basically Eric is in a position where he's saying, okay, I'm ahead on board. If my opponent is willing to hold up 3 mana, I'm just not going to play into it. I have a Copter in play. You have to answer this. If you don't, you're going to die to it. So I think a very, very heads-up play here for Eric, choosing to not play into that Spell Queller.
And this time, Inti's cooperating very well as both the discard from the Smuggler's Copter draw discard finds an island for him to play for turn, and then the discard of Cryptic Coat in order to grow the Smuggler's Copter to a 5/5 trample finds Voldaren Epic here. So some cards to play, getting the card advantage back, unlike last turn where we didn't really get any of that going. And now we get to deploy Voldaren Epic here, deal another point, down 8.
This is so good, too, because Anthony is like, okay, I need to use my mana. I want to play the Spell Queller. It's obvious Eric is playing around it, but Eric played this perfectly because now he's going to be able to get to resolve Cryptic Coat, which unless there's something.
No, I think he discarded that one. So we have the Spyglass Siren, which is actually still fine. So Spyglass Siren is going to allow you to really make sure that Anthony can't flip the race out of nowhere.
Yep.
And is going to create another artifact to come with it. So you get a look at Spell Queller here. That one actually doesn't counter anything. So this gets around uncounterable. Exiles target spell. Converted mana costs 4 or less when it enters.
Jam it.
And then when it leaves the battlefield, you get to cast it instead.
I'm into jamming here too, especially while Anthony's tapped out. And this is another situation where if Anthony does have the Skyclave Apparition, you want to be able to kill this too many threats here at this point. You want to kill the Copter, but then if you kill the Copter, you're worried about a 6/6 trample because the Inti can pump up the Ensoul artifact. You can't take out the token, so you'd have to kill the Ensoul and leave Eric with the token, which also leaves him with the Copter. So yeah, this is a really tricky spot here for Anthony.
Yeah, and it looks like he's got the Wandering Emperor pulled to the front. I mean, Wandering Emperor taking out Inti is an attractive play, but once again, that still leaves a host of problems. You have this Spyglass Siren that can crew the Smuggler's Copter and get it going for 5 damage, and then there's a 5/5 map that has this Ensoul artifact on it. I mean, there's so many huge creatures that you need to answer, even though Inti is more or less one of the problem creatures here, and it looks like it's about to get busy. His Siren is going to be crewing the Copter this time, and Inti entering the red zone. Maybe not.
No, we're thinking about that.
Gotta revisit that decision. Is here some attack triggers. Both Inti and Smuggler's Copter going to trigger. No effects, I believe, for Anthony in response.
Well, if you're choosing to Wandering Emperor, I think it's probably best to do it now before Eric gets to see more cards, because you don't want to give Eric 2 or 3 more looks at a Spell Pierce if that was kept in. So I think this is a heads up play. Now the question for Anthony is, what do you kill? Right? There's 2 very, very large threats in play. I think you probably have to kill the Copter, but it's kind of close, because the issue here is if you're choosing to wait, whichever one you target, Eric's just going to give the other one trample.
Right. Yeah, that's the problem with waiting is, Inti, you get the choice to discard and then you get to target. So like you actually get to make the decision afterwards. And yeah, that makes the blocking situation kind of hard, even if this is the correct time, like you mentioned, to play the Wandering Emperor, just to play around some counter matchup, because if you get it countered, it might just be game over right there. And Torch the Tower is a huge draw too, because now with that one revealed, whatever we go for, we can potentially sack as part of the bargain.
Oh, so we actually did let the Inti triggers resolve before the Emperor. So I think what happened there is Anthony maybe thought we were going to Wandering Emperor before we targeted, then realized, okay, well, we should wait until the Inti targets. But then because the Torch got hit, that's even more punishment for Anthony, because now you can even say, so I think Anthony pointed that we were going after the map token, because that's what Eric went after. But now you can just sack this, and just get the Phantom right out of there.
Well, I think we actually could have gotten cuter. I think we sacrificed the map. I think you can actually sacrifice the Ensoul and then keep your tapped map token that is no longer a viable target as a tapped creature for the Wandering Emperor, and keep it small. Never going to matter, right?
You can bargain enchantments, right?
Correct. I mean, it's an artifact enchantment token set. So if Wilds of Eldraine has a bargain that doesn't hit enchantments, I'd be shocked. And wow, Legion, the Legion Extruder is coming off the top here as the next discard. Get a quick look at Torch the Tower. You may sacrifice artifact, enchantment, or token as you cast the spell. So whatever, small thing. Yeah. And at the end of the day, still accomplishes the same thing, getting the Supreme Phantom out the way. A massive attack here with the Smuggler's Copter. And of course, the Inti damage as well. And then we get to pick off the Wandering Emperor with the Extruder. God. Oh no. This has been great sequencing for Eric.
Yeah, that whole turn was just completely just nothing. Everything went about as bad as it possibly could have for Horberg. And we got this little spell queller left over, but we're facing down, still the Smuggler's Copter threat that's still looming. The Inti, which can make stuff more of a threat. And it looks like maybe I just lied to chat the whole time, and that Anthony never actually had the Skyclave apparition. I thought I saw it in his hand, but I guess not.
You are known to lie to your chat, so that is
that's true.
Unsurprising
all
to me.
The time.
We're making more blockers. Mausoleum Wanderer, the wedding announcement, going to bring a human with it. So we are assembling a blocking force, but I mean, the Inti just turn over turn, really showing how powerful this Inti has been. I mean, cards coming off the top, able to sling all this stuff around, crew the Copter, Smuggler's Copter alongside Inti has just been very, very powerful synergy that Eric has done a great job leveraging. And even from an empty hand, the draw discard gives you another card via Inti because it flips it right over. So there is, just a ton to work with here. As here comes the Smuggler's Copter. Draw discard happening now. Torch the Tower.
Blast
and a Shrapnel Blast. My God.
Why not?
And Darksteel Citadel, the reveal. So that's a nice free artifact for your Shrapnel Blast. We're doing it now. Okay, Extruder, go away. Yeah, okay, there we go. Now we're just dead, face up. And that's going to do it. Eric Hennig is going to win game number 3, advance to 5-0. And, if I'm okay at math, you're okay at math. It looks like he should be able to make the top cut with that. So we're going to have a quick conversation with Eric Hennig here in just a moment as he finishes cleaning up his cards after some electrifying games over and over again. Really, the reach that this Izzet Ensoul deck has with Shrapnel Blast never ceases to amaze me. It is the power of the deck, and it's what gives it. It looks like a mopey artifact aggro deck until out of nowhere, you're dead.
Yeah, if your life total is in a multiple of 5, then you could just die the next turn if they just, draw like that spot with the double shrapnel blast and draw a discard. You get a lot of looks with Inti too, especially Inti with Copter. You just get to look at so many cards. Yeah, and I think that was very, very well played by Eric. There was that one spot where, it was pretty clear that Horberg held up the Spell Queller. Eric didn't play into it and sequenced very, very beautifully. So congratulations to Eric, who we believe is now a part of our top 8.
Yeah. Like I said, I think he's going to be the first confirmed member of our top 8. We'll see exactly how things play out. Weird stuff can happen in tournaments, but I am fairly confident from my position and my experience and my years that we'll be seeing a little bit more of Eric Hennig today after our final 2 rounds. Now, remember, this is round 5. So after we're done with our interview, that will conclude round 5. We'll have 2 rounds left. So, 7 rounds. This is the last event of season 1. We're going to get a look at our players to watch and an update at the beginning of round 6 as well. But bear in mind, we are two more people are punching their ticket to the end of year NRG championship at the end of this event. Period. No questions asked. Now, who will it be? That's very much still up in the air, as there are about 4 or 5 people vying for 2 spots. So there's a lot still on the line, and all of the players fighting, last we checked at the beginning of this round, are X1 still fighting, trying to make the top cut and trying to punch their ticket to the end of the year championship right here, right now in this event. So we'll be bringing more of that information to you as soon as possible. And as I mentioned before, this is the end of season 1. So our next event will begin season 2. Of course, it is in Chicagoland and a return to Modern. We'll have a look at that here in just a moment, as Eric is sitting down to talk to us a little bit about Izzet Ensoul. Eric, congratulations.
Thank you. My parents never taught me not to run with scissors when I was a kid, so.
So I don't know how long you've been saving that one up for. That one's pretty good.
Yeah.
So talk to me a little bit about your deck. It has been electrifying. Shrapnel Blast has looked incredible in this metagame, and all of your matches have looked very close, and the deck has looked incredibly powerful. Talk to me about your selection here.
Yeah, Shrapnel Blast has been the MVP. I think some of the shifts, especially with there being more vampires, opportunities to have cards like this in your deck, where when there was a lot of blue-white, let's say back in January when we had this other Pioneer NRG, you could never even consider playing something like this. The case is also a really big addition too. Having extra ways to be able to make your Darksteel Citadel indestructible, and flying too is also huge. And just sneaking in as much damage as you can, and just trying to get underneath everybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, you brought this deck to a tournament for a reason. You expected there to be a lot of Phoenix, I'm assuming, which means I have to imagine you probably think your Phoenix matchup is okay.
It is okay. I did make a last-minute decision. A lot of these lists online play 4 of the Magebane Lizards. I know Amalia is kind of a big thing here, so I did do a split with Ferocidon. This is the Amalia matchup's kind of rough. So, yeah, I mean, it worked out well in my other match there. So I'm thankful for that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen you play against Phoenix on camera, and at least the matchup looked close, if not favored for you. And part of that is the Torch to Towers. And you also mentioned the case of the Filched Falcon being a big upgrade for your deck. Yeah, I mean, is this a card you found? It looked incredible. You were able to make flying blockers, which mattered a ton in the Phoenix matchup.
Yeah, not a card I found. Not a brewer.
Not a brewer. I appreciate the honesty. You're gonna look. Got that card on screen. Yeah, I mean, does exactly what you wanted to do. A 1-mana card makes an artifact, and then Metalcraft something you're looking to assemble anyway, and then of course can animate your Darksteel Citadel play we've seen you make multiple times at this point in time. Awesome. Been a massive upgrade to your deck, and really has presented a critical mass of these kinds of Ensoul effects that I think you can agree has made your deck kind of look like a whole different deck. I mean, it looks very, very powerful.
Yeah. The other piece that is recent from the big score that I've also enjoyed is that Legion Extruder. When the board gets kind of gummed up, and just being able to get rid of your tokens if you can afford to, and spit out a 3/3 is always good. And the downside, it's still an artifact, so it's not like you're losing for your Shrapnel Blast count or anything like that. So it's been great. I would probably try to find another room for another one if I could.
Yeah, the other card that's looked really, really impressive to us when we've seen you on camera is Inti, which is a card that is, especially when you have all these ways to make 5/5s, being able to give them trample, and you have the Epicures and Smuggler's Copter to kind of I was very surprised at how many cards that you actually get to see with Inti.
Yeah, especially when you have the Copter going, right? Like it's 2 triggers, the extra piece, the draw that you have, you pitch a land, or you pitch a dork that you don't need anymore. Yeah, the engine is very powerful. And then the incidental trample too from Inti is really helpful at just trying to push as much damage as you can through.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, like Devin here said, that's incredible. It has looked incredible. And again, with these one-ofs and these choices you made with the one-of Legion Extruder and some of the two-ofs like the Case and the Cryptic Coats and stuff like that, finding those cards so much easier when you have this kind of selection, all the artifacts you make that can kind of let you dig through your deck, Inti, Smuggler's Copter. You really just look at so many cards each game, even if it's not in the same way decks like Phoenix do. It's looked incredible. And I believe, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of you in the elimination rounds as a result for your very smart choice. So congratulations on that. Do you have any final shout outs you want to make before we let you go and celebrate with whoever you're with?
No, just shout out to my friends, my teammates, my wife, everyone always supporting me. It's always great. Happy to be back on the grind. So thank you both. Appreciate it.
We're happy to have you. Incredible job. And like I said, awesome deck, awesome choice. Excited to watch more of your magic in future rounds, which, like I said, I'm sure we'll see more of shortly. Thank you again. All right. Well, as I mentioned before, that will do it for round number 5 here. Eric Hennig, an impressive, like I said, electrifying performance with these shrapnel blasts. It's been so awesome to see. So we're going to take a break very, very quickly, and we are at the end of the round, so we will be back with round number 6 in no time, where we will take a look at our players to watch once again. Don't go anywhere. All right, everybody, we mentioned it was going to be a quick break, and it certainly was. We are back here with our Pioneer 5K in St. Louis. We are going into round number 6, the penultimate round of this event. So it is time to check in on how our players to watch are doing. Let's take a quick look here. And remember, this is the end of season 1. So many of these players are playing for their spot in the NRG Championship, because the top 2 unqualified players at the end of this season will punch their tickets. So we got a host of 4-1 players looking to find their way into that spot. Connor Mullaly, Gerrick Alford, Harrison Kanfer, May French, who is, of course, already qualified, and Travis Williams, all at 4-1. Then we have Joey DiGiacomo battling back at 3-2, and Ty Tajili at 3-2 as well. And then battling back at 2-3 is Nikachu, who punched his ticket to the NRG Championship yesterday as our Modern Showdown champion. So quite a bit on the line for the players there at 4-1. And then, of course, Joey DiGiacomo holding on, trying to battle his way into the NRG Championship here today as well. Now, we can take a quick look at the leaderboard, see what has to happen for that. So if you look right now, if things were to end today, Tim Hatch, Harrison Kanfer, they would be into the NRG Championship. But Connor and Joey DiGiacomo, Gerrick Alford, Travis Williams, all hot on the heels with their incredible performance so far today at 4-1. And so we're going to be watching Harrison Kanfer, the one here to defend his spot in the NRG Championship, because Tim Hatch actually didn't make it out. So Tim Hatch's spot in jeopardy. Harrison Kanfer here to defend. And again, Connor Mullaly, Joey DiGiacomo, Gerrick Alford, all those people, Travis Williams, all trying to battle their way in as well. So with that, down to the match we go. I'm joined here in the booth, as always, with Devin, a.k.a. Doomwake. There's Harrison Kanfer on our left playing Amalia combo versus Levi Gaines on our right playing Mono Red Aggro. And Aggro he is, starting with Den of the Bugbear into Monastery Swift Spear. Break down the Aggro versus Amalia matchup for me here really quickly.
So this is a bit of a weird one. So you have on one side, you have the mono red aggro deck, very straightforward, right? Trying to just deal as much damage as quickly as possible. On the other side, you have Amalia combo, creature-focused, creature-based combo deck trying to set up Amalia plus Wild Growth Walker. So under normal circumstances, you would say, okay, well, red deck has removal spells, against the creature combo deck, and that's one way that the red deck can fight over it. But funny enough, Drake, there is 4 copies of Monstrous Rage in Levi Gaines' deck list. And for those of you at home who are not familiar with the combo, the way that the combo works is that once Amalia's power hits exactly 20, it blows up the board and therefore kills the Wild Growth Walker and the combo stops. But if you can make the Amalia have more than 20 power, it basically, if you can skip it and go from 19 to 21, it never blows up the board, and therefore the combo never stops and the game ends in a draw. So I don't know if we're going to see that, but there is potential for that to happen in this matchup. And Levi, Levi might just say, I'm just going to kill you anyways, and maybe we won't even get to that spot. But that is sometimes how a common tactic that this red deck can use. But it looks like Levi's going to tap out here. Now, not super worried about getting comboed here, because without an Innkeeper already in play, sure, you can play Amalia Walker, but you need a way to trigger a way to trigger it, either exploring or life gaining.
Right. Yeah. So very heads up, using the play with fire to pick off the Prosperous Keeper, not only stymieing some of the life gain potential that Harrison Kanfer's deck could have, but also stopping combo potential this turn. As here comes another Innkeeper, an important piece for Harrison to have if he wishes to begin to threaten the combo again. And Deep Cavern back, hopefully to try to prevent himself from dying as he's facing down Slickshot Show Off, Monster Show Spear in play. And in hand is the Monstrous Rager talked about and Slickshot Show Off as we take a look at the very powerful Bat from Lost Caverns of Ixalan, 1/1 flying lifelink. Does a Mesmeric Fiend impression, enters the battlefield and exiles a non-land card from the opponent's hand until it leaves the battlefield. And skewer the critics, the draw for Levi.
It's not a bad one. Levi is in a weird spot though, because you have the Slickshot Show Off that you want to cast. So you can go, Slickshot Show Off. Maybe you go to combat, attack with all. I guess what you could do is you can go cast Slickshot. Yeah, go to combat, attack with all 3. But then if you skewer the bat, you actually don't have the mana. Oh, you do, because you can play the mountain this turn, right? The mountain's from the light up the stage. So Levi can go play the Slickshot, attack with all 3, post combat, kill the bat, hold up the rage with that 1 mana left over. And it looks like that is maybe what we're lining up here. So we go to combat.
Yeah.
It's also entirely possible that Levi wants to hold the. Yeah, okay, we are going to do that. We're going to kill. I think I might have been pointing at the Prosperous Innkeeper. Interesting.
And did we?
We might have forgot about that land.
We chose not to play the mountain. And where did? Oh, the Monstrous Rage got taken. Right. So yeah, we went after the land's not going to matter if you take care of the Prosperous Innkeeper. So this does some amount to hedge against the combo, but not really because you can just attack with the bat to trigger the life gain. So we still have that dialed up. So if the combo's available, it can happen right now. And the game would very likely be over. Now, I would assume with this attack, that is not the case, as Harrison Kanfer going to go up to 11, add Mana Confluence to the mix, which not the land you want to see in the mono-red aggro matchup, but gets the job done if you do have a combo going. Wild Growth Walker looking to be about to be deployed.
Yeah, like slight misstep from Levi, and that land is pretty important too because you want the land. Oh, that's a pretty good blocker in Sentinel, the Nameless City. But that land might have been able to eventually get to a spot where Levi can start activating the Den or the Raminap Ruins as well. So Levi's going to need a pretty good one at the top here. Now with 2 Slickshots in play, any spell is representing a ton of damage here. So it looks like, I think it might have been a Gitu Lava Runner. Not exactly the spell that Levi's
doesn't add a lot to the mix, like you said. So yeah, I mean, the Slick Shots need some spells, and the map will allow an Explore to happen from the Sentinel of the Nameless City. So if you just let Harrison untap, a lot of life gain available with this Wild Growth Walker plus Sentinel of the Nameless City, and that could be a big problem for Levi Gaines. Now, like I said, we can add a Gitu Lava Runner if that is the draw to the battlefield, and maybe that makes attacking look a little bit more precarious if you're Harrison Kanfer. But like we mentioned, still a lot of potential life gain if Harrison's allowed to untap with his board untouched.
Yeah, and this is part of why the matchup is so bad from the red side. Is you have not only do you have to worry about the constant pressure of the actual combo happening, but also Harrison just gains so much incidental life along the way. Right, you have the map token with the Sentinel, so now you're in a spot where Harrison could even just pop the map. 2 walkers.
Walkers.
Yeah,
Levi's not interested. He says, "All right, I'm good." There's going to be multiple maps involved, multiple triggers, life gain. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of respect for people that know when they're dead. You mentioned the matchup going to be pretty tough in the main deck for exactly that reason. Wild Growth Walker presents so much incidental life gain alongside other things like Prosperous Innkeeper, the Deep Cavern Bat, stuff like that, because that's what sets the combo off. That makes the main deck matchup pretty hard, which means we have to go to our sideboard to look for help. So with that, let's take a look at Levi Gaines' mono-red aggro deck list and specifically his sideboard for things that may help. And I think we have quite a few tools. We have 3 Rending Volley, 3 Rampaging Ferocidon, 2 Witch Stalker Frenzy, 2 Magebane Lizard, 2 Tears of Valakut, 2 Case of the Crimson Pulse, and 1 Companion Gigantha, the Wellspring. All right, Devin, what do you like against the Amalia deck from the aggro side?
So a lot of white creatures white creatures that are very important to the combo, specifically Amalia. So Rending Volley seems like a pretty good slam dunk. Rampaging Ferocidon also phenomenal because you not only sort of stop that incidental life gain, because you have, the life gain from Prosperous Innkeeper and Lunarch Veteran, but also you're kind of turning that life gain into reverse life gain, essentially dealing a damage every single time that Harrison decides to play a creature. And then the Witch Doctor Frenzies as well, just additional removal. Also, removal that specifically kills the 3/4 Sentinel of the Nameless City, and that can be 4 toughness can be kind of a barrier for this mono red deck.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, we talked earlier to Eric Hennig and talking about his sideboard options. He mentioned the Rampaging Ferocidon split because of Amalia. And here you can see the mono red aggro deck very much respecting Amalia with 3 copies. The Ferocidon is likely among the better options in the sideboard. So expect to see those. With that, let's take a look at Harrison Kanfer and the Amalia deck he has brought to defend his leaderboard position. Looks pretty traditional as far as I can tell with the current Amalia list, but a lot of 4-ups in the sideboard. We got 4 copies of Thoughtseize, 4 copies of Fatal Push, 2 Liliana of the Veil, 1 Aven Interrupter, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Knight of Dusk's Shadow, 1 Skyclave Apparition, and 1 Get Lost. What do you like against the aggro matchup?
So from the Amalia side of things, you kind of expect your opponent to be boarding in a bunch of the Rampaging Ferocidons, so you probably want to go towards those Fatal Pushes and the 1 Skyclave Apparition so that you can have a way to tutor for an answer to Rampaging Ferocidon. You could also consider going towards the Get Lost, another answer to it. Past that, I don't think there's a ton else that Harrison needs to go for. Just wants to make sure he has enough mix of answers to the Ferocidon, because that's really the only card that he's super worried about.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me. It seems to be one of the more important cards of the matchup. The life gain is really not only what helps you stay alive against the aggro matchup, but what sets off the combo as well. Can't gain life, can't really start the combo. And that's going to be very much the name of the game as we move into game number 2 with Levi Gaines on mono red aggro. Once again on the play, Harrison Kanfer on the mulligan. Again, both of these players have X and 1, looking to punch their ticket into the top 8 of the 5K trial here in St. Louis. And again, Harrison Kanfer, if things ended today, he is number 5 on our leaderboard, and he would qualify for the NRG championship if things ended as they stood right now. But unfortunately, that's not how any of this works. So he is here to defend his spot, defend his position in the championship against would-be usurpers. All of which usually you can see every round on our players to watch. And up a game here, looking to be doing quite a good job with his choice of Amalia combo.
Yeah, there's some interesting main deck choices here for Harrison that we didn't quite touch on, but there's 1 copy of Ruthless Lawbringer and 2 copies of Lively Dirge. Really kind of cool additions from Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Lawbringer being a way to just, again, similar to Skyclave, where you can tutor for it, and then it says out of the battlefield you can sacrifice a creature to destroy target non-land permanents, so kind of get you a little bit additional removal spells. And then Lively Dirge being this kind of weird way to help set up the combo. You can sort of entomb for a Wild Growth Walker and then also return multiple creatures from the graveyard to the battlefield. So interesting main deck decisions here from Harrison as we see a flip card. I believe that is Kumano. Yep, that's going to be a Kumano. So relatively decent start here for Levi, especially if there is a Spectacle card to follow that up with the damage from the Kumano.
And there sure is. It's going to be Light Up the Stage, basically the best one, revealing Wizard's Lightning and Monstrous Rage. An aggressive start here for Levi. As Light Up the Stage, remember, you can play them until the end of your next turn. Monstrous Swift are going to be laying the beatdowns for 3 damage, not choosing to block with the Lunarch Veteran.
Kind of a problem here. Monastery Swiftspear, as good as the card is, does not have the wizard creature type. So if Levi wants to cast that Wizard's Lightning discounted, gonna need an additional follow-up, either Soulscar Mage or the other one that I can't remember the name of, Gitu Lava Runner.
Gitu Lava Runner, there you go, yeah. So yeah, keep in mind, Slick Shot Show Off, also a wizard, but would need a land to pair all that together. So Soulscar Mage, Gitu Lava Runner, Slick Shot Show Off, all wizards. As Prosperous Innkeeper joins the fray, and with Lunarch Veteran, going to gain a little bit of life back coming in. So this is part of the power, the staying power that this Amalia deck has access to, is these Soul Sister type effects that whenever creatures enter, you gain life. Both creatures in play for Harrison have that line of text. So going to need to get way more aggressive, as here comes an attack with Monstrous Swiftspear, Monstrous Rage to give it that monster roll, and a pile of damage coming across once again.
Yeah, and I gotta look at Levi's hand and draw step. I think Levi had a Wizard's Lightning and drew another Wizard's Lightning for turn. So 2 Wizard's Lightning in hand and 1 in exile. None of those can be cast because there is no wizard. So kind of a bit unfortunate sequence of draws here for Levi.
Yeah, no third land even to really start doing it the manual way. And here comes Wild Growth Walker. If Amalia is the follow-up, it might just be combo time. 2 life here from both the Veteran and the Innkeeper. And that's just how things start as the 1/3 blocker is added to the mix. Kanfer up to a, I'd say somewhat precarious 13, but with Levi missing land drops, things are problematic. Slickshot show off the draw.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Kanfer goes for the combo, do we have the monstrous rage to draw the game? Not sure if we do, and Levi might be kind of maybe pressured into tapping out for a slick shot here just to get a little bit more pressure onto the battlefield. And if that's the case, Harrison very likely will just, if the Amalia is drawn, or if we have a Chord of Calling, because we do have 5 mana, remember, towards the Chord with 3 creatures, the treasure, and land. So that can represent Chord for Amalia and then just combo at instant speed. And that's what makes this Amalia deck so powerful, is the ability to just play a lot of this grind game. You have a lot of cards that have 2-for-1s like Ludark Veteran, Court of Call, or Collected Company, the Return of the Ranks, stuff like that. You can grind, you can threaten the combo at instant speed with Court of Calling. It's just this deck is extremely powerful.
Extremely powerful, extremely versatile, and as you mentioned, actually pretty good against Mono Red from just the incidental life gain, buying you so much time, even with the Monstrous Rages there to potentially draw the game. A lot of red removal spells in the form of all these burn spells. All this incidental life gain really starts to add up to be something a lot more meaningful as far as just giving you so much more time. And like you said, abilities to return creatures, things like Return the Ranks and Lively Dirge. You just have a lot of flexibility against the aggro matchup, a lot of great blockers, a lot of incidental life gain. That's really the mix you're looking for against aggro most of the time. Levi doing a good job presenting quite a bit of damage here still, as Kanfer is down to 9, as here comes Sentinel of the Nameless City. This is the combination that beat Levi in game 1.
Yeah, I love this too, because Harrison does have, I got a glimpse of Harrison's hand. He does have the Quarter Calling. And this is a situation where Harrison says, okay, recognizing there is the potential for my opponent to have Monstrous Rage and draw the game. So Harrison's basically, what Harrison's going to say is, I'm just going to present some threats. If you ever decide to tap out, you're dead, because I'm just going to have the Quarter Calling available for Amalia. But if you don't, I'm just going to try and keep my head above water for a little bit, maybe gain some life here and there, potentially even start pressuring you with the Sentinel now. So I very heads up play here for Harrison, recognizing that Monstrous Rage is potentially an issue.
Yeah, definitely. And here, once again, Sentinel, the Nameless City, just a huge problem. It's just a lot of stats for three mana. We get an attack in, get 2 damage across, lose the Monstrous Swiftspirit and the Monstrous Roll, but that gives us light up the stage. We have 1 mana up still, representing potential Monstrous Rage. So I don't think Harrison's going to move here. Finally found 3rd land and 4th land. Maybe a little late to the party. I mean, would love to plot the slick shot show off here, but I mean, just not. You can't tap out. You die on the spot, and Levi knows that. Has to pass the turn back, but I don't know that there's any good moves for Levi, as Harrison just untapping with Wild Growth Walker and Sentinel is so much life.
Yeah, what's funny about this too is there's like a little bit of a cat and mouse game where even if Levi doesn't have the removal, even if Levi doesn't have the piece of interaction to go for the combo, he's just gonna posture the whole time and make it so Harrison doesn't really ever Harrison has to respect it. But then also, even if Harrison is respecting it, like you said, this combination of Sentinel plus Walker means that there's 0 chance that Harrison's gonna die, and in the next couple of turns, he doesn't really have to go for the combo and risk drawing the game in a game where he's probably favored to win anyways.
Yeah, and that seems to be exactly the calculus he is doing, as well as he does some exploring on the Sentinel of the Nameless City, which is going to grow the Wild Growth Walker. He did find a land off that, so no counters coming, but a ton of life coming. Back into healthy double digits goes Harrison Kanfer, and the attack means another map coming with the Vigilance Sentinel of the Nameless City. And so this is exactly the kind of have it covered from both axes that Harrison has. You tap out, you die to Amalia. You don't tap out, you just die to what's on the board. And that, with Levi missing land drops previously, that's just very likely to be enough to get over the finish line, as Levi's life total now starts to decline as the attacks are coming through. Harrison's life total growing, and land drops still being played by Harrison. We'll see if Levi, can't even move on instep.
Yeah, and remember those Wizard's Lightning still in hand for Levi. Just was the entire game unable to find one of the 12 Wizards. Now, there is a Slick Shot in hand for Levi, so we can deploy that this turn and still represent some mana. But yeah, it's just like at this position, what exactly you're supposed to do, because you need to hold up mana, but you also kind of need to continue to pressure, to put up some pressure to at least threaten Harrison and make him do something, because if you don't put any pressure, Harrison's just pretty content with keeping the board as it is.
Yeah, loves cracking these map tokens every turn with the attack, the sentinels, and all that stuff, gaining all the life. I mean, there's a lot of issues. Now, once again, if he does get the slick shot developed, maybe we can start to use some of our mana every turn and also just represent a removal spell on Amalia. So we still have it actually checked, even if we don't have the monstrous rage, which actually does look like we do have the monstrous rage. So it's not just posturing here from Levi. He's got all spells now. He was missing land drops. He's got spells. And now that he has 4 lands, can he start to mount something like a comeback? Slickshot's got to be how it starts. That's just so much damage that if you're going to overpower what's going on with the Wild Growth Walker, Sentinel, the Nameless City stuff, it can't be in small Swift Spears or, flipped Kumano or anything like that. It has to be some of your real haymakers like Slickshot. Now, the question is it going to be enough after all that? Not clear, but we'll see exactly. Levi's deep in the tank here.
Yeah, you could maybe go like Slickshot, cast one of the Wizard's Lightnings, and okay, I actually don't hate this. Because now Harrison's in a spot where do you respond to this and go for the Amalia? And then if Harrison does go for the Amalian response, then you have access to the Monstrous Rage. But Harrison does have a Fatal Push in hand, so we can just pop the treasure and then use the Revolt to kill that Rampaging Ferocidon.
Yeah, it looks like that's what we're going to do here. We're going to go ahead and take care of that Ferocidon. No thank you, says Harrison. And now we're going to move. We are going to Court of Calling for X's 2 here.
Wait, Drake, I think, well, I mean, maybe we don't go for Amalia, but if we do, we might see a draw here.
I mean, come on, just grabbing like another, I don't know, like Sentinel or whatever has got to, or another Wild Growth Walker has got to be probably better than just grabbing the Amalia here and potentially getting a draw. I mean, Harrison's done such a good job playing around it all game. Yeah, I would actually be pretty surprised if we're grabbing Amalia here.
Yeah, maybe just like a bat or something.
Oh, okay. All right, it's Amalia, so that means Harrison's got to have some kind of a plan for what's going on here. Now, if he has a backup Fatal Push, you can just like Fatal Push your own Amalia. Like, you don't even have to really worry about it or anything like that, right?
I think both players know the last card in Harris's hand was a revealed Overgrown Tomb from the Explorers. So I think we actually know. I'm pretty sure, unless the Overgrown Tomb was played, but I thought there was a second Overgrown Tomb. And I'm going to be honest with you, Drake. I think we're here. I think we're in for a draw right now.
Oh no, there's no way. Come on, not a draw. All right, hold on. Let's take a look. Let's take a look what we got going on here. So here we go. We're starting the combo because the Innkeeper and the Veteran are going to give you 2 life when it enters. Separate triggers. So resolving the first is going to start the chain with the Wild Growth Walker. And Levi says, yeah, okay, sure. And so we're going to begin to start the exploring chain. So here is Prosperous Innkeeper. So now we have to go through all the motions, which is maybe kind of a mess. All right, yeah, we're just going to put all the explorers from right now in a separate pile. I appreciate that, Harrison, as there's a Fatal Push to the bin. There's another Amalia to the bin. Yeah, we're going through this very quickly. Cord to the bin. Where are the lands? There's one. Land goes to hand.
Okay. We're using the die to represent the number of counters on it. Okay, I appreciate this. And then we're just going to count it all up after. This makes sense.
Yeah, this makes sense. So the lands go to hand, the spells go to bin, and he's going to leave that one on top the whole time. So we actually do want to draw the Aether Flux. So now, and that doesn't matter because the game's still a draw because we have the Monstrous Rage. And Harrison.
My goodness.
Oh my God, that's just a draw?
Yep, that's a draw.
Oh my God!
How do we represent a draw on the? I don't think we have a way to.
Well, they don't matter for the record, right?
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, there's no real motivation to. Okay, we're rebuilding the board.
Oh, now what's going on?
Okay, it's judge time. We're checking on the Monstrous Rage thing. I don't understand. It is perplexing to me to have played around it so masterfully the entire game and then just jam it on the instep. Was it finally just calling the bluff saying, okay, I don't think you actually have it?
Well, even if you've decided that you even if you assume that they don't have the Monstrous Rage, is there any reason to go for it? Like you're so far ahead with the Walker and the Sentinel. Levi has basically no battlefield. I'm curious as to what the reason is to go for it there. Like you're already far ahead enough. You have the Sentinel triggering both Walkers every turn. I don't know. Maybe just Harrison, decided that he just maybe didn't think he didn't have it. I don't know. It's a very interesting spot.
Yeah, I'm kind of a guy. I don't know. I'm shocked. I find myself more or less at a loss for words. But so walk me through this. So now this is a draw. Mm-hmm. And next game is just going to go the same way, right? With Levi on the play. Play draw doesn't flip. And we're in the same spot. Nothing happens. We've accomplished all of that for nothing.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly. You are correct.
No, I'm just checking. Okay. I guess before we dive in, take a brief moment to review the deck list as these players are shuffling up. We're going to go over this very quickly because I don't think we're going to see too much sideboard changes. So if you're Harrison, let's pretend for a minute that he did not understand the Monstrous Rage thing was going to happen to him. Is there any changes you make? I mean, we saw the Fatal Pushes. Are you at all ever interested in Thoughtseize in the matchup, even though it's an aggro matchup, just to look out for those?
I don't know. I mean, maybe you could consider like a couple of copies, but I think that, you just kind of want to play your own game. Usually a card that we've seen a lot in Amalia sideboards is the protection spell, the I can't remember the name, Tameo Safekeeping, which is a card that Harrison does not currently have, and I'd be much more interested in that to kind of like protect your creature against the removal spells. But yeah, I don't think you want to go towards Thoughtseize here.
Makes a lot of sense to me. And if we want to take a quick look as these players are still shuffling up the mono red aggro list from Levi Gaines, we did see a little bit of the sideboard in there. We saw Rampaging Ferocidon among the mix. Didn't see a lot of other stuff, though, to be honest with you. We expected to see maybe some Raining Volleys, and you mentioned maybe the Witchstalker Frenzy, stuff like that. The Ferocidon came in, looked good, had to be answered with Fatal Push, and then that we didn't really see much else sideboarding. These players are underway, starting with a Soulscar Mage for Levi Gaines off of Den of the Bugbear, and Harrison going to start with an untapped Overgrown Tomb. I smell Fatal Push.
Oh, untapped? Could be anything.
Could be anything. A lot of instants at 1 green or 1 black in the Amalia deck. As here comes a second Soulscar Mage, no prowess committed. And I actually appreciate that play from Levi a lot. Being like, okay, whatever, you're just going to shock yourself. You've done the work for me. I'll just hit you for water, whatever, play another one. Like, you want to hold up your mana, you're not getting me. As here comes Prosperous Innkeeper, going to generate a treasure.
Levi definitely knows what is going on here, especially after, Harrison shocking and seeing the Fatal Pushes from game 1. So we're going to deploy a Kumano here. That's going to give us a prowess trigger. And like game 1, maybe we have a follow-up Spectacle card here. And looks like a Wizard's Lightning, which is, I'll get a little bit of prowess, get that Prosperous Innkeeper off the battlefield. For folks at home, it does show this is game 2. This is actually game 3, technically, for those of you just tuning in. But, here we are. And Sentinel of the Nameless City. This card is very, very important because it is one of the few ways, like one of the few cards in Harrison's deck that actually sort of sizes on the battlefield well enough against these creatures. But Soulscar Mage has some flavor text on it, Drake, that may or may not be relevant in terms of combat with Sentinel.
Yeah, flavor text, I'd say it's a little bit more than that. Yeah, actually able to permanently shrink creatures is the Soulscar Mage. Get it? Because it's scarring your soul with the burn. So any Wizard's Lightning get involved. This 3/4 can very quickly start to shrink with any kind of burn spells that get involved in combat here. Now, it does involve going after the creatures more with the removal spells, as Levi does go ahead and buy Gigantha here. With his mana, choosing not to make any attacks, just passing the turn. So he does have a Wizard's Lightning. This makes me think he's holding it for any Wild Growth Walker considerations, saying, hey, I'm not concerned about attacking right now. I just don't want you to start gaining piles of life, as another map token made by the attack from the Vigilanting Sentinel, the Nameless City. A lot of stats for 3 mana, 3/4 Vigilance that makes map tokens when it attacks. A lot of mana up. I smell Court of Calling or Collected Company.
Yeah. The Coco was revealed, right? The Coco was revealed to the Explorer last turn. So both players do know about the Coco. So, I mean, Harrison just has everything. Harrison has Cord and Coco. So has a lot of options here, kind of the whole world at his disposal. And really depending on what Levi does, which for Levi's sake, I hope it's not tap out for Gigantha.
Yeah, tap out for Gigantha would not be the move, as here is the in-step Collected Company that was more or less face up as it was seen off the Explorer. I see Amalia among the mix.
Those look good.
And another Sentinel, the Nameless City, the final card off. That another one could be meaningful.
I think it's Amalia Specialist here, because you can go Amalia Specialist, get back Innkeeper, and that sets you up for even if you have Amalia Innkeeper without the Walker, it's still every single creature triggers the Amalia, triggers the Explorer. So yeah, looks like that's what Harrison is lining up. But this is the situation where, the red deck feels like it is pressured into holding up mana to prevent the combo. And Harrison's just like, I don't have to go for the combo. I could just put all of these, value creatures onto the battlefield, the Sentinel, the Extraction Specialist. Like, look at this. We're just putting 2/3 drops into play, and Harrison's just going to start attacking with them.
Look at me. I'm the aggressive deck now, says Harrison Kanfer with his attack force of multiple Sentinel of the Nameless Cities. And, of course, Extraction Specialist, which is going to bring back Prosperous Innkeeper, granting another treasure for Harrison. And he can still Cord on Instep if he wants to. And I think this is a combo if he does, right?
No, because we don't have the Walker.
Right. We would. Oh, we didn't. Well, we didn't take Amalia off of the Coco.
We didn't take Amalia,
So
yeah.
if we took Amalia off the Coco, we could cord for Walker. But then we draw the game again. So we're just gonna find the Walker, no Amalia, and start to get that cooking as we have 3 map tokens to work with. That's 9 life, and that's before attacks. So Levi needs to do something about this.
Yeah, I almost wonder if Harrison was like, I mean, I could go for the combo here, but after what happened in the last game, he's just having flashbacks and just never wants to go for it again.
Yeah, he's like, I'm good. We're just gonna beat. He learned his lesson. I'm just gonna beat you down with the Sentinel of the Nameless Cities. I don't need to get cute with the combo. We're just gonna do some of this. As Whispered Lightning is going to take care of the Wild Growth Walker. I would argue a necessity if Levi wants to stay in this game.
Yeah, but I mean, now we can just start mapping onto the 3/2 lifelinker, and we already have the 2 Sentinels that Levi has no good blocks against. This, I mean, even without the combo, and you start to see why this matchup is such a disaster for the red deck. It's even without comboing, it's just like, look at, there's another specialist on top. What is Levi supposed to do against that?
I mean, I guess whatever he can. Hope that some good draw steps go. Yeah, this is a tough spot. As you mentioned, the counters going onto the life linking creature, just more incidental life gain baked into this Amalia combo deck, and really showing why it is kind of did a good job shutting off the aggro decks. Now, some decks like Ensoul with all the flyers and stuff can start to combat on a different axis. Mono red aggro doesn't really have that option outside of Slick Shot Show Off. Only 4 of those in the deck. The rest of the cards, I mean, as you mentioned, don't line up great, especially against 3/4s for 3 with Vigilance. And definitely not against a 6 power lifelink attacker. 4 mana. Oh, is this Witchstalker Frenzy? Oh no, it's Sokenzen. Okay. Gonna channel Sokenzen. The Crucible.
So you can make some chump blockers, but I don't know how much the chump blockers are doing on this battlefield now, especially versus a 6/5 lifelink. You have a 6/5 lifelink, 2 3/4s, just. And still 2 map tokens left over. This is not entirely sure what Harrison, even if there was a card in Magic that was not legal in the Pioneer format, I guess maybe like Bonfire of the Damned, but even at that point, I'm not sure.
Fire Blast. We need like 2 Fire Blasts and a Slick Shot. I mean, what do we have? 2 cards in hand? Okay, that's not good enough. So we're looking to play Gigantha. I think we drew Skewer the Critics. Oh, okay. Wild Growth Walker is actually exiled because of the flipped Kumano, which matters for Extraction Specialist, I suppose. As here, okay, we're calling a judge on this real quick before we play Gigantha. Just to verify that. So yeah, I believe that is correct. This is a replacement effect, and there likely will be a failure to maintain for both players. We've seen this kind of stuff happen before. Lots of effects in Magic Exile. You have to remember to actually do that, and it is on both players to remember to do that. If I remember correctly.
No, so I believe the Soul Scar Mage, because it's putting -1/-1 counters on the Walker, I think it's not technically damaged because the damage gets replaced by the counter. So I don't think it's actually exiled.
Okay, well, maybe it's a complicated ruling. Well, I'll tell you what, the judge will figure it out. And overall, I can't imagine it having a high impact on this game. I mean, actually, it will. There's an Extraction Specialist on top of Kanfer's library that he left there from some Explorers. And so if he left that there with the knowledge that, hey, I'm going to get this Wild Growth Walker back, it actually matters quite a bit. But as far as the actual result of this game, I don't imagine it having too much of an impact, because if Levi's only play is Gigantha, I mean, that doesn't really battle against a 6/5 lifelinker very well at all. As here does come Gigantha, and that Wild Growth Walker did stay in the graveyard, so I believe they came to the same conclusion you did. Counters, not damage, stays in graveyard.
I was gonna say maybe Gigantha can trade, but yeah, they get lost, and you can even just map token onto the specialist, and Harrison's just like, nah, we're good. Yeah, and Levi.
Yeah, Levi's he's seen enough. He's had enough. He's seen enough. Kanfer going to win this game 2-0-1 over Levi Gaines and his mono red aggro strategy, which puts Kanfer at 5-1, doing an excellent job defending his number 5 spot on the leaderboard and his invite to the end of year NRG Championship. So we are going to talk to Kanfer really quickly about his thoughts, his run, and his defense, I guess, of his position with his Amalia combo deck. And you mentioned some of the spice he chose to play as well from the Outlaws of Thunder Junction. Get a chance to talk about those cards as well. So, as I mentioned before, this is the end of round number 6. So this is the penultimate round. This is a 7-round event before we cut to top 8. We will be watching all of the top 8 today, and we will be crowning a champion, of course, who will earn all of the points, an invite to the RC, $1,200, all the various prizes, all of the Ultimate Guard swag that comes with a very successful finish here on the NRG series, as Ultimate Guard is our official sponsor. So a lot on the line as far as tangible prizes, and a lot on the line as far as points go, as is is want to come with the end of season. So lots to play for these players, and we're finally coming down to the final rounds of Swiss and starting to look at a top 8, and Kanfer looking very, very good to be among that mix of players.
Absolutely.
With that out the way, let's see. Okay, we're still getting Kanfer ready here and ready to go. So before we, I guess, move on down and talk to him a little bit about playing Amalia, which is surprisingly, I'd say, absent in the field. We talked a little bit before the show started about Rakdos Vampires and the Izzet Phoenix decks as kind of the top dogs, but that wasn't always the case. Prior to some of the RCs that were pioneering things like that, it seemed like Amalia was kind of a breakout deck looking to take over the format. There were calls for bans, and it seems like many players haven't chose to place the deck. Devin, do you have any opinions on Amalia before we jump down into Kanfer and he can tell you how wrong you are?
Well, I think he's ready to go. So let's kick it on over to him and have him tell us all about it.
All right. Well, there we go. Hey, welcome. Congratulations.
Oh, thanks.
So talk to me a little bit. Well, I was about to ask Devin actually all about the Amalia deck, a deck that has kind of fallen from grace in Pioneer, I'd argue, in its short time around. With Rakdos Vampires, Izzet Phoenix being viewed as the top deck. You're here defending your number 5 spot on the leaderboard. You chose Amalia. Talk to me about the thought process.
I'd love to give more credit to it. I was likely playing Quint 2 weeks ago, and I just felt I didn't have any agency in games. You'd get thought seized, and this had like a 55% win rate against the format, and felt like it had a good Rakdos and Vampires matchup, and just put it together on Friday, and it's like my first time playing it. So tried to execute the combo a couple times in paper. Like in that last game, I didn't even consider the fact that they can jumpstart my Amalia. I should have just gone for a Wild Growth Walker, but I'm not super familiar with the deck and the play pattern, so kind of walked into that one. But it is like 4% win rate above most of the field, and just kind of stumbles into wins on 3. So
yeah, very, very, very extremely powerful deck. There's some new cards here from Outlaws of Thunder Junction that you chose to play too. There's 1 Ruthless Lawbringer and 2 Lively Dirge. Maybe some cards that people are not necessarily used to if they're playing Amalia. Talk to me about those card choices.
So I was not super impressed with Skyclave because it was double white, and I just wanted a tutorable way to answer stuff, but want to cast it when I draw, and also have something that can answer a Quakebringer or Vein Ripper if I need to beat stuff on the ground. So that would just took over Skyclave's spot. Lively Dirge is just an additional copy of Return to the Ranks and like a Coco, just to have more variety in the options, and it more reliably combos if you have like 1 piece in the yard rather than you Cocoing and finding 2 Lunarch Veterans.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. And we didn't see them manifest in those games, but yeah, I mean, just having that powerful Entomb effect. And of course, you're quite good at making mana with the treasures and the Prosperous and Keepers and stuff like that. I'm shocked, honestly, that you're telling me this is your first time playing the deck. I thought you did a great job navigating a lot of those games, and even navigating through the Monstrous Rage. We were kind of speculating that you were playing around that. Is that the first time this entire tournament you've even seen the draw happen?
You know, I've
people play for it.
I've seen it on coverage. I know I can do it with a Selfless Savior, but it just it was like not really on my radar. I know Quint can do it at instant speed, and I just assumed they had a Rending Volley. They were going to fire it off, and then I did the combo, and then I realized we had to play a 3rd game. And I could have just got a Wild Growth Walker and gained like 12 life that turn, but decided to play a 3rd game for the coverage.
We appreciate
yeah, this is it's just a flex, and what a flex it was. I mean, the Sentinel, the Nameless City, all of the just default modes, I guess, of your creatures look to be more than enough in both the game that you had drawn and that 3rd game. Just able to lay the beatdowns, gain you some life with all your instant life game. The matchup, I mean, quite frankly, looked very, very good for you, and you were very favored in the game you drew, and then just went ahead and won a 3rd game for style points as well. So congratulations, I guess, to you on that.
Thank you.
So yeah, that'll do it there for round number 6. So do you have any final shout outs, I guess, before we let you go? Congratulations on your performance. I imagine we're going to be seeing you in the top cut of this event. I don't want to make too much speculation, but you have quite a good record, and you've done a very good job with your Mullaly deck. Any final shout outs before we let you go?
I just want to thank everyone on my team, Level Up. They've all been super helpful. Testing questions, just having people to bounce stuff off of, and card availability, and making me not play bad decks.
Yeah, that's paid off big time. Like I said, I think, and I don't want to speculate too much, but I believe that locks you up for the NRG Championship. A top 8 means that you can't be caught. So Tim Hatch, his only spot, the one that is potentially at large for other people hungry. So you did a successful job defending your invite to the NRG Championship. So not only will we see you a little bit more today, also see you a little bit more throughout the year on the NRG Series. Congratulations on that. And like I said, I hope to see you the rest of the day in these elimination rounds.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, with that exciting stuff, Harrison Kanfer did an awesome job. And like I said, first time I guess he's had his game drawn with his Amalia deck, but didn't matter anyway. A good game for it, a good matchup, I guess, for it to have happened to him because it appeared to be very good for him. But that will do it there for round number 6. So with that, we will be leading into the final round, I believe, after a short break. And then we will have our top 8 and we can crown a champion. And of course, we can award 2 players, of which I believe Harrison is now more or less guaranteed to be one of, their tickets to the end of the year NRG Championship. So a lot of exciting stuff left to do today. A lot of high stakes Pioneer left to play today. So do not go anywhere. And of course, remember to follow and subscribe to support our channel. We will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
「旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く。初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱とともに。アルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道近日発売。
The energy at these events is, it's really welcoming. You walk in, people know your name. Hey, how's it going? Long time no see.
Vendors, artists, a big tournament, side events.
The NRG Series events are free to enter. You can just walk through the door, the round starts, it's game time. You know, you're friends, but you're competitors.
The pressure's on, basically from round 1. You know you're going to be running into quality players.
They're friendly, but they're fierce.
It's a great circuit. It's a lot of fun to play.
I noticed the Witch King was here this time, which was a little bit scary because I put the one ring in my deck. Really had to sort of glance behind my shoulder every time I cast the card to make sure he wasn't about to snatch it, or me.
The vendors here are great. Everyone behind the booth is always really welcoming. They always have a smile on their face.
The events are taking place all over the Midwest. You've got the prize wall now, you've got the command zone. Every single energy is both a RCQ and a qualifier for their championship series at the end of the year, which is, I have to say, hands down, my favorite experience I've ever had playing Magic.
It's really just a great experience.
The NRG Series is coming to a Midwest city near you.
All right, everybody, this is it. The final round of Swiss here in the Pioneer 5K trial event, part of the overarching NRG series here in St. Louis. Last event of the season. We've talked all day long about the 2 NRG championship invites that are going to be awarded at the end of this event, and it has gotten tense. Let's take a quick look at our players to watch, many of them coming after Tim Hatch and Harrison Kanfer's spots. But Harrison Kanfer done a great job defending. You see him there at 5-1 alongside Connor Mullaly, Gerrick, Alford, May French, Travis Williams. So May French already qualified, but the rest of these players conceivably could pass Tim Hatch, who has not attended this weekend, and punch their ticket to the end of the year NRG Championship. There you also see Joey DiGiacomo and Ty Tajili, both at 3-3 as well. And Dikachu battled back to 3-3 with his take on Simic Merfolk. All of those players, I don't believe, live for our top 8, but all of the players you see at the top of our players to watch, those 5-1s, those are all live for our top 8. And we're going to be watching some of that in just a moment. Let's take a quick look at what all these players that are vying for these spots need to get. So let's look at the leaderboard and see what needs to happen. So Tim Hatch, 68 points. He's not here. if it ended before this event, he would have been in. So he is the benchmark. That 68 points threshold, he's what you need to beat if you want to get over into those top 2 slots. Now here's the Kanfer. He's at 5-1. He's already looking good, and I believe he just drew with Connor Mullaly. I can't say for sure, but I believe that is correct. And so they will both be showing up in our top 8. Now, both of those players, Kanfer was already in and is defending. Connor Mullaly, you can see, needs to pick up 11 or more points, which with a top 8 puts him in that range. However, not too far behind him is Travis Williams and Gerrick Alford, both players that need a little bit more, but if they win the event, they start to be in that kind of conversation, and both of them are live. Now let's see what they are live for. What are they playing for? What are the points thresholds? What does that all look like? So here we go. We are playing for the end of year championship. You're going to join all these players, including Nikachu, who is our players to watch. Punched his ticket yesterday in the Modern Showdown alongside Steven Dykman, our last year's winner. We have Matthew Hoey, Sean Gallagher, Dominic Harvey, May French, Ty Tajili, Ken Mignot, and Justin Brickman. We have 15 seats remain, and 2 of those will be claimed today to play at our end of the year $35,000 NRG championship. So that is what this represents. We have, I think we can take a quick look at prizes for this event as well and see what these players' points thresholds that we need to get through. Oh, no, but the players are already underway. So here we are. We're looking at Travis Williams. They got started real quick. Travis Williams versus Gerrick Alford. Both of these players behind Kanfer and Connor Mullaly. Both of them playing for their win and whoever loses this match deterministically not going to earn one of those end of season invites. So there's a lot on these line. A top 8 at this trial and the potential to punch the ticket to the end of the year NRG championship. It's Rakdos Midrange versus Azorius Control. Devin, I talked a lot. It is your turn. Break down this matchup for me in the abstract. Who do you like and how does this going to play out?
So this is Rakdos Vampires. It says Rakdos Midrange, but there are vampires in Travis's deck list. This is kind of the Sorin, Vein Ripper, combination that we really saw break out at Pro Tour Murders of Karlov Manor, trying to set up a Sorin, put a Vein Ripper into play, and that can be extremely powerful against a blue-white control deck because you see cards like Get Lost in Gerrick's hand. That's going to be no good because there are going to be no creatures in play to be able to pay the board cost of sacrifice a creature. As far as the matchup is concerned, I think it really depends on kind of like play draw and composition of deck list, like how many sweepers is Gerrick on to be able to answer those rippers. Taking a look at Gerrick's deck list, we are on 2 Sunfall, 2 Supreme Verdict, and 1 Farewell. So has a pretty high density of sweepers to be able to get that Vein Ripper off the battlefield, as we see a second copy of Thoughtseize trading for a Dovin's Veto. And Travis is really just trying to, take those counter spells out, pave the way for a Sorin, and we'll have to see if Travis does have the Sorin plus Vein Ripper combination.
Yeah, both these players very much just developing the mana right now. And those 2 copies of Thoughtseize very good in the matchup. Of course, looking for counter spells, trying to make sure that we can stick some of the Sorin Vein Ripper combo that this Vampires deck's known for. And we also have some of these creatures that get 2-for-1s. We're talking about the Dusk Legion Zealot that is entering the battlefield right now, drawing a card, looking for lands. He does find one. It's a copy of Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth as the 3rd land for Travis Williams as we go back to Gerrick Alford, someone that we watched a little bit earlier today, getting the job done with his take on Azorius Control against Izzet Phoenix. Now needs to get it done one more time over a leaderboard competitor, NRG Series mainstay Travis Williams, laying the beat down with Dusk Legion Zealot, holding up 4 mana.
Yeah, and Travis did pick up a copy of Vein Ripper for the turn, so has the ability to go for Sorin Vein Ripper. Now, both us and Travis knows that there is a copy of Jwari Disruption in Gerrick's hand, which is going to be a way to kind of get that, Sorin, because we have to tap out for it, we can't pay the additional mana to be able to do that. And then I think what Travis is doing instead is we're going to go Blood Tithe Harvester, discard Fatal Push, maybe try to find a land, set up for play land, and then play Sorin with 1 mana available to help pay for that Jwari Disruption. And Travis does not find the land there, but did pick up a copy of Duress. So we'll have to see where Gerrick wants to go. Narset. Now, the last time we saw Gerrick play, Narset was very, very good at stopping the Phoenix deck from drawing extra cards. But here, because the Blood Tithe Harvester is already on the battlefield, and Gerrick kind of recognizes that the Narset's likely going to die anyways, just wants to get the impulse out of it to get the card no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, it does look actually okay here. It's going to soak up some damage that would otherwise be going face for Gerrick, giving him a little bit more time and a card for his trouble, so it's not worth anything. And he still gets to hold up the Jawari Disruption that we know about. Now, a land draw here from Travis, which I don't believe he found, would allow for duress into the Sorin, which could maybe punch through that Sorin Vein Ripper combination you were speaking towards. But he's had a lot of land troubles, even though he's used the Bloodtide Harvester. Discard some otherwise dead cards like Fatal Push to try to find lands or other more useful spells. And I actually lied. He does have the Takenuma. It's hiding amongst his cards. He does have the third land for the Sorin Vein Ripper if there's only one counterspell in hand.
Yeah, this is a really, really interesting thing that happened here. So Gerrick picked up a copy of Verdict. If Gerrick had let the Thoughtseize resolve, Travis would have seen a Verdict and a Jawari Disruption. Travis, say, maybe you take the Jawari Disruption to resolve the Sorin Vein Ripper, but then Gerrick has the Supreme Verdict. But because the Get Lost was cast in the Bloodtithe Harvester, now Travis, okay, interesting. We're going to take the Teferi. I was going to say maybe you just take the Verdict and then slam the Sorin Vein Ripper. Travis choosing to take the Teferi instead and maybe just try and play a bit of a longer game.
Yeah, this is really interesting. So now that we're tapped out, the Jawari
Disruption
no longer matters. And yeah, we're using the Desolation Zealot to finish off the Narset. So that leaves the Sorin behind. No creatures for the Supreme Verdict to pick up. No creatures in play to pressure Planeswalkers either, though. So that's why we ended up taking the Teferi. Don't want to give Gerrick an opportunity to stick a Planeswalker on an otherwise creatureless board, which is, of course, typically a winning scenario for the control deck. And in fact, Travis is actually the only one here with a Planeswalker in this otherwise creatureless board. And yeah, back to Travis we go. Sorin not going after trying to put a Vein Ripper into play quite yet, although it starts to look a little bit more attractive if you can trade for maybe just a single Supreme Verdict with just your Vein Ripper. That could be a potentially good exchange for Travis, and I mean something Gerrick might just have to do. Like you mentioned, no creatures to sacrifice to pay ward, and we're going to commit a Bloodtithe Harvester as well here.
Yeah, interesting that Travis knows about the Verdict and is just willing to commit the extra creature. Now, to be fair, the Vein Ripper will trigger whenever a creature dies. So if, Gerrick does cast the Verdict, that's going to be 4 damage from the Vein Ripper, put Gerrick down to 14. You still have the Sorin in play, you still have the Smuggler's Copter. But yeah, interesting that we're choosing to just kind of deploy all of the creatures here with the Verdict being known information. So interesting to see. And Gerrick picked up a copy of Memory Deluge, which is pretty good here because you can dig maybe dig for some other interaction on 6 lands. Just really needs that 7th land to be able to flash it back. Picked up another copy of Memory Deluge and Sunfall, which says, those Vein Ripper triggers, not today, son.
Yeah, no Vein Ripper triggers means they're exiled. Get a little 2/2 action for your trouble. Get to be a little bit more mana efficient as well, using the more expensive spell. And I think I saw another copy of Memory Deluge. So the top of the deck being very kind to Gerrick so far. Will Travis have the same experience? We have a Sorin, we have a Smuggler's Copter, and a bunch of various artifacts. We have a Kalitas in hand to really maybe start to get things started, but not a lot else. How will Travis navigate the maps, the blood, the Sorin, and the Smuggler's Copter? So many different activated abilities and options you can use. We're going to start with the Kalitas, Traitor of Get.
Yep, so Kalitas going to crew the Copter, and then what's nice about this is you can have the ability to kind of, rather than play the land and use the map token, we can just attack with the Copter, loot away that extra land, maybe try to find maybe another Vein Ripper, because honestly, at this point, we're not that far off of hardcasting Vein Ripper, because if you use the Sorin to put the Ripper in play, now that it's on 3 loyalty, you would just lose the Sorin. So, Travis just finds another land. That's going to be an attack for 3, put Gerrick down to 15, and presumably will likely map post-combat.
Yeah, assuming that we are going to want to cast our Vein Rippers at some point, yeah, we're going to want to map, and we're going to map on the Smuggler's Copter, which finds Fable the Mirror Breaker, and we see Gerrick the lean back there. Quite the reaction to Fable. One of the better cards in Travis's deck, and we talk a lot about how Phoenix is one of the best decks in the format. Fable the Mirror Breaker, very much the glue that glues together this Vampire's deck. I've heard it said that Fable the Mirror Breaker has won every single Pro Tour it has been legal in the format for, and that's quite an accomplishment. And we're actually going to make him shuffle this away. We're going to go after the Blood Crypt with the Field of Ruin, which is going to make the Fable of the Mirror Breaker get shuffled away, and maybe Gerrick won't have to answer it at all.
Yeah, and what I want to take a look at here is I want to look at the number of basics. So there are 2 swamps and 1 mountain in Travis's deck versus 3 Field of Ruins on the side of Gerrick. So you'll notice there's 2 basics in play already, none in the graveyard. So if Gerrick finds another Field of Ruin, maybe Travis draws a basic land before Gerrick finds the Field of Ruin. There's a possibility that those Stone Rains could be online very, very quickly.
Yeah, that would be super problematic. to start to lose those lands. You mentioned Hardcast Fame Member, something that comes up, but here we go. We're discarding Sulphur Springs to the Blood. I think that was a Dusk Legion Zealot. Didn't get to see too well, but would be actually a pretty good draw alongside the Sorin we still have in play here. As here comes the Dusk Legion Zealot. A fine draw, I'd say.
Yep, and that one can also do a couple of things. We can use it as fodder for the Sorin. We can use it, we can use the crew at the Copter. It can do a lot of stuff with it. So Copter is going to get crewed here, and we'll have to see. Gerrick has, I believe, picked up a March of Otherworldly Light, which that's going to go after the Copter, and that was Travis's main threat. And remember, we still know about that Supreme Verdict. So just by the information that we know, that Supreme Verdict can still handle the Kalitas, and then Gerrick is maybe just left over with those 2 Memory Deluges, and Travis doesn't really have a lot left.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the kind of spot I think the Gerrick's trying to set up. Take care of these threats that are resilient to sweepers. We know there's a sweeper left over, and then punch that sweeper through and really start to stabilize this board. Travis, very, very low on resources. Now actually handless, has 6 mana, could hard cast a Vein Ripper, but not really a lot less to work with. And we know that Gerrick, even though he's low on resources as well, has Memory Deluge in the graveyard. So that's a great way to get things started again and really start to overpower the Rakdos deck here in game 1. And it looks like, we're reaching for 4 mana very quickly, looking to potentially take care of all the creatures. And I think seeing this coming, Travis went ahead and upticked the Sorin, get a little bit of extra damage through, and in order to really get something for his trouble, is the Supreme Verdict going to trade 1-for-1 with Kalitas. Now we're going to flip our incubated Sunfall creature token, and that's going to deal 2 damage.
Funny enough, I think one of Travis's better draws at this point, given that there's no Field of Ruin, is just Mutavault, because you can go Mutavault, put a counter on it with Sorin. That can be a good blocker for the incubator. And it wasn't Mutavault, but it was Hive of the Eye Tyrant, which honestly not that bad either.
Yeah, and also get to do the trick with the map. We get to animate it right away. Even though it is entered tap, and we get to go ahead and use the map token to try to control our draw a little bit. And we found a Blood Tithe Harvester that is going to stay on top as we take up Sorin for no real value and pass back to Gerrick. So Sorin not necessarily in danger of dying just to this Flip Phyrexian Incubator, but that Field of Ruin is a huge draw for the Hive of the Eye Tyrant.
Yeah, that Field of Ruin is a massive, massive draw step here for Gerrick. He's going to fire it off main phase. I guess because we knew about the Blood Tithe Harvester. Interesting, though, you could maybe just let Travis draw the Harvester. It's not clear how much you care about it, because you can just kind of trade off the token for it. But yeah, interesting decision there for Gerrick.
And if you find the last copy of Field of Ruin now, like you mentioned, all the basics are in place. So the next one is just a strip mine, but a lot of mana to work with for Travis. So not really clear how much that will actually matter as the Phyrexian Incubator token continues to do its attacking. And uptick on Sorin now potentially can die to this Phyrexian. And now here we are to the real stabilization point for Gerrick Alford, able to flash back Memory Deluge, showing the power of the 4 mana instant. Of course, looks at the top 7 now, doing a Dig Through Time impression out of the graveyard. Just so powerful and really going to start to snowball the card advantage for Gerrick Alford in this game 1. Things are very much slipping away for Travis here on the instep as we go into Gerrick's next turn.
Yeah, and once you get the spot select, once you get to this stage of the game from the vampire side of things, you have basically nothing left over. Your opponent just, resolved the deluge from the graveyard, has another deluge in reserve. The Sorin's going to die, and we don't like to call things before they're over, but it's getting to the point where I'm not quite sure what sequence of draws Travis would need to get out of this. I mean, it probably involves like multiple Vein Rippers resolving, but as we see that 3 steps ahead picked up, that is not going to be the case.
Yeah, 3 steps ahead, a huge draw. Here is a Blood Tithe Harvester, something to give a little bit of hope. Yeah, not even entertaining this. We're going to go ahead and full mode value here for the 3 steps ahead. So this is the typical 5 mana counter target spell. Then you can draw 2 cards, draw 3 cards, I believe discard 1. So this is kind of doing its Mystic Confluence impression that people have compared it to for 3 steps ahead. Draw 2 cards, discard a card. I was right the first time. See, I got myself all kinds of confused. As here is, I'm going to look at that one. The top mode, bottom mode, the most common picked counter target spell, only on cancel. But once you start doing cancel plus draw a card, as you see in that bottom mode, draw 2 cards, discard 1, you are kind of doing a Cryptic Command, Mana Confluence style impression. 5 mana, counter spell, do some drawing and some discarding. And if you're really flooded on mana, you can maybe get some copy stuff involved as well. Another Blood Tithe. Is this the 4th one? 3rd one, maybe.
I think it's at least the 3rd one. One might have been. Oh no, it was the 4th, because I think the first one got exiled to the Sunfall. So, because there was that turn. there was that turn where Travis went, put the Vein Ripper into play Harvester. Emperor, yeah, I mean, this is
Wandering Emperor and instead puts Blocker into play. Yeah, here we go. The Wandering Emperor Flash. That one's going to come in -1.
Like another
That's
deluge.
how you know you're good. And yeah, why not? Another Memory Deluge. Keep the cards running. Found some lands. And yeah, you mentioned this game kind of dwindling its way towards over, and I think I still agree as we cycle a sensor, move a bunch of cards around, multiple Planeswalkers in play, as well as multiple creatures in play for Travis. And here we are. We're going to go ahead and crack the blood now to get through the Narset in order to try to cash out that land.
We see an attack here from both. Travis deciding not to chump block, or not to trade, rather, excuse me. Emperor's going to make another token, and Gerrick just kind of has everything you could ever ask for. You have the Field of Ruin to cover creature lands. You have both Hall of Storm Giants and the White Castle, and Travis is out of here.
Yeah, you've seen it enough. Memory Deluge to keep the cards running. Multiple Planeswalkers running as well. A convincing victory for Gerrick Alford. Someone who's been very, very patient and very meticulous with this control deck. Gets the game on over the Vampires deck. And what I would say is a convincing victory. So with that, I mean, you expect that typically in a control versus a mid-range setup. The Vampires have some way to punk them out, but did draw a lot of the discards. So even despite a relatively good draw, was still lost the game. That's a tough spot to start from. Let's look and see what he has to work with in the sideboard to maybe improve the matchup a little bit. So again, you mentioned this is Rakdos midrange, but also actually just Rakdos Vampires, as you see the Vein Rippers and Sorens. In the sideboard, we have 4 copies of Leyline of the Void, 2 Path of Peril, 2 Reckoner Bankbuster, 1 Knight of Dusk Shadow, 1 Liliana of the Veil, 1 Go Blank, 1 Grafdigger's Cage, 1 Extinction Event, 1 Go for the Throat, and 1 Hostile Investigator. So pretty targeted with all these sideboard cards. What do you like in the control matchup?
So I like cards that say draw a card. So Reckoner, Bankbuster, Hostile Investigator. Liliana doesn't directly draw a card, but those are the ones that you're going to go for. Go Blank also sort of draws a card because you're making them lose cards, which is card advantage. So it effectively draws a card. So all those cards coming in and the Fatal Push is coming out. Probably a nice clean swap, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in, and then 4 push, maybe the Bitter Triumph out. So I think relatively clean sideboarding here for Travis.
Yeah, the creature removal spell is not very good. Notably, he has some main deck duresses to kind of hedge for this matchup and for the Phoenix matchup, I'm sure, a little bit. Drew some of them, still really wasn't enough. So going to have to back this up a little bit. And some of these cards, like you mentioned, these card advantage cards, going to be a big players here in game 2. Now for Gerrick Alford, we've seen his sideboard before. We're going to take a look one more time as we have a very different matchup to sideboard now. And here we see 4 copies of Kutzel's Flanker, 3 copies of Mystical Dispute, 3 Regal Caracal, 2 Shark Typhoon, 2 Temporary Lockdown, and the companion, Kahira the Orphan Guard. How are we sideboarding against Rakdos Vampires from control?
So very similar to the Phoenix matchup that we saw earlier that Gerrick played, you kind of expect your opponent to board out a lot of the removal spells. So you probably want to go towards the Regal Caracals and the Shark Typhoons, increase your threat density, especially against those discard spells. And those are both very, very good cards against Liliana of the Veil as well.
Yeah, the Shark Typhoons, especially being able to the instant speed ambush, things like Liliana, I mean, that's going to be a big deal and potentially a massive player. As these players have already sideboarded quick Magic. Both these players know that the control matchups can get kind of grindy, so they're underway already. Tapped Restless Anchorage for Gerrick and Hive of the Eye Tyrant Mutavault into Reckoner Bankbuster, one of the sideboard cards for Travis Williams.
Banned card in standard, and we see 2 mana left up here for Gerrick, and Travis's hand looks like a whole bunch of lands, of Vein Ripper and a Dusk Legion Zealot. So, honestly for Travis, yeah, I was just going to say, may not even want to play into the counter magic. You don't expect Dusk Legion Zealot to get countered, but, why even risk it? You can just draw a card with the Bankbuster this turn, next turn play your 4th land, cast the Dusk Legion Zealot, and still hold up the Bankbuster activation.
And that's exactly what we appear to be doing here from Travis Williams' side. We got to look at the Bankbuster you mentioned. Banned in standard. Very, very ubiquitous in its time. I remember a lot of words on that card. Does a lot of things. And as we learned, I think from Fable the Mirror Breaker the best. Eventually, when you put enough text on a card, it's going to be powerful no matter really what the text is in the abstract. As here it goes, another draw from Bankbuster. This one on main phase.
Oh, that's so interesting. So Travis decided to leave up Mutavault with the leaving himself the option to attack with it. And unfortunately for Travis, drew the Bloodscythe Harvester. And I almost wonder if you had left up a different land, would you have preferred to cast the Harvester instead of attack with Mutavault? Not clear.
Definitely not clear. This exchange, though, good for Travis, actually. So getting the Bank Buster exiled when it's already drawn 2 cards, actually a really good spot, I think, for Travis. He really got card advantage. He got 2 cards off of it, traded for a card from Gerrick, and now Gerrick hitting the 4th land drop. Something like Memory Deluge is scary, but a lot of cards to work with for Travis. Very different shape from what we saw in game number 1. His Fable the Mirror Breaker, a pretty big pickup.
It's a good card. You can't really expect it to resolve here. You could test the waters a little bit, play the Dusk Legion Zealot, see if Gerrick wants to fight over that. Maybe if that does resolve, then you go with a Harvester this turn, which also lets you play around the Jwari disruptions and sensors that you saw in game number 1. And Travis definitely has those on the mind. Picked up a copy of Go Blank. Might want to save that one until the turn after Gerrick casts Deluge, right? So from Travis's perspective, you kind of don't want Gerrick to use a counterspell here. You'd rather go land, play Harvester. Maybe Gerrick uses the Memory Deluge, and then the next turn you have the Go Blank on, the Go Blank, ready to go for that Memory Deluge.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, if you can pick one to cast and resolve, which did you prefer, Go Blank or Fable the Mirror Breaker? But I actually really like what Travis has done here instead. Just kind of splitting the difference, not being as mana efficient this turn, but you can actually try to punch through both next turn with pressure already in play. So it's already kind of appealing to Gerrick to try to maybe punch through a sweeper, take care of what's on the battlefield right now. Just get, trade 1-for-1 with the Blood Tithe Harvester, and you also get the Dusk Legion Zealot for your trouble. But then if that happens, you're passing to Travis with 6 mana, he gets to Go Blank and Fable. So you can't really do that. So you're in this weird mixture of taking damage from what's in play, and we are Supreme Verdicting right now. So there goes those cards, and those powerful 3-drops that Travis has access to now are opened up to potentially resolving.
Now we can resolve both of them. You asked which one would you rather resolve next turn. How about if I told you we could just resolve both of them?
Porque no los dos. We have the pathway already in hand. We have 2 pathways already in hand, discarding the Blackleaf Glyphs to the blood, cashing it out for a real card. And this is really the staying power of the Rakdos Vampires deck. What would otherwise be kind of a flooded draw with lands, now we get to start cashing those out. Things like Fable, things like the blood tokens, do a good job cashing out those extra lands. And then, of course, you have the utility lands as well. We're actually choosing to just play Vein Ripper on the tap out.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you have the option to cast the 3-drops, but what instead if we just cast the Vein Ripper? It's very hard for Gerrick to deal with. You're already down a Supreme Verdict. You know that he has a limited number of sweepers, and I guess there is an Anchorage, so you could even say you could fire up the Anchorage and then get lost, sack the Anchorage, maybe something like that, but then you're getting a Stone Rain out of the removal spell as well, so you're probably happy with that exchange as well if you're Travis. But yeah, choosing to just go with the Vein Ripper, and I kind of like that because you want to save the Go Blank for the turn that there is a Memory Deluge in the graveyard anyways, and this is the most amount of pressure too, which is nice.
Yeah, just once again, keeping that pressure on, really forcing Gerrick to try to find an answer to that. And then you have these aces in the hole, those powerful 3-mana cards. And of course, there's a chance they improve as well. You talk about when you want to play cards, well, is your spot getting better? There's so much hand hate in Travis's deck that there's a very real chance that your spot with these 3-drops actually gets better as the game goes on if you find a hand hate spell. And if you don't, well, like I said, you're still putting pressure on. And in this spot here, where the Vein Ripper is already something you have to answer, can Gerrick start to afford to go after these 3-drop spells and just take piles of damage from the Vein Ripper? And activating Gyreek Sanitarium has got to be a great sign if you're a Travis fan.
Yeah, and Gerrick going to go ahead and let that Fable resolve. And now, even if there is a sweeper found off the top, you'll notice that Travis still has the Fable the Mirror Breaker in play, the Hive of the Eye Tyrant, and the Mutavault. So plenty of stuff left over, even if there is a sweeper. And still has a grip full of stuff too, grip full of action. You got the Go Blank, another Harvester, and I believe that might be a Dusk Legion Zealot. So plenty of action left over here for Travis.
Yeah, I think he was thinking about playing lands there versus respecting censor, because if you can play lands, discard them to Fable next turn, but you don't want to get censored. Going to go for the Go Blank, and actually instead of censored, gets no more lies. So that one's going to get exiled. As we go back to Gerrick, now the card that's probably the best here is the one of Farewell. That can take care of the Fable enchantment as well as all the creatures in play without having to sacrifice anything or anything like that. So that would actually be a pretty good option here. Instead it's Sunfall, which is the next best thing. We get to exile the Vein Ripper, exile that very powerful Goblin Shaman token, but the Fable is left behind, and that's a very relevant game object still, as Duress is the draw. A little late to the party, likely still good.
Yep, and it looks like Travis is going to go ahead and get rid of the Dust Legion in the land, finds a copy of Sorin and another discard spell. So it's interesting. Yeah, you definitely want to start with one of the discard spells to see exactly what Gerrick is working with. Choosing to go with the Thoughtseize, likely just in case Gerrick has the Regal Caracal or something like that in the hand. And Gerrick just has a Days Undoing and a couple of lands, so not a lot of action left over in Gerrick's hand. Now, that being said, still has the White Castle, the Hall of the Storm Giants, the Gyrick Sanitarium, and the Anchorage. So plenty of stuff for Gerrick to do with his mana.
You have to wonder how much Gerrick was really looking for a Narset there. 3 copies in his deck, has the Sanitarium, had the Days Undoing, just really couldn't find a way to pair all that up. And now no spells left in hand. So the Duress is dead, but of course Travis can actually just discard it to the Blood Token if he wants. Here comes Soren, Imperious Blood Lord. We'll see what he wants to do with that, as joining the fray is the Blood Tithe Harvester. Gonna make a blood token. We're gonna pump up the Blood Tithe Harvester, it looks like. And so now we have 1 mana left over if we do want to crack the blood token to get rid of the Duress and get a real card for our trouble. You'd want to do that. I mean, maybe if there's a Memory Deluge that ends up being main phase or something like that, that would be the time that you would really want to hold on to the Duress. And so you actually kind of get the option. Nice little piece of flexibility there from the blood token.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Gerrick finds off of the top of the deck. It looks like we're just going to go towards the Hall of the Storm. Just get it in there, you know? What else?
Yeah, 7/7. What are you going to do about this, huh? All right, I may not have any spells, but I do have a 7/7 land. A large land it is indeed. So now we have the option to chump block or lose Soren. And we know the last card in hand is Duress. Nothing else we can really do about that. Choosing to lose Soren.
I kind of like this because, I mean, you have a 4/3 in play. You also have the Hive and the Mutavault. So you could even just get into a position where you say, okay, my Soren's dead. Fire up the Hive, fire up the Mutavault, hit for 9, put Gerrick to 3. And even if Gerrick finds, you know, I mean, the Wraths probably don't do it because the 2 creature lands are still there. A single removal spell is not going to do it because the Fable stays in play. So this is Travis kind of, you know, fighting on all angles here, and a Liliana off the top as well.
The draws are definitely flowing here for Travis Williams. And yeah, not surprised to see an Edict that actually clears the way for the Mutavault to attack if Travis wants to. Yeah, I think it looks like he does. He's reaching for the mana with the Mutavault, trying to figure out how best to animate this. But yeah, like you said, really, I think there's a lot of pressure for Travis to get the game over with before Gerrick starts to snowball some card advantage back into this game. He has plenty of mana. He has some good utility lands, but what he doesn't have necessarily is time. If you can put some pressure on his life total, and Liliana sacrificing that Phyrexian token doesn't feel great, but gets all the garbage out of the way so you can start attacking, like you said. Down to 6 goes Gerrick Alford. Big draw step here. Needs to be good.
Yeah, and you know, Travis playing the Liliana of the Veil didn't get to push the full 9 damage, but the 6 damage is still a 2-turn clock with Gerrick at 12, so it doesn't actually change the math too much. Not a bad, you see Travis sit back in his seat. That's not a bad draw step here for Gerrick. Now, the question is it good enough? Because you somehow, I guess you can tuck the Blood Tithe Harvester. No, if you tuck the Blood Tithe Harvester, you still have the Hive, the Mutavault, and the Fable. So I think Gerrick may have pointed towards the Fable. We're still thinking here. I don't know that there's depending on what the leftovers are in Gerrick's hand, I don't know if there's a way to survive this turn. I guess you can block with the Anchorage.
Right. So yeah, you can, yeah, you got a few problems because you play a land, you could block with the Anchorage, but yeah, if you don't get rid of the Fable, we can just actually animate the Hive and then make a copy of the Hive. Those are menace attackers, so you're just dead. So the best hit is the Fable, right?
So Fable Hive doesn't quite work like that, where if you animate the Hive and make a copy, it just gives you a land.
Oh, it's just a land? Sick.
Yeah, but you can still copy the Harvester in that regard. So I guess unless you target the Harvester. So yeah,
right,
so
you target the Harvester, then there's theoretically no targets, but now there's like this attacker. I don't know, interesting to think about.
Even here, Travis is still not in that bad of a spot. You can just say, you know, even if you wanted to, you get the last card out of Gerrick.
Last card is Wandering Emperor?
Well.
Oh my goodness. Well, that's worth 2 life. And now, I mean, very smartly choosing to take up Liliana before combat means that Travis gets to know about it. Ooh. Now, what can he do about it?
We got a game, Drake.
We do have a game. Some great top decks here from Gerrick Alford as we discard the last card. It's another Fable off the top. Wait, no, it's the same Fable. It's the Fable that we worked to from the tuck. We actually used the blood token, right?
Teferi was third from the top. Yeah, if Teferi's third from top, right?
Checking.
It's been a minute.
That would be second card. Yeah, blood's okay. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, we just
another
have
Fable below it, right?
All right, yeah, I guess that's what has to be true. All right, so we got Fable coming. We have Fable now, and here comes Mutavault and Blood Tithe Harvester. So we're gonna make a 2/2. That can trade with the Mutavault. Well, no, we're actually just going to exile the Harvester, get some life. So yeah, we want the life here, and Mutavault's going to crash in for 2. We're going to get some life, and this Fable of the Mirror Breaker is the follow-up with another one coming on top that we know about. Good draw so far. Can it keep coming? Teferi's going to help.
Yeah, and I like this. I like this play from Travis. You kind of force the Wandering Emperor on the Blood Tithe Harvester, which also notably means that if there's a sweeper off the top for Gerrick, you're losing a little bit less, right? You get to keep the Mutavault and the Hive, so you have a lot of insurance against a top deck Supreme Verdict or Sunfall. As okay, that's only going to answer the token.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. There's a Field of Ruin though. That's great
huge.
Draw. Wow. And so we're going back and forth. Gerrick Alford looking like he might find a way to stabilize. Now there's a double Fable on top of Travis's library. And now Liliana Edict is dialed up once again. So any tokens made have the potential to be edicted away. We're going to put Kahira into play and then put a counter on it. But Liliana can edict that one out the way. At 6 life is Gerrick untapping 2 lands, which allows a Field of Ruin to happen.
Yeah, the thing is, even if the Liliana takes care of the Kahira, that means that Gerrick has now answered the Liliana, so he doesn't have to worry about it on future turns. So you say Liliana down to kill the Kahira, Field of Ruin can take care of the Hive. That's only a 2/2 Mutavault left over, which Gerrick has 2 very, very good Planeswalkers, and Travis has to decide which one he wants to kill with the Mutavault. The other question is, like, if Travis just says, okay, I'm going to go Liliana Edict you, animate both of my lands, attack you with both, Gerrick might also just not even activate because you can just hold. This is a really tricky spot. I almost feel like if you're Travis, you maybe have to ignore the Planeswalkers here. Maybe you go just fire up Mutavault. Maybe the Mutavault goes after the Emperor, and then you resolve the second Fable. This is a tricky spot.
We need to answer some of these Planeswalkers. We have to go out to the Planeswalkers. Now, the field gets whatever you want, right? The field is going to go ahead and take care of stuff. But, I mean, we've seen Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, for years at this point. I mean, this card's been out a long time. It gives a Jace the Mind Sculptor style effect, where if you untap with it, things really just start to get worse. And so really getting those off the battlefield seemed like a major priority. Travis, of course, not really able to do so and deploy a second Fable. Going to prioritize getting the second Fable in play, but things are really starting to slip for number 11 on our leaderboard, Travis Williams. Now, remember, these players both looking for that the end of season ticket to the NRG Championship. Of course, Gerrick Alford, number 9 on the leaderboard. Travis Williams, number 11 on the leaderboard. Whoever loses this match not only is not going to make top 8, but also is not going to punch their end of season ticket to the NRG Championship. So there's a lot of line for these players, as Gerrick, like I said, looks to be continuing to maybe claw his way back into this game. I mean, it looked hopeless for him, but a timely Field of Ruin, a timely Wandering Emperor, and now Teferi starting to run away with the game looks to be making a big difference. Activating Castle Ardenvale main phase.
Yeah, Drake, you know what? We're gonna untap that Castle Ardenvale, and we're gonna make another 1/1. We are now in that stage of the game where we can activate Castle twice per turn with the Teferi, and I like that because it's gonna give Gerrick a near infinite number of chump blockers, and not only chump blockers, but make sure you have an actual reasonable double block on the Hive, because now you have a 2/2 and a 1/1 that can double block it, and you still leave an extra 1/1 around to be able to chump block that 2/2 Goblin Shaman token. So, you know, we thought that Travis was in a commanding position, but, you know, a couple of top decks away, and now Gerrick looks like we have, you know, potentially regained a lot of the momentum in this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible kind of flip of the switch here. And this is part of I'd say the appeal of the Azorius control deck. And, you know, Gerrick Alford, when we interviewed him, mentioned he really wanted to play this deck because it was fun. And moments like these are really fun. Just hanging on by that thread. You know, you see his teammate there, Team Flex Slot, supporting him in the back. He found a copy of 3 Steps Ahead? Oh, no. So we are doing the extremely rare full power 3 steps ahead. All 3 steps are ahead. We are countering Reckoner Bankbuster. We are drawing 2 cards to discarding a card, and we are making a copy of the 2/2 Samurai with Vigilance. Just one of the better draws he could possibly have, especially against Reckoner Bankbuster. And now things have really turned on their head for Travis Williams, who was really looking to stick that Bankbuster and kind of push things over the line with those last few cards. Now doesn't have access to that, as here comes Hive the Eye Tyrant, which can pretty easily be blocked by all the blockers in play. Goblin Shaman coming as well, making a treasure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you can force a double block from Gerrick, but it's not even a profitable double block because now Gerrick has the second 2/2 from the 3 steps ahead, so you can even say put 2 2/2s in front of the Hive, maybe chump block the 1/1 token, or I guess this is the same thing where you're just trading for everything. Trade for everything, and, you know, Travis now has no creature lands, only has, you know, 2 copies of Fable, which, I mean, Fable is a good card, but presuming that Gerrick can find an answer to one of them, not going to be able to set up the kind of the Fable combo as we like to call it. Now, I guess the one thing is if Gerrick does not find the answer, Travis is going to flip that second Fable and does have the option of potentially setting up that Splinter Twin-esque combo. So maybe that's Travis's only shot at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that Gerrick's aware of that. Double Fable, I think, pretty well renowned at this point for its ability to make a bunch of 2/2s, keep them around, and then attack for basically as much mana as you have as 2/2s. But it's Regal Caracal a draw. This one can do some damage as far as gaining some life goes. Didn't get a great look at the leftovers, keeping it close to the chest, but here we go. We have a 5-mana 3/3. Other cats you control get +1/+1 and have lifelink. And then when it enters the battlefield, of course, you create 2/1/1 creature tokens with lifelink. So even if the Regal Caracal dies, the creatures will still have lifelink as the trifecta is complete. Narset Parter of Veils joining the mix as well. So lifelink abound with these 3/3s, except, of course, the Caracal itself. So some lifelinking tokens that are buffed up, going to be good against potential attackers. Now let's look at what we found off the Narset minus. Dovin's Veto.
Yeah, and I think there might be an Odawara in Gerrick's hand that could potentially bounce one of the Fable tokens to stop the double Fable, and I think that's exactly what's going on. Yep, so Fable's going to go ahead, or Odawara's going to bounce that Fable, rather. It's going to give Travis another 2/2, but I don't think Gerrick cares too much about the 2/2 at this point. His board is just so wide, and yeah, I mean, outside of specifically Vein Ripper, I'm not seeing a ton else that Travis could really draw to get himself out of this game. Like Vein Ripper potentially could allow you to have a good, an attack, maybe prevents Gerrick from attacking because the dice triggers on Vein Ripper, but there's not a lot left for Travis here. Does pick up a Harvester, which can be decent in combination with that Fable.
Yeah, the other Fable, of course, flipping, and the one we just bounced. Normally not very good to bounce Fable, because, of course, you get another Goblin Shaman in the face of the Regal Caracal and all the life to be gained there, and all these Planeswalkers, definitely less powerful than just assembling that, as you mentioned, Splinter Twin-esque double Fable combo, as we're going digging with Narset again after the draw step, and now we get to start activating all our Planeswalkers every turn. We get a lot of options here. Another copy of the Wandering Emperor added to hand to match the one we have now, which, of course, can give us another downtick if something like the Fable combo starts to become relevant. But we're going to go ahead and tuck for the second time. We're going to tuck
just to make sure.
Fable, the Mirror Breakers, the third card. Get these out of here. These Planeswalkers doing a good job managing those.
Yeah, we just want to make extra clear that there's nothing that Travis can possibly draw at this point. I was going to say that maybe Travis's only shot was like draw Vein Ripper, use the Fable to copy the Vein Ripper, give it haste, and maybe can push a lethal attack. But yeah, now without the Fable in play, even a top deck Vein Ripper is not going to quite do as much as Travis needs it to do because it can't attack that turn. Travis also taking a massive hit here, and Gerrick's going to gain a ton of life to be able to help stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, this life is, I can't really understate how much that is important. Over and over again, over these draw steps, Travis has really been looking for a way to cross the finish line before Gerrick could really start to snowball the game in his favor, as he's really kind of already turned the corner with the power of all these Planeswalkers. Now with this massive life-linking attack from the Regal Caracal, that gets even more, oh no. Yeah, okay.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
We're just locked out of the draw step.
We're just locked. Yeah, we're locked out. And Travis understands that. And the hand is extended. I didn't even see that. The guy reaching a Cherry plus the Narset locks the game up. Nothing you can even do. And deterministic win for Gerrick Alford. A 2-0 victory over the Rakdos Vampires. First time we've seen it on camera. And so felled to Azorius control. So joining our top 8 is going to be Gerrick Alford. His take on Azorius control live still for an end of season invite to the NRG Championship. Fought hard for it. Mentioned earlier he played his Azorius control in order to try to just have a little bit more fun and try to, really finish the season out right. And what a rewarding performance for him in that regard.
Yeah, congratulations to Gerrick. Like you said, we were taking a look at the end of season leaderboard, and presumably this locks up a top 8 for Gerrick, and he might even be able to go a little bit deeper and potentially lock up his shot at the end of year championships. And he's been playing phenomenally every time we've seen him on camera. He's been playing very, very well, knows this control deck inside and out, knows exactly when to sequence threats properly, knows exactly when to just turn the corner, and it's just been an absolute masterclass of somebody who knows the deck inside and out like Gerrick does.
Yeah, exactly. He mentioned earlier we've interviewed him before. I believe we're actually going to interview him again, and I want to talk quite a bit about this matchup because Travis Williams, a fellow NRG Series mainstay, again number 11 on our leaderboard, and unfortunately for him, dead for top 8, and unfortunately as well, dead for the end of year championship invite this season. Now, still alive for the overall, so it's not hopeless or anything like that. But things are a lot worse. And Gerrick, congratulations! What a performance! Here you are again in the interview booth with your Azorius control deck.
How's it going, guys? How's it going?
Good.
It's going very well. Probably better for you. So talk to me a little bit about going to this match. You mentioned you played Azorius Control because you wanted to have fun at the end of this season. And here you are. I believe you've locked up top 8 and against number 11 on our leaderboard, Travis Williams, an important match for you to win. Talk to me about that and what it feels like.
It feels good. It feels good. That matchup was very tough. I had to do, dodge some vein rippers and some triggers and hopefully just draw right. It was great. It was a great game. Great player, of course. It was fun to play.
Yeah, and we were talking about the matchup specifically as well. There's, this has been a matchup that has really been showcased over the course of the past couple of months, ever since Pro Tour Karlov Manor. And as far as, are you comfortable playing against the Vampire stack? Is that a matchup you want to play against a lot?
It wouldn't be my first pick. I would rather play Phoenix if I had to pick one. But the cats do help. The cats help a ton. Caracol just takes it. I mean, I know Vein Ripper flies, but putting 7 power into play with lifelink is huge. And then next turn you can go Kihira and give them all vigilance. You're just like, let's race. Let's see who wins.
Yeah, it's a ton of power. I mean, it looked incredible there when you drew it. It's back to back to back, just great draw steps to get you out of what looked to be an incredibly precarious position. I mean, when you lost that Days Undoing, you had only lands in hand and were facing down lethal, I believe, over 2 turns and managed to claw your way back thanks to the Wandering Emperor and some timely counter magic. I mean, talk to me about all this. So more importantly, actually, when you're going into this matchup, did you know what each other's playing? Because, I mean, Travis Williams had a great game one hand, I'd say. Multiple discard spells, including a duress, trying to punch through his cards. Did you know the matchup going in?
I did not know the matchup. I kind of figured I just kept a hand that was decent against a bunch of things, but luckily it paired out. To me, the coolest thing that happened was I've never done this before, but I was able to do all 3 levels on 3 steps ahead. That was sick. I've never done that before. That was a one-time thing that ever happened. So it's cool to get that on camera. That was cool.
That was awesome. And that's something we get to see very often. And, hopefully we get to see more of it. Like I said, now you're very likely to be in top 8, very likely to see more of you and your 3 steps ahead in the future rounds. Now, once again, we got to cut this one short because we have a top 8 to play. You have a top 8 to play. We have a top 8 to cover. And so any final shout outs, anything you want to say before you prepare for all that?
Apparently my last shout out, my ride was upset that I didn't shout them out for driving 6 hours. So I guess I got to redo that. So shout out to Sam. He's also on Team Flexot, the homie. He's great. I always talk to him about deck choices late at night, and he rolls his eyes. It's control. What do you need? Why do you need help with? Shout out to him. He's a real MVP. My bad.
Nice.
Well, we got that covered now. And of course, what a great performance from you. What a great performance from Team Flexlot. And like I said, we'll be seeing more of you very shortly. But until then, good luck. And we'll see you shortly. Congratulations.
Take it easy, guys.
Alrighty. Well, that does it for our last round of Swiss. So when we come back, actually, I think, no, we actually do have our backup feature.
Ooh.
So we are going to watch May French, who is also playing a win and in, versus Lucas Parson against playing Gruul Vehicle. So we've seen May French in her Mono Green Devotion deck before. And Lucas Parson, I believe this is our first time today watching him. And like I said, he's playing Gruul Vehicles. 2 green decks, starting with elves, doing very different things. Doom, Gruul Vehicles has been around for a while. Good green matchup?
Depends. Let me look at the specific list for Lucas. So this is, okay, it's pretty traditional stuff. Yeah, Huntsman's Redemption. The main card here is 3 copies of the Akroan War. This is a phenomenal card in a matchup like this because May is all about, just like you see here, elf into giant creature. And if Lucas can follow up and say, land Akroan War, steal that troll, you can give it haste from the Stormseeker, and it could just be a position where May is just taking way too much damage. And also, importantly, the Akroan War removes devotion from May's side of the battlefield. So I think traditionally speaking, I like the Gruul side of things, but May's deck has the capability of getting a boatload of mana very, very quickly. There's some interesting card choices here for Lucas too. There's like 1 copy of Thought-Knot Seer in the deck. There's 1 Ferocidon in the main deck. I think this is part of this kind of Huntsman's Redemption tutor package, which it looks very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, 4 copies of the Huntsman Redemption, an interesting development from Wilds of Eldraine, a rare from that set, able to go tutoring for various different creatures, and of course, get some more pressure through on that 3rd chapter, as here comes Essica's Chariot, not the 4-drop of Crone War, like you mentioned, that would be really, really good against the Old Growth Troll here, but something similarly powerful, able to create your Essica's Chariot, crew it right away, and then give it that 5th point of power in haste, and get attacking, makes it line up kind of awkwardly against this Old Growth Troll, while still making tokens. Get a look at the very powerful rare from Kaldheim there, the vehicle that makes 2 cats, and of course makes a 3rd cat when it attacks, or a better token if you got one.
You know what's really funny about this board state too? If you take a look at May's lands, she has 2 copies of Lair of the Hydra. I don't know if we can get the text on Old Growth Troll up for the
no,
books
is
at
it
home,
forest?
but you have to enchant a forest with Old Growth Troll, and last time I checked, Lair of the Hydra, not a forest.
Yeah, that's correct. You can look there. 4/4 trample, 3 green pips, and if it dies, if it was a creature, return to the battlefield, or an enchantment, enchant forest. So yeah, that one doesn't get to enchant anything. Is Boseiju Who Endures, the 3rd land for May, again not a forest. Uvenwald Oddity committed to the board with the help of the Elvish Mystic. Now, of course, the Essica's Chariot did get felled in trading with the Old Gold Troll, but here's another one for Lucas Parson, and now we get to make the same play if we want with a pile of tokens. So we have 3 tokens that can attack, 2 that can't, and now it might be time to get everybody involved in combat. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, everybody.
Stormseeker too, because honestly, if May blocks the Stormseeker, she's taking 6, 11, 12, going to 5. You don't even really care if she does that. And if she blocks the Chariot, it's a trade there. So this is a really, really rough position for May, no matter what, whether she eats the Stormseeker or trades for the Chariot. She is going to go for the Stormseeker. That's going to deal, I believe, 12 damage, 6, 7, 12. And May's down to 5. Lucas has 6 2/2s in play. And it's going to be very, very difficult for May to get out of this, as she top decked of the forest, but a little too late for that Old Growth Troll.
Very late to the party. 2 blockers for May right now. And of course, the Ulvenwald Oddity, a great blocker, but Lucas very much found a way to go wide. We have a copy of Mutavault we can get busy in combat with next turn. So we have Llanowar Elves, 6 total tokens, and Mutavault. That's a lot to block with only 2 blockers for May right now. And some ways to gain life or produce additional blockers needs to be part of the equation. Here's 5 mana. It's a Cavalier of Thorns. You can go looking for another land. There's the Nykthos, maybe a little late to the party, but we'll see. And of course, Lucas Parson looking to do quite a massive attack next turn. Essica's Chariot still available to get involved in combat as well. Really the only 4 of vehicle for this vehicles deck, and more or less the face of the vehicles deck. There are some others. We've got a couple copies of Copter, 1 copies of Sky Sovereign, but Essica's Chariot really the most powerful vehicle of the bunch. And here comes a massive crunch, and that looks like it's going to be lethal there for Lucas Parson, really able to get aggressive and get May dead before she can even get started.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a kind of an unfortunate mana draw there for May. I think if she had drawn a forest and was able to offer the trade of the Old Growth Troll for that Chariot and get the Old Growth Troll back into play, maybe it would have been a different game. But yeah, unfortunately, the mono green deck does not always draw a forest.
Yeah, we saw that manifest there. Now, I don't believe we have sideboards. This is our backup feature, so we're going to jump straight into game number 2. We can talk a little bit about sideboarding, I guess, in-game if we want. I see a lot of pick your poisons involved in the Gruul Vehicles sideboard. Not great, but other than that, a bunch of one-ofs. Not sure how much, probably a little bit of removal spells maybe changed in that manner, and some pick your poisons maybe for the artifacts as well from May's side. So pick your poison, potentially a good option for both these decks. Beyond that, a couple removal spells, a couple changes of that nature, but we're going to continue this show as we're sideboard as both players here ready to go here for game 3 in our backup feature match. So here we go. Going to start things off with 2 ley lines. Is May French Sunken Citadel and the follow-up as well.
Yeah, and the Citadel on turn 1. So if she has the Nykthos, that's just 8 mana on turn 2. And of course, the Nykthos is there. Now, does she have another payoff? I saw a forest. I think the rest of the hand might just be a couple of lands here. So maybe doesn't have anything besides the troll to be able to cast. One thing that I just kind of wanted to bring up here, Pick Your Poison is a card we see in a lot of these sideboards, as we see a copy in May's hand. And this is such a great printing. It hits so many different archetypes and is very, very versatile. And we see Boseiju take care of the Nykthos. That's going to cut a lot of mana production there for May.
Yeah, and there you go. Pick your poison up on the screen. The common from Murders of Call-Off Manor, really kind of an edict, but in a naturalized shape. You're able to sacrifice artifacts, enchantments, or creatures with flying. Naturalized, plummet, all that stuff. And 1 mana edict, very, very powerful, both in this format and in Modern. But Besage who endures, going after the Nykthos, really stymieing some of the mana development, and in a way, actually invalidating the ley lines of the Guild Pact. You mentioned they don't really do a lot outside of specifically the interactions with Nykthos. So with the Nykthos out of the equation, that's more or less kind of 2 cards from May's side that are invalidated. And when her payoff was only an old growth troll, she was very much just kind of priming herself to draw well, right? She's priming herself to draw some really good things off the top. But Seiju now means that even those cards may not be good enough, as here's the Aggro War to steal old growth troll.
Boy. Yeah, and I think May has a couple of sideboard cards in her hand. We talked about the Pick Your Poison earlier, and I think the card she picked up last turn was a copy of Tail Swipe. So, maybe drawing a couple too many sideboard cards here. We see Kiora, so likely going to go untap land and then Pick Your Poison to make Lucas sacrifice the Aggro War to get back that old growth troll. Unless maybe I was mistaken. There might not be a Pick Your Poison in May's hand.
That might just be a tail swipe. I mean, I can't get a great look at her hand. I think I did see a tail swipe like you mentioned, but I have not seen a Pick Your Poison. But if we do have one, I mean, we've got to do it here, right? Even if that enchantment away. Otherwise, you're taking just million damage as the Aggro War does go to Chapter 2 here. And you mentioned that as one of the key cards here against the mono green deck. I think we're seeing that manifest worth quite a bit of damage and a ton of leftovers here for Lucas Parson. Not a ton of mana to work with, but seems to have enough as the Huntsman Redemption, the powerful enchantment saga from the Wilds of Eldraine set, joins the other saga. It's called Gruul Vehicles. It should be called Gruul Sagas. So we have 2 of those, making a 3/3 beast very quickly and attacking the Kiora with the old growth troll. There's the Huntsman Redemption, makes a 3/3 beast. Then you get to sacrifice a creature. If you do, search library for a creature or basic land, reveal it, put it in your hand. And then that final mode, actually very, very relevant here, up to 2 creatures, +2/+2, and trample. So going to do a good job getting through any blockers May can produce over the next couple turns. Only 2 cards in hand, May under a lot of pressure.
And what's very, very important about this specific saga and the interaction is you can stack the triggers the way you want to. So you can actually put the Huntsman's Redemption on the stack before the Aggro War. So you resolve the Huntsman's Redemption, sacrifice a creature before you give the creature back to May. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Old Growth Troll says enchant land you control. So again, Lucas doesn't have a forest currently, but if he did, he'd be able to put the troll back under his control. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and sacrifice the troll to the Huntsman's Redemption, get a creature off of that, and then we can, Lucas can go ahead and search for whatever he so chooses.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. So this would not go onto May's land. This would go onto Lucas's land if he had one. However, like you said, no forest here, and Thought Not Seer is going to be the find. Yeah,
not just for Modern.
Yeah, exactly. Eldrazi having quite a resurgence in Modern. Well, maybe a little bit here as a one of. And you mentioned the toolbox kind of for Lucas Parson. And yeah, look at Thought Not Seer. The rare from Oath of the Gatewatch broke Modern in half at the Oath of the Gatewatch Pro Tour. Now making, I guess, its debut here and in Pioneer. I don't know. I haven't seen it in any other decks. Going to take care of the Ovenwald Oddity. Just a tail swipe left over for May. No creatures to pair with it. And a second tail swipe is drawn. Not what she wants to see at all as her life total continues to dwindle. Thought Not Seer did a very, very timely job there. And Huntsman Redemption about to, yeah, here we go. She's got to read that 3rd chapter. Bunch more damage coming across next turn as soon as that resolves, if everything stays in play as is. And here we go, animating the Lair of the Hydra. Now we're going to tail swipe the Dork, which is going to cut some of the mana and some of the damage off. Then we're going to go ahead and attack and trade for the Thought Not Seer. So the land goes away, it takes both tail swipes, but Lucas, no creatures to pump with Huntsman Redemption.
Well, no creatures to pump, but if Lucas wanted to, and he had a chariot anyways, I was going to say what Lucas could have done there is stop on draw step, and in draw phase animate the Mutavault, and then chapter 3 of the Redemption target the Mutavault because the saga triggers in main phase, but because Lucas had the chariot to play, doesn't really care about that anyways, as we see a Megaloz entering the field here. That one enters with a lot of oil counters. Don't think that the oil counters are going to matter here. Could pop the Leyline of the Guild Packs if he wanted to, but it probably doesn't matter, and it looks like May is done.
Wow, what a convincing victory for Lucas Parson. You mentioned you kind of like the Gruul vehicle side with all those copies of the Aggro War, and what a performance from that. So Lucas Parson now going to advance, very likely to make our top cut in May French. Well, we won't be seeing any more of her. I do not believe in the rest of this tournament, but a great run nonetheless. Like I said, already punched her ticket, so even though she's high on the leaderboard, doesn't need to sweat it out as far as her end of the year championship invite. She already has that from winning a showdown, so a great run from her. and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of her in Season 2. Now, with that does complete our 7th and final round of Swiss at the Pioneer 5K trial here in St. Louis. So with that, we're going to be taking a very quick break and then coming back to you with the top 8 very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere. All right, a quick break it was, and we are here for the quarterfinals of the Pioneer 5K here in St. Louis as part of the NRG Series. Remember, this is the final event of Season 1. A lot of players have a lot on the line as far as points are considered, and that is not even including all of the very many prizes, cash, Ultimate Guard swag, RC invites, and NRG points that are available through the top 8. Now, we do have a top 8 slide to show you both who is in our top 8, what the pairings are, and all those kinds of things. So here we can see Cliff Boyardee on Mono Green Devotion is going to be playing against Connor Mullaly on Phoenix. Mullaly, of course, number 6 on our leaderboard, fighting for that end of season slot. Then we have Lucas Parson on Gruul Vehicles versus Harrison Kanfer there on Amalia combo. Kanfer here to defend his spot. I believe has done a very good job of that. And then underneath that, we have Gerrick Alford on Azorius Control versus Azorius Spirits from Richard Nixon. And last but not least, we have Adam Weiss on Gruul Aggro versus Eric Hennig on Izzet Ensoul. And that is the match that we're going to be watching, is that Gruul Aggro versus Izzet Ensoul match between Adam Weiss and Eric Hennig. Eric Hennig, somebody we've seen quite a bit today and have gotten a chance to interview him. Very passionate about his Ensoul deck, and Shrapnel Blasts have been timely and powerful every time he has drawn them. So as these players are getting ready to sit down and play, we can take a quick look maybe at the prizes that these players are playing for now that we are in the top 8. Again, remember, many of these players, what's on the line for people like Connor and Harrison Kanfer and all them, it's the points. But there's a lot more. This is the showdown pricing, so this is actually incorrect. But first place is going to be $1,200. It's still going to be 30 points. So for the players that care about points, there we go, got that updated. It is actually the same points number, so that actually is very relevant to the players fighting for those end of season invites. And there is still an RC invite available as well. And then second place, of course, $600, 25 points. Fourth is going to be $400.20 points, and all of the players have locked up a minimum of $200, 15 points, and of course, Ultimate Guard deck boxes and katana sleeves, thanks to Ultimate Guard, the official sponsor of the NRG Series. Now, I am joined here by Devin, aka Doomwake, and we're going to be covering the Gruul Aggro versus Izzet Ensoul matchup. So talk to me. We've seen Eric Hennig plenty. We have not really seen Adam Weiss, the RC winner, of course, with his take on Gruul. And here he is again playing his Gruul Aggro deck. I mean, what is this matchup? Two aggro decks, both including red, very different strategies. Who do you like? And yeah, what's going on here?
This is certainly an interesting matchup where Eric's threats that Eric is presenting, there are 5/5s, right? You have the Ensoul artifact, and that is something that at the Gruul or red-based strategies traditionally don't have a ton of way in the form of removing large creatures. Now, what changes that is Soulscar Mage, which we kind of saw a little bit of this earlier today, where Soulscar Mage has a line of text on it that says whenever a red source would deal non-combat damage, you put them at -1/-1 counters on a creature. So even if Eric says, a Darksteel Citadel Ensoul artifact make an indestructible 5/5, Adam can just throw one of the burn spells to shrink that creature and maybe not have to deal with it as much. We see a turn 1 play with fire, I believe, going upstairs. I think Adam may have kept a 1-lander and topped the card pretty quickly, and there is that second land. Leftovers are, I believe, Slick Shot, 2 Monstrous Rages, and I don't know exactly what the last card is, but that's going to be a lot of damage.
Yeah, a lot of damage. They're already starting the damage. I love Adam Weiss getting aggressive on turn 1. Love play with fire, getting that extra scry action. Did find the second land, able to plot the Slick Shot show off, hiding it maybe from some potential interaction from Eric Hennig. And, of course, there is the Siren to block for the moment, so we're going to have to kind of worry about that. But we do know there is a play with fire left in Adam's hand if he chooses to use that to clear the way. But, of course, the Monstrous roll, we can get a little bit of trample going, too, on the Slick Shot show-off. So kind of dialing up to do a lot of damage is Adam Weiss already this take on Gruul. Now we'll see what Eric has to say about all that as Inti joins the mix.
Yeah, I mean, just counting up the damage that's currently in hand, let's say Adam draws a third land and can cast all 3 spells. The Slick Shot Show Off, that's going to be 3 triggers. That's base 7 power. The roll token is going to be +1. That's 8. The 2 Monstrous Rages is +4. That's 12. And the Play with Fire is 2 more. That's 14 damage. So if Adam draws a third land, he can put Eric to 2 life on the 3rd turn of the game. Now, Eric does have the answer in hand, has, I believe, maybe a 2nd copy of Shrapnel Blast and may have a Torchwick Tower, or Torch the Tower, excuse me, but it's still going to represent a ton of damage here. Does not find the 3rd land, but did pick up a Kumano. So now can maybe go towards Kumano, maybe wants to hold up the Monstrous Rage, perhaps wants to hold up the Play with Fire as well. See what Adam wants to do.
Oh, yeah, Play with Fire, the Inti. I like this. So that's actually going to swing the race. So Inti's actually against one of the better aggressive decks for Eric. Getting that out the way. Going to do a good job of slowing down Eric's clock, as this Slick Shot is going to increase the clock quite a bit by hitting for, what is this, 5? No, we cast Kumano and we cast the Play with Fire. So a ton of damage coming across there for Eric. Down to 10 already is Eric Hennig. And only at 16 life is out of Weiss. And with a discarded Shrapnel Blast earlier to the Inti, that actually changes things quite a bit, as now the Siren, the Spyglass Siren staying on defense.
He picked up a 3rd copy of Monstrous Rage. So I don't think
goodness.
this is lethal this turn, because it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's 10 minus 2 toughness is 8. Puts Eric to 2, assuming that the Siren did block.
Sure, but then the Siren has to block. So let's take a quick look, because you can only have 1 roll at a time, right? So that would give you, the first one's +3, +2, so that's 5. The next one's plus only 2, +2 is 4, so that's 9, 10. And then -2, like you said, so now down to 2 is Eric Hennig. And a monstrous roll is on this Slick Shot Show Off. Yeah, we got to get a token for that. What can he do to stop this aggression? Remember, Kumano's going to flip and represent a hasting lethal threat next turn as well. So he needs blockers just face up, as here comes another Spyglass Siren.
Yeah, what's funny about this, I mean, I guess you have to map onto the Siren and try to find a spell so that you can make a 3/3 blocker, or potentially just holding up a removal spell here for Eric as well, where, the Slick Shot goes to combat, attack, you block, or maybe you block with the Siren, you kill the Slick Shot. But worth noting, Adam is playing with 2 copies of Blossoming Defense. So if one of those roll off the top, you decide to block, you go for the removal spell, and Adam has the Blossoming Defense, then and the Monstrous Rage on the Kumano is going to, so this is probably going to be good enough, because the Rage is going on to Kumano. That's going to represent a lethal attack, because it's going to give the Etching trample over the Inti. Now there's a Shrapnel Blast here from Eric, and I think we've realized it's not quite enough.
Yeah, they both have trample. So there's no matter which one you hit, then we're done here, and that's 2 points. And Eric Hennig very quickly down a game to Adam Weiss and his Gruul aggro deck. And now at this point, I'd say his prowess, rather, with the Gruul prowess deck is very well known. Come on. And Adam Weiss really putting that on full display against Eric Hennig. Like I said, somebody that we've seen have some very timely Shrapnel Blasts there. Not actually quite good enough somehow for the Izzet Ensoul deck. So one more time, we're going to take a look at Eric Hennig's deck list. Take a look at what he can do to adjust, this time for the Gruul prowess matchup. So, as always, 3 copies of Fiery Impulse, 3 copies of Rending Volley, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Magebane Lizard, 2 Aggro and War, 2 Rampaging Frostodon, and the Gigantha Companion you saw supported by both players. How are we adjusting for Adam Weiss and his Gruul prowess deck?
So presumably you want to go towards the Fiery Impulses, additional removal spells to help fight over the early creatures. We saw that game, the Slick Shot Show Off just kind of ran away with the game, and Eric was not able to find one of those Torch the Towers. So it is kind of nice to have additional copies of removal spells to be able to clear off those Slick Shot Show Offs. Past that, I don't think there's a ton else here. The Magebane's, the Ferocodon's not quite for this matchup. Volley, there's no targets. Dispute's not very good, and a Crone War is way too slow. So I think just the impulses, and past that, Eric might just run back the rest of it.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, some great pickups, but, not all that many different kinds of cards that we're looking to do. Now, of course, for Adam Weiss, let's take a look at his Gruul aggro deck and what kind of adjustments he wants to make against Eric Hennig. So he's got 4 copies of Pick Your Poison, 3 copies of Chandra's Defeat, 2 Rampaging Frostodon, 2 Rending Volley, 1 Witchstalker Frenzy, 1 Magebane Lizard, 1 Colossus God of Destiny, and the Gigantha Companion supported by both players. What are we doing against the Artifact aggro Izzet Ensoul deck?
Well, Pick Your Poison's pretty good against the deck that has a ton of artifacts. Also, notably, Pick Your Poison can take out Darksteel Citadel early if there are no additional like random, map tokens or blood tokens. So it can be very, very powerful. Or you can sometimes just take out the Ensoul artifact itself because there's not a ton of enchantments in the Ensoul deck. So Pick Your Poison seems like a slam dunk. You could maybe go to the more situational removal in the form of Chandra's Defeat and Volley. Example, Volley can kill Gleaming Gear Drake, Chandra's Defeat can kill Inti, but they're a little narrow, so I'm not sure if you want to go towards those. But the Witchstalker Frenzy, again, we mentioned 5 toughness, a pretty big benchmark because of the Ensoul artifacts. And if you can line up Soulscar Mage plus Witchstalker Frenzy, that can even take care of an indestructible 5/5 in Darksteel Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, a huge deal that you mentioned over and over again, that 5 toughness threshold, the big deal for answering the opposing creatures from the Izzet and Soul deck. So some adjustments there make a lot of sense to me. And Pick Your Poison. He's got 4 copies for a reason. It's good. It's versatile. And here against the artifact deck, that's not going to change. So I'm going to bring some of those in as these players get shuffled up here for game number 2, a very quick game 1 won by RC winner Adam Weiss, who has managed to climb his way into top 8 here of the Pioneer 5K trial in St. Louis. Not terribly surprising to see someone very well known, I guess, at this point for his prowess with aggressive decks, especially ones titled prowess. Although he has this one titled Aggro, whatever.
Yeah, it's not called prowess, so
I mean, it's got all the prowess creatures though. We got Monster, Swift Spear, Soulscar Mage, Slickshot. Come on.
Slickshot has double prowess.
Well, you don't get the toughness, so it's like the classic Strictly Different. People who like the Kiln Fiend, whatever it is it just Kiln Fiend comparison, the +3/+0 that people used to teamer battle with. Back in my day, you had to untap with this thing, didn't have haste, and you had to draw your teamer battle rage, or it wasn't very good. And kids these days don't know. They don't know how hard it was.
We're starting those again. It's getting that late, huh?
It is getting that late. It's been so long. Actually, this has been a really fast day. These players,
it has.
Pioneer is a format that just blitzingly fast, and we saw that even last round. The winning in for May French. I mean, that match couldn't have taken more than 10 minutes. It's just
not even
so fast.
Yeah, I feel like we've played 7 rounds today in the course of like 4 hours. I know it's been longer than that, but that's what it feels like as we see players shuffling up here. Yeah, I mean, Adam, like you said, just did very, very well in the RC last weekend, has shown some chops and playing this deck very, very well, making it all the way here. And take a look and see what we have in the opener. I think that might be a copy of Rampaging Ferocidon. Now, there are 2 copies in the main deck, so it's possible maybe we just didn't have enough cards to board out and something like that. But maybe we also just, like the card in the matchup. There is a bunch of, small creatures in Eric's side of the field, so that chip damage could add up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's spots where it could certainly add up, and I think both of you are looking to deploy your 1-drops really as quickly as possible to get out from under it, but that doesn't stop, some from being top-decked, and of course, it is actually a pretty good attacker, is the Rampaging Ferocidon. You mentioned cards once banned in Standard. Menace also comes up if you're in a racing situation. We saw those monstrous rages come up big. You can really get combat complicated in that way, and Fiery Impulse going after the Soulscar Mage right away. Beatdowns with the Spyglass Siren for 1. And no follow-up there except the Darksteel Citadel. Very notable for any future Ensoul artifacts that could come down. As here's Monastery Swift Spear able to get attacking right away.
And worth noting, Eric decided not to sacrifice the map tokens. We have maybe some more bigger aspirations for that. Potentially wanted to save it for something like a Ensoul artifact. Maybe something like a Shrapnel Blast wants to hang on to that artifact token. And you see Eric shake the head. I think there might not be a third land as we see a Magebane Lizard deployed. I guess
a lot of toughness on that one.
Yeah, it's. I think the ability is not super duper relevant. Like maybe it might get a damage here or there. But what's nice is, like you mentioned, the 4 toughness is really huge, and that's okay. I'm now realizing why we didn't sacrifice the map.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Pick Your Poison, pretty strong. Yeah, don't want to lose your land. Yeah, don't want to lose the land, as Map is doing a little bit of, shall we say, I guess, intangible blocking duty for the Darksteel Citadel. Of course, remember, Pick Your Poison is an edict effect, as Rampaging Ferocidon added to the battlefield. Looks very good on this battlefield, I'd say. Mentioned it may not look that good, but really not a lot really started yet for either players. Eric's missing land drops really opens the door for the Ferocity start to look really, really good. Ensoul in hand. Now, I don't think we have another land to really get the Darksteel Citadel attacking right now.
No, we can't quite go for
For
that.
the map?
You could maybe go for the map, just to try and get put a little bit of pressure on Adam here, because you need to, like, you kind of want to try and race, especially with that Ferocity in play. You know you're not going to be able to maybe set up some kind of double block, and this is kind of perfect for Adam, because now you can go pick your poison, get rid of.
We have
so
both
what you can actually do,
now.
yeah, you can pick your poison artifact first. Eric is very likely going to sacrifice the Citadel, and then the second pick your poison gets both, and that is really brutal.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to be looking to do. Now, of course, the Mage Bane Lizard is actually going to get some damage in with these pick your poisons. So, with it being deployed so quickly and some of these spells in the Prowess deck, you're going to be able to get a little bit of damage started in that way. But maybe we can get some attacks going here. Don't need to fire off the pick your poisons right now. Witchstalker Frenzy going to take care of the Lizard first. So I like the sequencing. Witchstalker Frenzy. Yeah.
Yep. The Lizard's going to get taken care of. And then maybe post-combat, you go pick your Poison Sack Enchantment. But I wonder if you were going to pick your Poison Sack Enchantment, maybe it's still better to do that pre-combat, because, Adam or Eric would sacrifice the Ensoul artifact, and you could still make the same attack, but get an extra point of damage off of the Swift Spear. But it's possible that Adam has different plans for the pick your poisons.
I mean, even still, the extra point might not be worth that much when you're already behind on life. You have to respect cards like the Shrapnel Blast and things of that nature. And so, the extra Lizard damage that would come from that, even though you're pushing another point, it may not be worth it to trade damage with your opponent when you're behind on the race so far.
Yeah, and these life totals are very, very close here. That was a really good sequence for Adam, but I mean, if you take a look at the life totals, Eric on 10, Adam on 9, and we mentioned this Ensoul artifact deck is very, very good at dealing damage in chunks of 5, as a Shrapnel Blast is in hand for Eric. So you could say something like attack with the Spyglass Siren, put Adam down to 8, and then 5 damage puts Adam down to 3. But how do we come up with that last 3 damage?
Yeah, that is the recipe here, is how do we find a little bit more damage? Torch the tower, going to do a good job in reducing the clock somewhat. So we've taken care of the Monastery Sphere. That one actually is going to be in exile. But beyond that, there's a Rampaging Frostodon still in play. It looks like maybe, is that an Atarka's Command? And pick your poison is the leftovers?
Mm-hmm.
Nice leftovers.
Yeah, so you can even maybe Atarka's Command here. That's going to put Eric down to 7. The Ferocity going to put you down to 3. Because that'll be 3 damage from the Atarka's Command and then 4 from the Ferocity. So Eric falling to 3 here, and looks like Adam. Well, I think we maybe get the life total swap, because Adam.
Yeah, I think
looks
we
like
maybe,
Adam's on 3.
If 3 would not be the number for Adam, that's no good. As I think Eric Hennig now down to 3. Ferocity making deploying more creatures pretty tough. I mean, this Shrapnel Blast still has the potential to be powerful, but yeah, we're going to pick your poison. Are we going after artifact here?
So what's nice about going after artifact is it sort of prevents a top deck Ensoul artifact, right? Because if you go after the flyer, Eric can just say sacrifice the Spyglass Siren and then top deck Ensoul artifact for potential. I guess that's still only 6 damage, putting Adam to 1, so it's still not even lethal. But also making sure that Eric has less material on the battlefield for Shrapnel Blast, because Adam is well aware that that's the way he loses this game, is like taking 2 of those chunks of 5 damage or what have you. Because now if you're Eric, you kind of have to go after the Rampaging Ferocity with the Shrapnel Blast just to not die. But then you also have to worry about the Den of the Bugbear, and it's all rough here for Eric.
Yeah, we did see exactly that just happen. Now, still at 3 means a land top deck that's untapped means Den of the Bugbear is lethal. I don't know if there's a lot we could do about it. I wonder if there's any way. We had an Ensoul there. If we shock in Steam Vents, go to 1, and then Ensoul artifact the Darksteel Citadel, pass. Now, we're still dead to a top deck land with the Den of the Bugbear. That's the same as what we have now. But with the Rampaging Ferocity, you can actually double block with the Siren, the Spyglass Siren, and the Citadel, right? And then if you get to untap, then you start looking at, okay, I can attack with Citadel and then Shrapnel Blast, or, what kind of configuration. Going to 1's tough, so you may not want to do that, but you're still dead to the Den of the Bugbear no matter what line you take. And that seems to be the biggest threat, as untapped land's pretty common. We'll see what Adam did top deck.
I think you just have to hope that Adam draws a bunch of Soulscar mages. Okay, Slick Shot show off on defense.
That's like a Soulscar. I mean, yeah, like I think Adam already respecting the power of Ensoul Artifact and Shrapnel Blast and things of that nature. Again, if he ever finds a land here, this the Den of the Bugbear is going to start to get lethal very quickly. As here is another copy of the Spyglass Siren and just a passing of the turn. That's Kumano faces Kazakhan, so that's a way to trigger the super prowess on Slick Shot Show Off.
Yeah, so you can go Kumano, put Eric down to 2, force a block. I guess if you're Eric, you have to decide if you want to double block or if you want to chump block. My guess is you double block and then hope to, like, I think the plan here for Eric is double block with Spyglass Siren, hope that draw land or just untap, draw, and soul the map token hit for 5, and just hope that Adam draws a tap land or a Soul Scar Mage.
I mean, yeah, it seems like one of the only. I mean, he's not dead, but obviously, as we're buying Gigantha, is Adam Weiss not really liable to do anything. You see some chuckles from the players. Yeah, I guess you get to use your mana. All right, now are we attacking with the Slick Shot Show Off? That is the real question, and the answer looks to be no.
What's interesting about this too is Adam could have attacked there and either forced a chump block or a double block. What's nice about leaving the Slick Shot back is Adam knows that Ensoul is one of Eric's best top decks. If Ensoul goes on map token and Eric sends all 3, Adam can just eat one of the Sirens and go to 1 and still keep the Slick Shot, which means that, now to be fair, any spell is probably lethal anyways, because I don't know if there's a spell that Adam can draw that doesn't deal damage. So most spells are going to be lethal regardless, and this Naglima Gear Drake is going to make this game even more interesting. This is such a weird spot to be in. Audacity, I think, makes it
that gives
good
trample,
enough.
right? That
Yes,
sounds good enough to me. So here we go. Here is Audacity. The Rancor impression plus 2/0 trample. That's going to make the Slick Shot bigger. And with Eric at 2, yeah, we're going to look at that one. So now 5 power trampler is the Slick Shot Show Off, and that's going to be good enough. Eric extends the hand, and Adam Weiss wins this match 2-0. Member of Team Flex Slot, which has had a dominant performance across this weekend, and including very much in this top 8, at least 2 members that I'm aware of, both Gerrick, Alford, and Adam Weiss among that crew. Advances now to the semifinals. Is Adam Weiss the RC winner? A dominant performance, and it's not. I guess you get to see why he won the RC. You get to see some of that prowess at work and some of that skill. So we're going to head into our backup live at the beginning of Game 2. So this is going to be another quarterfinals matchup that we're going to be bringing you. And this should be the final quarterfinals matchup before we will bring you the top 4. So let's dive directly into that and take a look at our backup feature match for this round. It's Richard Nixon on your left playing Izzet Phoenix versus someone we've seen many times, another member of Team Flex Slot, Gerrick Alford on the right playing blue-white control. So here is our backup feature match, and not clear if this is time shifted or if this is live, but I believe this is the start of Game 2. So not clear who won Game 1 based on the graphic, and then we will I guess see from there. So this is a more or less a rerun of a matchup we saw earlier. We've seen Gerrick Alford face down Connor Mullaly on the Izzet Phoenix deck, someone that is also present in our top 8 here today. Now has to get it done again against Richard Nixon. So Gerrick actually won Game 1, and we mentioned when we interviewed him the first time that he actually really liked his Izzet Phoenix matchup. The Cutzel's flankers really did a lot to improve the matchup, and we mentioned, I think, many times that it's a pretty good for him Game 1 with all those bad red cards. So Richard Nixon, maybe an uphill battle here as he's going to be on the play for Game 2.
So, small caveat here. It says Izzet Phoenix because that is what Richard Nixon put on the MTG Melee.
Oh,
it's actually not Izzet Phoenix. It's Azorius Spirit.
No.
So I tried to stop you. I tried to interrupt you and get clear of the hype. But yeah, this is going to be Azorius Spirit for Richard Nixon. It wouldn't be as bad if people just didn't put troll deck names on MTG Melee. Okay, you should. If you do that, you should be disqualified. End of rant.
You should be disqualified. Wow, that's extreme. Yep. I don't know that it's too extreme because I don't know that I disagree with you. But yeah, it is labeled Izzet Phoenix on here. It's labeled Izzet Phoenix on our thing, and that is not Izzet Phoenix cards. Those are blue-white Spirits cards. You see these players well underway. So it is a blue-white mirror of sorts. It is a control deck versus a Spirits deck. So not quite.
Drake, they should just let me be a judge. That's
they should let you be a judge. Is that's your official stance here?
Anyways, Yeah, so
Okay,
this
all
is
right.
a pretty interesting matchup where you have a lot of flash threats, specifically Rattle Chains, Spell Queller, and things of that nature to be able to kind of play not necessarily at the speed and pace of which Blue Eye Control wants you to play. Like you kind of normally Blue Eye Control is better when you're tapping out for threats on your turn. It can play into your counter magic, but the combination of Rattle Chains, Spell Queller, alongside the Richard's own counter spells, I think gives him a little bit like traditionally speaking. I think this should be a very, very close matchup. As we see Invasion of Gobakon here, that's a very, very powerful card because that can not only take a card from Gerrick's hand, making it cost quite a bit more mana, but also if you flip the Invasion, that can be very good against certain sweepers like the Supreme Verdicts of the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly part of the equation. I think 2 copies in Richard Nixon's main deck and the only 2 present in the main deck as we go back to Gerrick Alford, his turn 2. I mean, part of the tension here, right? So Mausoleum Wanderer, pretty good against sweepers. You're talking about things like Farewell, talking about things like Sunfall, going to be good against those sweepers. So kind of the ace in the hole is Supreme Verdict. Here's your uncounterable sweeper. But Spell Queller, given that it exiles spells, gets around that one. And of course, you have the Invasion as well to help delay that one as well, as Dovin's Veto is going to answer the wedding announcement. You mentioned that another piece of kind of this mid-range package these Spirits decks have moved towards recently as we go back to Gerrick's turn 3.
Yep, and I think that was a Dovin's Veto that might have been off the top. I don't remember if that was in Gerrick's hand when Richard cast the Invasion of Gobakon. So Richard maybe was thinking that that wedding announcement was good to go, but we are going to be flipping this Invasion of Gobakon, and the backside of this card, very, very powerful against Supreme Verdict. As we mentioned, not only does it allow you to grow your creatures every single turn, but if a Supreme Verdict does come off of the top, you can sacrifice that to give all of your creatures indestructible. So the wedding announcement is going to make an additional token. That token will not get pumped because Invasion of Gobakon only counts the creatures that attacked. So excuse me, worth keeping that in mind. And we went to go cycle, and unfortunately, you can't do that.
We can't do that yet because it does exile. It does the little elite spellbinder trick where it exiles it, makes it cost more that way. Even when it flips into its light shield array mode that you see on the backside there, it's actually still exiled and costs 2 more. That's still a status of the battle, even as it has flipped. So Gerrick doesn't really get to do that as he adds a Deserted Beach there to his land mana base. And everything seems to be coming up Richard Nixon right now as we see lots of creatures in play, some non-creature spells. Here comes Eternal Wanderer. So that one can pick off the Mausoleum Wanderer. So we've determined who the better Wanderer is among the 2. And after that, I think we saw a copy of Sunfall present in Gerrick's hand. So that'll actually get around the Light Shield array. So we're beginning to pull apart the house of cards Richard Nixon has assembled. But we see among the mix of cards that are being flicked around very quickly, Lofty Denial, maybe some more creatures. Really hard to get a good look as these players go back and forth. I think a Rattle Chains among the mix.
Yep, and I think it's Lofty Denial, Rattle Chains, and Tokasi is Welcome. That one came in from the sideboard. Additional ways for Richard to kind of draw cards and play through a lot of Gerrick's interaction. But here we see an attack that's going to clear the Emperor. Not the worst spot here for Richard. You can clean the Emperor out. You get a counter off of the Light Shield array, and then Tokasi is Welcome works very, very well with Wedding Announcement, where if you're making a token off of the announcement, you get to trigger the Welcome and draw more cards that way.
Yeah, so more enchantments, more non-creature permanents. When you think about spirits, you think about spirit creatures. But here, the combat plan here for Richard Nixon against Gerrick Alford is just these non-creature enchantments. Just make sure that you are hard to interact with. Now, there is a copy of, I believe, Farewell in Gerrick's main deck that can clean up all of the enchantments at once and exile everything and kind of solve all the problems, but very difficult to resolve around all of the soft permission Richard Nixon has available to him. We see him in his hand, multiple copies of one copy of No More Lies and a Lofty Denial, and with only 5 mana for Gerrick right now and only tokens in play, not a lot of good options for how to proceed.
Yeah, you mentioned the Farewell. Well, that one's pretty good because that one does clog up the battlefield a lot. It makes the attacks much more difficult. And what's interesting about the the Light Shield array is in order to pump up the creatures, you need to be attacking. But if you don't have profitable attacks, you don't really have ways to pump up your creatures, and therefore you kind of get into the stalemate. Now, Richard is in a position where the Wedding Announcement making tokens will still trigger the Tokasi as Welcome, Welcome to give him additional cards, but not really going to be able to buff up the battlefield and ever have profitable attacks into that Regal Caracal.
Yeah, and I think that Richard definitely agrees with you. He's holding up some counter magic, going to instep, making that token, going to get a draw off to Cassius Welcome, going to get the flip into the wedding festivities, I believe is the backside of this card. But we're still facing down some Caracals that we don't really have great plans to block. Like, you have the Light Shield Array that can kind of keep your stuff alive for a turn, but that may not be good enough. Restless Anchorage added to the mana base for Gerrick, Alford, and a lot of counter magic in hand for Richard Nixon, but not clear he has a great plan for what's already in play. Skyclave Apparition doesn't really solve any problems.
Yeah, like you mentioned, he picked up another counter spell. We got a Disdainful Stroke, Lofty Denial, No More Lies, but Gerrick just doesn't really need to cast spells. Gerrick's really content with just making all these land drops. What's important through all of this is Richard is missing a whole bunch of lands. So once we get to the spot where Gerrick is now ready to have a fight, he's very likely going to be able to win the fight due to the fact that he has so many lands. As we see, Richard going for a Rattle Chains, Gerrick's going to be able to resolve a Deluge and still have mana left over to fight if he even needs to.
Yeah, I mean, this is really heads-up play from Gerrick, Alford. If your opponent isn't even committing anything to the board, just passing back and forth, you've got to be flooded on counter magic. So as soon as Richard Nixon taps some of his mana in order to get this Rattle Chains into play, he's going to punch through his card that he does not want tagged by No More Lies. Memory Deluge, you want to be able to flash someone back later. So he goes ahead and fires off his Memory Deluge on his own instep, and then also gets the Mystical Dispute the Rattle Chains for his trouble. So that denies not just a flying attacker, but also the draw from Takasi's Welcome as well.
Yeah, so Richard does pick up a land. Hallowed Fountain's going to enter the battlefield untapped, and Richard just sending in the clowns.
All of the clowns.
Now, remember, these creatures are a little bit bigger due to the wedding festivities, rather. So right now we have two 2/2 cats that are blocking a 3/3, and we have the 3/3 Regal Caracal that's blocking a 2/2. Get Lost is going to be targeting the Regal Caracal. So if that were to resolve, you would have a 3/3 being blocked by 2 1/1s, and the Caracal would also die. So actually not the worst position here for Richard, but we do know about that Sunfall, and if Gerrick finds an untapped land, he can actually go Sunfall and pay for the No More Lies.
True. Now, I believe Richard does have access to a host of counterspells, including a Disdainful Stroke that was one of his draws. So actually really kind of needs counter magic backup. Now, again, Richard's still taxed on mana, has not done a good job hitting his land drops. I'm sure not of his own choice. As we go back to Gerrick, Alford, like you mentioned, who does have a Sunfall to help clean some of this stuff up. A lot of counter magic in hand for Richard, is representing one counterspell. Will it be enough to take care of this Sunfall with 2 mana left over as Gerrick is casting it?
Yeah, and Gerrick could even just maybe fight back, right? If Richard goes for, say, No More Lies, Gerrick only has 2 mana left over. Gerrick maybe just fights back with his own counterspell. Now, looking at Gerrick's hand, I see a March, a Deluge, and
Censor is perfect here. Really punishing the missed land drops from Richard with that. The Sunfall going to work. Can't even use the Light Shield Array to defend from that one. So all these tokens cleaned up, which feels like a small victory, but actually bigger than you think. We get to make our Incubator token, which is a 3/3, can do a good job kind of fending off the Mutavault a little bit. And once again, just kind of gets rid of the pressure. And we know with a Memory Deluge in the graveyard still for Gerrick, if he can continue to work through those counter spells and keep this game going, eventually he can flash that back and really start to snowball advantage in his favor with card advantage. So, doing a good job of kind of weathering the storm is Gerrick Alford here, as not Mutavault being fired up. Is this Skyclave Apparition? It is.
It looks like Skyclave with no target.
You cannot legally target any of Gerrick's board. So we're doing this just to draw off Takasi's Welcome, which we did find a second land to represent the counterspells. That was a big deal. If you don't find another untapped land to represent the counterspells, you're just passing the turn back with no cover.
Yeah, I guess Richard, presuming that the Skyclave Apparition maybe is not going to find a ton of good targets at this point, and like you mentioned, really just wants to cycle through, hit that land drop, be able to hold up the counter spell. I mean, now you could go fire up the Mutavault, attack with both, hold up counter spell, get counters from the Light Shield Array. Like, there is a glimmer of hope here for Richard. It's not all lost, and Odawara picked up alongside a Hallowed Fountain, I believe, as well. So Richard not really in the business of missing land drops anymore. So was maybe able to maybe set up a double spell turn, or like I said, maybe just Mutavault, attack with both. I guess the 3/3 can trade for one of those creatures, because remember, they are both 3/3s due to the wedding festivity.
Right. Yeah, the wedding festivity is going to be a big deal. And of course, like you mentioned, Light Shield Array can represent to grow these even bigger. So things are still potentially getting worse, as here comes the flip of this Phyrexian. Now, is there an Otawara in here? We might be able to just clean that up if any kind of trades start to be presented, as the creatures are crashing into the red zone here. That's going to be a trade.
The problem with Otawara on the token is you go shields down on counterspell, and I think Richard has really just been holding up the that disdainful stroke for as long as possible. So I can't imagine he's going to go shields down on it, but it would be interesting, right? You say bounce the token, get in for 6, put Gerrick down to 13. You get counters on both creatures. Maybe Gerrick resolves something. Maybe that's fine though, because you still have that pressure in play.
Right, and that's really what I'm trying to kind of, I guess, work towards. Is Richard's done a good job solidifying his kind of stance in this game with all these non-creature enchantments that he's using to keep up with card advantage and all those kinds of things, even as he's missing land drops. But Gerrick's life total is still high as he goes and jams a second Memory Deluge. That one eats the disdainful stroke. Like, Gerrick is working through the resources that Richard is presenting. And, like I said, with Gerrick's life total still so high, Richard doesn't really have an opportunity to try to really get this game over with before things get worse. And that's part of what that aggressive play does, but does stop some of the card advantage with the disdainful stroke. 2 Memory Deluges in graveyard. Gerrick's all of his mana is untapped as here comes the Skyclave Apparition. I know we saw a March of Otherworldly Light in Gerrick's hand. He's been very patient with it.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder, he might be saving the March of Otherworldly Light for the Takasi is welcome, just in case Richard eventually draws another creature. You can respond to the creature and something like that. It looks like Richard was able to convert the Lofty Denial because Gerrick only has 7 lands. And worth noting, let me read the text on Lofty. It's been a while. This is counter unless you pay 1. If you control a creature with flying, counter a spell unless that controller pays 4. And Richard does not have a flyer, but good enough.
So
because
force
Gerrick
fight
only has
good
7
enough.
lands.
Yeah,
exactly.
As Gerrick started missing his land drops, and here comes the Skyclave Apparition continuing to attack. Now, Mutavault added to the mix as well. Light Shield Array is going to grow the Skyclave Apparition, and we're going to go ahead and I think go for the second Memory Deluge. Do we have another counterspell? I think the answer is no. All lands in hand for Richard Dixon, one of which is Otawara, which means this Memory Deluge is going to resolve, and this is the spot Gerrick was setting up. He finally gets to flashback one of the Memory Deluges, get his card advantage rolling, and still at a pretty healthy double-digit life total.
Yeah, now for Richard, he did find a copy of Mutavault, which is pretty good at, getting around those sorcery speed sweepers. Obviously, worst case scenario, Gerrick finds a Farewell and is able to clean up the Skyclave Apparition and all the enchantments on the battlefield. But yeah, that's something, and like you said, Gerrick finally able to resolve that Deluge. Really just wants to try and find some more ways to kind of clean up these enchantments, because these cards are very good for Richard, but they are still kind of predicated on him having other creatures, right? Like the Light Shield Array and the Wedding Festivities, only good if you're attacking with other creatures, and then the Takasi is welcome, only good if you can sort of trigger it and put creatures onto the battlefield.
And this is something I think I want to call out. You mentioned earlier when you were analyzing the Spirits deck that it's kind of moved away from being like a true like Kindred deck. It's not Spirits Kindred. This is actually more of a mid-range deck, right? This is a mono white mid-range deck that tries
Enchantments
to
Kindred.
grind out. Yeah, Enchantments Kindred. Well, I think that actually switches the matchup. So if you asked me previously, here's the Wandering Emperor trying to come after the Skyclave Apparition. If you asked me previously, how do you like the Spirits versus Control matchup? I'd be like, well, I love the Spirits because they can continue attack and all of their cards are going to line up well against the clunky cards from Control. When you start to throttle back on being a Spirits Kindred deck and lean harder into, all right, well, I'm going to include some mid-range aspects. I'm going to include some Wedding Announcement. I'm going to include some of these counter spells and stuff that I'm holding up. You're playing into the Azorius Control's main game plan. And that really starts to move the matchup into Azorius Control's favor. You don't really have that pressure to slam the door on the game, like I mentioned earlier, before the controller can get its card advantage going. And as good as your Light Shield Array and your Takasi is welcome, all that stuff is, you are still falling behind because you are playing the Control deck's game plan. And they're just going to be better at doing their own game plan than you are. As here is a crack of the Light Shield Array in response. So we went to down tick the Wandering Emperor. on the Skyclave apparition. In response, we cracked the Light Shield Array in order to give it that little bit of hexproof, I believe, is one of the abilities Light Shield Array grants, in addition to Indestructible. Yeah, hexproof, Indestructible is on the turn. So we're responding to that sacrifice with March of Otherworldly Light, and exiling a card alongside that in order to make that one happen.
Yep, and we're trying to go after the Skyclave apparition to make sure it goes away, and I believe Gerrick may have won the stack, so that Skyclave is going to get exiled to the March, which means Gerrick is not going to gain the 2 life. Relatively important, but yeah, Richard's still sitting on a couple of lands in hand, 2 Seachromes and an Odawara, does still have that Mutavault. Looks like we are not deciding to, potentially not deciding to fire that up. See, Gerrick's going to go ahead and plus the Emperor, and I believe Gerrick picked up another copy of Sunfall as well, so that'll be good. If Richard does eventually draw some creatures, which you presume he kind of has to get some stuff on the battlefield, then Gerrick has that covered as well.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw a little bit of a breath of relief as Gerrick got to untap there with the Wandering Emperor, kind of uncontested. There is a Mutavault in play, which is kind of the last piece of contesting. Oh, here we go. Shark Typhoon.
Ooh, boy.
So we're going to cycle the Shark Typhoon. That's going to make a 5/5 Shark. That is uncounterable.
It's uncounterable, but not un-Odawarable. We finally found a good target for this Odawara for Richard.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very patient with it, so this might be finally the target he's looking for. Does have a copy of Wedding Announcement he might want to develop as well, as it does get the card advantage going. But yeah, it looks like he values his Mutavault highly enough to go ahead and get that Shark out of here. We are attacking the Wandering Emperor, so that one's going to hit the bin as well. Cleaning up the Planeswalkers is Richard Nixon, and adding that land to the battlefield. So last card in hand is Wedding Announcement, which is very good alongside the Takasi's Welcome. But Gerrick doesn't need much to stop that in its tracks. Here's Kahira being bought.
Kahira.
Field of Ruin, a big draw as it always is.
Beatdown plan time. So we are going to Field of Ruin the Mutavault now. I kind of like that because if you wait till Richard's turn, Richard can respond, animate the Mutavault, and Rattle Chains to give it hexproof. So kind of a very heads-up line there from Gerrick to just do it main phase. No shenanigans afoot.
No shenanigans indeed. And now Kahira the Orphan Guard means that Gerrick Alford tapped out for this turn, which means the Wedding Announcement we know that is Richard Nixon's leftovers going to be able to start to clock and go to work. Not only it's stonewalling this Kahira from attacking, but also drawing cards alongside Takasi's Welcome. Didn't get a great look at the other card with him, but this looked like it was beginning to get hopeless for Richard Nixon, but he's done a really good job kind of weathering the flood, and now has some good follow-up in the form of Wedding Announcement. Now, is it good enough? That remains to be seen, as here comes the first of a few tokens and the first of a few cards that will be drawn off that. I think another land drawn. So brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2/2. It basically, Richard at this point is making a 2/2 and drawing it 2 cards a turn. That's pretty good in the grand scheme of things. We're actually going to go mapping onto the Kahira, and funny enough, if we hit a spell off of this, that Kahira can actually start attacking, because I would presume Gerrick does not want to trade it for one of the tokens, at least maybe not yet. But yeah, this is kind of a weird spot. Looks like for Gerrick did not find the spell, so is stuck with a 3/2. Maybe still wants to offer the trade anyways, as we see a temporary lockdown. Now, worth noting, even though the Wedding Festivity is flipped, it is still a 3-mana enchantment, so that's not going to get caught by the lockdown. So only going to be able to get that token, as we see an attack here for 3 as well. But yeah, Richard, I mean, sort of starting to claw back. The card advantage, that one helps too. That's going to potentially pick up a card. Okay, yeah, I was going to say.
We're censoring the Sailor on Instep. So this is actually a smart censor. So what that prevents is an immediate draw from the Spectral Sailor. That cut him from 4 mana to 3. So that censor that was there exiled from the invasion of Gobakhan so many turns ago, finally actually finding some use there, even this late in the game, at preventing a card from being drawn for free off the Spectral Sailor. So denying a little bit of card advantage there. And of course, cashing out on an otherwise useless card for Gerrick Alford.
I'll be honest with you, Drake, I forgot about that sensor. I didn't even know where it came from. It was like the sensor from the top rope.
Where did this thing even come from? Why is he paying 4 mana for it? Yeah, that one was exiled from Invasion of Gobakhan so many turns ago. Mausoleum Wanderer joining the mix as Richard going to draw a card from Takasi's Welcome. That card really putting in the work at catching up. All these enchantments finally starting to add up to pull Richard Nixon back ahead as Invasion of Gobakhan reveals 3 sweepers: Supreme Verdict, Sunfall, Temporary Lockdown. Pick your poison.
3 wraths, 3 lands.
Just good, honest magic. It ain't
What are we
much, but it's
taking?
honest.
I mean, I guess the good news for Richard is none of them kill the enchantments, which is kind of your most. I mean, I guess the lockdown does kill the invasion, but they don't kill the weddings or the Takasi's welcome, and that's really where Richard's main source of card advantage is coming from. Now, granted, you do have the Spectral Sailor and the Mausoleum Wanderer, but no matter which one of these you take, you're still going to get, you're going to get your board swept next turn, so it doesn't matter too much. My guess would be, I guess you take the lockdown to force Gerrick to use 5 mana on that if he wants to clean up the invasion of Gobakon.
Yeah, I think that's where we're going. Yeah, we're leading on getting the lockdown out of here. That one really takes care of everything nice and cleanly at a most mana efficient rate. So at the point at which all the sweepers are there, let's make them always cost as much mana as possible if we're going to try to weather through this. As another one comes in, and this already triggered. So Takasi's welcome, not going to draw a card off that because we did draw a card off the Wanderer already.
Yeah, and Richard with 6 mana left over, so we can draw 1 card off of the Spectral Sailor. Potentially could also find a copy of Disdainful Stroke if Gerrick decides to go for one of the 5 mana sweepers and not that lockdown.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where we go. So if we go for Supreme Verdict, that one's uncounterable.
Yeah.
Which is appealing. It looks like we have 5 mana tapped, which leans either towards the temporary lockdown with a little bit overcosted, which keeps your Kahira alive, or the Sunfall. Now, it looks like a Shark Typhoon was actually picked up by Gerrick Alford. That one could be a huge one here.
Yeah, I think Gerrick motioning, he's going for the lockdown. So presumably this one is going to work no matter what, because Richard could find, no, I was going to say a copy of Lofty Denial, but Gerrick just has 5 mana on tap. So I don't think there's a counter spell that Richard can find that would let this one, that would actually get this one countered. So Richard presumably will just take a card off of the Spectral Sailor, and then that'll resolve, clear out the board, clear out the invasion of Gobakon, and we'll see. We're going to activate the Sailor. Couldn't quite get a good look.
Yeah, didn't get a good look at that at all. As here goes, the invasion, all these cards going to end up under the lockdown. So this lockdown looking a lot more impressive than the previous one. And Kahira punching and going to work. Get lost, says Richard Nixon. Ooh. And that's going to blow up the invasion of Gobakon, which is going to re-trigger it. And all these cards going to come back in, and that'll trigger Takasi's welcome as well, I believe.
Right. Yep. Because the Takasi's welcome has not triggered yet. So Gerrick thinking about this now. We're going to Shark Typhoon in response to the invasion trigger because we want to make sure that we can get our token. And it's one of those where if you let the Shark Typhoon get under the invasion, similar to what we saw with the sensor earlier, you can't cycle that once the invasion hits it. Gerrick really wants to preserve that token. So, now we're looking at a couple of Wraths and a No More Lies. Similar thing, not sure it, matters a ton which one we take because no matter what, Gerrick's going to have that sweeper.
Still got more sweepers. I still got more of them. And so, this is a tough spot because, like you mentioned, the real reason I think to cycle the Shark Typhoon is just the only thing different. In your hands, all sweepers, now there's a real decision that you're giving your opponent. If you just cycle it now, not only are you guaranteeing a blocker for the invasion of Gobakon, which we just got the previous Light Shield Array out of here, but also there's just no real options, at least not the ones that you can predict, as No More Lies was drawn off the cycle from Shark Typhoon. So here we go. We got a Shark and the attacking Kahira still, I believe. So this was maybe done as in part to ambush in combat, I think. We'll see if he does want to do anything. No, still no blocks.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can trade. But remember, both creatures are pumped by the Wedding Festivity, and the Wanderer would get an additional pump by the Spectral Sailor, but it would still only make it a 3/3. So not quite enough to ambush that Kahira, and Richard would rather just rather take the damage than offer a trade, where it wants to preserve both of the creatures. Especially with Gerrick on 9, because we have 4 power in play. If we can answer that Shark token, that could potentially give us some additional attacks here.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the equation here as well. Now, we do have another wedding announcement about to flip into Wedding Festivities, which, of course, will bring another card with it, but also pump the team quite a bit as well. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and get straight to that action. A lover of weddings is Richard Nixon, as here is another Wedding Festivity, bringing with it a human token, which will draw a card. And I can't get a great look at what the card in hand is, but there's 2 of them. I can tell you that.
And now we get a bunch of 3/3s, which presumably could maybe trade. I guess you could even get into a situation where you go like put the sailor or one of the flyers on, never mind, I was going to say potentially put a sailor onto the shark token and then the human onto the Kahira, and then you could sacrifice the light shield array. But now with the shark token being a 4/4 at minimum and now a 5/5, I guess you could double block the shark and then pop the invasion, trading the invasion for the shark instead of one of your creatures, which is interesting because you know that there's the Supreme Verdict there. But even if, if Gerrick wants to play a Wrath around that invasion, he just has access to the Sunfall anyways. So the Wrath's going to resolve no matter what.
Right. But I think you're still under pressure to answer the Spectral Sailor. If you do not cast any of your Wraths, the Spectral Sailor is going to run away with this game. And I think Gerrick's reaching that conclusion as well. Even though we do have a massive shark, and even though Richard Nixon is at 10, if you just let that stay around, eventually it is going to run away with the game. There's so much mana on Richard's side of the field that's just going to start to overwhelm you, ironically. It's kind of weird to get to that point. But, alongside the Restless Anchorage and the Castle Ardenvale, you can maybe, if there's no blocks here, try to get cute. But I think really trying to go wide around the Spirits deck that has multiple wedding announcements is going to start to look like a mistake. So it would not surprise me if this attack here is just getting some damage in prior to a Wrath.
Yep, and it looks like Richard is potentially lining up some blocks here. I wonder if we are thinking about double blocking the shark token. You do know about the March, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think Gerrick kept the March on top, right?
I don't
think he did, because I don't see it in the graveyard.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I thought he saw a Mystical Dispute off the map.
That one's in the graveyard.
Map. Okay, yeah. Then he would have left it because the Mystical Dispute was the last thing he revealed. So if he revealed March, that stayed on top.
Okay. Yeah, so the March is on top. So this is one of those situations where, like, if you double block, he orders the Sailor first, and maybe if the Sailor trades for the Shark, maybe Gerrick doesn't even have to cast the Wrath, and maybe you want to force it out of Gerrick. This is it's a weird spot for Richard to be in.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild. Now we're talking about, okay, well, we took the shark. Now we're at 5, and Gerrick just says go.
Yeah, now we're not even going to cast the Wrath now. We even have the anchorages. I think there's also the Castle Ardenvale as well, and I could not tell you what that card is.
I think that's a Spell Queller. Okay. Yeah, so that's part of not casting spells here. If you cast a Supreme Verdict, it just gets quellered, which is kind of a disaster. And here's another Queller. Well, again, Queller, this triggers Jocasta welcome only trigger on your turn. Whenever one of our creatures mana value 3 or less enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this should have triggered Jocast's welcome, and that...
No harm, no foul, though, because even if you didn't remember it on the first one, you could just remember the second one.
Oh, sure, because it hasn't triggered yet this turn. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, so the second one is remembered, so we did actually remember that one just in time, and as we added more to the flying attack force. So we have an anchorage to block here, get a chump block going, as I believe Richard is kind of posturing to assemble a lethal attack.
Yeah, and I mean, I see Gerrick at 9. I see 4 3-power flyers minimum, and I see 1 flying blocker. Math adds up. That's 3. You block a spell card. That's 10 damage unblocked if Gerrick has nothing in hand. I can't quite get a good look as to see what is in there, if there is anything. But I mean, this is a huge attack because if Gerrick does have something, you have lethal on the crackback with the token. Now, the other issue, the invasion's not flipped yet. Okay. I was gonna say if Gerrick goes for a removal spell, then you just have, and Gerrick has nothing.
Yeah, wow, you're right. That was lethal. Game. Wow, Richard. I mean, I hate to say it sounds like he stole that one, but it really looked that way. And Jocast's welcome, the one of in the sideboard, putting in the work that game. I mean, probably drew 7, 8 cards. So we're going to dive right into game 3. That was a long match. So we're going to dive right into game 3 so we can finish this match and move on to our semifinals. It's 1-1 between these two players. A lot on these lines for both of these players. It's Spirits versus Azorius Control. Gerrick Alford, member of Team Flex slot number 9 on our leaderboard, trying to punch his ticket to the NRG Championship, as this is the end of Season 1. 2 slots available. And then, of course, Richard Nixon standing in his way, who is also looking to win this event. And I mean, with all those points, going to start to solidify his position on the leaderboard as well. Huge injection of points. Great start here from Mausoleum Wanderer. With Mausoleum Wanderer, Gerrick Alford, just a couple lands and passing at the turn.
Yeah, and looking at the leaderboard, just to give people a refresher, Gerrick right now is sitting on 46 points. Connor and Harrison also in our top 8 on 57 and 65 respectively. They're all trying to catch Tim. I believe Harrison and Connor already have that locked up at the 15 points. Well, at least Harrison does. I think. Oh no, they both have it locked up. So both of them passed Tim at this point. So Tim is on the outside looking in. It's just a question of, can Gerrick gain enough ground on them? I think Gerrick might have to win the whole event in order to pass them.
I think so.
But we'll have to see if Gerrick can do that.
Right. I think he needs Connor and company to lose, and then he needs to win the event. So he's got an uphill battle. The leaderboard did very well at this event, and I think Gerrick needed some of that to maybe not happen in order to make this a little bit of an easier path. But again, not out of it yet is Gerrick Alford, at least not as far as we know, but does have to get through Richard Nixon first. And as we are developing land number 5, just a Mausoleum Wanderer in play for Richard Nixon. We know he has a ton of counter magic in his deck, and that's true for both players. So a little bit of posturing here with all the mana up. I see Dovin's Veto, March of Otherworldly Light among the mix for Gerrick Alford. Don't have a great look at Richard Nixon's hand, keeping that one a little bit closer to the chest. Wait, No More Lies, Lofty Denial among the mix. Not surprised to see that.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy now that we're talking about this, that we have so many people from the leaderboard in our top 8. Just adds to so much more drama. Like you said, Tim, Tim was not able to make it this weekend, and looks like both multiple people are going to be passing him as we see this Mausoleum Wanderer get into the red zone. Looking for, okay, we're going to go for an announcement, and maybe we can try to have a fight over it. Well, Dovin's Veto says no, there's no fight here.
No fight. That is a veto. It is just happening. And, Dovin's Veto, pretty well known, I guess, uncounterable negate, does a lot to really sway these counterspell fights in your favor. As we go back to Richard Nixon, all these tools to fight a counterspell fight, didn't even get the opportunity to. I think we saw, was that no attack from the Wanderer?
Yeah, I think we might be respecting Shark Typhoon. There's also a Restless Anchorage in play, and it's possible that Richard recognizes that Gerrick has enough mana available to block with the Anchorage and still have extra counterspells up. So now Richard is in a spot where he just figures that maybe he cannot afford to attack into that Anchorage.
Well, I mentioned last game how much this build of Spirits is playing directly into the Azorius control game plan, and here is probably the most iconic manifestation of exactly that, as just draw go for both these players for, what was that, a full 2-3 turns before finally a Rattle Chain's being added to the mix here for Richard Nixon. And we'll see if he wants to make any moves now that we have a couple more attackers. We did draw a copy of Iganjo.
Neither of them are still really attacking to that Anchorage, so I guess...
Iganjo can pick it off uncounterably at that.
Well, that was interesting. You saw Richard went to go play the Iganjo. Do you think Gerrick saw it? I don't know. It looked like it was maybe face up on the table, because now look at that. Gerrick just not even... Yeah, Gerrick not blocking.
Well, I think Gerrick also has a Memory Deluge he's finally looking to stick, potentially, as here comes... Actually, we're going to start with March of Otherworldly Light. Maybe. Yeah, on Rattle Chains.
I like this because Gerrick wants to make sure he's aware of the presence of No More Lies and would rather wait until he gets the 7 mana to cast that Deluge, because Richard, I believe Richard might have 2 copies of No More Lies, but Gerrick's pretty okay with that. You're still trading 2 cards for 1, and wants to try and play around at least the first one as much as possible.
Yeah, Gerrick saying, all right, yeah, I'll just use my other land over here to pay for it. Lofty Denial. Counters let you pay 4. So you mentioned No More Lies. This is kind of the tension of Richard Nixon's kind of counter spells here. Lofty Denial makes you pay 4. So if you're playing around No More Lies and have your 3 mana up, well, guess what? Now you get tagged by Lofty Denial, kind of lets you pay 4. So it can be kind of a darned if you do, darned if you don't kind of situation for Gerrick Alford, who, now has to fight back and is going to with his own copy of No More Lies. Now, this is one Richard can pay for, but that puts the shields down.
Yeah, you could maybe just No More Lies back and still have the other No More Lies up if you're Richard, which I think is maybe something he's looking to do.
I'm a monster. I just want to pay for it. Oh, I mean, it's probably bad, right? Because if Gerrick's willing to do this, he knows that you can pay for it. So obviously, it's bad for you if you do pay for it. But we're in combat. So maybe the answer is pay for it, and then post-combat, just play the Iganjo. Right?
Yeah, I think...
or maybe we're not in combat. This might be end step.
It might be end step. And I think Richard held on to the Iganjo because he's aware of the the Restless Anchorage that's still there. So yeah,
Right.
this was combat. So Richard's gonna pass the turn with 2 mana, and Gerrick. The reason Gerrick did that is because I believe there is a copy of Regal Caracal. So wanted to
Ooh.
be able to try and tap Richard out of a counterspell to resolve that Caracal. But Lockdown is a massive, massive. I think that might have been a top deck because now Gerrick can just pay the 3 mana for the Normalize.
Right, and that's exactly, I think, part of the posturing here is Gerrick is doing an awesome job of playing around these Normalize to the best of his ability, holding his premium spells as long as possible, trying to draw some lands off the top of the library, but finding some good ones in the meantime. Things like Temporary Lockdown. Yeah, we're continuing to just hold spells. I'm not under pressure. I'm willing to play draw go with you, Richard, says Gerrick. And now we'll see what Gerrick can get started. It's Unlicensed Hearse. Okay, well, this one's good against the Memory Deluges and stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a card that I saw in Richard's sideboard. I wasn't sure if that was going to come in, but it does make a little bit of sense, especially there is only one copy in Richard's sideboard. So as a one of, it's got some utility. It can, like you said, make sure or can take care of those Memory Deluges before they get flashback to get a little bit less value off of them. Gerrick's like, you know what, Aaron, I got the Deluge anyways.
Right.
I mean, it's Richard's going to have to remove it now because if he's worried about Gerrick having land 7 and then being able to flashback that Deluge.
I love cutting his losses here too, saying, all right, well, now if it's tagged by No More Lies, it's not any different than it resolving and getting exiled by unlicensors, so might as well just go ahead and fire it off at this point. And now Spellcaller Response is going to open up Mystical Dispute for Gerrick Alford, and there's the No More Lies. Fight
Ooh.
back.
And this is gonna clear the way for Gerrick to resolve that Regal Caracal. This is the fight that Gerrick tried to have last turn. He wanted Richard to tap out so he could resolve that Caracal. Gerrick says, the Spell Queller, you get my Deluge, but now we get to slam that Caracal. And there's a potential that can maybe take over the game. At least I think there was a Caracal. It looked like one.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess not. I think he's just passing the turn back as here comes some cards being exiled under the hearse. Now, notably, too, the Queller, if you kill the Queller, you actually get to cast Deluge, but you don't get to look at any cards. You didn't spend any mana to cast that Deluge. So even with Queller exiling that, it's still gone for good. That works. It's the same as functionally just countering it. Well, that's not true because it will go to the graveyard afterwards, but then it gets eaten by the hearse. You understand how this is going to play out. As here's Invasion of Gobakhan to take another look at Gerrick Alford's hand.
I guess
here.
I
That
lied.
one's sideways.
I guess I lied. There is no Caracal. Maybe I was confusing it with the Sunfall. So, I mean, every single time that Richard has cast this Invasion of Gobakhan and seen Gerrick's hand, he's seen at least 3 sweepers. So, this is,
True.
It's just the same old here. So, I mean, this is tough. Maybe you take the Supreme Verdict because that's the only one that you can't fight over with counter spells. You can spell Queller the Verdict if that is something that, if Richard has another counter spell left over. Maybe you want to take the Wandering Emperor. I mean, the thing is, Gerrick can still
cast it. Yeah, I mean, that's the real problem here.
Not even that great. Yeah.
I mean, that is what we're going to choose. And again, I think this really just comes down to what's different. I mean, this is kind of the Thoughtseize thing. You don't ever really take anything that's redundant. And with the Invasion of Gobakhan, looking at removal and sweepers, that's all kind of the same. The only thing that's different is this Wandering Emperor that can kind of start to get ahead. And stopping something like the Wandering Emperor and get lost in the same turn, a double spell turn for the control deck, could be potentially a big deal. As on instep here, we're tapping some mana.
Yeah, lining up
Passing
6
the
mana.
Emperor.
Gerrick probably just wants to use his mana, well aware that this is very likely to get countered, but he's like, I got 6 mana. I want to make sure that I can use my mana efficiently, and seemed like a pretty good spot to do so. You would kind of expect the Wandering Emperor is going to get countered no matter what, whether you spend 4 mana or 6 mana on it. So might as well just use all the mana while you got it.
And I think another sweeper drawn there, right? Another Temporary Lockdown?
It might have been an Emperor.
Another? Oh, it is. Yeah,
it is another Emperor.
Okay.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's the Thoughtseize bug, right? This is the Invasion of Gobakhan bug.
A real life bug, huh? A little reality bug action. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, here we can Wandering Emperor the Spellcaller if it gets involved in combat. Of course, we do still have the Anchorage involved as well. But ironically, this hearse gets picked up by the Temporary Lockdown. That's something Richard knows about. So crewing that, is there more pressure to get that thing involved in combat while you still can? Not necessarily clear to me. Because if we crew the hearse, we can try to get the Invasion of Gobakhan flipped this turn. Looks like we're not going to do that. We're just going to attack with Spell Queller, attack the invasion, no plays, and on instep, here comes another copy of the Wandering Emperor, just Rattle Chains and a Ganjo for Richard, which is going to work if we go to try to -2 on the Spell Queller. We're not.
Yeah. I think the worry there and why Richard didn't want to attack with the Unlicensed Terrace is because if there's a removal spell on the spell queller, the Deluge goes back to the graveyard, and maybe he's worried about Gerrick drawing land 7 and flashing back the Deluge while the hearse is tapped. But I guess even in that scenario, Gerrick would be tapped out on his main phase. So maybe you're okay with that. I guess you could just also hold up 7 mana and respond to the hearse activation. But again, maybe you're okay with that. As we see, the lockdown here is going to take care of the invasion and the unlicensed terror. It's going to clean up the battlefield a little bit. And not sure what we're doing.
I love the just pile of garbage over there by the computer. We're just like, I don't know, these cards don't really matter anymore. So we just pile them up. And here comes, so we did down tick on main phase, and that's going to buy out the rattle chains, which will prevent the spell queller from dying, but does commit another creature to the board. So even if we pick up this the Wandering Emperor, there's another creature now exposed to the sweepers that, again, Richard knows there's multiple sweepers left over in Gerrick's hand. With the invasion of Gobekon off the battlefield, don't really have any insulation against those.
Yeah, and we still do know about Verdict. I think Gerrick may have picked up another lockdown as well. And here we go for the Verdict. Now, the question is, did Richard find another copy of Spell Queller? Other thing that maybe could be a line is Otawara your own Spell Queller and then recast it, but it looks like that is not the case. At Deluge, Deluge going to be cast for 0 cards.
I mentioned it may not matter, but hey, with the hearse off the board, now thanks to temporary
gone.
lockdown, the flashback's online. And that's really, like I said, this is really, I think the Memory Deluge flashback is really one of the most iconic things about the Pioneer Azorius control deck, because as soon as they get an opportunity to flash it back, I think that's really a sign that the control deck has turned the corner for the most part. When you're able to do that and you're not under pressure, you're uncontested, that means you're really starting to swing the game in your favor. You've turned the corner. And, now that it's in the graveyard, Gerrick's going to have that option. Lots of mana to work with. Only a Mausoleum Wanderer on the other side of the battlefield right now. Mutavault added to that mix as well. Still no attack. As here's another Memory Deluge out of hand. Oh boy, this is looking to Regal Caracal, Shark Typhoon, Dovin's Veto among the mix. We chose our cards real quick. Like I said, these Memory Deluges are really starting to snowball things in Gerrick's favor. And without the help of Jacasia's Welcome, like we saw in game number 2, playing the Azorius Controls game plan, like we've seen Richard Nixon do all game long, is really starting to slip again. Now, he did a good job working his way out of it last game. Can he do it one more time? Wandering Emperor drawn, I think, for Richard Nixon here.
Yeah, I think it was a lot easier for Richard last game because he had, like you said, he had all those enchantments in play, was able to draw multiple cards a turn with the Welcome and keep the battlefield presence going with the Wedding Announcement and Wedding Festivity. But when the board is just a Mutavault and a 1/1 flyer versus Gerrick's, 7 cards in hand, it's a lot tougher to fight through with that.
Right. And that is kind of the exact equation that we're dealing with right here. Only one Jacasia's Welcome, even in the sideboard. And of course, it came up big last game. Don't have it this game. Here's the Shark Cycle for a 5/5 Shark card coming for Gerrick Alford off this cycle as well. So there we go. We got a 5/5 to ambush this Mutavault. Now, I believe Richard was actually making this attack because if the Restless Anchorage went into block, we have the Wandering Emperor in order to create that first strike and go ahead and eat the Restless Anchorage. Now, we kind of have to cut our losses here. I think we're going to do the same thing.
We're going to go first strike damage on Aganjo. Heads up play by Richard here. I like that.
Right. So it is a 2-for-1, but still works out. And as you're going to look at Shark Typhoon, originally printed in Ikoria as a rare. And that one did a good job getting actually a 3-for-1 because you drew a card and then the Shark required kind of 2 cards, but not really. It's complicated the way that worked out is Get Lost going after the Wandering Emperor to take care of the Planeswalker.
Yep, so Get Lost on the Emperor. Now, the Mutavault is still going to be a 3/3, and those maps can help the Mutavault and the Mausoleum Wanderer get past the Restless Anchorage. Could be very, very important. And Gerrick said, you know what? It's time for Caracal. It's time for...
I've had it with these ground attackers. Get this out of here. Regal Caracal, 7 power and toughness. A lot of it has lifelink. Big problems for Richard Nixon and his Mutavault. However, the Flying Mausoleum Wanderer can fly over as you get a look at the rare from Amonkhet. Other cats you control have +1/+1 and lifelink. And of course, the tokens actually already have lifelink. So these are 1/1 lifelinkers that have +1/+1. Lifelink does not stack as a keyword, so we don't get double life or anything crazy like that, like you used to see with old versions of lifelink. Now, Richard.
Back in my day. We're going back on
that? Look, all right. Essence Sliver, all right. If you have 2 of them, you get the life twice. It's 2 triggers, dude.
What's the enchantment that Boggles played? Soul Link?
Yeah,
Link or
I
something
think
like that. Spirit Link.
Vampiric
Spirit Link.
Touch is the black one, right? That just
Spirit,
gives-
yeah. Spirit Link is the white
It's
one.
Spirit
Some
Link.
boggles used to play that, and sometimes they would play it. Anyways, I'm
With
ranting
Direct
over
Cornet,
here.
Lifelink, come on, talk
Let's
to
go.
me. Anyways, Mutavault going to get 2 counters with the Spectral Sailor left on top. So that's now a 5/5 Mutavault. And there's a Spectral Sailor coming that can start to draw cards and get Richard out of this. But there's some big problems on the other side of the board as here comes a big attack.
Yeah, and I mean, does Gerrick even care that much? I mean, you have what, the
answer looks to be
3/3
no.
cats, the 3/3, the 2/2 cats. You can just take the hit and attack back and gain a bunch of life. I mean, you're essentially outracing the Mutavault with the Caracal by itself. So yeah, this is going to be tough. And there's a Hall
Yeah,
of
it's an
Stone
11-point
Lance
life swing
as
rate because we got
well.
4 of it lifelink. Yeah, this is
Right.
Just this. And the Kahira
and
trick.
the
He talks
Kahira.
about this when in our
Forgot about that.
interview. Yeah, here comes the Kahira trick and a Field of Ruin to boot to take care of the Mutavault. So now everything's buffed even more. And I mean, this might be a 2-turn clock, not even respecting the lifelink.
3 or 4. This is 10 damage, I believe, coming across, right? Because the Kahira gets pumped and the cats get double pumped. So the cat should be 3/3s, or the Regal Caracal should be a 4/4, and the cat's token should be 3/3. So this should be a 10-point attack. It's going to put Richard
Vigilance.
down to
Most
Vigilance
of it
as
lifelink,
well.
and Kahira has lifelink as well now. So this is just a bunch of lifelinkers, a bunch of damage, and this is a spot Gerrick talked about in our second interview where we were talking about Regal Caracal just kind of coming in against random matchups that are looking to pressure your life total. I mean, alongside Kahira, gives Kahira a real tax. It's not just there because it's quote unquote free for your control decks. It actually just works.
Yeah,
with
and
your
it's
cards.
really able to turn the corner very, very quickly here. And I think the Vigilance is massive too, because you are able to, I mean, you have the Field of Ruin for the Mutavault anyways, but Vigilance being able to, Tishana's Tiebinder on the Field of Ruin, not the worst, but Gerrick even just has another Field of Ruin lined up as well. So yeah, this is a rough spot to be
timing on
in.
that. We know that Richard topped that Spectral Sailor. I would have liked to see the main phase, I think, crack to just shuffle away that Sailor if you can and take care of the Mutavault. And we are doing that now, and I think the Sailor is in hand. We know that's the last card, and so Gerrick knows that this Field of Ruin is actually just going to work. And so we're going to float a mana here, as we saw him do there. So there is a colorless mana floating for Richard, and he's going to go find a basic, as is Gerrick.
Yeah, so with the 1 mana floating, you can play the Spectral Sailor and then use the 1 plus 3 more. That's going to leave you with 3 available mana untapped after the Sailor draw, which can maybe find something like another Tishana's Tidebinder, potentially a Spell Queller, something like that. Maybe, yeah, I'm not really sure.
Well, here, I think we're looking at crewing the Restless Anchorage is Gerrick Alford right now. Maybe looking to
Get
try
him
to get some big attacks going. I mean, there's a potential for a massive attack and maybe even some forced blocks here with this Regal Caracal Kahira combination. Maybe you just send the tokens. I mean, that makes all the attacks good for you. Restless Anchorage getting, yeah, it is animated. That's mana paid. And we know there's a Sailor. Okay. So that's cast before we switch phases. And then we're going to go ahead and trigger the Mausoleum Wanderer to grow that one up a point of power. We're going to activate the Sailor. 2 mana left over afterwards.
Apparently I can't count. I thought there was one more. Maybe I was thinking about something different. But anyways, 2 mana left over here for Richard. We're just going to send in the clowns, or in this case, the cats plus the
whole clown car. There's a bunch of them. The whole squad of clowns. It
What
looks
creature type
like
is Anchorage off the top of your head? I'm going to look it up, but
I think it's a bird. It looks like a bird in the art.
Restless Anchorage is a bird. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, it's a 2/3
Drum roll,
bird.
please.
When it attacks, you make a map. So we're going to go ahead and make a map token. Yeah, here comes Gerrick with the map token. Not the most relevant game object, and joins kind of the pile of irrelevant game objects there at the bottom of the screen. As the attackers now is just all this game is about, and clogged up is the red zone. As Spectral Sailor, Tishana's Tidebinder, and the like getting involved in some blocking. Looks like we're trying to trade off with some of the lords, the cat lords that are available, but I think we have to do some amount of chump blocking. We're going to take a look real quick.
And one interesting thing, we kind of saw last game how Richard was able to find multiple copies of the wedding festivities and was able to kind of size onto the battlefield appropriately. This game, if you look at Gerrick's battlefield, there's a bunch of 3/3s and 4/4s, and Richard does not have anything that sizes. Typically, we've seen Spirit stacks in the past have, like you said, Empyrean Eagles, the the 1/3 that I'm Supreme Phantom and things like that, and just kind of play more to the board. And this is I don't even know if I would call this an Azorius Spirits deck. It's almost like just Azorius midrange.
Yeah, it's like an Azorius like tempo mid-range hybrid
Yeah.
thing that has a few spirit synergies, no Empyrean Eagles, no Drog Skull Captains or anything like that you've seen in versions past. So we're gonna go ahead and all right. So there goes a bunch of the battlefield. I think that's all of Richard's cards. And so we're going to try to figure out what dies as state-based effects as the lords are killed. So it looks like the answer is a token and Kahira, which leaves the Regal Caracal behind, leaves the Restless Anchorage behind, and leaves Richard Nixon at 3. He needs some help.
Map onto the cat token.
Found a land.
Hallowed Fountain here for Gerrick. I believe I don't think there's one more map. I think we've used all the maps. We've exhausted all the maps here for Gerrick, but yeah, still has not only has the Restless Anchorage, but also the Hall of Storm Giants. So not entirely sure what Richard is looking for off of the top. I see.
Wait, is that Lauren?
Okay.
Okay, so Lauren can go after, and I he done a little rub of the playmat. Drew, as Lauren immediately reached for the temporary lockdown. So if you're Gerrick, I think that clues you into what's about to happen. One of these temporary lockdowns is no longer temporary. It is done. It is locked down. It is, locked up? Whatever. It doesn't even work. Who designed this language?
Anyways.
This is horrible.
Uplocked.
We're blowing up a temporary lockdown. We're going to get back our Rattle Chains and a Mausoleum Wanderer, which puts forth a pretty good defense here. Now, once again, with Gerrick at 25, we're very far from getting aggressive, but we're not just dead, as here comes a cycle of Censor. Did wait on that one, did Gerrick. Already made his land drop. Doesn't need to make that main phase. Couple cards coming. The map token, very relevant last turn, allowing him to kind of power through that land that was on top of his library, as Hall of the Storm Giants. I think we're going to try to fire that up and the Anchorage. Can we do both?
I think we're 1 mana short. Yeah, I think I see 6 lined up for the Hall and 1 mana short. Gerrick, shocked with the Hallowed Fountain. I wonder if he thought, because he looked like when he separated the lands, he thought he might have had enough. But with the temporary lockdown drawn here, that's going to clean up it's not going to clean up anything.
No, it's not. Here comes Spellqueller. I mean, this is a relevant Spellqueller. I believe the math we just did was if we temporary lockdown, get rid of my own token, gets rid of your entire board except Lauren, I can fire up all the Storm Giants, and that plus Caracal, both lethal threats, you only have 1 blocker. So now, here is No More Lies plus Mystical Dispute. So no more Hall of the Storm Giants on the menu, but this does mean that we're punching through the temporary lockdown with Anchorage still available.
And okay, so the sacrifice of Mausoleum Wanderer is going to make it so that the Anchorage can no longer be activated. This is interesting though, because the Spellqueller trigger, I guess I'm assuming, okay. So Gerrick must have mentioned.
Yeah, we're fighting over the
motion.
Here, so,
right. Is that the trigger in the stack? Oh, right. Yeah, the Queller's in the stack. Okay. So the lockdown is going to take care of the Rattle Chains, and the Regal Caracal is going to be forced to chump block by the Loran. And then, Gerrick is still in a position. Okay. Yep. We're done.
Okay. Yeah. Drew a land there, and that is going to do it. Gerrick Alford wins this game and match 2-1 over Richard Nixon. What was a hard fought, a blue-white mirror of sorts, both very fair decks full of counter magic and various creatures in the sideboards, cats versus spirits. Gerrick Alford, his dream is theoretically alive for the end of season ticket to the NRG Championship at the end of the year. So that is going to do it for our quarterfinals. Quite the slog. So we are going to take a very quick break, and we'll be bringing you the semifinals here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, I mentioned to you we were going to have a quick break, and then we would be back here with the semifinals and our Pioneer 5K trial here in St. Louis to mark the end of Season 1, and here we are. So let's go ahead and bring up our semifinals slide without further ado. So we can see here, we have Cliff Boyardee versus Eric Hennig. So this is a little bit strange. We saw on camera Adam Weiss beating Eric Hennig with his Gruul Prowess deck, but his flight, that is Adam Weiss, his flight to Amsterdam is about to take off. So he ended up actually, despite winning, conceding to Eric Hennig and going to make his flight. So a little bold trade-off there. And that does mean that Eric Hennig, despite losing on camera in our quarterfinals, is going to advance to face Cliff Boyardee on Mono Green Devotion. So we're going to be watching that here in just a moment. Additionally, Harrison Kanfer is going to be facing down Gerrick Alford. Now, Harrison Kanfer, with his semifinals appearance, does lock up an end-of-year championship invite for sure. So he is going to be one of the players being awarded the end-of-season NRG Championship invite. So there's one left. And with Connor not being present in this semifinals, Gerrick Alford is live to win the entire event and pass Connor and punch his ticket to the NRG Championship. So a little bit of tension there in our second match. But first, we're going to go ahead and go down to the match of Cliff Boyardee on Mono Green Devotion versus Eric Hennig on his take of Izzet Ensoul. And so now this is a very different texture. We've seen a little bit of Cliff earlier today. We've seen a lot of Eric Hennig. We've seen kind of both of these decks at work, but never against each other. I'm here with Devin, aka Doomwake, and he's going to break down what's going on in this matchup.
So we've seen Eric Hennig a couple of times on camera today, and the most important number for Eric is the number 5, right? You're trying to get to 5. You have Shrapnel Blast and Ensoul Artifact to either deal 5 damage or make a 5/5 creature. The most important card in Cliff's deck for this matchup is Cavalier of Thorns, because Cavalier of Thorns is has a very important number in the toughness column, and that is 6, which means you can brick wall either the 5/5s, and it also does not die to a Shrapnel Blast. So, I mean, this matchup is all about, it's pretty much a pure race where Eric is just trying to get onto the battlefield as quick as possible. Eric does have some important interaction along the way, though. You have Torch the Towers to kill the Llanowar Elves. You have Spell Pierce to fight over stuff like Kiora. Maybe Cliff doesn't have a Nykthos draw, and Cliff has to tap out for, 6 mana for a Storm. Maybe Spell Pierce can tag that. So there is some important interaction along the way for Eric. I think the Ensoul deck is a little ahead here, but Cliff being the 1 seed is on the play, and that could certainly factor in as well.
Right, and that's not even taking into consideration any amount of the we talked about the potential nut draws thanks to the ley line of the guild pack being added to this deck to really power up the Nykthos and do some of the more broken kind of turn 2 just gajillion mana alongside Sunken Citadel, which I believe we have a Sunken Citadel and maybe even a Nykthos here in this hand, but with no ley lines for Cliff Boyardee, this hand's looking a little bit sketchy. Now, of course, can continue to mull again, but on the play, a little bit less cards to work with. I believe this is already a mulligan to 6.
Yeah, I think it's 2 Elves, Kiora, Storm, Forest, Nykthos. So a relatively fine hand. You get to go turn 1 Elf, turn 2. If the Elf doesn't die, you can go Kiora, untap land, play 2nd Elf, and that can get you really, really close to a turn 3 Storm the Festival. And, the Elf did die. That's going to be a Torch
always bolt the bird
of Elf. Cliff did find another Forest, so even if the 2nd Elf dies, still able to deploy the Kiora because it does have land number 3.
Yeah, but each elf kill does do some amount to diminish the upcoming Nykthos that we know about. And of course, Eric's done a very good job of, like I said, prioritizing killing the elves over getting things like this Voldaren Epicure developed, starting the damage race as we're reaching for some tokens. Going to make a blood token off the Voldaren Epicure is Eric Hennig, and then following up with Case of the Filched Falcon, a card we've seen him do some very impressive work with over the course of this event so far. Already up to 2 artifacts is Eric Hennig. You get a look at the uncommon Case enchantment from the Murders of Karlov Manor. We get to investigate, so you see the clue joining the blood token over there. And then once we have Metalcraft, we can pay 2 in a blue to sacrifice it to put 4 counters on a artifact, and it will become a 0/0 bird token with flying as well. Now, that's non-creature artifacts, but works with the Darksteel Citadels.
Yeah, didn't quite get a good glimpse of what Cliff drew, but as of right now, we have 5 mana on the battlefield with a Storm in hand, so that's, 1 mana off of potential Storm. So if Cliff can find another mana source, something like maybe, I guess Nykthos is not mana positive yet, and we do see a very important card that we talked about, Spell Pierce in hand for Eric, so even if Cliff is able to get the 6 mana, might not be able to pay for Pierce, but it looks like we found a Cavalier. That one not
maybe more important,
not being able to target by Spell Pierce.
Yeah, and it's going to draw a card off Kiora, so there's a little bit of extra value there as we do go digging for a land to put into play. There's the look at the 5/6 reach Cavalier of Thorns. We're just going to find a Besieger who endures. A lot of words on this card, part of the Cavalier cycle from M20. When it enters the battlefield, reveal the top 5 of your library, put a land from among them onto the battlefield. That can come in untapped if the land does. And then when it dies, you can exile it. If you do, put a card from your graveyard on top of your library. All of the modes, reach, and every single one of those paragraphs matters in this Mono Green Devotion deck, as well as the top right, using the whole buffalo as you would.
Yeah, and then I mentioned the 5, 6 being such an important number here. You see a shrapnel blast in Eric's hand that can't take care of the Cavalier. I mean, even if it could, it's not clear that Eric would want to do that. See 3 mana lined up here. That's a cryptic code. That card is powerful in the sort of grindy matchups where they're taking a little bit longer. Maybe you get to a spot where you pick it up and replay it, but not exactly what this matchup is about. As we see, Cliff is going to untap with access to 6 devotion, so you can go. Nykthos makes 6, untap, -2 is 4, +6 is 10. I think access to 13 mana right now, which is more than enough to go Storm and pay for that Spell Pierce.
Yeah, and that looks to be exactly what we're reaching for right away, is try to start to develop some of these Storm the Festival. As you mentioned, the Spell Pierce maybe not good enough any longer, and all thanks really to the Cavalier, not only providing a blocker, but that extra 3 devotion mattering a ton here, and Kiora, of course, able to untap the Nykthos to get some little bit more mana generation as well. Going to look at this Storm the Festival's cards. So we're going to look at the top 5, and we're going to look for cards, permanent cards with mana value 5 or less to put onto the battlefield. And then, of course, you can flash it back with 10 mana, something very common for this deck to do in the same turn.
Yeah, weirdly enough, Eric was thinking about firing off the Spell Pierce there. I actually kind of like the Spell Pierce because if you make Cliff tap the Elf in the Forest, you only have 1 land untapped, which means that the Kiora can untap the Nykthos, but with only 1 land untapped, Elf plus Nykthos, that's not enough mana to activate the Nykthos. So Cliff would still need another land to be able to do that. Maybe Eric thinks that you can hold on to the Spell Pierce and get something a little later down the road. But I mean, now we see that the Nykthos, with the ley line being hit off of the Storm of the Festival, that's going to be even more mana, which means that Spell Pierce is even farther away from being relevant.
Yeah, this Spell Pierce, I mean, I don't want to say completely expired, as we are beginning to get a little bit mana strained, but it is certainly approaching expired already here on turn 4 in the mono green deck. And maybe one of the cards we're going to reach for to sideboard out, but I don't want to speculate about that too much, as there is still a lot of Magic left to be played here. But this Cavalier posted a huge problem last turn, still a problem, and Cliff is developing his board even further with an Ulvenwald Oddity already in hand, maybe looking to play and flip that as early as next turn. We'll see exactly what he wants to develop. Got a little bit of mana left to work with here if he wants to do something else with his turn right now. Not clear. He's got mana from the Outcaster Trailblazer. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and develop the Ulvenwald Oddity, play and flip right now. So we actually have the mana right now floating. It was written down over there. So we're going to play it, activate it, and that puts us, I think, out of mana entirely. I just saw him scribble all that out, so I believe we used all of the mana. We're going to draw a card off Outcaster Trailblazer and a card off of Kiora Behemoth Beckoner, and now here comes Beep Beep, all of the clowns.
I'm pretty sure it's lethal.
This looks lethal to me, with Eric already at 11. The Ulvenwald Oddity already presenting 8 of the trample damage, only 3 toughness to block with for Eric, and all the rest of the team getting that trample haste buff. I think this is very, very lethal. Going to look at Ulvenwald Behemoth, the backside of Ulvenwald Oddity, the trample haste 8/8. Other creatures get +1/+1, trample and haste. So that is why everything is attacking right now, and we are moving to some blocks. Is Eric Hennig, and I guess maybe we're actually at 20. I thought we were at 11 from some of the shocks and paying life, but maybe not. As here comes some blocks.
It's entirely, I was going to say it's entirely possible we didn't have life totals updated, but even this, I mean, this is still, 5 - 2 is 3, +6 is 9, +8 is 17.
Yeah, it's still enough.
Yeah, I think it's still lethal. Yeah, I think it might even be 20 damage.
20 exactly, huh? Well, I mean, an impressive showing from Cliff Boyardee. We saw multiple pieces of interaction actually in Eric Hennig's hand at the end of the game, right? We had Shrapnel Blast available, we had Spell Pierce available. None of them really worked. Cavalier was the problem, and then that problem snowballed into the Nykthos, and then suddenly there was too many problems to solve. So with that, a very quick game 1 going in Cliff Boyardee's favor. Eric Hennig going to have to make some changes in order to really, develop against this mono green devotion deck. So we're going to take a quick look at sideboards, see what this Izzet Ensoul deck has to work with. Eric Hennig's deck list, we've seen it quite a lot today, and that's because he has done a lot of winning. We're going to look at it one more time here. 3 Fiery Impulse, 3 Rending Volley, 2 Mystical Dispute, 2 Magebane Lizard, 2 the Acroan War, 2 Rampaging Frostodon, and the Companion Gigantha the Wellspring. How are we sideboarding for the mono green devotion deck?
So a Crowan War, I believe, is mostly in the sideboard of Eric's deck, just specifically for Vein Ripper. Happens to be good against those green creatures. Remember, we talked about how problematic the Cavalier of Thorns was because you can't kill it with a Shrapnel and you can't counter it with Spell Pierce. So a Crowan War being a good answer to that card. I think those are coming in. The Fiery Impulses can help take care of the early Llanowar Elves. And another one that I think could be kind of interesting here is Rampaging Ferocidon. So Cliff is not gaining a bunch of life, but Cliff is putting a ton of creatures onto the battlefield on the combo turn. And remember, we talked about all this chip damage from the Ensoul artifact deck, right? Voldaren Epicure, Spyglass Siren. You get in, one chunk of 5 with a Shrapnel Blast, maybe a chunk of 5 here with an Ensoul. And it might actually get to a spot where Cliff can't physically combo because Cliff needs to put too many creatures into play with the Ferocidon.
Yeah, and I think it pairs well with the Crowan War as well, with just having Menace. So the Ferocidon could look really good. It can be a little bit slow, and slowing down maybe not necessarily the direction you want to go, especially with a lot of sideboard cards you already want. But I think it does have the potential to be very, very effective. And again, these are open deck lists and top 8, so the players know what each other's working with. So you can play a little bit of mind games about how much sideboarding you're doing if you're Eric Hennig, because a lot of aggressive sideboarding would point towards a Crowan War Rampaging Ferocidon sideboarding, whereas less would just be the removal spells kind of stuff. So a little bit of mind games to play in that direction. And on that note, let's take a look at what Cliff Boyardee is working with and their take on Mono Green Devotion. So we've seen the list, I believe, before as well. We have 3 copies of Pick Your Poison, 3 Tail Swipe, 2 copies of the Stone Brain, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Emrakul the Promised End, 1 Obstinate Baloth, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 1 Arasta of the Endless Web, and 1 Tranquil Thrillback. What kind of sideboarding do we want to do against this? Is it Ensoul deck?
So Pick Your Poison, very, very good. We've seen that a couple of times come up, being able to target things like Darksteel Citadel, Ensoul Artifact, Case of the Filched Falcon, just phenomenal card all around. Tail Swipe is interesting because it doesn't line up the best against the Ensoul Artifact stuff, but it does line up pretty well against Inti and some of the other smaller creatures. So I think it's still good enough to board in past the Pick Your Poisons and the Tail Swipes. You could maybe consider something like Tranquil Thrillback to be able to pop an artifact or enchantment, although that one's a little bit more mana intensive. Past that, I think that's pretty much all that Cliff is looking at, though.
Yeah, you mentioned not a lot of life gain. I guess Tranquil Thrillback, things like Obstinate Baloth could gain life as well if that's a direction that Cliff Boyardee wants to go. But then maybe you're running face first into the Ferocidon. So a little bit, again, of some leveling that needs to be done as both players are aware of what each other is working with here. Shuffling up here for game number 2, Cliff Boyardee, you can see there, up a game against Eric Hennig here in the semifinals of our Pioneer 5K trial. Remember, this is our last event of the season. Next event will start season 2, and that's going to be in Chicagoland. We're going to be returning to another modern showdown there. Opportunities to qualify for the NRG Championship every single weekend here on the NRG Series. And our end of the year championship also has a leaderboard with some points at large, and we got some people in the thick of the end of season fight, even still in our top 8, namely, of course, Gerrick Alford, who is trying to usurp the Connor Mullaly, who lost in top 8 and is currently primed to get the 2nd seat in the NRG Championship from the season 1 points. So a little bit of a mouthful there, but basically Gerrick Alford, if he wins the whole event, well, he also wins an invite to the NRG Championship, despite this event being a trial, not a showdown. A little bit more on the line for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of exactly how you draw it up, right? Towards the end of the season, you just have this event where you have a lot of the players who are in contention for that end of the year season. And we even have 2 of them all the way in the top 4, and they are both still playing for, well, Harrison already locked up his spot, like you mentioned, but Gerrick's still playing for a lot right now. And that's kind of exactly how you would want to draw it up, as we see Leyline of the Guild Pack. That is the start that Gerrick does not want to see.
No, he does not. You saw him lean back in the chair, a little bit of shoulder posturing there. Very visibly not excited to see Leyline of the Guild Pack, because that is really the card that enables some of the more broken draws. You see this nonsense mana cost of this Leyline of the Guild Pack, but actually amounts to 4 green pips if you choose to, which means 4 green devotion for your Nykthos, which we do see a copy of Nykthos for Cliff Boyardee. Does not have it available here on turn 2, but has it in play right now, as Eric has developed his kind of namesake, Darksteel Citadel, a second one alongside Steam Vents, ensouling the first one. And here comes a 5/5 indestructible on turn 3.
It's not bad. That's definitely a good start here for Eric. Cliff, we did see the copies of Pick Your Poison. And what's interesting about this is, there are 2 Darksteel Citadels in play. So if Cliff were to fire off Pick Your Poison, we'd probably want to name enchantment and not artifact, because Eric would very likely just sacrifice that extra Citadel in play. So we'll have to see what Cliff does decide to do. Maybe it's okay with, we're going to go for the Ensoul. I think that makes a lot of sense to me.
And notably misses a land drop here, does Cliff Boyardee, and that really disrupts a lot of the way he wants to develop. Right now, he has to develop this Elvish Mystic in order to even enable the Nykthos for next turn, which opens up Eric for a little bit more time to get some of his damage going. And if he does, then we see a copy of Shrapnel Blast in hand that could really start to go to work.
Yeah, interesting decision there for Eric. If you look at Eric's hand, there is a copy of Fiery Impulse. So could have decided to go for Fiery Impulse on the Elf, especially after the missed land drop, but instead decides to deploy the Gear Drake, likely also going to end up sacrificing the Clue Token end of turn. But this is going to mean Cliff has access to a boatload of mana, so we can go Nykthos for 5, use 3 of it, untap the Nykthos, now Nykthos for 6. That gives us enough to cast basically anything, and Cliff definitely has anything in hand. You could even go Trailblazer into Old Growth Troll, could also just deploy the Cav. I actually kind of like Trailblazer into Troll here, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely thinking about it. I mean, I don't know. I think both paths are really strong. Obviously, you get more cards if you go the Trailblazer into the Old Growth Troll, because you get one from the Outcaster Trailblazer and the Kiora Behemoth Beckoner. So we're going to get a card, the Trailblazer, right away. So that happens right now. And if we find a land, we can play that as well. And we also get the mana from the Outcaster Trailblazer. So what's our follow-up here? Because I think if we hit a land, right, we actually could do the Cavalier after the Trailblazer. But now we bricked. So here comes another Outcaster Trailblazer, and you see Eric leaning back. Yeah, I wonder now if he really wishes he picked off that Elvish Mystic with the Fiery Impulse and maybe stopped some of this from happening. As here comes an Old Gold Troll after the fact. So this was a great turn from Cliff Boyardee and a pile of cards coming. Ancestral Recall off your
creature. I mean, imagine if Eric had fired off that elf. Cliff would have only untapped with a Force and a Nykthos, and Cliff would have just said go, as opposed to putting 12 power into play. And it's certainly a decision point whether you want to develop or make or kind of stunt Cliff's development a little bit. But yeah, Eric definitely maybe regretting that decision at this point.
Yeah, tough spot for him now. Ton of cards to work with. Gear Drake in hand. No blockers for that right now. So there's a chance we can start to set up, double. You mentioned double, triple Shrapnel Blast with all these Citadels and all this mana to work with. Not clear exactly. I know we have one. I can't get a great look at the other stuff we have to work with for Eric Hennig. I believe it is a Spyglass Siren. Yeah, okay. Spyglass Siren. That can grow the Gear Drake quite a bit, right? Because we can sacrifice the map, which will trigger the Gear Drake heads up, and then whatever happens with the map happens.
Right. So you could see the map, and then that still holds up the Shrapnel Blast as well, with Cliff on 15. Looks like Eric hit a land, so 3/3. That's going to put Cliff to 12. The Shrapnel Blast theoretically has Cliff on 7. And Eric thinking about just passing. No attacks here from the Gear Drake, yet at least. We're still thinking. No, we are just going to pass. Interesting.
No attacks to the Gear Drake, so maybe a little bit worried about just getting back cracked with an Uvenwald oddity from 18. Definitely seems a little bit frustrated with his draw. Flooded out, I believe, has Eric Hennig, finding yet another land off the map. Needs another copy of Shrapnel Blast really to be in this game. Honestly, 2 of them would lock it up, right? 2 of them is just like, sack all my things. You're at 15, now you're dead. But, I mean, with none of that, really only one of the 3 needed available in Eric Hennig's hand. And here comes Cavalier of Thorns, which shuts down any Gear Drake attacks. That's looking like it's going to really start to stymie any of the incidental damage this Ensoul deck can start to produce. And now we have to start looking at, okay, well, what kind of direct damage do we have access to? Only one Shrapnel Blast right now needs help.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Cliff's hand, and this Nykthos is going to be just basically like a giant Dark Ritual. I'm not even convinced that Eric's going to get another turn. I'm pretty sure that Cliff can just cycle through a bunch of stuff and probably just kill Eric this turn. Well, if we're getting a layer, that might not be the case, because if you had other plans to do with the mana, you'd probably just want to get the Nykthos. But I think Cliff has another Nykthos in hand anyway, so maybe that's not even necessarily true. But the hand is actually not super great for Cliff. I think it's Pick Your Poison, 2 Kiora's Leyline, and a bunch of lands. So not a lot of action here for Cliff.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, a ton of mana, maybe not that much action to work with. And Storm of the Festivals, I'd say Storm of the Festival really the card that Cliff is looking for, really to set off his draw. That's really kind of what gets things snowballing, being able to play and flash that back when you have access to all this mana. Going to play his land for turn as the Forest. The other land, that layer, was found off of a Cavalier. So that one was a little bit, not cheated into play, but was not used as a land drop, as here comes another copy of Leyline, which will be functionally free as we tap this Nykthos for a rebate on that 4 mana. So a pile of mana for Cliff. What is the follow-up? Any oddities? Oh, nope, maybe not. Maybe not tapping it.
Looks like we are not sure. Again, I'm pretty sure I got a reasonable glimpse at Cliff's hand, and I don't think I saw anything super duper payoff-y. Looks like we're got to pick your poison. That's going to go after not a lot of great options. Flyer, you sack the Siren. Artifact, you sack a land. So we're going to sacrifice.
Well, it had to be Flyer,
Siren.
so we sack the Siren, right? That's the only way we get the Siren.
Right, yep.
And that means, I mean, we do have a Boseiju left over, and we're attacking with some 4-power creatures. I think we can Shrapnel Blast face, sacrifice an artifact, grow the Gear Drake, and that gives us a 4/4 flyer. So that's going to pick off the old growth troll. And now we have a 4/4 flyer. Are we interested in blocking? Looks like the answer is no. So we're going to use that mana to go ahead and channel Boseiju Who Endures, targeting that Gear Drake, which will allow Eric to go find a land, but gets the blocker out the way. So here comes some damage. Cavalier still on defense, and now down one of the shrapnels. Cliff at 15. Looks like this game's going to go on for quite a bit, and with Cliff having 10 power in play, I mean, it feels like he failed, right? It feels like he didn't quite get there or whatever, but he actually could, I think, could still present lethal with the Lair of the Hydra next turn if there's no creatures in play.
Right, yeah, and now Eric, without the Shrapnel Blast, doesn't have any threats in play, not really in a position to pressure Cliff's life total whatsoever, and unfortunately, I think there might just be 4 lands. No, it looks like 3 lands and a copter, but
3 lands and a copter, yeah.
Really rough draws here. Rough draws here for Eric. Not a lot to work with.
I mean, really, we mentioned his deck churns through cards so well with cards like Inti and cards like Smuggler's Copter, but all of these cards really have been absent from the games we've watched, and this Copter too late to the party to really get any work done. And now I believe, I don't know if it's straight lethal on board, but it looks close. Nykthos, activate Nykthos, and then activate it, untap it with Cura, activate it again, pump the layer up for a gajillion. Yeah, and that's what we're going to do right now. We see him reaching for mana. Yeah, that's going to be 13, and that's going to be lethal. So Eric Hennig is going to be felled here in the semifinals versus Cliff Boyardee, and his mono green devotion deck is going to advance to the finals of our Pioneer 5K trial here in St. Louis. And now it comes down to the Kanfer versus Alford matchup. 2 leaderboard players. We have Amalia versus Control, and we're going straight live to game 2 of the backup feature match. That is that matchup I just spoke to, Amalia versus Control. A great run from Eric Hennig and his Izzet Ensoul deck, but the wheels certainly fell off here against the Mono Green Devotion deck. We'll see Cliff again in the finals here in a moment. And right now we are live here in game number 2. You can see Gerrick Alford won game 1, but finds himself at 8, facing down a whole host of power on the other side of the field for Harrison Kanfer. So we'll see exactly where things are at in this game, but things don't look to be going well for Gerrick, as Harrison's moving to untap. That's a lot of power in play for Gerrick being at 8.
Yeah, I was going to say before we came into this matchup that Amalia is traditionally really, really bad against Azorius Control, and we do kind of see that a little bit unfold as Gerrick did take game number 1, but Harrison in a really good spot, and we came at an interesting time because Gerrick is just conceding, and we are going to game number 3.
I mean, what more could you want, right? We can start fresh game number 3, all the marbles. Remember, Gerrick Alford does need to win this event if he wants to punch his ticket to the end of year championship, which means getting through Harrison Kanfer, who is ahead of him on the leaderboard as it stands right now and has already earned his end of year championship invite, as he can no longer be passed with the points from this event. So we're going to be moving to game 3 between those players. And if we can get a chance to look at their deck lists before we go in, it looks like the answer is yes. So again, we've seen these players before. We've seen the Amalia deck specifically from Harrison Kanfer in the past, and we've also seen the blue-white Control deck from Gerrick as well previously. So once again, going to take a look at the Amalia Cyber. We have 4 copies of Thoughtseize, 4 copies of Fatal Push, 2 copies of Liliana the Veil, 1 Even Interrupter, 1 Haywire Might, 1 Knight of Dusk's Shadow, 1 Skyclave Apparition, and 1 Get Lost. What do you like against the Gerrick Alford control matchup?
All right, so 4 copies of Thoughtseize slam dunks against the control deck, the 2 Lilianas, and the Aven Interrupter, very good at fighting over things like, the Wraths and whatnot, maybe that buy you that one crucial turn. You could consider Get Lost as an answer, I guess Haywire Med as well, as answers to a temporary lockdown, because you take a look at Harrison's deck list, there's a lot of 2-mana creatures, so potentially want some answers to that lockdown as well. But yeah, the Thoughtseizes and the Lilianas for sure, probably wants the Might and the Get Lost.
Makes a lot of sense to me. Let's take a very quick look at Gerrick Alford's control deck. We've seen it before. We have 4 Cutzel's Flankers, 3 Mystical Dispute, 3 Regal Caracal, 2 Shark Typhoon, 2 Temporary Lockdowns, and the Kahira Companion. What do you like against Amalia?
Lockdowns for sure, and maybe
that it?
Flanker? I mean, I guess Flanker is good against the Lively Dirge Return of the Rank stuff, so maybe you want to go towards that, but you probably wouldn't want to go super heavy on Flanker, maybe like 2 copies, but the lockdowns are slam dunks.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Being able to hate that graveyard after something like a Supreme Verdict can be a really big deal. And of course, the rest of your sweepers, the Sunfalls, the Farewells that you see there in the main deck do actually just take care of things without any real recourse from things like Lively Dirge or Return to the Ranks. So straightforward enough. This matchup we've seen before in Pioneer. Both of these players' decks we have seen before as well. And I believe Gerrick here on a mulligan to 6. We'll see if he's interested in keeping that 6. He is on the play. And Kanfer has found a 7 he likes. So down a few cards already is Gerrick as he starts with a tapped Hollowed Fountain, just a passing of the turn. A little bit more fireworks here for Kanfer. Here's a Send Out Scout, which finds a land.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, this matchup is really interesting because I think that the combo, it's weird because the combo is actually not that good against blue-white control, where what ends up happening is, so there's a couple of things where you basically just let Harrison go off, like you let Harrison gain a bunch of life, because part of the combo means that you have to Wrath the rest of your board. So you get into a spot where Harrison combos, has a giant Amalia, Wraths the rest of his entire board, and Gerrick says, okay, you're at 80 life, I'll just kill your Amalia, and then I'll eventually kill you at my leisure. The Gerrick doesn't really need to get the game over with in any capacity, so it's one of the few matchups where the combo actually kind of doesn't matter.
Interesting. So yeah, combo not mattering, the beatdowns matter, and I'm sure the combo not mattering is a big part of this matchup being traditionally considered to be difficult. Now, of course, Gerrick on a mulligan and cashing out the Narset here, looking for some spells to help. 3 steps ahead among the mix. Already a little bit under some pressure. Send Out Scout plus Sentinel the Nameless City. Really Sentinel, I think the card gluing a lot of this deck together, both being just very good on rate as a 3/4 with Vigilance that attacks, makes some maps, tokens, all that kind of stuff, but also, can help trigger the combo, right? The Explorers from the map tokens do set off the combo in a meaningful way, and that is an effect that you do need access to. So very much the glue that holds this deck together. It looks very impressive right now. Now, Get Lost, the draw for Kanfer does make Temporary Lockdown look a little bit worse, but I don't see any Temporary Lockdowns right now. And under some pressure already is Gerrick Alford.
Yeah, and because the combo is essentially just, I'm not going to say it's offline. Like there's maybe some rare circumstances where it could end up mattering, and it is a possibility that maybe Harrison, trimmed on some of the combo. The kind of the main game plan for Harrison is just play some creatures and sort of this flash style game with Collect the Company and Court of Calling. One really important part about Sentinel of the Nameless City, which is a card that is a 2 of in Harrison's deck list, Vigilance, because Gerrick has a bunch of copies of the Wandering Emperor, and one important thing about Vigilance is you don't have to worry about attacking into the Emperor, because the Emperor only targets tapped creatures.
Right, and that, I mean, like you said, big deal there. The Wandering Emperor, one of the best ways to kind of use your mana, trade favorably, and then untap with a Planeswalker that can really start to snowball the game. Here we actually had our other kind of namesake 4-drop in the form of Memory Deluge to kind of start to get the cards going. So this is going to recover a little bit from the mulligan. But again, the life totals here are not correct. Gerrick has taken quite a bit of damage already from the creatures in play. Going to take a little bit more with the shock off the Hollowed Fountain. 5 mana is impressive, and no play beyond that. Had the option to play Teferi, chose not to. Collect a Company on instep here. Going to find a Dovin's Veto.
Yeah, that was an interesting spot for Harrison, where Harrison could have cast the Collected Company while Gerrick was tapped out after the Memory Deluge. But it's one of those situations where if you do it, then you're running into Verdict, even if you get to resolve the Coco. So it's always that weird tension of it's like, do you want to do it now, or do you want to wait? And Harrison decided to wait and ran, and Gerrick did have the Dobin's Veto. Now we're attacking with both. It's going to deal some damage to Gerrick, and like you mentioned, Gerrick doesn't have. Eventually we're going to need to wrath this board. It gets to a certain point where you can let it go for a little while, but you can't let it go forever. As we see, Court of Calling going to be X equals looks like 2. I wonder what that's getting.
And we mentioned before too how important it is not to tap your Sentinel of the Nameless City. So you feel incentivized to tap it here for this chord and not tap your Mana Confluence for damage. Just save a little bit of damage. Actually, very heads up, not tapping the Sentinel of the Nameless City to cast this chord, so you're not opening yourself up to the Wandering Emperor. As here comes, I believe 5 mana, 3 steps ahead with, of course, the other spree mode of draw 2, discard 1, and it's going to be No More Lies hits the bed.
Yeah, that's an interesting spot because we know that, players do, what's interesting to note, players do have open deck lists, and, Harrison is aware of the 2 copies of Censor and the 1 copy of Droid Disruption. That could be a reason to tap the Sentinel there, but just valuing, making sure making sure that you have that Sentinel untapped to play on the Wandering Emperor.
Yeah, and that's, really, it's a decision point that, looks to be kind of minor, but in the grand scheme can matter a lot in these kinds of matchups. As here does come the Sentinel of the Nameless City, going to make some more map tokens, Synod Scout. Miss an attack for 5 is a 2-turn clock. The answer kind of has to come now. Like, Gerrick is out of time to play around with these counter spells and all this stuff and just take the hits. He now has to answer what is in play, and Harrison continuing to leave mana up, potentially problematic for assembling some in-step 5 power. That's all he needs. Very small bar to cross if you have something like another Collected Company.
Yeah, I saw a copy of Sunfall in Gerrick's hand, which it looks like he is going to reach for, but I wonder what the last 2 mana available is here for Gerrick. I'm sure there's probably something, or, at least for Gerrick's sake, there's got to be something here. I guess at the worst case scenario, you can flip the Incubator token to make a 2/2 chump blocker if a Collected Company does show up here for Harrison. And, with 5 mana available, could also consider Court of Calling for 2. Maybe get something like a Deep Cavern Bat or perhaps an Amalia, and it looks like it is going to be that Chord.
Yeah, so we have Chord, and if we grab a 2-power creature that, flies or whatever, and then we crack all 3 maps, there's a potential to assemble lethal, but the Incubator token that we see right now could get in the way of that. Now, of course, that doesn't take into consideration anything that could be in Gerrick Alford's hand, so this might be a tough decision for Kanfer in some kind of meaningful way, and like you said, he might go for a bat just for that reason alone, but no, does choose to go for Amalia. So that card...
What's funny here is I actually kind of think Harrison wanted to get the Dina, but if you look at the graveyard, the Dina actually got milled over by a map earlier. So what happens in these spots is you deal a lot of chip damage early, and when you get to these spots where Dina and some random creatures can just be enough triggers to just sort of burn Gerrick out. But without access to the Dina, cannot really, since that's only a 1-of in the deck, that's in the graveyard, cannot go towards that.
Yeah, and that is exactly the problem, like you mentioned. And here is the Prosperous Innkeeper, which is going to get some stuff started as far as getting some explorers from Amalia. So we'll see if Gerrick wants to move yet. Looks like the answer is no. And there's Extraction Specialist, which can bring back the Dina. Yeah, you said Dina's off the clock here. Not quite, as here's Extraction Specialist. And to his head goes his hands for Gerrick Alford. Look at Extraction Specialist. 3/2 lifelinker. And this battlefield return creature mana value 2 or less from graveyard to the battlefield. That includes Dina.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this is you can actually stack the triggers, right? So you can put the Prosperous Innkeeper life gain trigger on the stack, resolve the Specialist trigger first. That brings back the Dina. The Dina will then see both Innkeeper triggers because you'll get 1 off the Specialist and 1 off the Dina.
Yeah, that appears to be exactly what's happening right now. So we have assembled quite the attack force. And as you mentioned, those Dina triggers says whenever you gain a life, each opponent loses a life. And with Gerrick at 5 and Amalia potentially growing. Now remember, Amalia is the only creature that can attack. So whatever damage the Dina deals, Amalia has to be the thing to finish it off. But we do have a blocker in the form of the Phyrexian that can be created here. So Gonna be tough to assemble lethal, I think, but we do have some map tokens to try to punch that through with some, I guess, not Amalia combo per se, but maybe just some Amalia reach of some kind, do some exploring, getting some life, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the only creature that can currently attack is the Amalia.
Right.
So unless Harrison can remove that blocker with Besagi, but there's a Besagi in play, and I believe that's only a 1-of, so that's going to be off the table.
But we have March.
Okay. So presumably Gerrick probably has to march the Dina, I think.
Okay, so...
Because it's just too much chip damage if you don't kill the Dina.
But we have a Supreme Verdict in hand. So can we get the Amalia and hope that we can weather whatever's here now? Because we're not taking any attack damage and just Verdict array everything else. Leave Kanfer with some map tokens and 1 card in hand?
If you target the Amalia, you lose, because the ward pay 3 life would put Gerrick down to 2. The Amalia would die, but then you would still have 2 life gain triggers on the stack with the Dina.
Sure, so we do actually have to go after the Dina.
You have to kill the Dina, yep.
Yeah, and that's okay. Sniff that out, did Gerrick.
It's also really awkward because now there's 2 life gain triggers on the stack. Amalia can attack. If there's a spell, that's just lethal because you keep the spell on top, 1. Second life gain, that's 2, and then pop the map. That makes a 5/5 Amalia, I believe.
Right, but yeah, you're right. And then we don't have... I guess we chose to graveyard the Innkeeper, so we actually don't have lethal yet.
I don't think Harrison's played a land, though. So Harrison could play the Overgrown Tomb, untap, pop 2 maps, and try to find 1 spell that way.
But we had a spell. I don't...
Yeah, maybe Harrison just didn't... Maybe miscounting and didn't quite do the math, potentially, or not sure exactly.
Unclear. I mean, also does play a little bit around second March, I guess. Like, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket, potentially, as here comes 3 points of damage, down to 2. Goes Gerrick. Alford. Has to be kind of a sigh of relief. He's not dead.
Yeah, this is interesting. And now you mentioned Gerrick does have that sweeper as well. So, I mean, that's going to clean up the battlefield, and not sure exactly what Harrison has for leftovers. And yeah, but this has been a very, very interesting game. There's the verdict.
So here we go. We have Supreme Verdict. So we are reaching for the verdict here, which is going to clean up the leftovers. Now, lots of artifacts left behind for Kanfer. So, if he has even just a single another creature, we really can get things started again, despite weathering through a Sunfall and a Supreme Verdict. But there is some pressure on him to have something.
Yeah, and I go back to that last turn where Harrison binned that first spell. I wonder if maybe just didn't quite do the math, or like you said, maybe was wanting to play around a second march. And funny enough, I think Gerrick did have the other march too. I don't know if that was drawn for the turn, but I think I saw a second march in Gerrick's hand. So maybe Gerrick just had everything covered anyways.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very possible. Like I said, I mean, playing around second March, that's kind of what the mana represents a little bit if you're not just going to reach for the blocker. And, there's some temptingness to reach for the blocker, if you will, and go ahead and get that chump block. But here does come a Prosperous Innkeeper. And with some maps dialed up, we can control the draw step a little bit. Yeah, you're right. So it was another March of Otherworldly Light. So we actually did have it. So super heads up there from Harrison. Going to exile the Prosperous Innkeeper, which means the maps aren't going to do anything. Liliana the Veil, the only leftovers. And now huge draw step potential here for Gerrick. If you can get something going, we can work through this Liliana the Veil and really start to stabilize this game from 2 life, but needs to have some good draw steps, get lost, and an unknown draw. Get a good look as Liliana goes rolling up.
Yeah, the Liliana is ticking up. That's going to get rid of a Supreme Verdict. And, I didn't see the Deluge. That's huge for Gerrick.
I mean, we did cast it earlier, if we remember, where he was recovering from the mulligan. So, yeah, I mean, like I said, this is really the turn the corner spot for Gerrick. I said this before. Anytime we see a Flashback Memory Deluge in this Pioneer control deck, that's really where we start to turn the corner. You get to look at the top 7, take 2, and against Liliana the Veil, it's just the card you want. You get to look for, more cards, not only just discard, but potential answers as well. Recover from the card disadvantage of Liliana of the Veil herself, and start to snowball the game in your favor. I see Get Lost among the mix, which could be a good answer to Liliana. Yeah, we're going to fire that off right now. And Harrison's own Get Lost doesn't really add anything to that.
Get that Liliana out of here.
Everybody's lost. All these maps, all this exploring, and somehow still everybody's lost, as here is the Wandering Emperor as a follow-up.
Yeah, and that is going to maybe close out the game relatively quickly here for Gerrick. Harrison's going to really need some Some really big top decks. And, I mentioned this earlier. One of the easiest ways for Harrison to kind of cross the finish line in spots like this is with that chip damage from Dina, right? Like, you see Gerrick at 2 life. If you say Dina and some random life gain, that can just, 2 triggers off the Dina. But with that Dina exile, that is not even an option here for Harrison anymore.
Yeah, and Selfless Saver doesn't add a lot. I mean, we can start to crack these maps, start to control some of our draw set, but doesn't really add a lot to the mix for Harrison. I think we feel the urgency from Gerrick Alford here. He is, using this Wandering Emperor, just creating an attack force, trying to get this game over with as quickly as possible before things get worse. Something like Return the Ranks comes out, Lively Dirge. There's live draws that are very problematic for Gerrick, and you can see he's really pushing
That's one
to
of
get
them.
the game over with as quick as he can. Yeah, there's Collected Company. That one's a problem.
Yeah, that is exactly what Harrison is looking for, and I don't think there's a counter spell in Gerrick's hand. I'm not exactly sure.
Is Field of Ruin a May? Can we use that to disrupt the top of the library?
Oh, right. Field of Ruin's not a May, so he can force the shuffle with that. That's a good point.
Okay, so we got an option if that's a direction we want to go. I mean, Gerrick, we're taking a moment to pause here. Actually going to cash out the Wandering Emperor, creating another 2/2. So right now we have a 2-turn clock with what can attack right now. Adding another 2/2 to the mix can help with that as well. 2 cards in hand, 3 cards in hand. Don't have a great look. 3 mana being tapped. It's Field of Ruin. Yeah, like we said, this is going to be one of the ways to disrupt that top of the library. We know the Collected Company is what he wants to draw. Yeah, Field of Ruin, as you mentioned, not a May. So each player is going to go searching for a basic because they must. And Harrison Kanfer is going to find, does have a Plains, as does Gerrick, but no longer do we know the top of the library. That map value diminished a little bit.
Yep. So Harrison playing off the top here. Not exactly sure what the leftovers are for. This is, by the way, this has just been a phenomenally played game by both players. Like you saw that turn where Harrison, set up the Dina and all that stuff. Gerrick just played perfectly to make sure that he was able to have exactly enough resources to make sure to weather the storm. And very, very well played game by both players. And I believe that might have been an Amalia, which is not the worst draw step here. You have, I guess we already used all the,
we used all the maps. That's kind of tough. But I mean, it still is a blocker, right? And we see Gerrick getting very aggressive with the Wandering Emperor, and we have another one to help with exactly that. So we can create yet another attacker. That one's back. Welcome back. This Samurai, and we get to untap, activate, pump some stuff. And like I said, Gerrick's really trying to get aggressive. So just a blocker here is meaningful in some way. Now, does Gerrick have a way to clear out some of the blockers that Harrison is presenting? I think we have an Anchorage that we can maybe... No, that's the Deserted Beach. So actually, we're just going to cast this Memory Deluge instead. Go looking for some removal spells. See what we have access to. Can't see. Gerrick's keeping us hanging here, close to the chest, as things are heating up in Game 3 here.
Worth noting with Gerrick at 2 life cannot pay for the ward cost on Amalia, so removal spell would likely need to be some kind of sweeper, which actually, kind of awkward because Gerrick wants to keep the 2/2s in play. Doesn't really want to sweep the board here. So we might even see, I love it. Just attack with everything. The dog gets to, block one of the Samurais, but the Amalia has no other good blocks, and Harrison might just fall to 2 right here.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you might be just priced into using this Amalia to block with Harrison at 8 here. We fall to 2, keeping the Amalia back's kind of tough. And like I said, a removal spell, actually, we could have gone after the Selfless Savior. That could have been potentially forcing a block, but
I'm going to pull up the text on Get Lost. I think you can blow up your own stuff, right? Yeah, destroy. Okay, so you could theoretically get lost one of your own things, like get lost the Savior and then use 2 maps to get the Amalia. I don't know if that's worth it, but that is at least something to consider just to be able to go a little bit deeper. But I guess that's not good because you want the Savior at least checks all these 2/2s in place. That probably doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think you definitely value the 4/4 over trying to grow your Amalia or whatever. If you could gain life, I'm sure that would be, if they were like food, that would be actually worth it if they made food instead of maps. But unfortunately, they do not. They only make map tokens. And here comes Kahira adding to the attack force. Both players at 2 now. A massive draw step potential for Harrison. Things like Collected Company, Return to the Ranks worth quite a bit. He's been through a lot of that stuff. Doesn't look happy. And it doesn't look happy at all with his draw step. So maybe a brick?
See what we got, Harrison.
The drama. It's an extended hand. Gerrick Alford bailed out by those March of Otherworldly Lights from what looked to be no good roads here. The March of Otherworldly Light and its pitch ability allowed him to stabilize the game, turn the corner, memory deluge, all the like, and he advances to the finals, member of Team Flex Slot. And again, number 9 on our leaderboard coming to this weekend. And now, if he wins this entire event, has the potential to punch his ticket to the end of the year NRG Championship. So we are going to, I believe, take a quick break before we move to the finals. It seems like the players are going to take a little bit of a bathroom break before we do get started in the finals, so it may be just a couple minutes. But like I said, it's all or nothing as far as Gerrick Alford's NRG Championship prospects are concerned. He's played very well throughout the event. We've now watched him on camera, I believe, 3 separate times. Each time, incredibly close matchups, incredibly tight play from Gerrick, and I'm very excited to see these finals coming up against Cliff Boyardee on Mono Green Devotion here in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you the final match of our Pioneer 5K trial very shortly. Welcome back one last time, everyone. We are here. The finals is set. The last match of our NRG St. Louis weekend. This is, of course, our Pioneer 5K trial, part of our overall NRG series. And as always, this is the end of the season. So talked about that many times throughout the day. There's been a lot of stuff on the line for the players that are high up in the leaderboard and looking to secure one of the 2 spots for the NRG Championship from the point leaders from the end of the season. Again, we're going to take a quick look at the leaderboard, take a look at, this was coming into today. So the points from today's event are not available. As you can see, Tim Hatch at 68 points, Harrison Kanfer at 65 points would have been the 2. However, things have changed. Connor Mullaly into the top 8, and with the top 8 brings 15 points, which puts him at 72 points, which passes Tim Hatch. So Tim Hatch not going to be present in our NRG Championship from the end of season 1 slots that are given out. However, Harrison Kanfer did seal up his invite with his semifinals performance, adding 20 points to his total, which puts him at a very comfortable 85 points. So he's locked. 85 points, he's locked. He's going to be in our NRG Championship at the end of the year. Now, the tension, Connor at 72 points right now. Gerrick Alford is in our finals. He has locked up 25 points, which brings us to 71. So that's not enough to catch Connor. So he has to win the event if he wants to earn those 30 points. You can see here on our prizes and find his way in the second of the 2 available end of series spots. It all comes down to this final match for Gerrick Alford. And of course, everything else these players are playing for. $1,200 to first, an RC invite available on the line as well. And of course, Ultimate Guard products that they have already locked up. They locked up some Ultimate Guard Boulder deck boxes that are available to our top 8. And then all of the top 16 earns Ultimate Guard sleeves. So shout out to Ultimate Guard, the official sponsor of the NRG series. So like I said, the minimum payout here for the players, $600 and 25 points. And then it scales up from there, double the money to $1,200 and 30 points. And the RC invite now for Gerrick Alford. He needs those 30 points to punch his ticket and really reward all of his efforts through season 1. So these players going over deck lists. Now for Cliff Boyardee, someone else we've seen quite a bit, both today and on the NRG series, not as much at stake, although, you know, if he is looking to earn an invite via the overall leaderboard as the season progresses, this event's going to matter a lot. These points matter a lot, so don't want to diminish that too much. And of course, the trophy, as you saw on the table, available for both players. I'm here in the booth with Devin, aka Doomweek, one last time. We have Azorius Control versus Mono Green Devotion. Cliff Boyardee on the play as the number 1 seed. Break it down for me. Who do you like? How's this going to play out?
I mean, as far as the matchup is concerned, we have Cliff, the 1 seed, Gerrick, the 3 seed. So Cliff being on the play is extremely important in this matchup. Just being able to get onto the board early with elves and maybe kind of, you know, turn 1 elf, turn 2 Kiora is a really, really good start here for Cliff. Gerrick does have a couple of copies of main deck temporary lockdowns. Those can come up quite a bit, styming the early mana development of the elves and such. And another really important card here is those ley lines. We've talked about that a couple of times, and it seems like every time we've seen a green deck on camera with an opening hand ley line, their hand is just like it's almost night and day right at that point. So being able to start with the ley line, and what's important about that is if you have ley line Nykthos, that reduces the need to have the elves. So if your elves get swept up by a lockdown, maybe not care as much because you still have that mana generation from the Nykthos.
Right. So even if the ley lines look to be whatever, maybe not very good in the matchup, you're talking about a card that doesn't really impact the board against the control deck, looking to really fight you on the resource axes, it actually is still worth a lot just because you can really snowball the advantage that just having those 4 green pips is worth. And of course, that also means you don't need as many lands. We saw that from May French once earlier today, really just keeping a 1-lander with Nykthos, and was able to kind of snowball that into a victory off the mana that is made just by having that very powerful ley line in play, kind of being a terror on the modern format, making its debut, of course, a little bit of this deck in the Pioneer format. So here we go. Boyardee starting off with an elf and a tapped Deserted Beach just for Gerrick Alford as things get started. 3 mana already for Cliff. What's the follow-up? It's Outcaster Trailblazer, which is going to make another mana. Anything to do with it?
And Oath of Nissa. So one thing that we had, I was kind of talking about in terms of the matchup is the early development. When we talked about the mana generation, either the elves or the ley lines. One important aspect of this matchup is the threats, right? You have Gerrick has a lot of answers in the form of counterspells. Cliff has a lot of threats in the form of the creatures, the Storm, the Festivals, and so on. What is an interesting dynamic is Karn the Great Creator used to be this way as like this sort of standalone threat where even after your board got swept, as long as you had a bunch of lands in play, you could maybe try to resolve Karn. That could find you another threat that could find you 2 more threats because the Karn can activate twice. Without access to that, Cliff is a little bit more susceptible to the sweepers because the Green Devotion deck is a lot more about playing to the battlefield and less about trying to do these kind of weird combo turns. So, we see a second copy of Trailblazer here, but, a card like No More Lies, if that can ever tag a Storm the Festival, that could be pretty backbreaking because that gets exiled, so you can't even flash it back after the first.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, that could make a huge difference because we've seen that come up very directly as far as things like Spell Pierce and stuff like that is considered. Just countering the front half of the Storm of the Festivals and the back half gets tagged. Now, here comes a lot of pressure here. These 4 2s in the form of Outcaster Trailblazer putting some early pressure on, but here is the temporary lockdown that you mentioned. That's going to cut off some of the mana, not just in the Elvish Mystic that goes underneath it alongside the Oath of Nissa, but also the Devotion. Now, Nykthos no longer mana positive. That could be a big deal as this game progresses. We see a lot of cards that Cliff would love to be deploying this turn, things like the Ley Line, things like the Old Growth Road to really juice up that Nykthos mana production. Now set back quite a bit with that turn 3 sweeper, and with 7 total sweepers available in the main deck of Gerrick's deck list, there could be more to follow. This could just be a temporary measure as far as, it is. I mean, it's temporary lockdown as far as just stymieing some of the aggression and some of the mana development. Here's Kiora, Behemoth, Beckoner.
Yeah, so Cliff already has a 2-turn clock in play. Doesn't necessarily want to expose more into a potential Supreme Verdict. So you see here, Cliff is just going to. I love that Gerrick just don't even untap the lands.
Don't even tap the mana. You know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
Get it out of here.
Both players know. But yeah, Cliff did not chose not to expand or extend another threat into the Wrath. He could have maybe played the Old Growth Troll, which could have drawn 2 cards, and then if the Supreme Verdict comes off, you could enchant the Troll on one of the forests, keep the Devotion, and maybe later down the road sacrifice that to get another threat. But Cliff deploying the Troll this turn, going to draw a card off of Kiora. Gerrick on 7, so doesn't have to do a ton of work to cross the finish line. And I believe I spied a copy of Lair of the Hydra as well. Currently with 4 Devotion that could, Nykthos for 4. You could maybe untap the Nykthos, get some more mana. Maybe that could potentially threaten a lethal Lair next turn.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of trickery here. Is 3 more mana involved in getting this ley line in play. You mentioned this ley line just important for setting off the mana, especially post 2 Wraths. You really need to get that Nykthos juiced up again, and it's going to be even more impressive alongside the Kiora. So again, Cliff doing a good job presenting a multi-axis kind of attack. Not only am I developing the mana, which is threatening its own right for things like Storm of the Festival and stuff like that, but also I'm just putting 4/4s in play. And this is something that this deck presents, in most games, but is especially important against an Azorius control deck that is going to really look to just combat the creatures, the stuff in play that you can wrath away. Well, some of the intangibles in the form of Kiora and the form of Leyline can really juice up your mana, and in the case of Kiora, really refill your cards via these creatures that you're having swept away to make sure that you're still keeping up with the control deck.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Gerrick's follow-up is here. We're going for Get Lost on the Kiora, which is, get that off the battlefield. And Gerrick is not threatening, he's not facing down lethal as of right now, right? The Cliff decided instead of playing the lair last turn, decided to play an untapped land to deploy that ley line. So not able to present a lethal attack unless there was something like an Uberwald Oddity off the top, which I don't believe was there.
Would be nice.
But is able to generate a bunch of mana and cast this Storm the Festival. So let's see if Gerrick has a counterspell. Now I'm going to do some math here. This is 7, 8, 9 mana, which is exactly enough to, I believe, 1 floating, pay the 2. And yep, the Storm is going to resolve. So we talked about normalize against Storm. Well, if you have 3 mana floating, not quite as good as you'd want it to be.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly the problem here. That No More Lies was set to be very, very strong with all of the mitigation of the Nykthos mana that Gerrick has done throughout this game, but unfortunately did end up managing to find enough mana to pay, and that means it's going to resolve, and it's going to go to the graveyard. You're going to be able to flash that back later, not going to get exiled by the No More Lies, and here comes the invasion of Ixalan. Which is going to be another cantrip. And of course, we found a Old Growth Troll number 2. Not going to cantrip thanks to all the Outcaster Trailblazers going away, as well as the Kiora that was picked off by the Get Lost. So all these creatures are putting in play, not going to cantrip. The invasion is, and Uberwald Oddity is found. That's a hasting threat. So even if we get this attack across and Gerrick has yet another sweeper, we have a hasting threat that could just kill. So now we're in a tight spot.
Well, interestingly enough, there's a card in Gerrick's hand. It's an alternate art card. I think it might be a Farewell. There is 1 copy of Farewell in Gerrick's deck. But as you mentioned, because this troll coming in is going to put Gerrick to 3, even if Farewell is able to clean up everything, creatures, enchantments, all that stuff, that Oddity is going to be able to close out the game, and the Lair of the Hydra as well. So it looks like, yeah, we're going to go for the Farewell. But I mean, the Lair of the Hydra on the battlefield, that's just face up. We should be going to game number 2 here in just a moment.
Yeah, and can't even hit enchantments because the temporary lockdown comes offline. Well, here comes the Lair of the Hydra. Going to attack with that. That's going to be good enough. Don't even need to deploy the Oddity. Did the math real quick. Yeah, that's 4. And you're only at 3 life. So, Cliff Boyardee, I mean, really kind of got away with it. I mean, there's 3 sweepers. You're talking about the sweepers against this Mono Green Devotion deck. I mean, he cast 2 of them, was even got the 3rd off, got Farewell off as well. Still not good enough. The creature lands, and of course, Oddity being a hasting threat, still was enough to punch through and end up finishing off Gerrick Alford in game number 1. And like I said, the play draw mattered. I think Cliff being on the play was a big part of that recipe, but I mean, the matchup looked to be pretty hard thanks to all these new cantripping creatures and the addition of Uvenwald Oddity as the new win condition.
Yeah, and we talked about that the game kind of being played in stages, where you have stage 1 fighting over mana, stage 2 fighting over threats. Gerrick was kind of able to fight over the mana, but Cliff was able to, I think that the hard casting of Leyline that 1 turn was able to give Cliff more than enough mana to have, exactly enough to be able to go 6, pay 6 plus 3 to be able to go Storm, pay for Normalize. So yeah, that was a very, well played game, and we'll have to see if anything changes for Gerrick when he's in the play.
Yeah, exactly. So let's take a look at the sideboard one more time. We've seen Gerrick and Gerrick's list quite a bit. It is the same: 4 Cutzel's Flankers, 3 Mystical Dispute, 3 Regal Caracal, 2 Shark Typhoon, 2 Temporary Lockdown, and 1 Gahira the Orphan Guard. You're up against Cliff Boyardee, the only thing standing between you and the NRG Championship. How are you sideboarding for the Mono Green Devotion matchup?
This is kind of tough because, we've seen this Azorius control deck play against these more interactive decks, and the common plan against them is to board into the more creatures like Regal Caracal and Cutzel's Flanker. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think these creatures line up that well against Cavalier of Thorns and Old Growth Troll. So I don't think Gerrick is going to be reaching for the cats in this particular matchup. May still want to go towards the Shark Typhoons as just a way to be able to hold up a threat while holding up interaction, and then probably going to go towards the extra lockdowns as well.
Okay, so a little bit of sideboarding, maybe 4 cards max kind of changes. Not a lot of heavy sideboarding. Now let's see if that's different for Cliff Boyardee, who's up a game, 1 game away from being your Pioneer 5K champion. We have 3 copies of Pick Your Poison, 3 copies of Tail Swipe, 2 copies of the Stone Brain, 2 Unlicensed Hearse, 1 Emrakul the Promised End, 1 Obstinate Baloth, 1 Cityscape Leveler, 1 Arasta of the Endless Web, and a Tranquil Frillback. How are we sideboarding for the Azorius control matchup?
I mean, I guess you could go towards Pick Your Poison to help fight over temporary lockdown. That's probably step number 1. Past that, I'm going to have to read the text on Arasta. I think it's, let me just pull it up real quick. 4 mana, 3/5 reach. Whenever an opponent casts an instant or sorcery spell, make a 1/2. That one's interesting because I mean, I guess it's like still not that great against sweepers. You make a bunch of stuff, but maybe wants to go towards that. But definitely the Pick Your Poisons and potentially the Emrakul, the Promised End. I think we're going to end the Cityscape level. I like those cards.
Okay, yeah, some of the big stuff. Emrakul Promised End, especially among the mix. We mentioned that earlier that card is pretty good against the control-heavy metagame, usually involved in the NRG series, and could have a lot of play here, as we see it actually in Cliff's opening hand, as we have developed an Elvish Mystic and 2 mana here, going to lead on Invasion of Ixalan. Go digging for something like a Nykthos. Yes, we did bring in the Emrakul. Not a lot of great ones. Did find a Nykthos, actually. So that one could really start to set the mana up if we're trying to cast Emrakul.
Yeah, presumably that is one of the cards that Cliff is looking for, because like you mentioned, I don't think I saw one in Cliff's hand. And, you know, what's interesting about the Invasion of Ixalan is for defense. I think that's the technical term for battle loyalty. 4 is kind of a magic number because Old Growth Troll can flip it by itself. And that additional threat could be very, very relevant when, you know, the belligerent Regisaur. That threat could be very, very important when fighting over the kind of the 1-for-1 and the spot removal of Gerrick.
So notably, Cliff Boyardee there off the Invasion of Ixalan had the choice of a Nykthos, actually chooses Cavalier of Thorns from among the mix, a card that not only helps you find Nykthos, but can get you a little bit of value if it gets Wrath away. And we're actually going to start attacking the Invasion of Ixalan right away with the Elvish Mystic. So yeah, already working down those defense counters. A draw, no third land for Gerrick. Alford, we're going back to Cliff Boyardee.
Oh, that is tough.
Yeah, very quickly. Yeah, if we don't have lands, we have spells. That Kiora not going to work. Straight to the graveyard. Needs a land here. Does find it. It's Field of Ruin. 3 mana temporary lockdown. Going to grab all the permanents in play. Of course, except for itself. And back to Cliff we go. 3 lands. Make that 4 with whatever land he chooses to play now. Not quite at Cavalier mana yet, but we do have the oddity. Start attacking right away. 4 points of damage at Gerrick. First blood in that regard. Back to Gerrick we go.
Yep, and I saw a Deluge as well.
Funny it's another white, though. We don't have 2 blue.
2 white. Well, we still get to go Wandering Emperor main phase and Oddity, and I think Gerrick is just kind of praying that Cliff does not have an untapped land to slam the Cav. We both know that Cliff does, so there's the unfortunate news there for Gerrick as the Cav comes down with the Lair of the Hydra still there as well. Although, notably, the Lair of the Hydra, Cliff
he misses 2 Storm the Festival, but no lands and no Nykthos means that, I mean, there's maybe an opening here for Gerrick.
Now, remember, during sideboarding, Gerrick does have access to those Cutsil's flankers. I wonder, we're slamming at the ferry, I wonder if the Cutsil's flankers did come in, because this would be a really good spot for them. There's 2 storms in the graveyard. I don't know if they did come in, but if they did, Gerrick really wants to draw one of those right now.
Oh, yeah, as we untap both our blue-white lands. We slammed Teferi there, Hero of Dominaria. Kind of really the first time we've seen this card kind of coming down, and maybe a little precariously for Gerrick Alford. Draws a card, untaps 2 lands, and of course he had the option there to -3 and pick off that Cavalier of Thorns, cutting down not just the devotion, but the threats on the Planeswalkers. But of course there's a Lair of the Hydra still that you have to consider. With Field of Ruin tapped in order to make all of this happen, really kind of cutting his losses, getting a card out of his Teferi, really trying to guarantee that he continues his land drops and go digging for some sweepers. We're leading off with a 3 mana card. It's okay. Well, we have Outcaster Trailblazer. Maybe he's thinking again about that. Emrakul, Leyline, and Outcaster Trailblazer, the leftovers for Cliff Boyardee. And it's going to be the Outcaster Trailblazer is going to be played. And it's mana made.
Bring back a mana, has 4 mana potentially, and we are going to fire up the Lair.
So now we can try to pick off both Planeswalkers. We know that's probably not going to work, so there is Get Lost on the Cavalier. We'll see if he's interested in exiling that one to put a card on top. Gets 2 maps for his trouble no matter what.
Presumably you would, because you have 6 mana in play. Maybe you go, and maybe you want to just put the Storm the Festival on top to see
how far are we from just Emrakuling.
6 mana. I see creature, battle, planeswalker, sorcery. So I think we have 4 types right now.
What's the sorcery? That's a
storm.
No, that's okay. Yeah, you're right. Storm. Okay, yeah. So we are just going to put the storm on top. We have 6 mana for that. Outcast and Trailblazer going to remain in play, but Teferi's still in play. Untapping with Teferi, a big deal here for Azorius control. Now, will it be enough to battle through the storm? The festivals Gerrick's nose is on top. Well, now it's time to go minusing. So Outcast or Trailblazer going to get tucked away. No creatures in play right now. I think we're going to Field of Ruin shuffle everything away, picking off this layer. These Field of Ruins have been incredible for Gerrick Alford all tournament long.
That's a combo. Put your thing on top and shuffle. And yeah, like you said, that gets the Cavalier and that gets the Outcast or Trailblazer. Now, we both know that Cliff has an Emrakul in hand. And funny enough, that land that got put into the graveyard, that's type number 5. So you do some quick math. Emrakul cost 13, 5 types in the graveyard. Emrakul cost 8 mana, and Cliff has 6. So very, very, very close to getting to that Emrakul ultimate. And, it's very going to be interesting to see, how this kind of plays out. And I think the rest of the hand is Kiora. That could be +1 mana. So that could maybe speed up the Emrakul clock a little bit.
I think we see Memory Deluge, Mystical Dispute, the cards in hand for Gerrick. So even if we cast the Emrakul, we're going to be able to counter that. So the trigger will still happen. But as of right now, we have a counter spell dialed up and ready to counter the Emrakul. Leyline added to the mix, chooses not to cast it. Instead, wants to get his Memory Deluge off. And an important Memory Deluge for him to get off as he finds a pile of counter magic, lots of different spells to look at. I think I saw No More Lies, March of Otherworldly Light, all kinds of stuff among the mix there. Made his decision very quickly. Did Gerrick Alford. Also untapping very quickly. Has to be thrilled to untap with Teferi once again. As a No More Lies, draw another card coming, and that looked like a land to me. It's Castle Ardenvale. Lots of options here. How will Gerrick proceed in the face of Kiora? Another Leyline. That is not what Cliff wants to see.
Not quite.
You mentioned how the mana gets really set off with these Leylines and Nykthos. Well, without the Nykthos, these Leylines look anemic. Now, of course, if we find one at any point, we can start to flash back the Storm the Festivals in the graveyard, cast Emrakul, just do all the fun stuff.
Emrakul. And here's the thing, though. I mean, it's a question of how much does the Emrakul even do? We know about the Mystical Dispute, so the Emrakul is just going to get countered. How is taking Gerrick's turn when you don't have anything in play that relevant anyways? It's not clear exactly what Cliff could be able to do. I mean, I guess like maybe you could minus the Teferi and
minus the Teferi, exile, get you do the lockdown, right? So tuck your own lockdown, then you get some more stuff back, and that's like kind of good, I guess. But now with this flashback Memory Deluge, I mean, I mentioned it time and time again, as soon as that flashback happens, that is the sign. Azorius control turning the corner. Even Emrakul might not be enough to get out of this for Cliff Boyardee, and it's beginning to look more and more like we're going to see a game 3 off the back of the very powerful hero of Dominaria himself, Teferi. And we also have a Narset, which can start to work alongside this Gaia Reach Sanitarium. Teferi allows you to do it twice. We can really start to deny draw steps for Cliff Boyardee, a lock we've seen Gerrick assemble before in this tournament.
That's nice. I didn't think about Teferi untapping Gaia Reach to just double Narset. Well, I guess, no, it's not double, right? Because if you activate it on your turn, they're drawing a card because they...
You're right. Yeah, that's not even good. Yeah, I'm just so silly. Okay, so on draw step, draws allowed to happen. So actually, Gerrick said, yeah, you're good to draw, and there is a forest. Is that enough? Do we have, with mana. Kiora, Emrakul mana? Yeah, we're counting it up.
I'm pretty sure that's enough. So we are going to find out if this Emrakul is enough.
Is it good enough? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be able to do with it, but we are going to certainly find out. What's interesting about this is Gerrick had the decision to play the Field of Ruin last turn, chose not to. So now what Cliff can maybe even do is you can go to Teferi, tuck itself, and then field the shuffle it away. You could go to Teferi, the lockdown, shuffle away the lockdown, but then I guess the Teferi is still in play. There's a lot of things to consider here for Cliff.
Yeah, I mean, the Teferi being at 4, not 3, is a big difference over casting the Emrakul last turn, where you could really actually take care of the Teferi. Now you have to kind of tuck itself, if that's what you want to do. And again, the countering the trigger going to be very hard for Gerrick, but actually not very hard is countering the Emrakul itself. So we can kind of keep the creature from entering, keep a card from coming, which wouldn't happen anyway, thanks to Narset in play. We can just stop some of that stuff, and we'll see if he's interested. And actually, okay, yeah, we're going to go ahead and activate the Sanitarium right now, which I believe gets Cliff Boyardee's last card, which is just a Leyline. We know that. We're going to go ahead and discard a temporary lockdown. Now, all these options here for Gerrick. What does he want to do? It looks like 3 steps ahead.
Yeah, definitely want to counter the Emrakul. You don't want to let that one stay in play because if you let the Emrakul resolve, then Cliff can even tuck the Emrakul to get another turn. So you got to get that one out of here. And funny enough, Cliff might actually, or sorry, Gerrick might actually just pitch his whole hand.
Just pitch all your cards. I have nothing.
Yeah.
What do you want from me? As he's going to
lose him anyways.
March. Yeah, why not? As March of Otherworldly Light. Yeah, we're going to look at that one. So we can actually overpay, as you can see. You can exile any number of white cards, and it costs 2 less to cast, and then it's X or less. So we're going to over-exile this Leyline, I think. No, actually, just two No More Lies. Going to pick off the Leyline. And now, Cliff Boyardee has the reins. What would you like to do? There is the Wandering Emperor. There is Field of Ruin. And there, of course, is Mystical Dispute. No More Lies drawn before turn. 2 Planeswalkers in play. A lot of problems for Cliff. What can he do to start to get things untangled?
6, 7, 8, 9 mana. So you can go Emperor, No More Lies, the Emperor, Dispute, the No More Lies. That's 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. But then the Emperor would resolve. This is an interesting spot. You can go Teferi, tuck the Lockdown, maybe shuffle away with Field of Ruin, and then go Wandering Emperor, No More Lies the Emperor, and just leave Gerrick with a Dispute. But that still leaves the Teferi in play. You honestly, you kind of have to answer the Teferi, right? I think you maybe just have to go Teferi, tuck itself, and shuffle, because it seems to me that's the card you're losing to.
We don't have to shuffle, so you can downtick Narset, right? You can one card, you have to select something, so you might be able to just say nothing, right? You can downtick Teferi on itself and be like, okay, I'm going to pick nothing. Is that available? Can we actually do that?
Narset. I believe Narset, you can fail to find on Narset. So
you may reveal, right? So what we could have done is actually Teferi tuck itself, downtick Narset, fail to find on that, and then you've removed Teferi kind of more or less permanently that way. And we are going to fail to find on the Narset downtick here. So maybe choosing a different path. And I was about to ask that. Do you start to activate these Planeswalkers looking for stuff to see if you can maybe disrupt more? Like you plus Teferi? Is that ever a thing you're doing? I don't know.
Well, I think because you have a guaranteed answer lined up to the Teferi, you can just go Teferi, tuck itself, and then shuffle with Field. And I think you still have enough mana to go Emperor, No More Lies the Emperor, and get those 2 cards out. So you basically answered the Emperor, the No More Lies, and the Teferi, and kind of, oh, wait, I just realized something. There's no target for Field of Ruin.
Oh, yeah, he has no non-basics.
Oh, so we actually can't answer the Teferi now.
Right. Yeah, we had to use the Narset to clear the Teferi. And it's not even clear to me. All right, we're making all this mana, we're counting it all up. I think we're going to do kind of the play with the countering all your counterspell stuff. But what's interesting to me is none of this matters, right? So Gerrick, even if you answer the Teferi, pretend the Teferi is just obliterated off the face of the planet. What's left? Gaia Sanitarium and Narset. So when Gerrick gets his next turn, there's no cards in Cliff's hand. He's locked.
Right.
He's just locked by the Gaia Sanitarium plus Narset. You have to get rid of the Narset.
Maybe you have to Teferi tuck the Narset?
Okay, well, getting some power in play does change things and does give Cliff a card to work with. So this actually accomplishes something similar.
Yeah, so the invasion actually does put a card in Cliff's hand. So maybe Cliff can put, even if Cliff bricks off of this and draws a good card, you could just discard whatever the brick is, but does find a good card here. So is going to be able to discard whatever card he draws and then still be able to slam that Cav next turn.
But he's still got problems to solve that goes to hand, Cliff. You want that one in your hand. You still got problems to solve as far as these Planeswalkers still in play. And Gerrick, of course, getting to untap. We have an Narset activation. We have a Teferi Plus. We have Gaia Sanitarium and all kinds of utility lands beyond that. There are problems. So we're going to start very quickly in the extra turn with a plus. I see Otawara and I see something else.
Yeah, you almost wonder if maybe Cliff thought he was going to be able to activate that Field of Ruin, and that's why maybe we decided to use the Narset first. But yeah, I kind of like your line of just Teferi tuck itself, Narset failed to find. That would have at least answered the Teferi. But now, as you mentioned, this Narset plus Gaia Sanitarium is kind of going to lock Cliff out of the game once that Cavalier is cast. Now, 3 steps ahead, also another answer to the Cav. So, I mean, it might just be curtains right here because Cliff is really not going to get a draw step the rest of the game.
Right, and we have a blocker lined up for the Elf already in the form of Restless Anchorage and the Castle Ardenvale. So we have that covered 10 ways to Sunday. Yeah, we're going to start the Gaia Sanitarium block. George DeBoer, please cover your eyes. Keep playing your aggro decks. Don't watch any of what's happening right now, as here comes a draw discard that's going to happen.
I was gonna say Cliff found a Boseiju, and I actually wonder if maybe you discard the Cav there and just Boseiju the Gyreach Sanitarium. Because
that
you know
feels
the
so
Cav's
bad.
I mean, you know the Cav's gonna get countered, right? You know that the counterspell is face up. I mean, I don't know. It's
How many
interesting.
Boseijus does he have in his deck? Can we map and find another one? Is that a potential?
There
We have
are two. Okay.
So we could use these map tokens on the elf to both try to power through this anchorage and maybe, if not, find just another Boseiju. I mean, you're right. The Boseiju offers a lot, right? We're talking about having some potential blockers for the elf as far as attacking down some of these very low loyalty planeswalkers in the form of the mana base that Gerrick has here with the Restless Anchorage and the Castle Ardenvale. And the maps can kind of disrupt that a little bit. And here's a ley line. Can't imagine we're keeping that one on top. There goes a counter.
Probably don't want that one. I guess the map, well, it's weird, right? Because you know about you have the Restless Anchorage, so it's possible that maybe you keep the ley line here and then graveyard it on the second map to guarantee you have a 3/3 to be able to attack past the anchorage. But then at that point, Gerrick can just go say, okay, I'm going to make a token with Castle Ardenvale. But then if Gerrick makes a token with Castle Ardenvale, maybe you can resolve the Cav.
Yeah, this is
such
a
weird
tough
spot.
Yeah, that's a really tough spot here for Cliff. I mean, he's doing his best. Emrakul, the
just fell
promised end,
anyways.
maybe actually confirmed to be a different story every time. Don't tell some of the old heads. But this one was an interesting puzzle for Cliff to solve, and unclear if we have assembled something. As here comes a 3-power Elvish Mystic going after Narset. That is the thing that is locking out, and he has the Otawara, right? So we could just bounce that. See you later.
Right.
Oh, we can bounce the Narset. Now we're just getting cute. Come on.
Because now we can activate it 2 more times. Still have the counterspell up for the Cav. Let's go.
Yeah, we still got the counterspell up for the Cav, which is important because otherwise Cliff would get a card out of the Kiora, right? So that would keep things going as far as like the Sanitarium lock not actually working. But now if Cliff does cast the Cavalier, he is not going to resolve. It's just going to get countered by the 3 steps ahead that is face up thanks to the last Narset activation. I don't know what outs look like here. Gerrick just not canceling it. Okay, it's countered. Now with Narset and Gyreach, you're locked.
And Cliff has no cards in hand. I guess the Elvish Mystic is Cliff's only saving grace, where I guess maybe you have to hope that Gerrick goes tap it, like use Narset, don't leave enough mana left over before a chump blocker, or maybe doesn't find a removal spell for the elf off of this Narset. But other than that, yeah, this one should be basically just about all over. Maybe Cliff can find the second Boseiju to break up the Sanitarium loop. But that's, again, that's kind of why I think maybe Cliff wanted to take that Boseiju and that, knowing that the counterspell was there to just break up the loop and, unlock the draw step last turn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that any roads lead to Rome with 2 planeswalkers still running in play.
Yeah.
Even the Boseiju's not really worth a whole lot. As here does come Sunfall. That'll answer the 1 creature, and the 2 lands will untap with the Teferi Hero of Dominaria uptick, which will allow Gerrick to continue the draw step lock. And that's going to do it. Gerrick wins game number 2 over Cliff Boyardee. His take on Azorius control looked to be a tight one there. We really weren't, didn't know how things were going to pan out. The Teferi looked to be a tough spot. The Emrakul that was in opening hand looked like it was going to be very impactful until, it wasn't quite enough. Even with the trigger, even with biting a counterspell, still got the Narset Sanitarium loop, and to 1 final game we go. For all the marbles is this single game, and we see Cliff reaching for the sideboard a little bit. So we're going to take a quick look at the sideboards as well, as Cliff seems to be making some adjustments in his mono green devotion list. So you saw kind of how things play out. You saw Emrakul not be enough there on the draw. Any changes you want to make now for game number 3 from Cliff's side? He clearly has some he wants to make.
Not sure if it's maybe like a play draw thing. Maybe you want pick your poisons in the play, or maybe you want pick your poison on the draw, but not on the play. Maybe you want less of them on the play versus the draw. But yeah, I'm not sure. The Cityscape and the Emrakul seem very good. Maybe he wants to go towards the Frill back and maybe didn't have the Frill back in his deck for the past game. But from what I could tell, you don't ever bring in the Stone Brain here, do you? I don't think so.
No way. Maybe. If there's some specific things like sweepers or stuff that you want to go through and try to get, that maybe is impactful, but that feels really narrow to me. When you, it costs a lot to include these cards that don't have any green pips in them in your green devotion deck. So yeah, like you said, maybe actually I do like the notion of kind of trimming a little bit on pick your poisons when temporary lockdown is less likely to devastate you as hard, and you're able to kind of get out in front of it. And let's take one more look very quickly for 1 actual last time at Gerrick Alford's deck in his Azorius control. So we saw the temporary lockdowns come in. Didn't really see any of the Regal Caracal stuff and Shark Typhoon, so maybe correctly predicted by you. But what we did see is Mystical Dispute. Talk to me about that. Is that something we want here again in game number 3? I think we saw some Mystical Disputes there.
Yeah, it's possible Gerrick just doesn't feel like he has enough counter, like I should say hard counters, but Mystical Dispute's not even a hard counter. So, but yeah, maybe he just wants a higher density of counter spells to be able to fight over those larger spells like the Storms and the Old Girl Trolls and the Calves and all that stuff. Because Dovin's Veto doesn't handle any of the creatures; it only handles the Storms and the Kioras. So maybe he just wants more counters and it decided that there was enough cards that he wanted to bring out. Not entirely sure what came out though. We saw a lot of these cards in that game. So yeah, I don't know. The disputes do kind of make sense. Maybe it's a play draw thing where Gerrick wants them to play, but not the draw.
Yeah, and then also I guess there are blue spells in the mono green deck, right? We're talking about Kioras, we're talking about ley lines. If those are things that you can actually just tag for 1 mana some amount of the time, maybe that's good enough. As Gerrick on a mulligan, looks to be Cliff as well, also on a mulligan. Remember, Gerrick Alford, member of Team Flex Slot, number 9 on our leaderboard, has to win this event. If he loses, he will miss the NRG Championship invite for Season 1 by a single point to Connor Mullaly. It will be Harrison Kanfer and Connor Mullaly. Gerrick Alford, of course, looking to usurp Connor Mullaly's current lock on the NRG Championship slot. But again, he has to win the event. For Cliff Boyardee, unfortunately for him, it's just the normal spoils to the event. The $1,200, the 30 points, the RC invite, all the goods that come along with that. And of course, all the Ultimate Guard swag we cannot forget. Shout out to Ultimate Guard, the official sponsor of the NRG series, with providing our top 8 with Boulder deck boxes and the entire top 16 with the incredibly hard to find, because they are so good and cannot stay on the shelves, Katana sleeves. So these players looking at some mulligans, ton on the line. Maybe you can argue a little bit more for Gerrick, but still plenty on the line for Cliff Boyardee as well, as he has become quite an NRG mainstay as well in his chef hat, making his way up the leaderboard over the course of Season 1. And I'm looking to see a lot more of Cliff in Season 2, starting, of course, in Chicagoland with a 10K Modern Showdown.
Interesting. I'm looking at this mulligan from Cliff, and we're actually eyeing the ley line onto the bottom. Now, there is no Nykthos in hand, so maybe thinking about just wants the extra card and, but yeah, it looks like we're going to take the gamble. So we're going to go ahead and deploy the ley line, and let's see if we draw the Nykthos here for Cliff.
I mean, this is exactly what you called out. The deck looks night and day different when there's a ley line involved with the Nykthos than when there's not. So Cliff, I like this a lot. He's hedging for his best draws. If a Nykthos comes off the top here, it could just be game over. It wasn't. It was just a forest, but there's still 3 mana. We still got time, and Outcast Trailblazer is an available play here with only 1 mana for Gerrick. We can get the clock started. That was good enough for game number 1. Maybe it'll work here as well. As no response there from Gerrick. A shock from Hollowed Fountain. Going to get the damage started. And back to Cliff we go. 5 power in play. Emrakul the draw.
Interesting that Cliff decided to play the Trailblazer instead of plot it. I guess maybe just wants to prioritize the damage next turn. Presumably, you kind of expect that the creature to get removed regardless. And yeah, it looks like we're gonna no more lies the troll. It's gonna be an attack in for 5. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of exactly how we saw game 1 play out. Just a little bit of early pressure, chip shotting Gerrick a couple of times, and then Cliff was just got in that range and was able to eventually resolve some big threats. But we see a top deck Cavalier of Thorns. Cliff's got 4 mana and not enough mana to play that Cav or the Emrakul. So this one is maybe looking a little rougher here for Cliff.
Yeah, and there goes the Outcast of Trailblazer, thanks to Marcher of the Otherworldly Light, pitching a temporary lockdown. And as you mentioned, not plotting the Outcast of Trailblazer does get more damage started, but because there was no land found for Cliff, does mean that he doesn't have the mana to cast the Cavalier of Thorns. Here's another copy of Old Gold Troll. That one's going to eat another copy of No More Lies. Llanowar Elves laying the beatdowns once again, and no Nykthos off the top. No even ways to find Nykthos. No Oathenness, and no Invasion of Ixalan means that this draw is really starting to fall apart. There's land number 5. Is it just in time? Well, we'll see.
Connor must be sweating right now. I saw Connor was in chat not too long ago, and I don't know if his plane took off yet. He said he was getting on the plane as we speak. So, Connor, if you're watching, you may be on a little bit of a sweat here. Now, to be fair, Gerrick has been missing some land drops, so not all hope is lost here for Cliff Boyardee. And look at that, the patience not even choosing to cast the Cavalier of Thorns. Actually, kind of like it because Gerrick has 2 sensors and a Droid Disruption in the deck.
Yeah, if you can find one more mana, that's such a big deal. And Nykthos is exactly, the kind of mana you're looking for. So is this enough? We're really far, thanks to No More Lies from casting Emrakul. Is this enough to pay for No More Lies with the Cavalier? It looks like the answer is yes.
5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you actually have 8 mana. Yeah, so 5 mana off of the Nykthos. Still be able to pay for Normalize. Now there are 2 Normalize gone, but what this Cav does is it actually puts types into the graveyard. Was that 5 types? I see Planeswalker, Battle, Creature. It might be.
I think just Creature. I think 3 types.
Elves. Yeah, it looks like 2 Elves, Cavalier, Battle, and Kiora. So 3 types, which means the Emrakul costs 10. We now have 8 Devotion in play. That's 11 mana next turn.
Yeah, but that does give Gerrick that very important window to cast his Memory Deluge without, kind of just dying as a result. So he can find a sweeper. If he can find a land plus Sunfall, I think that's among the best draws because the death trigger from Cavalier is going to matter a lot here if it's not an exile spell. What does he have? He does have land number 5. Is it Sunfall? Oh my goodness, it's Sunfall!
Ooh. Sunfall is massive here because that cleans out the Devotion. Not nearly enough mana to get even close to that Emrakul. What a massive break here for Gerrick.
Yeah, and there you go. It makes that 2/2 Incubator, which is going to give a further chump blocker. Lair of the Hydra would be a good draw, but the 5th land for Gerrick was the ever-timely Field of Ruin, so he has an answer already dialed up for the lair. 10 life sitting pretty, and here comes Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, the very powerful Planeswalker that can uptick, untap 2 lands, and provide that Phyrexian blocker for him, and maybe we're setting up the exact same position we saw from Gerrick last game. Actually gets to have Field 2. Teferi, Hero of Dominaria, upticking, drawing a card, untapping 2 lands, and now suddenly, just like that, the corner looks to be almost entirely turned. Can we get Nykthos and Emrakul going in time before the game slips entirely away for Cliff Boyardee? Gerrick looking very hungry for his slot for the NRG Championship, as here is an invasion of Ixalan, looking at a bunch of cards. Do any of them solve the current problems?
Looks like there was a copy of Cavalier of Thorns, which is something because that can, maybe get Cliff access to a little bit more Devotion, try and get towards that Emrakul. I think there was also a land, a Kiora, and not a lot else. We are going to go for a Cav.
Yeah, it is a Cavalier of Thorns. So this one, again, can start to fill the graveyard even more and is going to be castable for 5 mana off Nykthos. Only 1 mana floating, though, so susceptible to No More Lies and susceptible to the Mystical Dispute that we see in hand. So there it is. You mentioned a critical mass of counterspells. That one's going to work.
There you go.
Back to Gerrick we go. And he has everything. You see Cliff just head sinking in hands, and I can't blame him. This has got to be demoralizing. Just a little too late for all of the things is his draws. And yeah, now away goes the Leyline, which disrupts the Nykthos mana, makes Emrakul even harder to cast. We have Field of Ruin covered for the layer. Could even Field of Ruin the Nykthos if we wanted to. All roads leading to Rome for Gerrick as it stands right now. The question is, can Gerrick slam the door on the game? Well, Narset's going to go digging to try to find something to do just that. Farewell.
Yep,
Supreme Verdict and Memory Deluge. We found the Farewell. So that actually exiles the graveyard. So that's kind of relevant.
Yeah, definitely relevant against the Emrakul. Really, I mean, Gerrick pretty much just has everything except for that Gaia Reach Sanitarium to kind of lock Cliff out with the Narset. And I believe might have been a Storm the Festival off the top here for Cliff. That's a pretty good one.
Is that the best draw? Yeah, I mean, that's such a crazy good draw. Does Gerrick have another counterspell? Look at Storm the Festivals there. That's 3 green, green, green. Look at the top 5. Can grab 2 permanents, mana value 5 or less. Put those right on the battlefield. And then, of course, it goes to the graveyard to be cast again later. Now, the leftovers, 2 lands Farewell for Gerrick. So, I mean, he doesn't actually have any kind of answer to this.
So he was thinking about using the Field of Ruin in response, but I actually think that Gerrick doesn't want to do that because he's kind of okay with Cliff hitting the Leyline. And it looks like Cliff found some pretty good ones here. There's an Oddity, a Cityscape Leveler, and an Old Growth Troll. Certainly going to be taking 2 of those.
Yeah, I mean, the Oddity allows you to start to pressure these Planeswalkers right away, and that's one of the biggest ways that this game is slipping away from you. If you can get Teferi off the battlefield, that's a big deal, but there is still that the Phyrexian that can block. And Farewell, of course, that's going to come down. But, I mean, what can you do about Farewell? There's so many. I mean, it gets everything.
Yeah, you could take an Oath of Nissa, though. So, Cliff is kind of debating, well, you could get an extra creature to kind of force the Farewell, or you could take Oddity plus Oath of Nissa, still have the Oddity to clear one of the Planeswalkers, and then, maybe Gerrick uses the Farewell, maybe he doesn't. But because the Storm and there's so much in the graveyard that maybe the Farewell is kind of forced anyways, even if you don't take that extra creature.
Yeah, it appears to be kind of where Cliff is at. The Uvenwald Oddity is already kind of a problem. And Gerrick seems to be setting up 2 Farewell, to be honest with you. Like, we're talking about Field of Ruin still untapped. That can go after the lair if you're looking to protect your Planeswalkers. And then you can Farewell, clean up everything else, and then you should be sitting pretty. Now, with a hasting attacker coming off the top and another layer being added to the hand, there's real problems for Gerrick, despite the fact he's untapped with multiple of these Planeswalkers. So, this game's not over yet. There's still quite a bit of Magic left to be played for both of these players. We'll see what can be assembled here. Cliff thinking a lot about what matters here. You can attack the battle and get that going. We can attack one of the Planeswalkers, which looks appealing to me.
You got to attack the Teferi, I think. The Narset is maybe not as much of a concern without the Gyreek Sanitarium currently available. So presumably you probably want to go after the Teferi. Really no point in going after the battle because even if the battle flips, the Farewell is just going to take care of it. And funny enough, you'd actually rather have the battle not flip because Farewell kills everything but does not kill battles. So you might even get to a spot where Cliff can say, maybe attack down the Teferi. Perhaps Gerrick uses the Farewell anyways to clear the graveyards, but then you still have both you have the unflip battle and you have the Lair of the Hydras to maybe flip the battle on a later turn.
Right. And so I think that Cliff kind of arrived at the same conclusion you did, is here goes one of the Lair of the Hydras off of the Field of Ruin. So we're going to go ahead and grab basics for both of these players. Plenty of forests to work with for Cliff. And I believe all different arts. So shout out to Cliff for that horrific decision. Hate that. And, some nice matching basics here for Gerrick, our hero here with matching basics, the only criteria for being our hero. Important for those of you at home. And we go back to Gerrick. Needs to have an impactful turn. Remember, we have access to Farewell, but there is a Lair of the Hydra in play. So that one's problematic, and we cannot forget about the omnipresent Emrakul in hand. So we're going to start with a Narset downtick. One loyalty goes Narset.
Gerrick still has the Field of Ruin too. So, I guess you have one of the layers covered. Let's see what Gerrick hits off of this. Can't quite get a good look. I think a No More Lies and maybe a Supreme Verdict.
I think we have a lot of options. I think we have Wandering Emperor, No More Lies, Supreme Verdict. Now, we know we have Farewell already. I didn't get a good look at the draw for turn, but the rest of the leftovers here, the cards we're looking at off Narset look to be very impressive. Almost picked a Memory Deluge there. Yeah, I love it. Yeah, it's just all choices. 4 choices here for Gerrick. Actually chooses No More Lies.
Interesting. So let's think about... So 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess you can go untap land, Farewell, hold up No More Lies. Because presumably you do want to cast the Farewell this turn to get those storms out of the graveyard.
Right.
And you kind of, if you're worried about the Emrakul, you want to make sure that there's less permanence, less things in the graveyard to be able to cast those, to be able to discount the Emrakul.
Yeah, I think that's part of the consideration too. Not only discounting the Emrakul, like you said, but also get those storms out of the graveyard. And we actually still have the artifact. We don't have to name artifacts, so we still have our Phyrexian little feller there left over to block the Lair of the Hydra and keep your Narset around if that is something that you value. A good draw there, I think, for Cliff. Found a creature. Oh, we didn't hit the graveyards.
Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Did Gerrick? Oh, I wonder if we didn't hit the graveyards because there's a deluge in Gerrick's graveyard. So I guess it's weighing.
Yeah.
Right. It's weighing the decision between, do I want to keep 1 deluge or do I want to leave Cliff with 3 storms? I think it was.
It's a bunch of storms, but we have a No More Lies right now to keep
that's true
covered.
Too.
So we actually already have the first one of those covered. Now the question is, how does the game progress from there?
7 mana. I wonder how many card types we're at. I think the last time we checked there was 3, and I think there maybe still be 3.
Oh, 3 plus 7 is only 10. We need 3 more mana somewhere if we want to get the Emrakul going right now. Or we need to get the Nykthos online again, which is pretty difficult to do post-Farewell, but not impossible. I believe Outcaster Trailblazer, the other card in hand for Cliff. So we have Outcaster Trailblazer, Emrakul, and then, of course, like you mentioned, some of those Storm the Festivals in Graveyard that, we thought we might want to get rid of. But, to be fair, Cliff is kind of far from 10 real mana right now.
So actually, I think chat's bringing up a good point. Land was not in the graveyard previously. The layer of the Hydra that is in the graveyard now gets the 4th type. If you plot the Trailblazer, next turn cast it, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 off of the Trailblazer. Untapped land would allow Cliff to get 9 mana, and that would be enough.
Wow. So, I mean, that could be a big difference. And honestly, you can kind of mask the fact that you need this plot mana for Emrakul because you also kind of need it for Storm the Festival, right?
Yep.
So you kind of get to mask the fact that, hey, don't worry about this. You don't need to worry about this. That's actually just for my Storm the Festivals. You're just going to normalize that anyway. Nothing to worry about here. But in fact, there is an Emrakul that might very well be something to worry about, as we are finally going to flip over that Phyrexian Incubator token there and make it into a true Phyrexian artifact 2/2 creature there. And didn't get a great look. Is that another Narset? It's not great. Not that bad. Yeah, pass bound back. So Memory Deluge up. No More Lies still available. Force the draw. All right, so we got some mana. Now is it Emrakul time?
I believe it might be. Assuming that the land was the 4th card type, we can go Trailblazer, make a mana, and then 8 lands plus the Trailblazer floating mana. That's 9. 9 plus 4 is 13. Now, the question is, similar to last game, is the turn going to be good enough? Because Gerrick, as we both know, and Cliff knows as well, there is a Normalize for the Emrakul itself. So it's like, how much is this turn really doing? The Narset is on 1 loyalty, can't really do much with that. And yeah, there's not a ton else to do with Gerrick's turn, presumably.
And there's Gerrick. Doesn't even react. Emrakul the Promised End, the one up from the sideboard, found once again. I guess able to cast that one without the land. So yeah, that one's going to get normalized very quickly. And no thank you, says Gerrick Alford. That one can hit the exile bin, no problemo. Now the question, like you mentioned, is whatever's left in Gerrick's resources worth doing? Oh, okay. So we're actually just going to flash back Memory Deluge and maybe try to make this a little bit harder. It's kind of awkward knowing there's a Mindslaver turn coming, flashing this back, right?
Yeah, maybe you just take 2 bricks with the Memory Deluge, right? Or you maybe just take 2 counter spells, because the counter spells aren't super great on the Emrakul turn anyways. So what's in Gerrick's hand? I think there's a Narset and a land. So if you take the counter spells, maybe Cliff can just go like Narset, counterspell, and kind of kit you out of resources anyways. But the problem with not casting the Deluge is then Cliff's just going to cast it, and I believe you can fail to find on Deluge, correct? Let me just
yeah, I think. Well, yeah, actually, that is a good question. And we're going to look at Emrakul right there, the very powerful player in this matchup. Of course, if you counter it, it still triggers. You gain control of target opponents during their next turn, and then after that turn, they get another turn.
You actually cannot, I believe you cannot fail to find, because it says, look at top X, where X is the amount of mana spent, put 2 of them into your hand in the burst in the bottom of your library. So I do not believe
you
can
have
fail
to select
to find.
cards. Okay, interesting. And there's a Narset, there's a Dovin's Veto. So, okay, well, we have the classic cast your Narset, veto it. And that looks to be basically it. Like, you could run the Phyrexian into the Trailblazer, but I don't think Cliff wants to trade that off. So not a whole lot of other options.
You can go like Narset, veto, but then you don't have enough to Deluge. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I guess you can go Deluge, veto, and leave Gerrick with the Narset.
That feels... Is that
That's
worse?
what you got, right?
Know. Feels kind of the same. They both kind of feel like the same turn to me. Either you're getting like either a Narset, maybe Narset is better. So okay, I think you're right. I think Flashback Memory Deluge, veto it is stronger than Narset, veto it, because the Narset requires you to get rid of the current Narset, and then it's still done in 2 doses. You don't get both cards right away. So that feels a little bit stronger to me. And we'll see where Cliff lands, because, I mean, I guess there's a Kahira that could kind of be considered as well. I don't know what that's accomplishing. Outside of that, I don't really see a whole lot else. Like, there's not a lot. I mean, counterspells just make these Emrakul turns so difficult, because you just don't have a lot of options.
Yep, 9 mana.
Yeah, okay.
We've decided, that's the conclusion that we came to. Deluge, veto the Deluge, not a whole lot else to do. But now Gerrick gets to untap with, presumably going to cast this Narset, try to find another, piece of interaction. And we still know about those Storm the Festivals, because Gerrick did choose to not exile the graveyards with the Farewell. So Cliff is still, what we have 4, we're on 8 mana right now. So Cliff is a couple of lands away from getting to those storms. And that could be a way for Cliff to kind of sort of turn the tables a little bit.
Yeah, but I think it's key that he's not quite at the mana yet, right? So if you're talking about, we had to use the whole, all of the burst mana we had access to, the Trailblazer, all that kind of stuff just to make the Emrakul happen. And the Emrakul happened, but was relatively low impact, which means Gerrick has a few turns to kind of set things up. And we found a Get Lost here. And also we're going to go ahead and buy Kahira. And the question is, are we going to hold the Get Lost or put Kahira in play? Looks like we're going to hold off for now. Yeah, doing some quick maths on the mana base, making sure that the Storm of the Festivals cannot be cast.
How much you got, Cliff?
Yeah. Is there any draws that let you cast it?
I don't think so, because everything is mana neutral, right? Even if you draw Troll, you would have 5 Devotion, so 3 for Troll. It's 5. Yeah, I don't think there's a draw.
What about Cavalier? Okay, so if we Cavalier, then Nykthos mana with the trick on the stack, find another Nykthos. Does that cook for us?
So 3, 4, 5 Cav. You have 5 Devotion. 5 minus 2 is 3 plus 5. I think it gets you to 8 mana.
Dang.
So I think it would still be mana neutral.
Yeah. Okay, so there's no draws that get us doing the thing right now. We did find a spell. It's Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner. I mean, not the worst draw. Nykthos still mana neutral for the moment.
Yeah, probably does not want to offer the trade of Trailblazer for the token, so Cliff is just going to throw it back to Gerrick. And this is a really, really close game for how well these players have fought off, and the amount of interaction that we've had.
Oh my God, it's Teferi off the top. Oh my goodness, and head and hands for Cliff. What a draw for Gerrick. Alford drawing right away. The back and forth in this match has been absurd. Another card coming for Gerrick. What is it? Oh yeah, it's good. It's good. No stress. Don't worry about it. It's good. As an attack for 2. This one, I believe, going straight to the face. Kahira going to get added to the mix as well. Get Lost still available if Gerrick wants. Going to down tick Narset one more time. Remember, we're going to get 2 more lands untapped, so shields are not totally down. As Narset found, things are starting to snowball out of control. Cliff needs a great draw, and I don't even know what does it. Another Storm the Festival, maybe? Is there another one to even draw to?
That is a start. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know how many are in the graveyard / exile. I think there's at least 2 in the graveyard, and I don't think there was one flashbacked early, so there might still be 2 left in Cliff's deck.
I think we're tapping a mana and threatening to untap. So what do we have for 8 mana? Is it Cityscape Leveler?
That is a card that's in the deck. That would be a pretty good one, because that one doesn't necessarily care about the Get Lost that much. Because we have
it's just another Nykthos. So this lets us float mana, and then we have the Legend Rule plus the Kiora. So yeah, that's 10.
4, 8. Right, okay. Nykthos, Kiora, plus the 8 in play. That is 10 mana, yep.
And here's the flashback. And now you wonder, was Gerrick supposed to use that Get Lost on something? Maybe the Kiora? I mean, the map tokens are pretty strong. As here comes a flashback, Storm the Festival. Again, the back and forth between these 2 players has been crazy. Needs to be a good Storm the Festival for Cliff. What do we find? I see Kiora. I see Leyline. I see Invasion of Ixalan and lands.
That is not a good one. With Trailblazer and Kiora in play, really just wanted to find some creatures to be able to draw a whole mess of cards this turn.
Now, I mean, there is something going on here, right? We can kind of get the ley line going because, as you can see on the screen, we can get any permanent with that 10 mana flashback from Storm the Festival still. We can grab any permanent, 5 or less, which is all the permanents here in Cliff's deck because the Emrakul is gone. And all the cards available in this hand. So we get the ley line going, make the Nykthos stronger next turn.
Yeah, never mind. It wouldn't even matter because the Narset was in play. I forgot about the Narset.
Sure, right, because you're not even going to get cards from the Narset. But I mean, even still, just getting things to pressure the Planeswalkers is an important part of the equation here, I think. Just having these non-creature things means that these Planeswalkers continue to go uncontested. And with the Wandering Emperor face up in Gerrick's hand, even the next creature in play is just not going to be good enough. And that really is just assembling the trifecta. I talked about it before. The control aspect of this deck is very much snowballing advantage with all 3 of these Planeswalkers in play. And that's where the corner starts to turn. As here is Invasion of Ixalan, taking a look at the top 5, looking for a permanent itself. Remember, not legendary are these invasion battles. So going to find a Cavalier of Thorns, but maybe too late to the party. We'll see exactly how this next turn does play out for Gerrick Alford, but he's looking really, really strong to win this event and punch his ticket to the end of year NRG Championship. For the number of team flex slot, just one game away, and things really start to be turning his way.
That Teferi draw step is going to be the one that changes everything for Gerrick. That's going to be the Teferi that sends him to the Players' Championships. And this Wandering Emperor is going to get cast here, going to present a 2-2. And, I mean, if you look at Cliff's battlefield, just doesn't even have anything close to resembling enough pressure to get these Planeswalkers off the battlefield. And, I mean, we don't want to call this one over quite yet, but this one feels like it is slowly, or maybe not even that slowly, slipping away from it.
Yeah, it's definitely not even slowing. I think Cliff, I mean, he has one more Storm the Festival we know about, right? If that one resolves and has some good hits, maybe. But outside of that, I mean, if it gets countered or we brick or anything like that, I really think the game is going to start to slip away, as we're going to go ahead and actually tuck the Outcaster Trailblazer. Does this clear the way to clear the Kiora? Looks like the answer is yes.
Yeah, it's not clear how much gear. Oh, wait.
Kiora, does this clear the way to kill the opponent? 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Restless Anchorage makes it 16.
What creature type is the Hall? Creature type is
a giant.
Okay,
the Storm Giants?
Yeah. So Kira's not going to pump the Hall of the Storm Giants. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Does Kira pump birds? No, so it doesn't pump the Anchorage. So yeah, okay, here comes we upticked the Wanderer, I think. No. Oh, here we go. What do you select?
Everybody at Cliff, let's go.
You.
What's your life total?
Love it.
Taste it.
Make a bike down to 4 goes Cliff Boyardee, and here's another 2/2 added to the mix. We know about a Get Lost. And the question is, does Gerrick want to use the Get Lost now? Is Kiora a threat alongside this Nykthos? I mean, I think right now, with everything we know, shields are down to clear the way for this Storm the Festival. And we know can hit an Outcaster Trailblazer. Does that matter?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Gerrick is losing to off the top as far as the Get Lost is concerned. I'm not sure that the Kiora, well, maybe the Kiora matters because you figure you kill the Kiora. Well, it doesn't even shut Cliff off of flashing back Storm because you have the lane line anyways. So even if you kill Kiora, the Nykthos makes 6. That's 6, 7. That's 11 mana. But I'm not sure exactly what Cliff could even draw. Definitely not that.
Good. Yeah, that's not it. But I mean, Storm the Festival, that can snowball very quickly, and the back and forth has been intense. You see Gerrick showing a little bit of emotion there. He's been very calm, cool, collected with his Azorius control deck. Played it because it was a lot of fun. Finds himself in the finals, potentially punching his ticket to the NRG Championship. One more turn cycle he needs to get through. And no strong hits off this festival, please, says Gerrick Alford, who for now can only look on as Cliff takes what may be the final turn of the game.
Yeah, and the interesting part about this sort of turn, this turn sequence, is we see a Cavalier of Thorns cast for Cliff. Normally, these kind of combo turns for Mono Green involve drawing a lot of extra cards with Kioras and Trailblazers, but the Narset really limits how far you can actually go with the combo turns. So Get Lost is actually going after Kiora. Now, we know Gerrick does not care about the card draw, but that killing the Kiora does mean that it is going to cut him off a lot of extra mana.
Well, yeah, that matters a ton, right? Because he had just flashback Storm, and instead Cliff was like, okay, I need to develop more stuff than that. So he develops Cavalier of Thorns, he develops Mystic, but doesn't activate Kiora to untap Nykthos, which means that the Get Lost theoretically disrupts any further mana production, but the Cavalier actually finds another Nykthos. So we are bailed out a little bit there.
Wait a minute. He milled over Cityscape Leveler. Gerrick is at 8 life.
We have 2 untapped blockers right now.
Well, Cityscape can clear one of them, and
but it has trample. So when you cast the spell and whatever it attacks is up to 1 non-permanent, its controller creates a tapped Power Stone. So unearth for 8 mana. So what does that look like? It's the only attacker right now, and we
there's
can
3.
unearth
There's
it.
3 untapped blockers: the Kahira and the 2 tokens.
Oh, the Kahira's in play.
Yeah, there's plenty of blockers. Okay,
plenty of blockers.
Plenty.
Well,
no worries at all for Gerrick.
Well, there are some map tokens that can grow. I mean, is there some potential that we have to get everything in front of this leveler? Is that meaningful?
Yeah, Now Cliff
So
is
we
doing
can-
the mana math off screen. Not entirely sure exactly how much we have floating. I kind of lost track a little bit.
Oh, Cliff's writing it down. I assume that the judges there, Gerrick and Cliff, are doing a good job maintaining the correct mana counts. What I can tell you is the activation of Rakdos there made 3, 4, 5, 6 plus 4. That's 10 mana. So Unearth, that's going to use all but 2 of the mana he just generated.
We can map.
All right.
Ooh,
We're mapping,
the
and there's a
leveler.
land. I don't think that's good.
Well, even if you map 2 spells onto the leveler, it's a 10-10. You kill one of the blockers, that's 10 minus 4 toughness is 6. That still only puts Gerrick to 2.
Right. So do you start trying to go after any of the planeswalker spells? I mean, you're dead to the hull if you just tap out, but we have some blockers on defense now. So is there chance of Cliff getting another turn thanks to the Cityscape leveler? I don't know. Well, we're mapping on it again. So the Cityscape leveler, normally leveling Cityscapes, choosing to do a little bit of exploration right now becomes a 9/9 trample.
I guess the question is, can you force enough chump blocks from Gerrick, and then with the other 2 blockers, is that going to be enough to survive through the Hall and the Anchorage? Because with the Sunken Citadel, I think Gerrick can animate both creature lands next turn.
Right. And yeah, I think we're doing a little bit of that math right now as here comes the Cityscape leveler, which is going to allow Cliff Boyardee to destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. I think he's going to choose 1. The question is which one? A lot of great targets here.
Yeah, and if you've come to the conclusion that you can't kill Gerrick anyways, you probably we're gonna go after the Kihira. So this is a 9/9 leveler. Gerrick can only choose to chump block with one of them and take 7 and go to 1. Then hypothetically you have a 2/2, the 2/2/2s, the 2 creature lands. That's 4 attackers. Cliff has 2 blockers. That means 2 get through. The 2 smallest creatures are 2 power with Cliff at 4. So I think this still might be enough for Gerrick to close the finish line. I guess you have the extra damage with the one.
Yeah, you have 1 extra point from the Emperor too, so that helps things as well. And there goes the leveler into exile. An impressive turn from Cliff Boyardee, staying in this game in the face of all these planeswalkers. And Gerrick is moving mana around very quickly. You mentioned you might have lethal anyway. I think he sees it as well. So the Sunken Citadel going to help animate both creature lands. Yeah, here comes the Wandering Emperor. That's going to put a counter on the Phyrexian. And beep, beep, here comes the whole team. And that's going to do it. Gerrick Alford is going to be your Pioneer champion. He has punched his ticket to the NRG Championship at the end of the year. And what a let out of emotion there from Gerrick. Really love to see it. This is exactly the kind of stuff that you play these events for. This is what it's all about, is, this season 1 sweats. And I mean, sorry for Connor Mullaly, who is on his flight to Amsterdam. Hopefully he can get a little bit of luck at the Pro Tour side of things, even though, now I believe he is past Harrison Kanfer. And I believe Gerrick Alford going to be your 2 players added to the NRG Championship at the end of the year as a result of the season 1. And it came down to the final game of the final match. It just doesn't get better than that. This is what competitive Magic's all about.
I mean, that was a phenomenal match. Both players played very, very extremely well. We saw a lot of different decision points and a lot of things that was able to, Gerrick had a lot of, there was that get lost in the very last turn, debating whether or not to kill the Kiora. Was a little bit scared about that leveler that came off the top, but unfortunately was not enough. And congratulations to Gerrick.
Yeah, and speaking of, here is Gerrick. Gerrick, member of Team Flex Slot, the Pioneer Trial Champion, and now joining, I believe, your, peers in the NRG Championship. Congratulations!
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So we talked, this is the 3rd time you've been in the interview booth so far today. You've done a ton of winning, and it's really cool to watch because each time, we're talking about like very early in the rounds. Now you secured top 8, and now once again, you secured not just the victory, not just an RC invite and all the things that come with that, but the NRG Championship invite as well. I mean, just awesome stuff. And with a deck that you played, in your own words, for fun, Azorius Control.
I did say that, yes. Deck was fun. I had a great time, great opponents. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about all the things that were on the line in that last match, the emotions that were probably going through your head. Talk to me about, playing for the NRG champs at the last spot, and talk to me about what was going through your head in that last match.
Honestly, I was just trying to play clean Magic. I don't think I have that great of a matchup because they can just go Elvish Mystic, and I'm sitting there with a tap land on turn 1, and they've put an Old Growth Troll into turn 3, and I'm just like, I just need the cards to go right, just need something to fall right for me one time. Just give me one, and it happened, which was great. That was great to see.
Yeah, I mean, super key. And like I said, I think you navigated it very well. And of course, Cliff's mana not cooperating very much there in game 3, but still, we created this awesome game with a ton of back and forth. I mean, both players drawing live, multiple Storm the Festivals in the graveyard, and then that Teferi. Tell me what went through your mind. You slammed that thing on the table as soon as you drew it in the mid game. Talking about those emotions.
I saw it and I just immediately just cast it. I was like, oh my god, this is like the best thing ever. It was literally insane. Just like allowing me to clean up and just start drawing cards and just keep the gas flowing, because I know I need to counter Magic, because he can play a Oddity at any time and start hasting me and start putting me to dead, or even just a Storm. But yeah, it was great. It was 10 out of 10. We'll never cut that card again.
We'll never cut that card again. An impressive performance from both you, the card, and everything in the peripherals. I can't congratulate you enough. That was awesome to watch. I was having a great time. I saw, exactly, the relief as soon as the handshake was extended, coming down to the final game, the final match. It's so awesome. And now here you are hoisting the trophy for you, your team. And like I said, we'll see you with the championship. So that's a big deal, locking that up in season 1. What does that mean to you? It's a culmination of all of the first half of this year and the work that you've put in.
It feels good. It feels, especially in a deck that I was earlier, we talked about how I wanted to play Burn with the other team and stuff, and now I want to have fun. So it was nice to actually win with a fun deck. So now when I go to these NRGs, I can actually play a really fun deck now, right? I can continue to have fun since I've locked that champ. So that is sick. That is nice.
And you did the winning you needed to do with a fun deck. So hey, maybe you never need to play things ever again except the decks you consider fun. All right, so one more time, I'm going to ask you, any final shout-outs? You shouted out your teammates, your card mates, all the friends involved. Anybody, Hero of Dominaria, I'm sure earned his shout-out. Any final shout-outs as we close this show down? Congratulations once again.
I've already shouted out everyone at FlexSlot, so I'm going to shout out people at my local stores. Shout out to all the guys, Felber, Logan, all the guys, Dale, Patton, that just helped me just elevate my game. I appreciate all of them. All the people that look to me and ask me for questions on my locals that I can't think of the name of in 5 seconds, of course. But shout out to everyone at the locals for sure for this one.
It's been a long day. And like I said, congratulations to you. You needed to win it all, and you did. You showed up when it mattered. And to the victor go all of the spoils. So with that, I congratulate you one last time, and I wish you luck in the future endeavors. I look very much forward to watching you at the championship and in all the events in which you'll be having fun in season 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, of course, that was the finals, and what an electric finals it was. So those of you still here, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching that awesome match. And of course, if you want to support us, you want to make it out to our events, all that kind of stuff, we appreciate it. But the easiest thing you can do to support us here at the NRG Series is to follow us here on Twitch. That way you'll be notified when we go live with more awesome events for you, which we have looked at multiple times. We're going to look at one more time here in just a moment. And of course, subscribe if you want to remove some of the ads that Twitch forces upon you. And of course, we get some of the money from the subscriptions too. So it does directly support us in that endeavor as well. I also want to shout out one more time the Ultimate Guard and all of their products. They have Boulder deck boxes that went to our top 8, Katana sleeves went to our top 16. And of course, they are the official sponsor of the NRG series. I love their products. I use their products, and you should too. They support us, and you should too as well. And finally, the best way to support us is showing up for season 2. If you want to be in that same position as Gerrick, you want to have everything on the line, well, it starts with showing up to the first event, which is going to be in Chicagoland in July 13th and 14th, starting with the 10K Modern Showdown, and then a little bit of legacy support there on Sunday. Little 5K legacy trial to play for as well. So no Pioneer, but we're returning to Modern, one of the more popular formats on the series. And we're going to do so again at the event after that in August. That'll be August 24th and 25th. Saturday will be a 10K Modern Showdown. And then Sunday will be, I believe, Standard Modern Legacy team trio. So we're going to have a team event there for you. That's a double showdown weekend, which is 2 opportunities to punch your ticket and join Gerrick Alford in the NRG Championship at the end of the year. One final look at all the overall events that represent the entirety of our season 2, $65,000 in cash prizes, all kinds of RC invites and invites to everything, a ton of spoils, as you saw, including awesome trophies. We got those 2 events we just talked about. In September, we'll be in Louisville for another Modern Showdown, and then some Standard on Sunday. And then last but not least, closing out the season in November, we're going to be in Indianapolis for another Modern Showdown that won every single weekend in Season 2. And then again, another Pioneer 5K Showdown. Thank you again so much. Please support us in any way you can, whether it be following us on Twitch, coming out to our events, or anything in between, supporting our sponsors. There's a ton of ways you can support us, support the channel, support all we do here. But for tonight, that is all we have for you. Devin, Doom, thank you for joining me. A long day of magic, but an awesome one at that, and a climactic conclusion. Anything final you want to say before we close it out?
I mean, no, I had an absolute blast. Today was amazing. The whole weekend was awesome. Big shout out to NRG for putting these events on, and thank you for having me as a commentator. It was a blast, and I love to do it with you. And I hope you guys enjoyed all the content.
Likewise, I feel the same way. Thank you to all the viewers. Again, one final reminder to follow and subscribe if you want ads removed in the future. We will be back in July for the Chicagoland event, and we will see you there. Have a good night.
旅の始まりは常に道への一歩である。それは闇へと続く。初めの一歩を踏み出すには勇気がいる。そして旅の終わりには旅を始めた時の自分とは別人になっているかもしれない。旅に出よう。物語の次の章がお主を待っている。将軍の道を歩め。侍の箱と共に。アルティメットガードが送る冒険の第一章。刀将軍の道近日発売。